You and I are about to watch the ultimate cheat code story. When this kid was born, the universe straight up broke. Dragons and phoenixes roared because he had the ancient sacred body, the absolute strongest physique ever. The heavens even dropped 10 massive chains just to seal this broken power. But our boy shattered those locks at birth, maxing out his physique instantly. The skies warped, saints bowed, and as if that was not enough, he is also the son of the overpowered Jun family leader. The Jun Clan is the strongest family in the whole realm, and his insane talent immediately woke up their ancient ancestor, who literally crawled out of his coffin just to back him up. This kid trained for 1 hour, broke through 5 entire realms, and shocked his mentors so hard they practically ascended. Normal people struggle to reach the top. This guy was born so far ahead he had to walk backward to see them. Across 3,000 worlds, he is the undisputed king, Emperor Jun Tian. The story kicks off in pitch-black space as glowing bubbles rise. A tiny newborn baby slowly opens his eyes to the world. His small hands wave around in the dark, completely lost, while his mind is racing with one big question: where on earth am I? Pay attention here, because this is where the magic happens. In the glorious primordial divine realm where the Jun family rules, a massive rumble shakes the earth as a crazy anomaly begins to unfold. Blinding light flashes from the heavens as massive dragons and phoenixes materialize, dancing through the sky in a breathtaking, mystical show. Out of nowhere, a massive beam of golden energy shoots straight down into the Jun family estate. Inside the Emperor Palace, the head elder, Jun Xiaoyao, looks up to the sky and yells with joy, "Heaven has blessed my Jun family. They have gifted us a legendary prodigy." Right then, a servant rushes out of the inner chambers shouting, "Elder, the lady has given birth, and it is a healthy baby boy." Jun Xiaoyao spins around, his eyes absolutely sparkling with joy. He demands to see the child immediately, cradling the tiny boy who is just looking around, completely clueless about what is going on. Realizing he has reincarnated, the baby is shocked, while the old man holds his grandson tight, smiling ear to ear, whispering, "Yes, my sweet baby, my perfect grandson." Suddenly, 2 powerful figures materialize and step forward. These are not random guests, they are the 2 grand elders of the legendary Jun family. One of them strokes his beard, muttering about how the pregnancy lasted 10 whole years before this birth. The other white-haired elder immediately reaches out, begging Jun Xiaoyao to let him hold the baby. But as they get close, a massive glowing phantom of a legendary dragon suddenly erupts right from the baby's chest. The 2 elders cannot believe their eyes, gasping in shock that this is the legendary ancient sacred body. But after checking carefully, they sadly shake their heads, confirming it is indeed the sacred body. But unfortunately, even though the natural connection of heaven and earth grants unique traits to newborns, out of the 3,000 special physiques in existence, the ancient sacred body ranks as the 5th most powerful physique in the universe, an absolute powerhouse physique that always fights for the top spot. If a cultivator actually manages to master it, they can easily reach the legendary rank of Immortal Emperor. But the golden age has passed, the world has changed, and the laws of cultivation no longer support this divine body. The heavenly Tao itself dropped 10 celestial locks from the sky to seal this sacred body's growth forever. The white-haired elder pats Jun Xiaoyao on the shoulder, sighing with deep regret as he talks. "Even if this kid cannot cultivate, with our family's supreme influence, we can easily let him live like a wealthy king in the mortal world for his entire life." Jun Xiaoyao's face drops. The pure joy in his eyes is replaced by a heavy, sorrowful gaze as he looks down at his precious newborn grandson. Now watch this. You're not going to believe what pops up. Suddenly, the baby feels something super weird as a strange mechanical voice starts chiming inside his head. "Congratulations. System activated. Location confirmed as the Emperor Palace. Do you wish to sign in immediately?" The system alerts him that first-timers can trigger a critical drop, winning a rare 5-star reward or higher. Staring at the floating screen, the baby does not hesitate and immediately hits accept. Immediately, the system flashes with a legendary 8-star reward, the fully completed version of the ancient sacred body. As soon as the notification pops up, a brilliant golden light erupts right from the baby's eyes. The 2 grand elders standing nearby are completely frozen, stunned by what they are seeing. The golden aura surges violently, wrapping tight around the kid. Then, out of nowhere, those 10 heavenly chains of restriction manifest right in front of their eyes. In a split second, the first golden chain shatters into tiny pieces. Boom! An absolutely insane explosion of blood-red energy blasts outward from the baby's tiny body. Next, the second, third, and fourth chains snap like thin thread. Finally, all 10 celestial shackles shatter at once, completely unlocking the godlike potential of the ancient sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao is completely flabbergasted by the crazy, logic-defying transformation happening right in his arms. Cold sweat pours down his face as he stands there, totally speechless. His eyes are glued to the blinding golden light wrapping around his grandson, who is practically glowing with divine power. Right at that moment, the entire Emperor Palace starts shaking violently. Divine light fills the skies, clouds warp, and endless lightning strikes down. It is an epic spectacle, causing tens of thousands of cultivators across the lands to bow down in worship toward the Jun family. This legendary event instantly sends shockwaves through the entire Wild Heaven realm. Jun Jiantian is absolutely jaw-dropped, unable to say a single word as surprise after surprise hits him. The Grand Elders are no different, staring at this impossible phenomenon with wide, shocked eyes. Once he finally snaps out of his deep shock, Jun Jiantian absolutely bursts into uncontrollable, ecstatic laughter. He lifts his grandson high into the air, shouting, "The sacred body anomaly is real. Tens of thousands of saints are bowing. My grandson is destined to be a great emperor." Meanwhile, our reincarnated baby is just sitting there completely bewildered, thinking what on earth is going on. He has this massive look of judgment on his face, as if mocking them. Like, why are these old guys flexing so hard? Beside them, the elders are cheering, absolutely ecstatic that he broke the locks at birth, something totally unheard of. Those ancient dragons who bragged about their little genius just got face-slapped hard. Trust me, you and I are going to love this. Alright, you and I are diving into this wild story where our baby main character hears them bragging and thinks, since I am already overpowered, I should probably stay low-key. Suddenly, Jun Jiantian frowns as a thought hits him, saying they still haven't named his precious grandson, so how about they call him Changsheng? The two elders turn to him, looking completely disgusted like they are silently roasting him, saying if he gives him that trash name, the kid will definitely disown him later. They complain the name has zero vibe, pointing right at Jun Jiantian and calling it totally basic, while the white-haired elder next to him nods along. He agreed it was way too basic, but then the main character's mother appears, a gorgeous lady with bright orange hair named Zhang Ro. Looking at her baby with super gentle eyes, she softly suggests calling him Jun Xiaoyao instead. Her words instantly grab the elder's attention. Because she is no ordinary lady, she is actually the goddess of the Zhang family, one of the most powerful ancient factions in the world. She adds that becoming immortal is easy, but staying carefree is tough, so she just wants her son to live a chill life. Jun Jiantian thinks it over, nods, and agrees to name him Jun Xiaoyao, repeating her deep quote, while our main character thinks, "Hey, that was my line." The white-haired elder chimes in, telling Jun Jiantian not to stress because Jun Wuhui is the white-robed god king, so maybe he is not actually dead. He might just be trapped somewhere, so Jun Jiantian stares down at his happy, smiling grandson with a deep, emotional look, nodding slowly as he sighs and hopes that is true. Meanwhile, deep inside the creepy ancestral graveyard of the Jun family, out of nowhere, the ancestral tomb starts shaking violently as a stone coffin lets out a loud, rumbling sound that gets everyone's attention. People start panicking, screaming that they cannot hold back the ancestor's coffin anymore, as it glows with a crazy, blinding light, ready to pop open. Pure panic grips the family as everyone stares at the coffin, but let's check back on our main character together. Jun Xiaoyao is just sleeping peacefully, totally oblivious, while Jun Jiantian tells the elders that if word gets out about the kid having a sacred body, it is over. He says they must team up right now to seal up and hide the kid's unstable power, and the elders agree, noting that way too many rival clans are gunning for them right now. The other elder strokes his beard, agreeing that the tallest tree catches the wind, while our baby genius understands every single word. Giving them a mental thumbs up, he thinks, "I get it, grandpas. We gotta keep a low profile and play it safe." Jun Jiantian tells Zhang Ro to bring the baby over, and she happily hands him over, thanking them for helping protect her son. Together, they start weaving hand signs to cast a massive seal, summoning cosmic energies to completely lock down and hide Jun Xiaoyao's insane power. A beam of bright orange gold light shoots down, hitting the baby directly to seal him up. Wrapped in glowing light, the baby floats up, staring at his tiny hands in awe of this weightless feeling, when a cold voice suddenly booms out. The voice calls them fools, asking what they are doing as a giant golden energy wall instantly blocks the sealing beam. The white-haired elder gasps in shock as a massive golden laser blasts down, exploding and slicing the entire palace clean in half. Jun Jiantian stares at the blinding light, completely shocked and unable to speak. When the smoke clears, a legendary white-haired ancestor is holding the baby, who is actually their family's famous 18th ancestor, making the elders instantly drop to their knees in respect. He looks absolutely furious at the elders, his voice booming out like a clap of golden thunder. He demands to know why they are hiding their own genius, asking if they are too weak to protect a kid, while baby Jun Xiaoyao just plays with the old man's beard. The kid thinks, "Great, another grandpa just showed up. He seems cool, but I am seriously running out of room in my head for all these relatives." Jun Jiantian quickly bows and tells him not to be mad, explaining he was only trying to stop rivals from hurting his grandson. The old man's eyes flare with deadly intent as he coldly dares anyone to leak his words. He threatens to start an apocalyptic, world-shaking war if anyone touches the kid, and trust me, you and I can see the elders are sweating bullets from sheer panic. The two elders look at each other, terrified by the mention of an eternal war. That means a world-ending war that would spill oceans of blood, and he is ready to start it for a baby? Jun Xiaoyao nervously asks the ancestor if he is leaving his death seclusion just to protect this child, and the ancestor boldly replies, why not? For context, death seclusion is the most extreme high-risk cultivation method in this realm, where you seal yourself inside a coffin, breaking out way stronger if you succeed or getting buried forever if you fail. The ancestor chuckles as he plays with baby Jun Xiaoyao, speaking with a huge grin on his face. Having the ancient sacred body makes this kid a literal godsend and a massive blessing, so from now on, every single resource in our family goes straight to him. After teasing the baby a bit more, his face goes serious as he announces he is giving the kid the elite sequence title. The elders are absolutely blown away, gasping in unison at the news, while our baby is totally lost, thinking they are dumping way too much lore on him right at the start. Let me explain. The massive Jun Clan has over 10,000 members, but only 10 elite geniuses are chosen for this special list, giving them the ultimate right to fight for the position of family head. Since only one absolute king can rule over those 10 elites, you and I are about to watch our baby boy climb straight to the top. You and I are about to watch the ultimate legacy unfold. The OG Zero Sequence title belonged to Jun Xiaoyao's dad, the legendary white-robed divine king Jun Wuhue, but Zhantian tells the ancestor this setup is way too sketchy. Anyone who gets the sequence title has to survive brutal, endless trials. This kid was literally just born and already grabbed it. How is that going to make anyone respect him? Hearing this, the 18th ancestor glares back coldly. If those haters do not like it, they can try to steal it from him later. His sharp eyes narrow as he adds, I do not care. Meanwhile, our baby main character is screaming inside, I am literally just a newborn baby. Why can you not just let me chill in peace? But the ancestor has zero clue what the kid is saying and just keeps playing with Xiaoyao. To them, his brilliant thoughts just sound like random baby babble. Who is a good boy? Let us fly high. Meanwhile, Zhantian stares into space and mutters, woohoo, your son has finally entered this world. Meanwhile, poor Xiaoyao is completely naked, crying his eyes out with tears streaming down his face as he forces a pathetic smile. Can you please stop tossing me around and put some clothes on me? I am freezing. Suddenly, a massive system screen pops up before him. The sign-in location has officially been updated. Host, please sign in at the Taiyue Ancient Monument. Xiaoyao stares blankly at the screen, wondering where in the world this legendary monument actually is. Fast forward 3 years. Outside the gates of the Jun family Heavenly Emperor Palace, a female disciple is shouting, extra, extra, read all about it. The legendary divine son who woke up the 18th ancestors is already 3 years old today. Come get the absolute freshest gossip about the young master. I have got bulk discounts for everyone. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Jun Zhantian is lecturing the young kid, saying, Xiaoyao, listen up, because I am about to explain the absolute basics of cultivation, so do not zone out. Xiaoyao just chills on his stomach, kicking his feet while listening. Okay, so first up is the physical realm. 5 major stages, and you can max it out easily with enough premium resources. Next is the divine treasury realm, also split into 5 stages matching your organs, like your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Master all 5 and you can form a spiritual sea, condense a spiritual gate, and manifest your true spirit. Xiaoyao looks up with the most innocent face and asks, Hey Grandpa, so how long does it usually take to break through that stage? Zhantian strokes his beard and proudly says, normal people need 5 years, geniuses take 3, but for you, maybe 1 or 2 is enough. Honestly, I feel like you could break through whenever you want. He gives him a super encouraging look. Oh, let me see you try to channel some energy. Xiaoyao immediately nods and closes his eyes, sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, the spiritual energy all around them begins to go crazy. Zhantian is completely shocked as he watches the kid absorb the energy at lightning speed, thinking to himself, that is my grandson already in deep meditation. This kid is on another level, holy cow. But pay attention here, because things are about to go completely off the rails. In a split second, Xiaoyao breezed through 2 realms with zero struggle. Zhantian is losing his mind, staring in absolute disbelief. No, it gets wilder. He watches Xiaoyao smash through all 5 body refining stages back to back, slurping up spiritual energy like it is a soda. Xiaoyao takes a deep breath and happily tells him, Grandpa, I think I just broke through the divine treasury realm. When he gets no answer, he blinks, looks up, and yells at him. Grandpa, meanwhile, Zhantian looks like he can die happy, tears of joy practically welling up. This kid is our family's ultimate golden child. His talent is actually cheating. Xiaoyao looks at him, totally concerned. Grandpa, are you okay? Zhantian just smiles through his tears. I am fine. Your grandpa is just extremely emotional right now. Zhantian excitedly adds, Xiaoyao, to celebrate your insane breakthrough, your grandpa wants to give you a special gift. Is there anything your heart desires? Xiaoyao gives him a blank stare. Honestly, even if he asks, he still does not know enough about this crazy fantasy world to choose anything. But then he remembers that old system quest. So he asks, Grandpa, do you know where the Taiyue ancient monument is? Let's see what happens next. Zhantian turns to him and chuckles. The Taiyue ancient monument? What a massive coincidence. Literally nobody knows more about that stone tablet than your awesome grandpa. It is a legendary stone tablet from the desolate heaven realm. If you hit it, it measures your absolute physical strength and muscle power. Our family literally dug it up and threw it right in the training arena to test the physical power of our younger generation. Hearing this, Xiaoyao lets out a huge sigh of relief. Perfect, it is extremely close. He grabs his grandpa's sleeve, giving him the ultimate puppy dog eyes with stars in his vision as he pleads. Grandpa, can you take me to see that monument? Since I already broke through, I should be able to flex my actual physical strength too, right? Zhantian chuckles and hoists Xiaoyao onto his shoulders. Sure, let us go, kiddo. Xiaoyao immediately buttered him up, yelling, Grandpa is seriously the absolute best ever. Over at the arena, a girl walks up to the ancient monument. She looks about 14 or 15 years old, rocking beautiful golden hair and a white dress as she touches the stone. She has striking blue eyes, flawless pale skin, and an elegant noble vibe that makes her look insanely gorgeous. She stares intensely at the monument, channels her energy, takes a deep breath, and gets into stance. With absolute focus, she gathers all her power into her right hand, launching a golden palm strike. With a deafening boom, massive shockwaves of spiritual energy blast outward. She lets out a quiet breath, her face totally calm. The stone monument flashes, displaying her physical score, a whopping 150,000 pounds of raw power. The crowd goes wild, whispering in shock. 150,000 pounds. Just how old is she? Another disciple joins in. She is from a branch family but already super famous. Honestly, why are you guys so shook? That is Jun Linglong. She has the 7 exquisite heart and is destined to become a saint. Suddenly, a toxic girl with black hair and red eyes shows up out of nowhere, scoffing at her. Is that really it? Compared to her last test, she only went up 30,000 pounds. The others immediately defend her, saying 30,000 is still crazy impressive. Someone whispers that she is Lan Qingya, a successor of the family sword-bearers, so they should not mess with her. Qingya struts over to Jun Linglong with a mocking smirk. What, no reply? Lost your tongue? But Jun Linglong ignores her, turning around to leave the toxic girl fuming. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how this drama unfolds. Yo, you and I are diving straight into the drama here. This girl is getting totally ignored, and she gets a super sly look, bringing up how the other girl rejected the sword prince. Jun Linglong's eyes go sharp and dangerous hearing that. She fires back that since she's picking a future master, she obviously has to be extremely careful. The sword prince has decent power but is way too petty, otherwise why would he let you come here to annoy me? She just waves her hand and walks away. Lan Qingya is absolutely boiling after being ignored and insulted. She is clenching her fists, shaking all over, and completely speechless with rage. She launches an attack straight at Jun Linglong, screaming that she is going to teach this arrogant girl a lesson on behalf of the sword prince. Before she can even finish her move, Jun Linglong grabs her wrist, squeezing so hard she can't even fight back. With a freezing cold glare, Jun Linglong tells her to just give up because she is not on her level. Out of nowhere, Jun Xiaoyao pops up and asks if this is the place. Both Jun Linglong and Lan Qingya stop and look over, totally stunned by his arrival. Jun Linglong is shocked, wondering when this kid even showed up. Meanwhile, the moment Jun Xiaoyao touches the Taiyu monument, a system notification pops right in front of him. He successfully signed in at the Taiyu monument, and the system floods him with alerts. Huge congratulations to the host for scoring a 6-star reward, the hell-crushing divine elephant technique. It transforms from giant elephant to dragon elephant, then to primeval elephant, and finally peaks as the ultimate divine elephant. At full mastery, he becomes unstoppable. Jun Xiaoyao reads the details of this hell-crushing skill and grins, thrilled with his epic 6-star reward. He remembers that his previous sign-in got him the ancient sacred body, which was an 8-star tier. He wonders what the absolute highest rating could be. While he is deep in thought, Lan Qingya puts her hands on her hips and yells, "Hey brat, who do you think you are? Get lost. This is not a place for little kids." This totally interrupts his thinking, making him turn around with a pissed-off look. His face is super annoyed, thinking she is way too loud as he poses. With pure confidence, he shoots back, "You are asking who I am? Jun Xiaoyao from the Emperor's court. Any objections?" Hearing that legendary name, Jun Linglong is totally shook. You and I need to watch these disciples whispering, wondering if this little kid is the god-tier divine child who woke up the ancestors. Lan Qingya sees the crowd getting hyped and starts panicking, thinking, what is going on here? Why is everyone acting so crazy over some kid? Jun Linglong says absolutely nothing, suddenly grabbing Lan Qingya by the back of her head and slamming her down to make her bow. Greetings to the divine child, the disciple says. Lan Qingya cannot even react, letting out a sharp cry as her face hits the dirt. She is crying from the pain, screaming in her mind that this jerk did it on purpose. She quickly kneels properly and stammers out, greetings to the divine child. Please forgive my absolute rudeness just now. Hearing this, the other disciples' wide eyes finally realize what is happening and they all drop to their knees to bow. Jun Xiaoyao looks at the whole crowd bowing to him, totally speechless at this ridiculous scene. He wears the absolute most bored expression ever, thinking, seriously? Is not someone supposed to jump out and challenge me now so I can easily flex on them and build some reputation? Honestly, you and I both know he cannot resist a good flex, right? He smirks, realizing he is already standing right here, so he might as well give this ancient strength test a shot. Jun Xiaoyao immediately gets into his fighting stance, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes to focus. He recites the mantra for the hell-crushing divine elephant, a powerful body training technique with infinite forms. As he starts, a massive golden phantom elephant appears right around him. The power scales up from giant elephant to dragon elephant, then primeval elephant, and finally into the godly tier. Both Jun Linglong and Lan Qingya are jaw-dropped in complete shock at this sight. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes snap open with intense focus. He channels his full strength into the hell-crushing punch, blasting the Taiyu monument. The shockwave rattles the arena, dust flying everywhere, as the stone screen flashes a score of 1 million Jin of force. The disciples watching nearby can only stare in stunned silence at the unbelievable results on the ancient monument. Jun Xiaoyao pulls back his fist, thinking, this cheat code is crazy. Even without using spiritual energy, it has this much destructive force. But then, he hears the disciples whispering trash talk again. One says he is only 3 years old, of course he got the best resources since birth. Another fires back, yeah, he is good, but we cannot expect too much from a literal toddler. Their final conclusion is still the same. At the end of the day, he is not worthy of being our divine child. Jun Xiaoyao glances at them with a smug smirk, thinking, oh, so they are still not convinced? Good, this is how it gets fun. He instantly unleashes his massive spiritual energy and suffocating pressure onto the crowd below, making even elite fighters like Jun Linglong and Lan Qingya break out in cold sweat. Lan Qingya is absolutely terrified, clenching her teeth and wondering what this insane pressure is. Even the Sword Prince never gave off this kind of terrifying aura. Jun Xiaoyao turns around and says, if you guys are not satisfied, let me show you. He channels all his spiritual energy and punches the monument again with full force. Up in the sky, his grandfather, Jun Jianyan, is floating, looking down at the kid. He laughs out loud as he watches Jun Xiaoyao put every single ounce of his strength into this punch. When the fist collides, thousands of massive cracks instantly spread across the monument. With a series of loud cracking sounds, the monument shatters into thousands of tiny pieces, leaving nothing but a pile of complete rubble. Jun Xiaoyao stands perfectly still, not saying a single word, while the disciples stare with their jaws wide open, completely blown away by his power. Looking at the shattered monument, Jun Xiaoyao clenches his fist, his face turning completely pale as he panics inside, thinking, oh crap, I totally broke it. He worries that this ancient stone was probably a rare treasure, wondering how he is going to talk his way out of this mess. Suddenly, golden mist rises from the rubble, forming words right in front of him. Trust me, you and I are about to watch him unlock the legendary Eternal Extreme Realm. Jun Xiaoyao reads the words as the golden mist suddenly rushes straight into his body, giving him an instant rush of pure power. Jun Jianyan laughs, explaining that this is the Eternal Extreme Realm. Yo, you and I are about to watch the wildest rebirth story ever. Jiantian says across countless eras, no kid has ever had raw physical strength like yours. Breaking the divine treasury, you're already touching the spiritual sea realm. Then he asks, what was that move just now anyway? Where did you low-key copy that from? Jiantian sits down, ruffling Xiaoyao's hair, bragging about him like the proudest grandpa ever. But our main character looks totally guilty and mumbles, Grandpa, the family's ancient Taiyu tablet is kind of shattered. Instead of getting mad, Jiantian just shrugs it off like it's absolutely nothing. If it's broken, who cares? No big deal. But Xiaoyao is still terrified of getting grounded, so he starts picking up the shattered stone pieces, protesting. How can you say that? It is still a family treasure, right? Maybe we can superglue it back together. Jiantian just loses it and laughs at how ridiculously cute his grandson is being right now. No way you actually thought about fixing that. Don't sweat it, our family is absolutely loaded with relics. We have way too many of these cheap things anyway. He grabs Xiaoyao, chucks him onto his shoulders, and says, let's head back. It is time for your grandpa to break down the secrets of the spiritual sea realm for you. But as they start walking away, a shadow suddenly blurs past. Linglong stands right in front of them, blocking their path, and quietly whispers, wait up. Zhantian gets instantly annoyed, thinking someone's trying to start drama. His eyes flare with murderous intent as he barks, what do you want? Linglong literally chokes under his insane pressure. Her face goes pale, and she can barely breathe, thinking, sheesh, this old man's aura is incredibly heavy. Now pay attention here because this is where everything gets crazy. She drops to her knees and bows, begging to become the young master's loyal maid. Xiaoyao is standing there completely stunned, thinking, wait, what? She repeats her pledge with absolute devotion, begging the patriarch to let her serve the young master as his personal, lifelong follower. The crowd of disciples watching this are losing their minds. Nobody expected her to pick Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, that salty girl Qingya is low-key fuming in the back, thinking that trash Linglong is wild. Young Master Zhangjian literally lowered himself to recruit her, and she just threw his face in the dirt and stomped on it. Xiaoyao closes his eyes, thinking it over, then slides off his grandpa's shoulder. He walks right up to her and asks why. Her eyes go wide with total confusion, not getting what he means. So he spells it out, why do you want to be my maid anyway? He is genuinely curious, because even though she knelt down quietly, he could hear everyone in the back whispering in absolute shock. They say she is super proud and was born with the legendary 7-aperture heart. She is literally destined to become a saint. Xiaoyao looks at her, asking, if you're destined for greatness, why follow me? Her eyes are dead serious as she asks, are you testing me? Xiaoyao is totally lost and just goes, huh? Suddenly Zhantian laughs from behind them and says, she is from the branch family, kiddo. Since she is a branch member, her resources and connections are completely trash. If she wants to rise up, she needs the main house's backing. Zhantian smugly smirks and continues, this girl actually has great vision. She knows exactly how to play the game. Hold up, let's pause for a second. She knew my grandson is going to be goated. Xiaoyao laughs internally, thinking, class systems suck, but thank God I was reborn rich. He turns back to her, acting all cool, and says, all right, I get why you want in. He points his finger at her. I can agree, but you have to do chores like pouring my tea, washing my laundry, and keeping me entertained whenever I am bored. Her face completely drops, speechless. She definitely did not expect a high-tier genius like him to give her a chore list like a basic housekeeper. Xiaoyao keeps a serious face, but his tone is low-key, just trolling her. If you can handle that, he whispers, getting close, I will hook you up with all the resources you want. Hearing that, she is ecstatic. She bows instantly, saying, I will follow you to the death, no cap. Xiaoyao smirks, totally satisfied, and gives his very first order. Sweet. Now, let's head over to the Emperor Palace. With that, he literally jumps right onto her shoulders and points the way. She freezes, completely lost at what is happening. Meanwhile, his grandpa is absolutely triggered, shouting, wait, Xiaoyao, riding on shoulders is supposed to be my exclusive grandpa privilege. Xiaoyao fires back, totally chill. Nah, grandpa, stop capping. No offense, but this pretty girl's shoulders are way more comfortable than your dusty old muscles. Getting completely ghosted by his simp grandson utterly breaks the old man. He just stands there frozen like a statue. Is he actually alright? Xiaoyao doesn't care, riding high as he tells her, don't worry about him, let's go, I will navigate. But he secretly worries, hope I don't get kicked out of the family tomorrow just for stepping out of line like this. Meanwhile, in another forest, Qingya is sprinting like crazy, thinking she has to report this to young Master Zhangjian right now. After dashing through the thick woods, she stops right in front of a massive mountain, gasping heavily for air. Ahead of her is the mountain where Zhangjian is in seclusion. Feeling super anxious, she slowly takes her first steps inside. Suddenly, a flying sword drops out of nowhere, stabbing the ground right in front of her as a cold voice orders, halt. Looking up, she spots two guys standing on a tree branch, glaring down at her. One warns Qingya, you know the young master is meditating, don't disturb him. Qingya hears them and immediately starts screaming back with absolute desperation in her voice. But something huge happened. That brat Xiaoyao broke the ancient records, and even Ling Long is serving him now. We have to warn the master immediately. The two guards just cross their arms, looking down at her like she is trash, smirking. The young master will deal with that when he is done. You got clapped trying to pick a fight with Linglong, and now you're crying to him. Trust me, we can't wait to see what happens next. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch some serious drama unfold. Hearing them mention Jun Linglong, Lan Qingya completely loses it, rolling up her sleeves and screaming, what did you just say? You want to throw hands? Right then, a massive explosion echoes from deep inside the mountain. The two guys turn around, completely shocked, their voices shaking with absolute panic. A crazy aura erupts as a figure shoots straight into the sky from the mountainside. It is a red-haired guy with a sword strapped to his back, looking incredibly hyped. Lan Qingya eyes light up like stars and she squeals with joy. It is Master Zhangjian. Master Zhangjian has finally finished his solitary training. Below the towering mountain, dust clouds are kicking up everywhere. Lan Qingya literally throws herself at him, cheering, Master Zhangjian, you are finally out, he chuckles. Well, if it is not Lan Qingya, did you come all this way just to welcome me? Lan Qingya immediately starts tearing up and whining. Master Zhangjian, these two jerks tried to block me from seeing you. Do not you think they are super annoying? Zhangjian waves his hand, acting all cold. They really are annoying. You two, slap yourselves in the face 20 times right now. The two lackeys immediately obey, slapping themselves hard. Yes, sir. Zhangjian plays the white knight, asking gently, so who else dared to mess with you? Looking at her fake sad face, Lan Qingya pouts dramatically and whines, Master Zhangjian, you have no idea. It is that annoying Jun Linglong, she is totally disrespecting you. Now here is where things get tense, so pay close attention. Lan Qingya tells him Jun Linglong is serving an arrogant little brat named Jun Xiaoyao, making Zhangjian glare as a massive explosion shakes the mountain. The two guards clutch their chests in fear through the thick dust. Zhangjian snaps at her angrily. Tell me you did not go yelling my name right in front of Jun Xiaoyao? He looks at the completely dazed Lan Qingya and sneers. You are seriously spoiled rotten. Hearing his harsh words, she is completely stunned, unable to believe her ears. Ignoring her entirely, Zhangjian starts panicking internally. Jun Xiaoyao is the son of Uncle Jun Wuhui from my own clan and the goddess of the Zhang family. Plus, the 18th ancestor favors him. Crap, if I mess with him, I might lose my 10th ranking spot. I need to go apologize and smooth this over right now. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Jun Zhantian is giving his grandson a terrifying glare, while a pale-faced Jun Xiaoyao desperately tries to whistle and avoid eye contact. Jun Zhantian teases him with a smirk. Well, look at you, Jun Xiaoyao. You are just a kid, but you already know how to smooth-talk the girls. Guess you do not need your grandpa anymore now that you have a pretty lady around. Jun Xiaoyao immediately clings to him, acting cute. No way! I will always be your favorite little baby. Jun Zhantian pushes him away, his face turning dark. Stop with the cringe talk already. His eyes turn serious. Tell me, what kind of move did you pull off back at the Taiyu Ancient Monument today? Jun Xiaoyao replies, oh, just some crazy luck. It is called the Hell-Suppressing Divine Elephant Force. Jun Zhantian looks totally blank, never heard of that technique before. Jun Xiaoyao explains basically, it is a super overpowered move. If I fully master it, I can transform into an ancient divine elephant and even summon the gates of hell to force demons to fight for me. Jun Zhantian goes completely pale with shock. That powerful? Are you sure it won't cause you to deviate and go crazy? Jun Xiaoyao shrugs. Probably not. Jun Zhantian crosses his arms, looking proud. Well, just keep working hard. Once you turn 10, we are going to throw you the biggest birthday bash ever. But Jun Xiaoyao stays totally quiet, not looking excited at all like a normal kid would. Jun Zhantian keeps going. Every major power in the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain, the ancient families, and the supreme clans will be there. He is overjoyed, waiting for the day they announce his god-tier sequence rank to the entire immortal domain. He boasts that his era is finally coming, which only makes Jun Xiaoyao gulp nervously. Right then, a system screen pops up, and trust me, we are about to see things get wild. It unlocks a sign-in location at his 10th birthday, leaving Jun Xiaoyao totally stunned. Wait, what? He frowns, doing some quick math. His 10th birthday ceremony means waiting 7 whole years. Isn't that like a ridiculously long time to wait? Jun Xiaoyao wonders what the rules for this sign-in system even are. But before he can figure it out, Jun Linglong pops up. She tells him Jun Zhangjian is waiting outside. Jun Xiaoyao jumps, clutching his chest. He yells, why are you sneaking around like a ghost? You scared the life out of me. Jun Linglong is just super confused. She claims he literally told her to make herself at home. Jun Xiaoyao is totally speechless. Like, she really has zero boundaries, huh? He crosses his legs and asks who she said wanted to meet him. Who even is Jun Zhangjian? Jun Linglong explains he is the young master Lan Qingya follows around, and he is from the same clan, basically making him his senior brother. Jun Xiaoyao sighs. Jun Linglong reminds him she is that incredibly loud, annoying girl from before. Hearing that, Jun Xiaoyao's jaw literally drops. Ah, her? You had me at incredibly loud. So what does this senior brother even want with me? Let's watch closely and find out. Jun Linglong says she doesn't want to guess. Fine, take me to see him. But as they walk out to meet Zhangjian, Jun Xiaoyao's face suddenly goes dead serious. He spots a rough rope tightly binding someone's wrists, while Zhangjian stands in front of them and starts talking. He says he heard his follower was acting arrogant and clashed with little brother Jun Xiaoyao, so he brought her here to take her punishment and apologize. Behind him stands Qingya in tattered clothes, looking completely soulless and bound by heavy ropes. Zhang Jian smiles, asking his little brother to show mercy. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes widen as anger boils over. What kind of apology is this? This jerk is clearly just here to flex on him. A cup of tea gets set in front of Zhang Jian as Jun Xiaoyao says, "You dropped in pretty unexpectedly." Jun Xiaoyao says he only has this simple tea to offer, asking for forgiveness. Zhang Jian laughs it off, but inside, he is absolutely seething because they made Jun Linglong serve tea. Honestly, we both know this guy's ego is fragile. Calling him a brat in his head, Jun Xiaoyao silently stares at his teacup. Finally, he looks up, asking if he plans to let her keep kneeling there. Zhang Jian gives a fake smile, saying he is joking. He claims since she is here to apologize, if Jun Xiaoyao forgives her, he obviously won't let her stay and lose any more face. Jun Xiaoyao sets his teacup down, telling him he must have misunderstood. He explains that he never holds a grudge overnight. He coldly reminds Zhang Jian that if anyone dares to mess with him, he always pays them back right on the spot. Jun Xiaoyao scoffs, telling him there is no need to satisfy his weird power trip under the guise of an apology. Hearing this, Jun Linglong can't help but burst out laughing right next to him. She bites her lip, apologizing for her rudeness. Zhang Jian is seething, veins literally popping on his forehead while he fake smiles. Trust me, you and I are gonna love seeing him get destroyed next. Alright, you and I are about to watch this arrogant jerk try to cover his tracks. He pretends to apologize, but then secretly unleashes a crazy blast of energy to eliminate his useless pawn. That energy condenses into a massive ice sword aimed straight at Lan Qingya's face, and the sheer power of it literally leaks everywhere. It rips a giant crater in the ground all the way to the palace gates. Luckily, Jun Linglong grabs the girl just in time. Talk about brutal. She looks down at the bleeding girl, asking if this trash is really her beloved young master. The girl just bites her lip, while the jerk frowns because his attack actually missed. That is when Jun Xiaoyao finally speaks up. His voice is cold and totally emotionless, calling out the guy for throwing a violent tantrum right inside the sacred emperor's palace. "Are you trying to pick a fight with me?" The jerk instantly breaks into a cold sweat, fake laughing and claiming he would never dare offend the legendary Jun family heir. Jun Xiaoyao asks if he really expects him to believe that. Before the guy can even answer, Jun Xiaoyao straight up flips the table right at him. The guy shields himself in total shock, staring at the kid. Jun Xiaoyao just lifts his leg, channeling a ridiculous amount of overpowered energy straight into his foot. Jun Xiaoyao is absolutely furious. This clown came to his territory, abused his servant, and tried to murder someone right in front of him. Who does he think he is? If he were actually a normal 3-year-old kid, he might have been terrified. But as Jun Xiaoyao launches his kick, he knows this fool picked the wrong opponent. The lightning-fast strike leaves the jerk with 0 time to react. Blasted 3 meters away, the guy is absolutely horrified, wondering how a 3-year-old has this much power. Jun Xiaoyao confidently struts over, asking if he finally realizes that he does not play around. "If someone messes with me, I pay them back instantly." He smirks, waving his hand. Trust me, watching this kid taunt an older genius is absolute gold. Since the weather is so nice, why don't they have a friendly match to bond as brothers? He asks if the legendary genius is too scared to accept a simple challenge from a toddler. The guy is absolutely boiling with rage, his eyes turning red at this blatant disrespect. He forces himself to breathe, desperately trying not to let a literal toddler get under his skin. He says that since his little brother wants to duel, he will gladly play along. Pulling out a rare jade token, he arrogantly claims that since he is older, he will only use 30% of his strength. He promises that if Jun Xiaoyao actually wins, this legendary supreme token is his to keep. But if the kid loses, he needs to apologize for his extreme rudeness. Jun Xiaoyao stares at the token, wondering what it is, when a telepathic voice suddenly rings in his head, telling him it is top-tier loot. He glances back at Jun Linglong, who is tending to the injured girl, and listens to her secret mental transmission. She tells him not to be polite since the idiot offered it himself, so he should beat him up and take it. She explains the token is connected to a legendary ancient treasure vault. Jun Xiaoyao asks for more details about this vault. Jun Linglong explains that supremes are immortal godlike beings who once ruled the absolute peak of the ancient cultivation world. She smiles confidently, asking him to imagine how much insane legendary top-tier loot must be hidden inside a vault like that. Grasping her meaning, Jun Xiaoyao grins deviously. Rubbing his hands with wide eyes, he looks at the arrogant young master and loudly thanks him in advance for being so incredibly generous with his treasure. Confused by the kid's reaction, the guy shivers, assuming the young heir is just a greedy brat. But moments later, he finds himself panting heavily, wondering how things could have gone so wrong. Gripping his weapon tightly to prepare, he is completely lost. He is supposed to be one of the top 10 recognized geniuses of the entire family. How is this even happening? His mind is literally fracturing from pure confusion. How on earth is he being utterly suppressed by a 3-year-old kid? Watching Jun Xiaoyao slide and dodge effortlessly around him is making him super frustrated and physically sick. To make it worse, the kid keeps mocking him to keep trying harder. Drenched in sweat, his mind screams that he desperately wants to punch this annoying brat. Meanwhile, a massive crowd of gossiping onlookers quickly gathers around the palace hall. Alright, pay attention here, because the crowd is losing their minds. They can't believe a top 10 genius is actually dueling a 3-year-old toddler. Talk about a crazy matchup. Some think it's just bullying a toddler, but others laugh and tell them to look closer. When they watch the fight, they realize the top genius is the one getting utterly dominated. Taking a few deep breaths to regain his focus, he vows not to let a toddler dictate the fight. He unleashes a massive pillar of purple light, calculating his next move. Since the kid was hand-picked by the 18th ancestor, he clearly has some ridiculous hidden power. Gripping his blade, he blames his own carelessness and decides to get serious. Even the Xuanwu king gasps in shock, recognizing the deadly purple emperor sword art, which stuns the entire crowd. They wonder if using such a high-level technique against a toddler is overkill, but the guy absolutely cannot afford to lose. The guy's face darkens as he mentally curses them for not knowing how freaky this kid actually is. Outwardly, he pretends to be nice, warning his little brother to watch out. He unleashes the 9 rising sun swords, telling the kid not to get hurt. Jun Linglong watches closely, noting that even for their elite family, this technique is a top-tier martial art. She analyzes the attack, seeing the 9 sharp energy blades weaving a deadly net to trap the kid. The jerk is clearly trying to commit murder here. Still, she keeps a calm face because she knows it won't matter anyway. Jun Xiaoyao just smiles fearlessly and raises his hand. Suddenly, an invisible force rips the sword right out of the guy's grip. He tries to snatch it back, but it's gone, leaving him pale and completely helpless. Jun Xiaoyao mocks him, saying he expected way more from a top genius, before launching himself into the air for a brutal high kick. A massive explosion erupts, filling the area with smoke and fire. As the dust clears, a single bloody tooth comes flying out of the wreckage. With his face completely swollen, the guy's eyes roll back in agony. He looks up in pure confusion, wondering why one of his own teeth is currently flying through the air before he collapses. Just like that, Jun Xiaoyao easily snatches the legendary Supreme Token. He excitedly shows it off, bragging that the prize is officially his. Right on cue, his system alerts him that a key item has been acquired, unlocking a brand new sign-in location. The new location is the Supreme Vault itself. Staring at the token, the kid can't help but smile at this epic jackpot. While bandaging the girl's wounds, Jun Linglong asks if she finally sees that her beloved idol is just weak trash, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Let us jump right back into the drama. Jun Linglong looks over, totally clueless. Meanwhile, Lan Qingya violently rips her hand away, screaming that she is done. With scratches all over her face, a tearful Lan Qingya screams that she does not need any pity. She storms off, angrily muttering the names of Zhang Jian, Jun Linglong, and Jun Xiaoyao. Running off, she glares back with a tear-stained face and vows to make everyone in the Jun family pay, leaving Jun Linglong standing there completely speechless. Jun Xiaoyao smirks nearby, teasing her about having zero filter and being easily hated. Jun Linglong just looks lost, wondering if telling the truth is actually a crime. Jun Xiaoyao sighs, totally done with her. He warns her that if she gets beat up in public, he is not helping. Jun Linglong is left completely baffled, head full of question marks. Summer passes in that chaotic vibe, autumn leaves fall, winter chills set in, and spring blooms arrive as the seasons fly by. 7 years quickly flash by, and Zhang Luoli happily cheers that she has finally arrived. Looking at the insanely crowded and bustling streets, she is totally blown away by how lively this legendary Jun Divine Island actually is. Her eyes spark with hope, thinking how epic it would be to finally meet that adorable little guy. Meanwhile, right outside the massive Emperor Palace, 2 rare golden peacocks soar through the sky to announce the guests. The top Holy Lands are arriving with crazy gifts, including 9 volumes of ancient scriptures, a flask of supreme spirit marrow, and 100 pieces of top-tier divine source to celebrate. Even the great Shang princess brings a legendary painting, while some poor servant nearly trips and falls on his face. The head servant snaps at him to watch out, since these are the official robes for the Divine Son's 10-year-old birthday bash. The other asks if every single massive clan in the world showed up. Watch closely here, because this is a massive flex. They are joking about who gets the actual glory, but having the whole world show up is sheer hype. One of them brags about how their young lord is a literal prodigy, guessing that this long training session finally pushed him straight into the elite true spirit realm. They march up to a massive tower behind the palace, bowing down respectfully to welcome their overpowered master back into the real world. They ask him to get ready for his big 10-year-old birthday bash, but get zero response. Opening his eyes, the servant gasps in shock. The room is empty and completely trashed, covered in cracks with a cheeky note left behind. The note reads that training is way too boring, so he is out. The servants lose their minds and scream that the young lord has officially escaped. As the wind blows, Jun Xiaoyao takes a dramatic bite of his apple, looking dead serious about the struggles of the last 3 years. Wearing a mask and holding a pile of fruit, he complains loudly. He had to starve for 3 whole years, and honestly, if he cannot eat real food, what is the point of training? He dramatically swears that if he ever locks himself up again, he will change his name. Now 10 years old, Jun Xiaoyao hates fasting more than anything. Jun Linglong joins the rant, saying that going weeks without a shower during training is way worse than skipping meals. He totally agrees, but then suddenly stops and asks what she is even doing here. She casually replies that the boss sent her to drag a certain runaway prince back home. Hearing this, he just gives her a smug, silent smirk. He spins around and leaps across the rooftops, waving goodbye. She immediately chases after him, yelling that putting on his fancy birthday suit takes forever, so he needs to move it. He yells back while escaping, totally rejecting their useless fancy dress code. I am not wearing that heavy, annoying outfit, so I will head back later. But wait, hear that? A loud scream rings out for help, making him stop dead in his tracks. Peering down from the roof, he sees Yang Luoli grabbing a random guy by the collar, angrily shouting at him to shut his ugly mouth. She holds up a gray bird, accusing him of breaking its leg first. As she demands justice, an older man steps in, desperately trying to calm things down. He begs her to chill out and talk, asking how much cash it will take to make things right and get her to forgive his kid. Jiang Luoli grinds her teeth, furious. She does not care about his money, asking if they seriously think she is some cheap scammer trying to extort them. Still grabbing his shirt, she declares that since he broke her bird's leg, she is breaking his. The terrified guy screams for someone to save him. Watching the chaos unfold, he wonders where this spoiled brat came from, and his expression instantly sours as he looks at her. Bullying people on his own family turf is a massive mistake. Sensing she is a cultivator, he pulls out a secret weapon, which is literally just his leftover apple core seeds. He aims right at her, deciding it is high time to teach this girl some manners. But she suddenly senses the danger and snatches his weapon right out of the air. Who dares to sneak attack me? But as she holds it, she feels a strange chill run down her spine. Opening her hand, she screams in pure disgust, almost crying. Shaking her sticky hand, she complains about how wet and slimy it is. Jun Xiaoyao watches, absolutely loving her reaction. That is what you get for bullying ordinary folks. Jiang Luoli grinds her teeth and looks up, instantly seeing red when she spots his creepy mask. She demands to know what ugly monster thinks they can mess with her, asking if he knows who she is. He is not backing down, screaming right back. He calls her the real ugly monster, totally triggering her. Livid with rage, she charges up her power and leaps straight into the air to get him. She lands on the roof instantly, completely determined to throw hands and smash his face in. He is actually impressed by how fast she moved. She swings a wild punch, but he easily ducks under it, dodging effortlessly before hopping over to a different rooftop to keep his distance. Quickly analyzing her strikes, he realizes she is not actually trying to cause real damage, but is just letting off some steam. Clenching her fists, she angrily screams at him to stop running away like a coward and fight her for 300 rounds right now. He mocks her by sticking his tongue out, teasing that she cannot even catch him, let alone fight. He dares her to try and catch him, planning to distract her so he can escape without causing more trouble. However, he remembers that the relentless Jun Linglong is still chasing him down too. Meanwhile, Jun Linglong is just chillin' on another rooftop nearby, totally speechless while watching these two act like toddlers. She spots her jade pendant and realizes this girl is from the legendary Jiang family of Qingzhou. Now, family duty is on the line, and she is stuck wondering if she should stop them. Trust me, you and I are in for an insane showdown next time. Honestly, watching drama go down is way better than doing anything else. Let's watch. Jun Linglong thinks this is super hype. Time to watch as they chase each other down to a stream while Jun Xiaoyao keeps running for his life. Jiang Luoli is totally out of breath, screaming, "Stop right there!" Jun Xiaoyao is low-key shocked that this little girl can actually keep up with his pace. Jiang Luoli's face is completely pale as she gasps, swearing she won't give up until she beats him to a pulp today. Jun Xiaoyao crosses his arms, totally speechless. He only wanted to do a quick casual rescue, not drag in this major pain in the neck. How is he even going to end this? Suddenly, fireworks shoot up into the evening sky. Seeing that, Jun Xiaoyao sighs. Well, looks like his 10th birthday party is about to kick off. He turns around and waves. "Sorry, kid, I'm in a massive rush, can't play anymore." Jiang Luoli is utterly confused, muttering, "Huh?" Jun Xiaoyao leaps up, and a weird glowing energy appears on his palm. The light taps her, and Jun Xiaoyao zips away, leaving Zhang Luoli standing there completely brain-lagged. Later that night, inside the Emperor's palace, the announcers start calling out the guests. The Zhang family arrives. Gifts for the divine child are announced, including ancient weapons, rare immortality medicine, and 100 top-tier holy pills, plus 1,000 supreme divine essence pills. Everyone is losing their minds over how crazy these gifts are. The Jiang and Jun families go way back, after all. The Jiangs are basically the divine child's maternal family. Right then, a stunning woman dressed in all white steps into the hall. Now watch closely as everyone whispers about the newcomers. That lady in white is definitely Zhang Shengji, and the kid is the Zhang family's prized jewel. That's Zhang Luoli, owner of a rare holy body. But this little princess looks seriously annoyed right now. Someone gossips that she is actually betrothed to the Jun family's divine heir. Seeing her pissed-off face, they joke that kids nowadays are all about free love and throwing tantrums. Sheng Yi glances down at her little sister and whispers under her breath, "Got in trouble again, huh? Let's see if you dare run off and cause chaos next time." Zhang Luoli snaps, "If I ever see that ugly freak again, I'm beating him up." Sheng Yi just sighs, remembering how she had to warn her sister about the dangerous stranger, and says, "If that guy actually had bad intentions, you wouldn't even be in one piece to attend this 10th birthday party today." Zhang Luoli pouts, "No fair, why are you taking his side?" Suddenly, another guy pops up to greet her. "Lady Zhang Luoli, long time no see, how have you been lately?" Zhang Luoli looks totally bored. "Sorry, who even are you?" He panics, stammering, "Did you seriously forget me already?" Back in the Luoyue realm, Zhang Luoli cuts him off. "Right, and you are who again?" He keeps smiling, introducing himself as Yi Xingyun. "You and I know she doesn't care. She just walks past." "Oh right, hey there and bye." Sheng Yi sighs, whispering, "Jiang Luoli, that's incredibly rude." The girl just shrugs like there's nothing she can do. Yi Xingyun literally shakes as he overhears them. "Sis, you know I have face blindness. I can't remember basic NPC-looking faces." His butler, Fu Bo, asks. Yin Xingyun grits his teeth, face turning red as he hugs himself. "Oh, Fu Bo." Getting rejected by her actually feels kind of amazing. Fu Bo just sighs in defeat. "Whatever floats your boat, sir." Meanwhile, the banquet hall is packed with guests. Jun Jiantian steps up to the highest stage, calling out, "All right, looks like everyone has finally made it." He smiles, feeling totally satisfied. "I'm incredibly grateful to all of you for traveling thousands of miles to celebrate my grandson's birthday." The crowd starts whispering, "I heard he beat the 10th ranked genius when he was only 3. What realm is he even at now? He must have reached the true spirit level already." Jiantian looks down from above, impressed by all the top-tier young geniuses who showed up today. Guys like 10th ranked Jun Zhangjian, 7th ranked Jun Shuihuang, and even the 5th ranked beast Jun Wanji are all here. Even Ye Xingyun is scanning the room, trying to find a seat next to Zhang Luoli and Sheng Yi from the Qingzhou Jiang family. Suddenly, someone chuckles loudly. "So where's this famous divine heir? Why hasn't he even shown his face yet?" Jiantian sweats, totally stressed. Honestly, he has absolutely no clue where that brat ran off to. But just as he's trying to stall for time, a massive explosion rocks the roof, and a blinding pillar of light shoots down, leaving him wide-eyed. Jun Xiaoyao grins, yelling out, "Don't stress, Grandpa." Instantly, every single guest in the hall stares in complete shock. He laughs. "Come on, doesn't the main character always show up last?" Jiantian turns around, completely pale. Jun Xiaoyao is literally lounging on the table with his legs crossed, looking like an absolute boss. "I'm Jun Xiaoyao. Thanks for coming to my 10th birthday party, everyone." Seeing his wild grandson pull a stunt like this, Jiantian loses his mind. What is wrong with this kid, being late to his own massive banquet? What was he thinking? Jun Xiaoyao breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he's in deep trouble. Man, Grandpa is actually furious. He'll have to play nice later. Meanwhile, Zhang Luoli zeroes in on his small build and clothes. Something about him looks way too familiar to her. She stares closely, analyzing his hair and robes. Could he be that annoying brat from earlier? Yes, there's absolutely no doubt. This is the exact same punk who messed with her. Without hesitating, she points her finger straight at his face, shouting, "Hey you!" Jun Xiaoyao freezes, sweating bullets as his face darkens. He can't believe she's actually here, thinking, "What the hell, how did this brat find me?" He needs a cover story fast, but then he notices she is actually pretty cute. "Oh, hello there, gorgeous." Quickly regaining his cool, he fires up his legendary smooth talking skills to somehow wiggle out of this giant mess. Flashing a totally fake sweet smile, Jun Xiaoyao looks down at her and asks, "Wait, have you and I actually met somewhere before?" He strikes his most charming pose, trying to look like a handsome prince. Honestly, you and I can see she's completely speechless, giving him the most judgmental look in human history. Let's dive in. Jun Xiaoyao looks at Zhang Luoli's dead silence and gets so insanely embarrassed he can't even speak, just forced to fake laugh his way out of it. Right then, Zhang Luoli dashes straight up to Jun Xiaoyao to examine him up close and personal. She thinks to herself, on closer look, this guy is actually pretty ugly, so how does he have such a cute face? Her eyes sparkle like stars as she gets totally hooked on this divine son. Jun Xiaoyao breaks a sweat seeing her face pull a complete 180, thinking, wait, is this little brat also some kind of hidden expert? Looks like he just met his match this time. Meanwhile, the medicine saint watching from below can only shake his head in complete disappointment. Sweating bullets, he thinks. Don't tell me Zhang Luoli is acting up again. The moment she sees anything cute, she turns into a brainless fangirl like this. Jun Zhantian, standing nearby, is completely shocked by this wild scene, whispering to himself, wait, something crazy is about to go down. Then he smacks Jun Xiaoyao on the back with a loud thud, laughing, nice one kid, while the poor boy is left wondering why he just got hit. He raises his voice to announce to both Jun Xiaoyao and Zhang Luoli, even if you two already met, I still need to make a formal introduction. Jun Xiaoyao, this is Lady Zhang Luoli, the pride of the Zhang family, and, well, your fiancée, though she looks tiny, she is actually 1 year older than you. Completely caught off guard, Jun Xiaoyao lets out a dumbfounded huh with a totally blank stare. Zhang Luoli rolls her eyes in utter shock and disbelief. She plays dumb like she is shocked, but deep down she is absolutely thrilled, even though she is acting all shy and protesting on the outside. Yi Xingyun below is just as stunned, his jaw hitting the floor in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao is completely frozen, his brain in pure chaos thinking, no way, how on earth did things suddenly end up like this? I am literally a divine son but still cannot dodge an arranged marriage? That is when a wild idea pops into his head. Yes, if he can make this girl hate him by admitting he was the one who messed with her earlier, he is totally golden. Right then, Zhang Luoli pulls out a glowing golden pill from her sleeve, hands it over to Jun Xiaoyao and says, here, this is for you. Jun Xiaoyao stares at the glittering pill in his hand, asking with pure curiosity, what is this? Zhang Luoli flashes a cute look, her eyes shining as she replies, it is an elixir made from the spring of youth. Eat it and promise me you will never grow up so you stay cute. Jun Xiaoyao stares helplessly at the pill, thinking, man, this kid is seriously delusional, but he tells himself to stay cool, keep thinking, do not give up now. Now pay attention, because even though he is totally panicking, he is not about to back down from his master plan to cancel this marriage. Glancing around, Jun Xiaoyao spots Jun Linglong standing far off in the distance, instantly locking onto his target as a sneaky, evil scheme starts brewing in his mind. He points at Jun Linglong and signals, quick, get over here and say we are engaged. You can literally name your price. Jun Linglong is completely terrified by this sudden move, thinking this cheap skate of a divine son is crazy, but she refuses to get dragged into his nonsense. She quickly signals back, absolutely not. I actually want to leave this place alive, but Jun Xiaoyao immediately pressures her with another signal. You are my maid, so you should follow my orders. But Jun Linglong quickly waves her hands to shut down his crazy idea. Sorry, but I quit. Jun Xiaoyao forces a smile, but deep down his blood is boiling, veins popping on his forehead as he curses under his breath. Jun Linglong smirks mischievously, just wanting to watch the drama unfold while trying her best to hide her laughing face. Down below, the guests clap and cheer, showering praise on the young couple, calling them a perfect match made in heaven. Jun Xiaoyao keeps a fake polite smile plastered on his face, but he is screaming inside like, hello, did any of you remember I am literally a 10-year-old kid? Seriously, someone please just ruin this entire vibe. Right on cue, Ye Xingyan slams his hand on the table shouting, I oppose this marriage, making Jun Xiaoyao instantly rejoice. It feels like finding a saving light in the dark, making him shed happy tears as he looks at his savior, Ye Xingyan, with pure gratitude. Yi Xingyan screams again with a furious look, I oppose this marriage, while Fu Bo stands next to him trying to shut him up. Young master, do not make a scene. But the stubborn kid barks back, I am not making a scene. Up on the stage, Jun Zhantian booms, this is ridiculous. Since when did the marriages of our family become any of your business? Seeing the tension rise, Jun Xiaoyao quickly steps in to stop his grandfather, saying, grandfather, wait a second. Now watch closely as he steps down to handle this. He walks right up to Yi Xingyan, bows politely, and asks, may I know your name, sir? Yi Xingyan does not back down, proudly replying, my name is Yi Xingyan from the ancient Yi family. Jun Xiaoyao smiles calmly, saying, Master Yi, since ancient times, if you want to steal a bride, you actually have to show some real strength to back it up. With that, he gestures for him to make a move. Unshaken, Ye Xingyun replies coolly, what is this? The divine son actually wants to fight me. Jun Xiaoyao smiles warmly and nods. Why not? Night falls, and bright moonlight bathes the heavenly emperor palace, setting up an absolutely epic scene for everyone to witness. The crowd of gossiping onlookers instantly bursts into chatter, whispering, dude, is this for real? The divine son and young Master Yi are really about to square off. One guy laughs excitedly, saying, man, we are getting a front row seat to a great show. Meanwhile, as Jun Xiaoyao is sipping her wine, a sword cultivator approaches her, asking, "Heard you finished your secluded training early just to attend little brother Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday party." Setting down her glass with a completely blank face, she responds, "After all, a kid who is only 10 beating you is definitely pretty unusual." Her words pierce his pride like a dagger. The swordmaster glares, grinding his teeth in silent rage, but he literally cannot say a single word back. He glares at Jun Wanji, thinking, compared to her, this guy is even weirder, and trust me, you and I are going to find out why he even showed up here. Alright, you and I are about to watch Yi Xingyun and Jun Xiaoyao throw down in the backyard to claim some valuable oil. Fu Bo is just standing there with Yi Xingyun, watching these two idiots and sighing, asking if they really have to fight right here. Yi Xingyun instantly channels his energy into two fingers, smugly telling his butler not to worry because he won't hurt Jun Xiaoyao. Then he dashes straight at the guy, yelling for the sacred son of the Quan family to show him what he has got. He throws out his signature skill, the chaotic star finger, aiming straight for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes widen in absolute shock when he sees the attack coming, while the party guests around them start gossiping like crazy. Everyone is hyping up the legendary Star King physique of the Diep family, wondering how Jun Xiaoyao will handle it. But honestly, the only reason Jun Xiaoyao looks shocked is because the attack is literally so weak. With a lazy swipe of his hand, he completely bats away Yi Xingyun's arm, shutting down that chaotic star finger move instantly. But stick with me here because Yi Xingyun is not backing down. Look at that burning look in his eyes as he gears up to strike again. This time he aims a left-hand strike straight at Jun Xiaoyao's face. Jun Xiaoyao quickly dodges, completely thrown off by the fact that this guy can attack so fluidly with both hands. Yi Xingyun unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, but Jun Xiaoyao is just casually spinning and dodging like a pro. He slips left, slips right, and steps back with a cheeky smirk on his face, basically mocking Yi Xingyun's supposedly relentless attacks as if they are nothing but a joke. After throwing a massive storm of attacks, Yi Xingyun completely runs out of energy and has to stop, gasping for air. Even though Jun Xiaoyao avoided every single strike, he is still struggling to fully find his footing after all those crazy moves. Meanwhile, Yi Xingyun is gasping for breath in absolute disbelief, wondering how on earth the guy actually dodged everything. But within seconds, Jun Xiaoyao recovers his footing, calmly standing straight as if absolutely nothing had just happened. Watching his calm face, Yi Xingyun gets pissed, thinking that to outsiders it looks like Jun Xiaoyao is barely surviving his onslaught. But the truth is, he can't even touch the guy. Lost in his head, Yi Xingyun suddenly glances over at Zhang Luoli. Zhang Luoli's jaw is literally on the floor as she watches Jun Xiaoyao's insane dodging skills, falling even harder for him with her eyes totally glued to him. Seeing how head over heels she is for Jun Xiaoyao, Yi Xingyun grits his teeth in pure rage, swearing he won't embarrass himself in front of her. He instantly triggers his power, a mysterious seal glowing on his forehead as massive blue energy swirls around him, prepping his ultimate form for the final blow. This insanely powerful attack rushes straight at Jun Xiaoyao, who suddenly realizes that things are about to go very wrong. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. This kid is toast. Yi Xingyun fires his star-devouring black hole palm, while Jun Xiaoyao instantly regrets messing around, crying out that he went too far. A dazzling starlight glows brightly right from the palm of Yi Xingyun's hand as he activates his killer move. The immense energy condenses into a glowing vortex, making it look like he is literally controlling the entire starry sky, a move only a Star King physique can pull off. Trapped in the swirling blue energy, Jun Xiaoyao cannot break free as a crushing pressure weighs down on him. He thinks to himself that if this keeps up, this older kid's technique is going to rip him into actual pieces. But right in that critical moment, a bright golden light suddenly flashes through the blue energy as Jun Xiaoyao roars out his legendary technique, the prison-suppressing divine elephant, immediately summoning a giant elephant phantom that completely shatters Yi Xingyun's overwhelming vortex. The massive holy elephant stands completely firm, clashing head-on against Yi Xingyun's dazzling starry power. Thon Yi gasps in absolute shock at the golden energy erupting from Jun Xiaoyao, calling it the ancient desolate saint physique, which instantly sends the gossiping crowd of guests into a frenzy. Could this really be the ancient desolate saint physique that triggered the legendary worship of 10,000 saints 10 years ago? Another guest asks in confusion, saying they heard rumors that the ancient desolate saint physique had already become a useless, broken state. Then a wise-looking old guest strokes his beard, guessing the Quan family must have spent insane resources to help this kid break his chains. But even then, his future path is still a dead end. Back on the field, Yi Xingyun and Jun Xiaoyao keep clashing with no clear winner, both of them locked with determined eyes, pouring everything they have into this fight. But soon enough, the giant elephant phantom Jun Xiaoyao summoned starts to fade away, completely crushed by Ye Xingyun's star-devouring black hole palm. Yi Xingyun's massive attack slams directly into Jun Xiaoyao, blasting him into the air in agonizing pain. Yi Xingyun has completely lost control, overusing his Star King physique power. He is physically unable to stop his final attack, and even if he wanted to hold back, his mind is too clouded to stop. Jun Xiaoyao gets blasted through the sky and crashes hard onto the ground, while Yi Xingyun is barely holding onto his consciousness. Watching from below, Jun Zhantian turns pale and gasps in sheer terror as he sees Yi Xingyun unable to stop his attack and Jun Xiaoyao crashing down. Jun Xiaoyao hits the dirt with a heavy thud, completely knocked out of the fight. The entire crowd's eyes widen in absolute shock, utterly confused about why his prison-suppressing divine elephant shield suddenly failed. Seeing him like that, Jun Linglong starts breaking out in a sweat, completely terrified for his life. Jun Xiaoyao is bleeding from his mouth, his face seriously injured. Seeing this brutal sight, Fu Bo gets furious and yells at Yi Xingyun, asking how he could go so hard on a 10-year-old kid. Yi Xingyun panics, trying to explain that he didn't mean to do it. But right then, a memory flashes in Ye Xingyun's mind of the exact moment they clashed palms. A split second before the impact, Jun Xiaoyao actually smiled and winked at him. Yi Xingyun didn't get it then, but now he realizes that Jun Xiaoyao purposely pulled back his shield's energy, taking the full force of the black hole palm. On top of that, the little guy put on a flawless performance, screaming in agony as if he was actually half dead. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, this kid is a menace who planned this whole thing. Yo, stick with me here. Jun Xiaoyao is clutching Fu Bo's sleeve, acting totally weak in his arms. He's actually smirking under his breath, wheezing out, "Don't blame Lord Yi, guys. After all, I was the one who asked for this sparring match." Then Jun Xiaoyao puts on this super fake noble saint face, smiling softly as he says, "Lord Yi's power is unmatched. I totally lost. See, everyone knows the ancient sacred body is hot garbage, and Jun Xiaoyao didn't want his trash talent ruining Lady Zhang's future." He acts like the ultimate mature guy and suggests they should probably just call off their engagement. These words hit like a massive truck, leaving his grandfather, Jun Zhantian, totally stunned. The old man knows his grandson's sneaky tricks way too well. He is fuming inside, thinking, "You little brat, just you wait." Meanwhile, Zhang Luoli wears this fake-ass smile, but in Ensa, she is holding back a massive wave of pure rage. She's thinking, is this jerk seriously rejecting me right now? But she keeps her cool. Zhang Luoli rushes over, grabs his arm, and says in a sweet, dripping voice, "Jun Xiaoyao, don't worry. Even if you have that stupid ancient sacred body, your little Zhang Luoli will never ever leave your side." Hearing her sweet talk and seeing her get close, Jun Xiaoyao's face goes completely pale. He jumps back like he just saw a demon, screaming, "You're literally older than me. Why are you calling me big brother? Get away from me." This whole dramatic scene leaves the entire crowd in the main hall, whispering in absolute confusion. One of the Jun family elders, seeing Jun Xiaoyao fake a defeat against Yi Xingyun, gets so pissed he cracks his wine cup and slams it onto the table, growling, "Ridiculous. That is exactly what you get when a rich kid is born with a silver spoon." Right across from him, Jun Zhangjian nods along in agreement, another member of the Jun family who is pouring his wine and nodding along with a very dark face. "We bust our butts for years just to get a piece of what they're handed at birth." Suddenly, a cold, sharp-toothed guy with white hair cuts in, shouting, "What kind of absolute garbage is this? Wait, check this out." This white-haired dude suddenly drops onto the roof, yelling, "Is this trash what you call the ancient sacred body?" His pure savage disrespect instantly grabs everyone's attention in the courtyard. Everyone immediately looks up, spotting a whole gang led by this white-haired beast clan punk, crossing his arms with a nasty smirk. He mocks Jun Xiaoyao, yelling that a weakling who can't even swat a firefly doesn't deserve the legendary sacred body title. Jun Xiaoyao looks up with a completely blank face, but he's secretly super annoyed. Watching from afar, grandfather Jun Zhantian senses the punk's raw energy and realizes he's from the primordial dragon clan. Up there, the dragon guy calls out Lan Qingya's name, making her turn pale as a ghost and break into a cold sweat on the spot. Before she can even open her mouth, the impatient dragon punk kicks her off the roof, sending her crashing down. He barks, "Are you messing with me? I only came all this way because you said the ancient sacred body broke its limits." Let's pause for a second. As Jun Xiaoyao stares at this dragon punk, his mind flashes back to a wild feast at the ancestral dragon nest just a few months ago. On that day, the ancestral dragon nest was throwing a massive, lively banquet packed with hundreds of beasts slamming drinks and partying like absolute maniacs. Loud cheers echoed all over the place to celebrate a massive breakthrough. Their young dragon prince had successfully fused with his very first drop of precious dragon source. The beast crowd wouldn't stop hyping him up, cheering for his success with the legendary dragon source. Anyone else's body would have exploded from that power, but their genius prince refined it easily. Sitting there is a flashy white-haired teen in gold robes with 2 white horns growing from his head, sporting a weird mark on his forehead. Lounging at the party, he listens to the flattery with a smug, arrogant grin on his face, bragging with a smug face. One tiny drop is literally nothing. My older brother fused 3 of them ages ago. This cocky white-haired kid is none other than the Dragon Prince, Long Hoshin. Right after that fake humble brag, his massive ego slips out as he screams, "Mark my words, I'll catch up to my big bro soon." That gets the whole crowd hyped as they chant together for his ultimate victory. Still, a few clueless guest monsters in the back are just scratching their heads, looking totally lost about how the Dragon Clan works. One red-skinned guy whispers, "Yo, what even is a dragon source?" And another guy scoffs, "Seriously? How do you not know that?" A chicken man monster spots his ignorance and acts like an absolute know-it-all. The dragon source is the ultimate cosmic essence left behind after a dragon supreme passes away. It is packed with god-tier talents and ancient runes, making it the rarest treasure in the entire universe. Hearing this, the red guy's eyes light up as he asks, "Whoa, can we try using it too?" The chicken monster sneers, "Hell no, a single drop would literally blow your weak body to pieces." Right then, a super mocking female voice cuts in the back saying, "Imagine fusing just one tiny drop and throwing a massive feast like you achieved something big. How pathetic." That speaker is none other than Lan Qingya, wrapped tightly in a thick cloak to hide her human identity from this hostile beast crowd. Swirling her wine glass, she looks away and murmurs, while the neighboring Jun family's divine son has 10,000 saints bowing to him. Truly hilarious. One of Hao Xian's loyal goons immediately jumps up, barking, "Who the hell is talking trash over there? Show yourself." Seconds later, a blonde beast girl snatches her cloak off, exposes her as a human, and chucks her straight out of the hall, face planting onto the dirt. The blonde girl mocks her. "So this is the big mouth. A measly human actually dares to sneak in here." She then turns to Long Haotian, suggesting, "Hey Prince, why don't we just boil this pest alive as a nice snack for our boys?" Long Haotian rests his chin on his hand, pausing to think as his eyes turn dead serious. "Wait, what did you just say about the Jun family?" Shaking with fear, Lan Qingya realizes her gamble paid off since they are sworn enemies. Stealing her resolve, she nods and replies, "Does the prince seriously not know? The Jun family's divine son was born with the ancient sacred body, and they are sending flying swords to invite every major powerhouse in the realm to his 10th birthday party." Long Hoshin's eyes narrow sharply, listening closely to Lan Qingya's words. But once they hear the words ancient sacred body, his lackeys and the whole crowd bust out laughing. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are about to see some serious drama go down with a legendary physique that has apparently turned to complete trash over the millennia. But Long Haotian hears all this mocking and stays totally chill. He yells at everyone to shut up and tells Lan Qingya to keep speaking. "Go on, how could a useless trash body like that ever get noticed by the Jun family?" Kneeling on the floor, she looks up at him, secretly celebrating with determined eyes. The ancient sacred body is called total garbage because of the heavenly Tao chains. But what if he actually broke those chains? Long Hoshin snaps in pure rage, yelling, "What kind of joke is this? That so-called sacred body is total trash. He cannot even beat a tiny firefly, yet he calls himself a human saint? Are you playing with me?" Angry as hell, he repeats, "I only came here because I heard someone broke the chains of the sacred body." Lan Qingya takes a brutal kick straight to her stomach, clutching her gut in agonizing pain, thinking, "Damn it. This annoying dragon brat." Just as she is about to collapse onto the hard floor, a girl reaches out from behind to catch her. That is Jun Linglong quietly catching her from behind. Luckily, both girls land safely. "Hey, little dragon boy, you are standing on Jun family ground right now. Publicly beating one of our disciples is going way too far, is it not?" Hearing Jun Xiaoyao speak, Long Haotian just smirks like a total villain. He points right at Lan Qingya, bragging, "A Jun family disciple? What are you talking about? This girl is my personal servant, and I can treat her however I want." Hearing that, she looks totally lost and terrified, but she bites her lip, forces a smile, shuts her eyes, and says, "Yes, I am Master Longzi's personal servant." But wait, stick with me here, because what she says next completely shatters the peace inside the palace, suddenly followed by the sharp sound of a wine glass smashing. Jun Zhangjian is so shocked by her words that his jaw literally drops, accidentally dropping his cup right out of his hand. He curses under his breath. "How dares that trash bring people from the dragon nest to ruin our banquet? This is a massive slap to our family's face, making him shake with fear. If they investigate this mess, even my spot on the elite ranking list is going to be completely ruined." Jun Xiaoyao stays totally calm outside, teasing her, "A servant? That is pretty weird for a young lady to run off and become a servant to some dragon kid." He makes a mocking face and points right at Long Haoxian, saying, "Ah, I get it now, you must be one of those legendary furry lovers, acting like you know everything." Jun Linglong and Lan Qingya stand behind him completely clueless. Jun Xiaoyao is using modern slang from his past life, proving he was a total literature nerd before reincarnating into this world. He then turns to Jun Linglong and orders Little Ling, "Get this girl out of here." She replies yes. But inside, he is thinking this is so boring because Long Hoshin had absolutely zero reaction to his words, which is super embarrassing. Still, Jun Xiaoyao keeps things extremely simple. With just a few words, he completely flips the situation, making a family disciple look like a traitor, while the Dragon Prince looks like a garbage collector taking our rejected trash. His words literally change the whole game in an instant. Jun Xiaoyao casually cleans his ear with his pinky finger, saying, "My old man told me our families never got along, especially since my dad Jun Wuhui completely defeated your Dragon Supreme. And honestly, we both know you do not just forget being skinned and turned into mortal enemies." He blows away a giant piece of earwax, calmly saying, "Kid, if you really want eye for an eye revenge for that, you should come fight me directly instead of hiding. Bullying women just to mess with us is pathetic and trashy, making you look like an absolute loser rather than some cool prince." Long Haoshin is totally pierced by these incredibly sharp words from a mere 10-year-old kid. The logic sounds crazy but is totally convincing, leaving him with no comeback, just biting his teeth and holding back his rage. Veins pop all over his furious face. Jun Xiaoyao just keeps spitting facts with his savage tongue, calmly saying it is no wonder everyone has been looking down on you guys lately. At that exact moment, Long Haoshin's two top lackeys cannot hold back their burning anger any longer. They drop down from the roof, charging straight at Jun Xiaoyao and screaming, "How dare you insult our master!" Jun Xiaoyao is not scared at all, keeping his cool with sharp, confident gold eyes that pierce right through them, calmly saying, "You guys are the ones being rude here, right?" In a single flash, the giant male lackey gets punched right in the face before he can even react, while the blonde female gets hit brutally in her chest by a block of solid ice, spitting up blood. Both of them are sent flying backward instantly, crashing onto the ground like fragile falling leaves. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Shuohuang step up, forming an epic shield to protect their master. Jun Xiaoyao stands tall, showing off his divine status without even lifting a finger, yelling loudly, "This is the Jun family ground." With a serious face, he warns, "We do not let trash like you run wild around here." But Long Haoshin's two angry lackeys still cannot control their temper, diving down from the palace roof to attack Jun Xiaoyao once again. They scream, "How dare you insult our master!" Jun Zhangjian stomps his foot hard to leap forward, thinking to himself, "I am the one who brought Lan Qingya here, so I must fix this mess, or I will get severely punished." He approaches with eyes filled with pure killer instinct. With a quick thought, he unleashes his 9 Rising Sun Swords technique, aiming a devastating slash right at Long Haoshin's male lackey. Meanwhile, the annoying female lackey gets an equally brutal beating that she will not forget. Sharp ice crystals form behind her as Jun Shuohuang steps forward gracefully, her glowing icy blue aura completely freezing the air around them as she calmly unleashes her Blizzard Lotus technique. With a loud shout, the sharp lotus petals from her technique strike the female lackey at absolute lightning speed, slamming hard into her body and shattering her defense completely. And trust me, that is exactly how you and I watch arrogant bullies get their pride completely shattered into tiny pieces in an instant. Hit by both ultimate moves at once, the two arrogant lackeys are instantly blasted backward into the sky like complete trash. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this cold queen look down on everyone, sneering, "Is every random stray dog allowed to trash talk our Jun family?" The crowd goes totally wild, whispering in absolute shock because they cannot believe their eyes. Those two are literally ranked 10th and 7th on the Jun family leaderboard. The Dragon Prince's servants are from the primordial royal tribe, but they got absolutely wrecked by mid-rank fighters. If these guys are this strong, the top 5 must be total monsters. Seriously, who knows what kind of beasts the top 5 even are? That is the insane flexing power of an ancient imperial family for you. Meanwhile, Long Haoshin's female lackey is knocked out cold after taking Jun Shuohuang's frozen lotus attack, her face literally frozen solid by the ice energy, and her partner is looking just as pathetic over there. He took a massive slash to the chest from the ultimate move of the Purple Emperor's sword art, leaving him completely covered in blood and barely breathing. Seeing his bleeding followers makes Long Haoshin absolutely lose his mind with rage. These guys are supposed to be top-tier prodigies of the primordial royal tribe, and they are dying right in front of him. He literally showed up here planning to step all over Jun Xiaoyao, but the reality is totally the opposite. Jun Xiaoyao is just standing there completely fine while Long Haoshin's loyal servants are gasping for their last breaths, pushing his fury to the absolute limit. He screams, "Stop being so cocky, I cannot take this trash anymore." Raising his right hand, Long Haoshan gathers glowing silver energy into a massive white dragon claw, unleashing an earth-shattering pressure that feels like it could rip the entire sky apart. Jun Zhangjian sees the attack coming but cannot dodge in time, taking that massive dragon claw straight to the chest and gritting his teeth in pure agony. He thinks this power is insane. It is the Dragon Clan's legendary technique, the Dragon Severing Hand. Long Haoshan, eyes burning with rage, roars, "Just die already." With a savage shout, he pours more power into the attack, blasting Jun Zhangjian away and shattering his sword into tiny little pieces. Seeing her ally get blasted, Jun Shuohuang instantly jumps in, summoning hundreds of razor-sharp ice shards in front of her to storm right toward Long Haoshan. Pay attention here because Long Haoshan just glares at her like she is nothing, coldly muttering, "You are in my way." In a literal flash, he uses his crazy movement technique to teleport right in front of Jun Shuohuang. She is totally shocked, never expecting him to close the gap that fast. As the legendary dragon prince of the ancestral dragon nest, Long Haoshan puts all his massive power into this strike, making it absolutely impossible for her to dodge. At the absolute last second, a figure blurs in like lightning, stepping right in front of Jun Shuohuang. Long Haoshan's glowing silver claw slams directly into Jun Xiaoyao's chest with a massive bomb-like explosion, shaking the ground as dust clouds rise. Long Haoshan is completely shocked to see that the guy who just took his strike head-on is none other than Jun Xiaoyao. This strike would easily crush anyone even if they wore heavy protective Marquis armor, yet Jun Xiaoyao is completely fine, casually catching the dragon claw with his bare hands. Jun Shuihuang's face goes totally pale with shock, and she cannot even find her words. She stammers, "Divine Son," completely terrified because if Jun Xiaoyao got hurt saving her, she could never redeem herself even if she died 10,000 times. Logically, taking a direct hit like that should have crushed his bones into dust, or at least sent him flying back spitting blood. But Jun Xiaoyao does not budge a single inch, his face totally expressionless and his eyes cold as a deep well. I know what you're thinking, is this guy even human? Jun Xiaoyao's cold calmness totally shocks Long Haoshan, and as he crushes the dragon claw, the gold bracelets on Long Haoshan's wrist literally shatter into tiny pieces. Long Haoshan's face goes pale, sweat dripping down his forehead as he grits his teeth to endure the agonizing pain. But before he can even react, a brutal slap lands right on his face. Jun Xiaoyao hits him so hard that Long Haoshan gets sent flying, and even though he lands on his feet, his mouth is bleeding. After staring blankly for a second, Long Haoshan bursts out laughing. This is it, the power of the ancient sacred body breaking its shackles. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze darkens, his expression turning serious as he speaks with absolute authority. "Brother, sister, just step back. This guy is here for me." Hearing this, both Jun Zhangjian and Jun Shuihuang quickly protest, worried about letting Jun Xiaoyao fight alone. But from behind, Jun Zhangjian calmly calls out, "It is fine if he told you to step back. Just do it and clear some space. Today is his 10th birthday anyway." He laughs happily, totally looking forward to the drama and letting the kid put on an epic show for the visiting clans. Jun Xiaoyao stands opposite Long Haoshan with crossed arms, looking completely relaxed like he is waiting for him to attack first, while Long Haoshan smirks with absolute confidence. In an instant, they clash, moving so insanely fast they only leave behind green and yellow flashes of light. They clash high in mid-air, unleashing massive shockwaves with every single blow. Jun Xiaoyao seems to be actually enjoying the fight, smiling slightly as he stays locked onto every single move. Long Haoshan laughs with pure satisfaction, since this epic showdown is exactly what he wanted, trading blows non-stop in a perfect match where neither of them backs down, laughing through the sheer thrill of battle. Standing way down below, Yi Xingyun watches the entire intense clash, his jaw dropping as sweat pours down his face, thinking, "They are too fast, I cannot even track their movements. No wonder I could not touch him before." Fubo stands beside Yi Xingyun and says, "Seriously, young master, do not blink, watch closely. True battles of this golden age are not fought by prodigies like you, but by monsters, and those are the monsters before your eyes." Long Haoshan's eyes flash with excitement, a satisfied grin on his face, as he throws his right fist to unleash a massive dragon punch, a top-tier move carrying heaven-defying force, lighting up the sky with blue energy. But with countless sacred martial arts and secret techniques at his disposal, Jun Xiaoyao refuses to back down, matching Long Haoshan's dragon punch with his own. The two ultimate moves collide, lighting up the sky. Boom! And trust me, you and I are going to watch the whole sky shake as their raw powers collide like giant meteors, sparking a literal firestorm of total and absolute destruction. Yo, you and I are about to watch some absolute chaos unfold as the insane shockwaves from this fight blast Zhang Luoli and the Saintess away. The The raw pressure is so brutal they literally cannot keep their eyes open and have to block their faces. Once the wind finally dies down, Zhang Luoli opens her eyes only to see a massive blue spiritual barrier blocking the storm. That barrier is completely locking down the backyard of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, where Jun Xiaoyao and Long Hoshin are throwing down. Right in front stands a mysterious figure pointing straight at the battlefield, and that is none other than Jun Zhantian. Jun Xiaoyao's badass grandpa is the one casting this shield, freezing the space around them like a giant cage and completely locking down every single shockwave from getting out. He just scoffs and whispers that those two brats actually have some serious power, while inside his blue barrier, all that crazy violent energy is trapped, swirling in a closed space. Once the heavy smoke finally starts to clear out, both Jun Xiaoyao and Long Haoshan emerge from the dust. Jun Xiaoyao just smirks with that classic, arrogant tone of his. You seem pretty happy. Weren't you supposed to be getting revenge? Long Haoshan does not even flinch, keeping his cool. Who cares about our ancestors' old beef? It is not every day I get to fight a human sacred body that broke the heavenly chains. As soon as he says that, Long Haoshan reaches up and rips off his cloak, throwing it aside while saying there is absolutely no way he could not be hyped for a fight like this. His aura completely explodes as he activates the dragon core he just absorbed, sending a blinding golden light right out of his core. This massive power-up sends Long Haoshan's presence through the roof, his gaze turning sharp as a sword and looking scary enough to make anyone freeze up in absolute terror. He roars, telling the sacred body to take this next hit, his massive energy bursting out like he just broke his chains as a sharp blue light flares above him, filling the entire area. Watch closely right here. Long Hoshin casts his true dragon art, gathering insane energy. The energy forms a massive phantom dragon wrapping around him and flying straight up, showing off its thick scales, sharp horns, and giant claws as it aims right at Jun Xiaoyao. Everywhere those dragon claws swipe, space itself ripples, showing off some absolutely terrifying power. Looking up at that giant dragon phantom, Jun Xiaoyao stays completely calm but gets dead serious, and facing this crazy attack head-on, he starts rapidly weaving hand signs like he is straight out of Naruto, ready to throw down. He points forward and confidently declares, "It is only polite to get serious, so I will show you exactly what you have been waiting for, bro." The ancient sacred body. Jun Zhantian's eyes widen in total shock at what Jun Xiaoyao is about to pull off, gasping in disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao starts chanting his ancient technique mantra word by word, letting the sacred chant echo loudly as his spiritual energy begins to shift dramatically. From his chant, a dark sword appears, the Taishuan classic, the supreme technique of the Jun family, gathering massive spiritual energy to form 10,000 divine swords right out of thin air. In just a matter of seconds, the entire sky is filled with countless hovering swords, ready to rain down absolute destruction at any moment. You and I can clearly see his pure fierce energy exploding as thousands of glowing dark swords surround him, ready for war. The guests watching from below are completely shocked, whispering in total disbelief that this is the legendary armament decimation art of the Jun family. They say mastering this lets you summon weapons that can literally slash through heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao locks eyes with Long Haoshan and orders the strike. Long Haoshan is still super confident in his true dragon art, smirking right back at Jun Xiaoyao and shouting, "Bring it on!" Thousands of swords clash directly with the giant dragon phantom, and despite its massive resistance, they begin piercing straight through its massive spiritual body one after another, shredding it to pieces. In a split second, cracks start spiderwebbing all over the white dragon phantom's body. Loud cracking sounds echo as the majestic dragon finally shatters into a million tiny pieces, leaving Long Haoshan completely helpless as his ultimate move is destroyed. He just stands there, covered in sweat, thinking to himself, is this really the power of the ancient sacred body? Seeing the dragon completely wiped out, Jun Xiaoyao decides to press his advantage, channeling even more spiritual energy to unleash a full power strike while roaring for his swords to slay the dragon. Long Haoshan tries his best to block it, but he has no choice but to take the full force of that brutal hit. After that devastating hit, Long Haoshan is somehow still standing, but his clothes are completely shredded and his body is covered in deep wounds before he finally drops to his knees with an exhausted gaze. Bowing his head, he wonders if he will ever be able to reach a godlike level like that one day. As the heavy smoke slowly clears, the battlefield is revealed to be completely wrecked with thousands of deep slash marks, showing the insane level of destruction that stretched all across the ground from their devastating clash. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao is standing there without a single scratch, looking completely clean and untouched by the dust. He turns back to face his grandpa Jun Zhantian, raising his right fist high in the air with an incredibly smug, victorious look on his face. Behind him, Long Haoshan is still kneeling on the ground, completely frozen, while the watching guests shower him with endless praise. As expected of the Jun family's divine son, a literal born genius, congrats on having another monster in the family. Jun Xiaoyao is initially super pleased seeing his grandson master the legendary technique, proudly soaking in all the endless praise from the guest cultivators and laughing to himself over the kid's massive, god-level achievement. But before his proud smile can even fade, his eyes suddenly widen with absolute worry and sweat starts dripping down his forehead as he senses something completely off. Long Haoshan is launching a cheap sneak attack. Jun Xiaoyao was just smiling, but when he turns around, he is completely shocked. But it is too late. The strike is landing. Inside Long Haoshan's head, a mysterious voice screams for him to get up and win. Driven by that voice urging him to keep fighting, Long Haoshan's eyes turn deadly sharp and with sudden killing intent, he leaps back up to launch a surprise attack on Jun Xiaoyao. And that is where we leave it, with Jun Xiaoyao still acting smug, thinking Long Haoshan has completely lost his will to fight. Yo, you and I are about to see Long Haoshan unleash his dragon claws straight at our boy Jun Xiaoyao's back, but guess what? It does absolutely zero damage. No blood, no pain, not even a flinch on his face. Jun Xiaoyao just gives a cold sideways glare over his shoulder, looking like that massive strike was basically a gentle breeze to him. No matter how hyped Long Haoshan's dragon claws are, they cannot pierce the invisible defense of Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients. Talk about a cheat code. Not only does the attack fail to leave a scratch, but Long Haoshan's claws, the literal pride and joy of the Dragon Clan's power, start cracking and snapping off one by one. Jun Xiaoyao spins around, looking pretty annoyed as he stares down Long Haoshan and drops a savage roast. What do you think you are doing? Before Long Haoshan can even process that, Jun Xiaoyao delivers a brutal kick straight to his face. Normally, a strike like this would easily wrap up the fight. Even Jun Xiaoyao lets out a surprised gasp because Long Haoshan actually blocks it, though his veins are popping and he is gritting his teeth so hard he is literally drooling. Deep inside Long Haoshan's core where his absorbed dragon essence rests, a sudden blinding burst of silver light and white platinum aura explodes outward with absolutely massive power. Long Haoshan lets out an incredibly powerful, earth-shaking dragon roar. Blue and white energy instantly swirl around his body, creating a shockwave that forces Jun Xiaoyao back a few steps. Jun Xiaoyao grits his teeth, clenching his fists as he immediately drops into a battle stance, determined not to give this dragon kid another single opening. The guests watching the fight go wild, gossiping like crazy after witnessing Long Haoshan's insane breakthrough. Wow, this dragon kid actually forced his dragon core to level up to the divine bridge tier. Doing this will ruin his cultivation foundation, so it is definitely bad news for him in the long run. But watch closely here, because Long Haoshan does not give a single damn about what those extras are saying. He goes absolutely feral, absorbing spiritual energy after breaking through, unleashing a wild aura like a prime dragon finally breaking its chains. Sharp, sword-like dragon scales start covering his entire body, making him look like a straight-up terrifying, bloodthirsty mythical beast. Exhaling a cold breath, his eyes lock onto Jun Xiao with pure, unadulterated killer instinct. In a flash, Long Haoshan vanishes, leaving only an afterimage as he roars and blitzes toward Jun Xiaoyao at crazy speeds. Jun Xiaoyao senses the danger, bracing himself for impact. He can tell something is seriously wrong with Long Haoshan right now. Even with Long Haoshan's lightning-fast assault, Jun Xiao reacts in time, leaping back to dodge by a hair. But while mid-air, he senses something sketchy and glances back down at the arena. He is shocked to see glowing threads of energy wrapping tightly around Long Haoshan, making him look exactly like a puppet controlled by some puppet master. Quickly putting the pieces together, Jun Xiaoyao realizes someone is playing puppeteer. He tracks the energy threads with his eyes, looking straight up into the sky. Peering through the thick clouds, he spots the shadow of the mysterious controller hiding high above. Without hesitating, Jun Xiaoyao unleashes his strength of the hellifying god elephant, combining it with his weapon master art to forge an insane legendary weapon. Spear of the demonic god, he roars, telling the coward to show their face. With a massive throw, he launches the spear straight into the sky, aiming right at the hidden controller. But out of nowhere, as the legendary spear zooms up, tiny cracks start spreading across the shaft with some really sketchy, loud snapping sounds. Within seconds, the powerful weapon completely shatters, raining down as useless tiny shards all over the floor. Jun Xiaoyao is totally stunned as his ultimate spear disintegrates right before his eyes. Sweat rolls down his face as he grates his teeth. I know what you're thinking. How is this even possible? Staring at the falling shards, Jun Xiaoyao screams in disbelief, but then Long Haoshan, puppeted by that invisible force, tackles him into a tight bear hug. Jun Xiaoyao struggles like crazy to break free from the tight lock, but he cannot budge a single inch. He snaps, telling him to wake up, because what kind of dragon prince gets turned into a brainless puppet? Screaming in frustration, Jun Xiaoyao tries shoving Long Haoshen's head away, but the guy is completely out of it. Long Haoshen's eyes are totally blank with zero life left in them. Veins bulge all over his face as his internal dragon essence is pushed past the limit. Panting heavily, Jun Xiaoyao continues wrestling him, yelling for him to snap out of it. Without hesitating, Jun Xiaoyao delivers a brutal headbutt straight to Long Haoshen's forehead with everything he's got. The impact sends Long Haoshen stumbling back in pain. Right then, a bunch of holographic system notifications pop up right in front of him, catching him off guard. A notification pops up, asking if he wants to sign in at his 10th birthday party. Staring at the screen, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes light up as he realizes he almost forgot he even had this system. He thought the thing had broken down, but perfect timing is better than arriving early. Without wasting a single second, he hits confirm to sign in, saying he is obviously down. He chooses to activate his brand new Supreme Bone. Ranked 30th out of 3,000 physiques, this bone lets him bypass levels to unleash his supreme abilities, unlocking the overpowered divine technique, Tribulation Light of the Heavens. As soon as the system voice stops, a blinding light shoots from Jun Xiaoyao's chest, releasing an absolutely terrifying ground-shaking aura. Inside his chest, a massive amount of energy gathers, burning brightly like a mini sun trapped inside him. A glowing, translucent bone covered in countless complex runes manifests inside Jun Xiaoyao, revealing his supreme bone. Standing near the top of the 3,000 physiques, it is just slightly behind the sacred body of the ancients, making it one of the rarest, most broken powers ever. The blinding radiance from his supreme bone unleashes a beautiful, mysterious light that illuminates almost the entire Heavenly Emperor Palace. Down below, the crowd of guests stare with their jaws wide open, completely unable to process what they are seeing. Some even feel their souls trembling at the sight. Seriously, is that a born supreme? This kid from the Jun family is an absolute monster. It is terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather Zhantian is also left utterly speechless, staring blankly at the kid. He wonders to himself when his grandson even got his hands on a supreme bone. And as Jun Xiaoyao absorbs this insane power, he clutches his chest, muttering that his supreme bone is eternal. Trust me, you and I are about to see some real payback next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this fight. Look up at the clouds. A massive shadowy dragon is finally showing its face. Turns out it is a massive black dragon from the Supreme Dragon Clan. Jun Xiaoyao stares it down, thinking, so this is the legendary dragon tribe. The ancestral dragon nest wants me dead but plays dumb to save face. Honestly, it makes me furious. My legendary saint father literally ripped these dragons apart, so I am next. Today, Jun Xiaoyao is taking over the family business. Pointing at the dragon, he yells, I am about to completely destroy this giant hiding worm. Jun Xiaoyao channels raging golden energy from his spirit seed directly into his chest. His supreme bone flares up as he unleashes the divine tribulation light. In a flash, a blinding blazing light erupts like a miniature sun, completely illuminating the dark sky and shattering the void. This is the ultimate technique of his supreme bone. The blinding tribulation light pours down like the heavens themselves are destroying the entire world. The blast slams directly into the black dragon, forcing it to feel a terrifying, unstoppable power. The dragon roars in pain, screaming that the light is burning its armor. Snarling in pure rage, it cannot believe a kid forced it out. Below, the shocked guests can only stare with open mouths. It is the Nether Dragon Supreme from the ancestral dragon nest. No wonder that dragon prince dared to challenge the Jun family. He had a supreme backing him up, but they quickly realized this is not ending easily. Now hold on, pay attention here. A kid in the true spiritual realm just forced a supreme being to show itself. This is history in the making. Jun Xiaoyao clenches his fists, staring straight up at the Nether Dragon Supreme without a single shred of fear. Instead, he smirks with absolute contempt, mocking the giant dragon for finally showing its face. The massive beast glares down, growling, little kid, your courage is impressive, but this fight ends right here. Jun Xiaoyao just sneers, a cold mocking smile spreading across his face. End it here? You sneak into my house, use dirty tricks against me, and expect me to just let it slide? He raises his hand, eyes burning with rage. Are you kidding me? The Nether Dragon Supreme grits his teeth in sheer anger, growling, what do you want then? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flare with deadly intent as he prepares his next strike, shouting, was I not clear? Today I am slaying a dragon. The dragon, a quasi-supreme, completely loses his temper. He glares down at the kid and roars, how dare you? His voice rumbles like thunder, shaking the entire sky as an oppressive, terrifying aura sweeps over the area, crushing the atmosphere. Down below, all the younger cultivators are instantly forced onto their knees. Even the strongest geniuses collapse under the massive pressure, but Jun Xiaoyao stands rock solid like a mountain, completely unfazed as he glares right back at the beast. The dragon feels a surge of panic, wondering how a tiny kid in the true spiritual realm is resisting his aura. It makes zero sense to him. Just then, Jun Wanji steps out of the Emperor Palace, his eyes dripping with pure, murderous intent as he prepares to fight. His hand crackles with lightning, ready to strike, but before he can do anything, someone gently pats his shoulder from behind. It is Jun Jiantian stopping him in his tracks. Jun Wanji looks back, completely confused by his sudden interference. Let's pause here. Jun Jiantian just shakes his head, signaling it is not the right time to strike. Suddenly, a cold, terrifying snort echoes from deep within the Jun family, completely crushing all sound. Since when does a minor supreme dare disrespect the Jun family? Jun Wanji looks up in shock, while the Nether Dragon Supreme suddenly gets a very bad feeling. Pure panic and confusion starts setting in his mind. Right then, a massive, brilliant golden sword light tears through the sky, launching from the deepest part of the estate. The energy is so overwhelming it rips space itself apart, creating a dark void. As the attack sweeps through, the Nether Dragon Supreme screams in pure agony. His massive dragon arm is severed, spilling blood everywhere. It crashes into the palace with a loud explosion, completely destroying the ground below. Everyone watching is totally stunned, their minds completely blown by what they just saw. Oh my god, one single slash easily took his arm. It feels like this power could easily wipe out the entire universe. As the dust clears, Jun Xiaoyao spots Long Hoshan being choked, his face twisted in pain. The 18th ancestor calmly says, "You could have left safely, but you chose to mess with us." The one who just attacked was indeed the powerful 18th ancestor of the Jun family. Jun Wanji, Jun Zhongjin, and Jun Shuohuang are completely terrified by his sudden appearance, breaking out in a cold sweat. Seeing Long Hoshan in mortal danger, the dragon loses his cool, roaring in pain. Jun 18th, stop, do you dare kill him? The ancestor just looks back with cold eyes. He says, not just him, you are next. Jun Xiaoyao turns around in shock, trying to stop him, yelling, wait. Before he can finish, the ancestor ruthlessly squeezes Long Hoshan's neck, saying, since you came, you are staying. The dragon panics like never before. He rushes forward, desperately trying to save Long Hoshan, screaming in absolute and total horror. You madman, do you want to start an all-out war between our clans? The ancestor just waves his hand coldly, his voice echoing. Too noisy. Two massive sword slashes tear through the sky, shaking the universe. An all-out war? The Jun family has ruled this realm for eons. We fear nobody. Up above, the sword slashes light up the sky, shaking the universe as the massive dragon's lifeless body crashes down like a fallen god. And that is where we leave it. At just 10 years old, our main character is already shaking up the entire world. Yo, you and I are about to watch these big shot factions realize the ancestral dragon nest just got totally wrecked. This absolute beast of a quasi-supreme who once fought humanity's top dogs got deleted in 3 quick swings by the 18th ancestor. Then out of nowhere, the old man barks Jun Jiantian's name, making him jump. The 18th ancestor straight up orders them to roast that black dragon and feed it to the guests. Jun Jiantian tries acting cool while taking the order. The guests are sweating bullets, looking at each other in total shock. Eating supreme dragon meat means starting beef with the dragon nest, but skipping it insults the Jun family. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Right then, under the moonlight, the 18th ancestor stands on the palace roof, holding Long Hoshan's corpse, dropping a massive announcement. You guys probably know our Jun family has a ranking for ultimate geniuses, but above those top 10 players, there is actually one more secret spot. 2 ranked geniuses, Jun Zhongjin and Jun Shuohuang, suddenly realize what this means along with everyone else. They look up, and their faces are painted with pure disbelief. Check this out, the guy who just sliced the Dragon Prince and stood his ground against that massive quasi-supreme is Divine Child Jun Xiaoyao, the brand new rank 0 of our Jun family. Hearing this, Jun Wanji's face goes dark with worry. The booming voice silences the whole crowd like a massive wave crashing down. Jun Wanji's eyes are literally sparking with crackling lightning. This shows his mind is in total chaos because he absolutely refuses to accept this. After a brief moment of dead silence, the guests start gossiping like crazy about this legendary rank 0 spot. Deep down, everyone knows the last guy holding that rank 0 spot was none other than Jun Xiaoyao's legendary father, the white-robed divine king Jun Wuhui. It makes sense since he holds the supreme bone. He even broke the shackles of the ancient sacred body, forcing a quasi-supreme out while only in the true spirit realm. Who else could pull that off? Plus, wasn't the last emperor of the desolate ancient immortal realm a Jun family member? I know what you're thinking. Is the Jun family seriously about to breed another god? Meanwhile, Xiaoyao hears the announcement about rank 0 and gets lost in thought. The 18th ancestor spots his expression and wonders what is up, guessing the kid must really care about this rank. With that, the 18th ancestor casually tosses Long Hoshan's giant corpse right down. Xiaoyao sees this and is completely startled. As Long Hoshen's body lands right at the kid's feet, the 18th ancestor looks down with ice-cold eyes and speaks up. He tells him there is an unrefined dragon source inside this dead kid that he should extract and absorb for a massive power-up. Xiaoyao looks down at Long Haoshen's body, feeling a sudden wave of genuine pity. He cannot help but think about everything Long Haoshen went through. After giving his orders, the 18th ancestor turns to leave, telling him to meet up after the banquet. Xiaoyao just stands before the dead dragon prince, completely silent and deep in thought. It is pretty heavy seeing someone who had the potential to make history get totally wiped out, even if they were a tough enemy. Meanwhile, the servants start using Dao fire to roast that massive black dragon. The crowd is still arguing about whether they should actually eat this dragon meat. Zhang Shengyi holds up a plate of the roast and offers some to Zhang Luoli. He asks Zhang Luoli if she wants a bite, but she immediately makes a disgusted face, complaining it smells way too fishy. Even as the spoiled jewel of the Zhang family, she does not just get to eat quasi-supreme dragon meat every day. She is not worried about revenge since her family has her back, but she still flatly declines. In the back, Fu Bo brings a plate of dragon meat to Xingyun, telling him to eat up since quasi-supreme meat will give his cultivation a major boost. Yi Xingyun pulls the exact same face as Zhang Luoli, staring down at the plate while feeling totally weirded out by this bizarre situation. Over in a corner of the palace, Jun Zhantian and Jun Wanji are talking, with Jun Wanji still completely salty about Xiaoyao's new rank. Jun Wanji speaks up, asking the elder a question. Jun Zhantian just glances over, already knowing what he wants to ask, and asks if he is curious about Xiaoyao's ranking battle. Jun Zhantian stares at Jun Wanji for a second before continuing. He tells him that Xiaoyao's rank was handpicked by the 18th ancestor the day he was born. Hearing this, Jun Wanji clenches his fist in pure frustration, having worked his own butt off as a family genius. He had to survive brutal trials just to fight for his rank, while Xiaoyao got a free pass from birth. It feels totally unfair to him. Jun Zhantian casually munches on the roast dragon while answering. He admits it feels unfair, which is why anyone is free to challenge Xiaoyao for his rank whenever they want. Best part? The 18th ancestor won't interfere at all. Jun Wanji hangs on his every word. After standing there lost in thought for a while, Jun Wanji finally bows and apologizes for his bad attitude. He takes his leave and quickly walks off, leaving a pretty heavy silence behind. Jun Zhantian watches him go, thinking that even though this kid can be wild, he is definitely no fool. If he picks a fight with Xiaoyao right now, the family would totally lose face. He thinks for a second before suddenly turning to ask his attendant where Xiaoyao ran off to. The attendant approaches, reporting back that the divine child went to go refine the dragon source. By the looks of it, he might actually break through and form his divine bridge. Jun Zhantian takes a huge bite of meat while thinking this over. Jumping from the true spirit realm to the divine bridge realm is a massive leap. After a moment, he suddenly yells that they need to find him immediately. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao is sitting on the balcony of the Emperor Palace with Jun Linglong, deep in his thoughts. Standing behind him, Jun Linglong is surprised and asks if that is Long Hoshen's body. Xiaoyao hands her a wooden box, calmly saying he burned it instead and wants her to bury this. Without even looking back, he smiles faintly, asking if she thinks he should be happy for crushing his opponent and acting like a rising talent. Standing up to a supreme power 7 realms higher and bringing massive glory to his family should make him happy. He pauses, sighing that in this cruel world, human life is just way too cheap. And that's where we leave Xiaoyao. Trust me, you and I are definitely ready to see his next big move. Yo, let's dive into a world where it is eat or be eaten and only the strong survive. If that idiot chose to mess with the Jun family, he definitely knew he was signing his own death warrant. Why does the young master even care? Jun Xiaoyao coolly replies that if it is just survival of the fittest, then humans are basically no different from wild beasts. She can't help but smile, thinking to herself, and says your way of thinking is totally different from anyone else in this world. Her words leave Jun Linglong completely speechless for a moment. If you hate the rules of this world, then you have only got one option: become the ultimate ruler above everyone else. The absolute supreme emperor of the entire world, because only then will you have the real power to rewrite the rules. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao looks at her, his mood lifting, and laughs, saying, "Sis, you are totally right." Jun Xiaoyao looks up at the bright, glowing moon, looking insanely cool and effortlessly handsome, a total main character vibe. He thinks whether it is reincarnation or this broken system, everything happens for a reason. Reaching his hand up toward the moonlight, his voice drops, sounding deep and full of absolute power. Across all 3,000 worlds, I will be the emperor who rules with absolute freedom. His eyes are locked in with determination, each word carving itself into the air like a sacred vow to completely tear down and rewrite the laws of this world. Suddenly, a golden aura bursts from his hand, sending an invisible shockwave through everything. And check this out. Jun Linglong, who possesses the legendary 7 Apertures exquisite heart, is completely stunned by this energy. The space around her completely freezes, locking every single falling leaf and drop of dew mid-air, making time grind to a complete halt. Suddenly, inside her mindscape, 2 figures slowly begin to fade into view. A man in pure white robes stands majestically right in front of her, while her own spirit watches this entire insane scene from behind in absolute shock. Even though the white-robed man's face is a complete blur, his godly aura radiates pure, overwhelming power. His massive presence leaves Jun Linglong totally speechless, unable to process what she is actually seeing. While her mind is spinning in total confusion, a sudden thunderous roar from behind makes her spin around in absolute surprise. Right there, thousands upon thousands of people are kneeling down, chanting in unison, "Emperor Jun! Emperor Jun!" Their voices echo all the way to the horizon, like an endless sea of believers bowing in deep respect. "Emperor, Emperor, Emperor Jun!" Suddenly, Jun Linglong's right eye flashes with a brilliant, blinding blue light, followed by a sharp, agonizing wave of pain. She covers her eye, cold sweat dripping down, thinking, is this a future shown by my 7 Apertures exquisite heart, or is he actually the destined emperor? Jun Xiaoyao, noticing her acting weird, asks with concern, "Sis, what is wrong? Why do you suddenly look so pale?" Afraid that spoiling the future will trigger a massive karmic backlash, she just shakes her head and plays it cool, saying, "No, I am fine." Jun Xiaoyao then leaps down, gripping the dragon source he just secured. His eyes burn with resolve. He mutters, "Once I absorb this dragon source, I will definitely break through my current realm." Now get this. Every time the sacred body breakthroughs, it triggers a massive lightning tribulation. You should get out of here, sis, so you do not get blasted. Make sure to prep some fresh clothes for me. Jun Linglong nods seriously, bowing in deep respect as she replies, "Understood." She quickly backs away from the danger zone. Jun Xiaoyao wastes zero time, jumping off the Heavenly Emperor Palace to get far away from the crowds. He lands smoothly on the ground. The peaceful night sky instantly turns pitch black. Thick storm clouds blot out the moon, signaling the imminent arrival of the deadly lightning tribulation. Jun Xiaoyao looks up with a cold, sharp gaze. Let's do this. Immediately, the sky violently shifts as massive tribulation clouds gather together at an absolutely insane speed. Thunder roars as the sky preps to strike. The deafening booms echo everywhere, sounding like they want to crush the entire world. But right now, Jun Xiaoyao's power is spiking hard, leaving all the guests at the Heavenly Palace completely speechless. They stand there with their jaws on the floor, shocked by his terrifying breakthrough. Watching from afar, Jun Jiantian looks up at the swirling black clouds, his brow furrowed in deep worry as he mutters, "Those are tribulation clouds. Someone is breaking through. This is really bad. It is starting." Right on cue, lightning strikes down from the sky in blinding, rapid-fire blasts. The terrifying pressure of the storm feels like it's going to obliterate everything. As the lightning locks onto Jun Xiaoyao and strikes, he raises one hand, instantly summoning his Hell Crucible. He flings it right at the incoming lightning, as it grows 100 times larger to shield him from above. Even though the lightning strikes like crazy, the crucible absorbs all of it. Still, the insane pressure makes Jun Xiaoyao's body shake, feeling like gravity itself is trying to crush him. The ground beneath his feet cracks and shatters with a loud crunch. Covered in cold sweat, Jun Xiaoyao focuses all his strength and forms a hand seal with his left hand. He has to survive this. It is a brutal trial that only someone with ironclad willpower and insane power can actually get through. The lightning doesn't just hit the crucible. The raw shockwaves slam directly into his body. Blood drips from his mouth, but Jun Xiaoyao doesn't show a single ounce of fear. His Divine Elephant Overlord skill has 4 crazy transformations, starting with the ultimate attack that can pierce through literally anything. The Spear of the Underworld God, the ultimate defense which is the Aegis of the Underworld, the Godspeed movement technique, Wings of the Dark Demon, and the world-melting Hell Crucible. He pours every drop of his energy into the Hell Crucible, not just to survive, but because he has got a much bigger, crazier plan. He wants to refine the lightning directly into his own body. Inside Jun Xiaoyao, a surging golden energy begins to rise. His eyes flash as he roars, "Let 100,000 lightning bolts forge my invincible immortal body." Instead of running scared, Jun Xiaoyao is actually using the lightning as a tool to level up, using the brutal storm to forge his sacred body, even as the continuous strikes keep raining down trying to crush him. The other big families watching this are completely speechless. One guy stammers that golden energy is the Jun family's young master seriously taking on a tribulation for his sacred body. Right then, a blinding golden light shines from the center of Jun Xiaoyao's forehead, radiating an incredibly powerful aura. No matter how insanely powerful that last lightning bolt is, it can't even scratch him. He places his hand over his chest, feeling his supreme bone adapt, and looks up at the sky, eyes cold and locked in. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, this guy is just getting started. Alright, you and I are about to see this kid raise his hand to the heavens and yell, "Time to disappear," right? Instantly, absolute waves of golden energy explode out of Jun Xiaoyao's body as a massive elephant phantom materializes behind him, radiating some seriously overpowered and boundless strength. It looks ready to crush the heavens themselves. This giant beast raises its trunk, inhaling the entire freaking lightning storm like a cheap snack, leaving every single person watching down below completely speechless with their jaws on the floor. Jun Xiaoyao's aura is just flat out terrifying. With one sick palm strike, he sends the divine elephant flying upward, blasting the lightning back and shattering those dark clouds into absolutely nothing. Finally, the sky clears up and peace is restored. The crowd downstairs finally picks up their jaws and starts gossiping like crazy about Jun Xiaoyao. They are losing their minds over how he literally just destroyed a tribulation cloud. Usually, geniuses are shaking in their boots during tribulations, terrified of dying. Even the big shot sects have to admit this guy is built different. It looks like this entire arena is turning into his personal playground. Now pay attention here, because his rivals are totally losing their minds and questioning their life choices right now. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there with a straight face. His cultivation just took a massive leap forward, fusing his spirit sea, building his mental palace, and turning his body into a true spirit. Jun Xiaoyao starts calculating silently. Hitting those 3 realms means he can build a divine bridge inside himself to connect his spirit sea and mental palace. But he is still a tiny bit away from finishing it. He also notices that his overpowered supreme bones sucked up most of the lightning and dragon energy. It looks like that divine light skill is not fully complete yet. He figures he needs to hunt down some rare treasure to feed this bone and unlock its full power. Right then, Jun Linglong shows up with a fresh set of clothes, bowing respectfully to the divine sun. Jun Xiaoyao snaps out of his thoughts, looks at her, and says, "You got here at the perfect time." Getting dressed, he orders her, "Once this party is over, I am leaving the Emperor's palace to go on a training journey. Find me some cool spots to hit up." Jun Linglong nods, saying, "Got it." Jun Xiaoyao looks out with a serious vibe, thinking, all right, time to go pay the old ancestor a visit. Meanwhile, you and I are shifting over to the distant land of Hongzhou, where a terrifying dragon roar explodes from the nest, shaking the mountains and rattling the stars. Every living thing in the area feels this apocalyptic pressure crashing down on them, forcing them to hold their heads and drop straight to their knees. The local beastkin turn pale, shaking and asking, "What the hell happened to make our supreme leader this mad?" And honestly, you can't blame them for asking, because news about the Jun family banquet hasn't reached them yet, so they have absolutely no clue why he's throwing a tantrum. That bastard Jun 18th actually dared to murder my heir and slash my dark dragon. Does he think our proud dragon nest is some stray dog he can just kick around like that? Another cold voice chimed in, "Jun 18th is a known psycho in his clan. Trying to get revenge on him is going to be incredibly tough." A different voice sneered, "If he has the balls to kill our dragon prince, why can't we just go and slaughter their precious family genius instead? That spoiled little brat with the ancient sacred body is finally stepping out into the real world, right? Should we report this to Long Ha-Ocean?" Another elder replies, "No need at all. Long Ha-Ocean is busy training right now, absorbing his 5th dragon core. Once he gets all 7 plus the Dragon Emperor's blood, he will easily dominate every young genius in the realm. By then, even that special divine son will be easy pickings." The dragon leader glares, his voice dripping with pure murderous rage. "Fine, we will make that family pay for this in blood." Meanwhile, high up in the vast starry sky, a mystical bird is pulling a carriage right past a gorgeous glowing full moon. Inside, a young guy in blue robe slowly wakes up, and it's Yi Xingyun. His loyal butler, sitting right across from him, asks, "Young master, how are you holding up?" Xingyun is totally out of it at first, but then every humiliating moment from the banquet comes rushing back into his mind. Pure humiliation washes over him, especially since he is supposed to be the star genius of the ancient Yi family. He has never lost this badly before, especially right in front of the girl of his dreams. He looks down with a bitter smile, saying that divine son literally has both the sacred body and the supreme bone. His power is way higher than mine, but he wasn't even acting cocky about it. He actually treated me with respect and was super chill. He stares out at the moon, muttering to himself, "Man, I really am just a total loser, aren't I?" The butler gets super worried, thinking, is his motivation completely shattered? But then Xingyun looks up and says, "But I am not about to just quit." Clenching his fist, his eyes flare with determination. "I might not be a threat to his path to the top, but some things are worth fighting for." The butler smiles, relieved that the kid hasn't broken. "Good, as long as you've got that fire," he says, as their carriage disappears into the night. Back at the sacred clan grounds where their massive ancient legacy is built, Jun Xiaoyao walks right into the deepest part of the ancestral tomb to meet the legendary 18th ancestor, bowing respectfully to the old man. The old guy is wearing a gray robe, his hair pure white, floating mid-air. Around him, the sun and moon literally revolve like he's the center of the universe. Galaxies swirl around him, giving off an insane godlike vibe. But Jun Xiaoyao just strolls right up, looking totally unfazed, and asks with pure confidence, "You wanted to see me?" The ancestor, who usually has a total poker face, can't even hide how incredibly stoked he is to see the kid. He gives Jun Xiaoyao a super proud look and says, "Excellent, you've got that real heavenly emperor energy." Normally standing in front of this absolute living legend, even the most powerful clan elders would be sweating bullets and shaking with fear. But our boy is just built entirely different from everyone else. He stays totally calm and collected, which makes the old man respect him even more. The ancestor chuckles, asking him directly, "Tell me, Jun Xiaoyao, if you actually end up becoming the ultimate heavenly emperor, what is your game plan?" Jun Xiaoyao doesn't even have to think about it. He just shrugs and says, "If I were the emperor, I would crush the entire era and wipe out every single enemy." But then he grins, and trust me, you and I are gonna love his savage answer. Doing just that is way too boring because any basic emperor can do that. Yo, look at this old guy listening silently as we dive into this insane story. Jun Xiaoyao raises his hand saying, "I am the great emperor, and I will build a world that echoes forever." In his mind, he is planning a new era beyond imagination. Smiling to himself, Jun Xiaoyao imagines a completely different future, a world stacked with smartphones, high-speed internet, and giant steel machines roaming the earth while humans reach for the stars. Hearing this, the 18th ancestor looks at him warmly, chuckles, and calls his wild dream pretty interesting. Then, in a literal flash of lightning, the old ancestor teleports right behind Jun Xiaoyao, making the entire atmosphere turn freezing cold. "You are gonna want to see this," he asks. "Do you want to learn the Immortal-Slaying sword art?" Instantly, Jun Xiaoyao breaks a sweat as his heart starts pounding. Jun Xiaoyao looks back in shock and asks if that is the exact style that one-shotted the legendary underworld dragon sovereign. Hearing this, the old ancestor bursts out laughing, his voice echoing with absolute authority. "Haha, the sword is the king of weapons. In our domain, legendary swords are endless, but only 5 styles stand at the absolute peak as the 5 divine arts, and our family's Immortal-Slaying style is one of those god-tier arts." Jun Xiaoyao mutters 5 divine arts in utter awe, totally losing himself in deep thought about this insane power. The ancestor continues in a firm voice, warning him that while this god-tier art is insanely powerful, it is also ridiculously hard to learn. Normal humans can't even touch this lost knowledge, preventing ordinary people from wasting their entire lives without ever reaching the threshold. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao with high expectations, he says, "Since you are about to go out and roam the world, I am giving you this ultimate trump card." Feeling the massive responsibility weighing heavily on his shoulders, Jun Xiaoyao bows respectfully to the old ancestor, his voice filled with absolute determination as he thanks him. With a wave of his hand, the ancestor passes down the knowledge. This legendary style only has 3 moves in total. The first form targets the physical body using pure magical power, while the second form is a soul-shattering technique targeting the opponent's spiritual palace. The final form merges body and soul into one ultimate strike, which is the exact move I used to destroy that dragon. Turning around, the ancestor calmly says, "Once you master the first form, you can finally go out and roam. From now on, you must handle your own business because an old man won't always be there to carry you." Jun Xiaoyao nods with total confidence, replying in a steady voice, "I got it, ancestor." 3 months later, at the Emperor Palace Treasury, 2 servants are gossiping, asking if all the gifts from the Divine Son's 10th birthday party have been sorted and stored. The other replies, "Yep, thanks to Lady Jun Linglong's genius mind. If it were up to us, it would have taken half a year." He smirks, joking that Miss Jun Linglong is basically running the entire place rather than just being his mate. But let's pause and look at Jun Linglong. She is standing alone in the massive treasury, holding a mysterious green jade slip, reading it with an incredibly serious look on her face. The message inside is a desperate plea from an old friend saying, "My friend Jun Linglong, my father is gravely ill, so we couldn't attend the Divine Son's 10th birthday celebration. Since your Jun family is a supreme ancient clan, please give us an immortal herb to save our king and billions of our people. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom will forever owe you." Jun Linglong is shocked to realize this letter wasn't sent to the Divine Son at all, but specifically to her. Suddenly, the entire earth violently shakes, forcing her to run outside. Staring at a massive beam of light in the distance, she gasps, "That is coming from the ancestral land." Massive waves of wild, destructive sword energy suddenly rip through the surrounding air. This terrifying pressure shakes the entire clan. Sweating in pure shock, Jun Linglong watches as the Divine Sun's blinding sword light literally splits the clouds above, sending shockwaves in every direction. This insane display of power immediately alerts the clan's top elders and heavy hitters. Jun Jiantian, the clan's patriarch and Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, stares at the light beam in shock, muttering, "The Immortal-Slaying style is the 18th ancestor fighting?" An elder wearing a brown robe steps forward, closely analyzing the residual sword energy. Wait, no. Although this power is insanely wild, it is not the 18th ancestor's peak level. This is actually Jun Xiaoyao. The three elders stand there, their faces darkening as a flicker of pure jealousy flashes in their eyes. One of them grits his teeth, growling, "Only 3 months and he mastered it. What kind of absolute monster is he?" Meanwhile, deep in the ancestral grounds, the 18th ancestor stares at Jun Xiaoyao in absolute shock, completely stunned and having no idea what to even say to this kid. After a second, he bursts into a proud laugh. As the blinding sword energy fades, revealing a clear blue sky, Jun Xiaoyao emerges from the thick white smoke. Striking a stylish training pose, he confidently looks back at the 18th ancestor and asks, "Ancestor, does my immortal origin form meet your standards?" The old man facepalms and laughs out loud, saying, "It took this old man a whole year just to master that first form. You absolute monster." Jun Xiaoyao just sweats, staring back in silence without even saying a word. He is not trying to be arrogant, but usually, mastering any martial art never takes him more than 3 days. Spending 3 whole months on just one form honestly felt like a massive waste of time to him. The ancestor laughs, pats him on the back, and says, "Go, it is time to build your own era." A few days later at the Emperor Palace, the weather is perfect with clear skies and bright sunshine. Jun Xiaoyao stretches lazily, finally resting and recovering after his intense 3-month training to master that first sword form. His face beams as he realizes he can finally leave and travel the world. He wonders if little Ling Zi found a good spot for him yet. Time to say goodbye to Grandpa. But trust me, you and I are going to see things escalate when a voice asks from behind, "Looking for me?" Let's dive in. Jun Xiaoyao flinched, turning around with an annoyed scowl, asking his grandpa why he was sneaking up on him like some ghost. Jun Jiantian rolled his eyes and sighed. "Cut the crap, kid. You made a massive scene in the ancestral land. How could I miss it?" Having mastered the legendary Immortal-Slaying sword art, Jun Xiaoyao smirked, rubbing his nose while acting super smug. "I mean, it is just the first move, right?" Hearing that, Jun Jiantian shivered at this absolute little monster, then let out a soft chuckle. "Seriously, you are a total beast. I watched you grow up, but I never realized you were hiding a whole supreme bone this entire time." Jun Xiaoyao froze, terrified his grandpa would discover his cheat system. He quickly closed his eyes to lie and cover it up. "Honestly, Grandpa, I just found out myself. Guess your awesome grandson just gets way stronger when he is pushed to his absolute limit." Jun Jiantian knew his sneaky grandson way too well, but he decided not to press any further. He turned around and waved his hand. "Whatever, I did not come here to listen to your lies. Now pay attention here because you carry 2 peak constitutions, meaning you have to grind twice as hard, especially with your ancient sacred body, which literally made 10,000 sages bow down at your birth. But that sacred body actually has 6 massive visions. And 5 of those visions are still locked deep inside you. You have to unlock them yourself, but I actually know a legendary spot that can help you unleash your second holy vision." Jun Jiantian's words completely shocked Jun Xiaoyao, making him sink deep into thought. He was totally right because training that sacred body is seriously no joke. Compared to a supreme bone, unlocking these epic visions is on a whole different level of difficulty for him. Even with his insane talent, he still needed some brutal training. After thinking it over, Jun Xiaoyao pulled out his undefeated childhood secret weapon and put on the most adorable face ever. Staring up at him with big, sparkly puppy dog eyes, he begged softly, "Come on, Grandpa, please tell me." Jun Jiantian fell into deep thought, suddenly getting hit by a massive wave of nostalgic déjà vu. He thought, why does this feel so familiar? He pushed the kid's face away, telling him to stop being so cringe. "Honestly, you and I can see right through this kid's shameless acts." Instantly, Jun Jiantian's eyes turned dead serious. "Yo, have you ever heard of legendary Panwu Divine Dynasty?" Jun Xiaoyao was pretty surprised to hear that name. He thought for a second before replying, "Is that not one of those immortal top-tier superpowers from the legends?" Since he spent his free time reading up on the massive ancient heaven immortal realm, he knew all about the major players. Jun Jiantian nodded, ready to break down the details. "Exactly, their founder is the legendary Panwu Great Emperor. But honestly, whatever, our own clan had the epic abandoning Heaven Great Emperor, so that is no big deal. The real deal is that the Panwu Great Emperor also had the ancient sacred body. Rumors say their deep palace holds the secret Panwu Mausoleum, which is definitely connected to the Panwu Great Emperor himself." Jun Xiaoyao rubbed his chin, thinking deeply. But there is no way they are just going to let some random outsider enter their private realm. Jun Zhantian nodded in agreement. True, but it is not impossible. I am just showing you the path for now. He laughed smugly. If they say no, we can just break in for your sake. Trust me, you and I need a cool, chaotic grandpa like this in our lives. All right, you and I are back with the Jun family's wild, overbearing attitude. Jun Xiaoyao smiles, thinking it's hereditary, and says, I will remember this. I will find a way to check out the Panwu mausoleum. Just then, that familiar mechanical system voice rings in his head, telling him his next sign-in location is ready. Walking back, Jun Xiaoyao realizes he now has 2 active sign-in locations waiting for him. The Yuantian Supreme Treasure and the Panwu Mausoleum are both places he cannot visit anytime soon. But right then, something catches his eye. He looks over and spots Linglong sitting peacefully in a super beautiful scenic courtyard right by the side of the road. A bit surprised but kinda hyped, Jun Xiaoyao walks over with a smirk and says, Oh, you are not actually waiting for me, are you? Linglong chuckles and says, As your maid, of course I am waiting here. Hearing that gives Jun Xiaoyao actual chills. He literally shivers, hugs himself, and laughs. Stop it, sis. You are giving me the creeps here. Just tell me what is going on. Linglong looks down, feeling a bit down and staying quiet for a moment. Then, she respectfully hands him a special letter wrapped carefully in a lotus case. Her voice is super desperate. She really needs his help. Jun Xiaoyao looks down and says, Did I not tell you I hate when people randomly drop to their knees? Whatever, let me see. He takes the letter and reads it out loud, the ancient vermilion bird longevity medicine. Linglong stays on her knees, looking up at him with eyes full of hope. After reading the letter, Jun Xiaoyao stays quiet for a bit, his eyes suddenly turning cold and dark. He slowly speaks up. Honestly, I have plenty of these, so giving you 1 pill is not a big deal. Suddenly, his system sounds off with another alert. Watch this, guys. The system just updated. The new sign-in location is the Vermilion Bird Palace. Now the scene shifts to the fire state of the 3,000 Dao provinces. Deep inside the royal city, the king is super sick. Lying in his royal bed, this ruler has all the power in the world but 0 health. Crying by his bedside is the princess of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, Bai Yuer. The pale king, coughing up a storm and looking totally exhausted, struggles to tell his daughter Bayuer, even a divine pill cannot save me now, so do not stress yourself out. Bayuer looks down, heartbroken. Her chest feels incredibly heavy with things she cannot say. But suddenly, her eyes light up as if she just remembered a tiny sliver of hope. Holding her dying father's hands with absolute resolve, she says softly but determinedly, Do not worry, father, we finally have a solid lead. I will cure you no matter what. Right then, an attendant bursts in, bowing as she whispers, Your Majesty, the Prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom is waiting in the main hall. The king knows exactly who that trash is. He yells out in anger, clutching his chest tight from a sudden wave of agonizing pain. Throw that bastard out of my palace. Bayuer tightly holds his hand to calm him down, saying, Father, please do not get worked up. Her face turns dead serious as she leaves to go deal with the guy. In the grand hall, a green-haired figure stands all alone. The surrounding palace looks majestic but totally depressing, matching the dying king's vibe. Bayuer slowly steps inside the hall, standing behind the guy as she respectfully greets him with clasped hands. It has been a while. Sorry for the poor welcome. Please forgive me. The guy does not even turn around, just saying, Bayuer, why are you being so formal with me? He turns around like he is seeing a goddess, talking all sweet. You look so worn out since we last met. Turns out this is Xiao Chen, the first prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom. Bayuer finally looks up at him and says, Thank you for your concern. Xiao Chen suddenly shifts the topic, saying, Do not worry. Once we wed, our kingdom will bring the cure as a bridal gift. Bayuer's face looks a lot brighter than before. She says she is counting on him, but something is off. She looks like she is just accepting her terrible fate. Honestly, we all know these guys are total snakes. The second the prince leaves, the princess's maid completely snaps and rants about how unfair this whole thing is. This is trash. The king was poisoned while exploring a secret zone with their lord, but they are using his life to force this marriage. How does Xiao Chen even have the nerve to act all sweet and caring? Bayuer quickly warns her, Keep it down, there are spies everywhere. She is a sharp princess who sees right through their schemes, which is exactly why she is forced to play along and bear this heavy weight completely alone. Getting scolded, the maid pouts and says, I am just so angry for your sake. Meanwhile, Bayuer is genuinely stressed about the dark future waiting for them. She covers her face, sweating from pure stress and worrying about the fate of her nation. If she actually marries him, her kingdom will be totally helpless, and their ancestral legacy will eventually get swallowed up by those greedy jerks. Bayuer clearly sees all the terrible consequences of this forced marriage, but she is completely helpless with absolutely no way to change the situation. She desperately asks herself, is there really no way out of this? Suddenly, a frantic shout breaks the incredibly tense atmosphere. A guard runs in gasping. "Princess, urgent news!" He is panting and sweating so much that he can barely finish his sentence. The Jun family. A letter has arrived from the Jun family. Bai Yuer gasps, instantly realizing this is the exact miracle she has been desperately waiting for. The soldier presents a green scroll, and her face instantly lights up. She commands, "Bring it here now." Reading the letter, she is so incredibly happy she cannot help but cry out, "Yes, this is absolutely amazing. Linglong sent a letter, and my father is finally going to be saved." Meanwhile, back at the Jun family's emperor palace, Jun Xiaoyao is busy trying to pick out a mount, looking totally indecisive. This one is bad, but maybe the other one is better? Before he can finish, Grandma Hua and Linglong sneak up behind him. Watching his super weird behavior, Grandma Hua asks out of sheer curiosity, "Miss, what on earth is the young divine child doing over there?" Right in front of Jun Xiaoyao is a line of totally goofy-looking beasts. Linglong chuckles and replies, he is probably trying to pick which beast to ride over to the fire state. Both of them look totally dumbfounded. Grandma Hua sighs, as the divine child, he should be riding a 9-dragon carriage, not these random goofy animals. Linglong adds that he just wants to lay low. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the epic rise of the ultimate overpowered main character. Linglong remembers standing on the steps with Xiaoyao, talking about Bai Yuer's loyalty and how she would give anything for her homeland. Does that mean their leaders will bow to me and become my vassals? Linglong confidently assured him that was exactly what it meant. She explained with major big brain energy that the Jun family is built different. In reality, every single descendant of their family is backed by a massive secret powerhouse of their own. Even if a 10th generation descendant only wields a simple sword, an entire sword sect is waiting behind them to take orders. Sure, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has lost some clout lately, but even a dying giant is huge. Plus, Bai Yuer is a total prodigy, basically a chosen one from a young age. As Linglong speaks, the sweet Bai Yuer looks way more badass. Xiaoyao chuckles, asking her if she's only doing this to beg for her little sister. Caught red-handed, Linglong completely freezes up and quickly looks away to hide her blushing face. Acting totally shy, she says, "How could I dare? I am completely devoted to you, my lord. I can't let some outsider trick you with fake medicine." Xiaoyao is totally stunned by her sudden dramatic reaction. He sighs and tells her to cut the acting, he was just teasing. His face goes serious as he locks in. He tells Linglong that he really doesn't want all those noble titles falling into that guy's hands. He needs to see for himself if the Vermilion Bird Kingdom actually deserves the divine medicine. Linglong can't help but admire his unique style. She looks so proud, seeing her visions come true, when suddenly a loud shout ruins the moment. "Hey, little Linglong!" Xiaoyao yells excitedly, hugging a fluffy white camel. "Let's ride this beast to the Fire Province. It can be our divine mount." The camel spits in total disrespect, and a deadpan Linglong shuts him down. Later, as they get ready for the Vermilion Kingdom, she asks a quick question. "Wait, my lord, there is one last thing you need to handle before we leave. Do you have a quick second?" Xiaoyao's hyped vibe gets completely interrupted. He asks what's up, and Linglong's eyes turn ice cold as she drops the name Lan Qingya, instantly killing the mood. He notes she's locked up in prison, and the elders specifically told him to handle it personally. He thought that would be the end of it. But he asks Linglong, "You mean that noisy girl? How do you think we should handle her punishment?" Linglong is a bit surprised but doesn't hesitate. She knows exactly what to do. For conspiring with outsiders to harm the family, clan rules demand brutal torture. Xiaoyao repeats her words, waiting. Linglong explains further, they cut off the criminal's limbs and leave them to dry out in the blazing sun until they wither away. Xiaoyao's face darkens, thinking that their idea of torture around here is just a twisted game. Suddenly, he waves his hand and demands some paper and a pen. Hearing him use her actual name catches her off guard, as that usually means serious business. Still, she obeys. He brushes his hair back, chin up, chest out, and declares, "With me in the family, how could a supreme emperor not rise?" This is a quote from the future emperor. One day, every school kid will have to memorize these words in their textbooks. Now pay attention to this part, because as he dictates, Linglong writes down every single word of his crazy, ruthless decree. For idiots like Lan Qingya who do stupid things, Emperor Jun's rule number 1 is this: executing them without first educating them is actual torture. Linglong's eyes widen at this psychological cruelty. Cut to the dark dungeons, where behind cold steel bars lies a frail, pale, green-haired girl looking half dead. She is barely alive. Her pale, lifeless eyes reflect a girl who is her complete opposite. A vibrant blonde girl with sharp eyes that look like they could slice through chains. "You're finally here," Qingya whispers with a weak smile. You might think she'd beg for mercy, but she just asks for a quick death. Linglong simply states she's here to deliver the Lord's punishment. From outside the cell, her voice echoes. Lan Qingya, you conspired with outsiders to harm our family. The divine child sentences you to kneel outside the emperor's palace for 1 year to reflect, and you cannot leave no matter what happens. Hearing this is worse than death. Linglong coldly continues, after 1 year your debt is paid, you'll be banished, and the family won't trouble you anymore. Qingya's eyes go wide. She can't believe her ears. Behind those cold steel bars, she's shook. Linglong's voice echoes clear. If you still hate the divine child, challenge him yourself. He never backs down from anyone who wants to fight. But if you don't learn and try betraying us again, he will wipe out every single faction backing you. She knows Qingya will challenge him, giving Xiaoyao the perfect excuse to personally end her. Meanwhile, let's head over to a much hotter region. In the middle of absolute nowhere, a guy and a girl are having a seriously intense conversation. This handsome, fiery, red-haired dude stares anxiously at the ground, telling the gorgeous, white-haired girl before him that the divine child has absolutely no reason to pick a fight with him. Seeing him stress out, she tries to calm him down with some words. The divine child didn't even care when you insulted him, so why are you so worried? Meanwhile, at a massive palace, 2 old masters are chatting on the balcony. As twilight falls, the black-haired elder sighs, saying that kid is soft-hearted. But honestly, soft-hearted isn't the right word. While every other ruler out there relies on raw tyranny and fear, he actually wants to walk the path of a true king and make millions submit willingly. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao asks, the royal path is way harder than brute force. How many people in history have actually achieved true devotion? Finally, we cut to the Vermilion Kingdom where Bai Yuer and Linglong joyfully reunite. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are diving into this wild ride where Bai Yuer literally throws herself into Jun Linglong's arms, claiming that men are completely useless anyway. Jun Linglong gets smug and goes, don't hype me up too much. Sure, the Keelan immortality elixir exists, but she does not have it. Bai Yuer's hyped-up face immediately drops as she asks, wait, what does that even mean? Worried sick about her dad's life, she listens as Jun Linglong explains, well, my master, he wants to see with his own eyes if this empire is even worth saving with the medicine, so he did not bring it. Wait, your master? Oh my god, he made even Duan Tianqiao submit willingly? What kind of insane monster is he? Bai Yuer cannot help but blurt out her utter shock, but Jun Linglong just stutters, totally avoiding the question. You will find out when you meet him. Meanwhile, in a tavern inside the royal city, tea is poured at a table full of food. Jun Xiaoyao picks up his freshly poured tea smugly muttering, yeah, not bad. He acts completely chill, but internally, he is wishing that loud, annoying brat would just shut up. Right across from him, his own guys are busy picking a fight with a royal servant, shouting, are you deaf or what? We asked for your absolute best wine, and you bring us this trash? The white-haired old man grabs the server by the neck, lifting him up with a smug sneer, asking, do you have any idea who we are? The white tiger lord glares down at the struggling man with pure malice, growling, you worthless trash. You just ruined the vibe for all my boys. How are you going to pay us back? The poor guy is foaming at the mouth, screaming in agony, but pay attention here, because a hand suddenly reaches out to stop him. Zhuke quietly grabs the White Tiger Lord's hand, keeping completely silent. The White Tiger Lord snaps around, sneering, what, is the Zhuke messenger trying to ruin our fun too? Looking highly uncomfortable, Zhuke replies, no, I just think the Qinglong messenger does not need to waste energy on this nobody. If the food here is too trash for you guys, let us just go find a better place. The White Tiger Lord finally lets the owner go, spitting, lucky jackpot. I will let you off this once, only because the Zhuke messenger spoke up for you. How do you run a joint with garbage food like this? Just shut it down, he yells, walking away. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao is in the corner, stuffing his face like crazy. Bad food? These wild boars clearly cannot appreciate fine dining. As soon as the White Tiger Lord leaves, Zhuke kneels down next to the bruised owner, asking, are you all right? He stammers, I am fine. Zhuke quickly presses a few gold coins into his hand to cover the meal. Take this. Just keep your head down and endure it for now. Hearing this, the owner gets teary-eyed, bowing in deep gratitude. Yes, we will endure. Jun Xiaoyao watches all this with a totally cold expression. A moment later, his next dish is served. Here is your extra order of roasted lamb chops, guest. Jun Xiaoyao seizes the chance to ask, hey man, who were those clowns? Flexing like that in the capital and your lord does nothing? The owner sighs, you do not know the half of it. Years ago, our lord and the Qinglong lord went searching for a secret realm, but they got jumped and badly injured by the ancient 9-slaying demonic snake. Now he is bedridden with critical injuries, and only the legendary Keelan immortality medicine can save him. The Qinglong Lord conveniently has the medicine, and he promised to give it to us if our princess marries into their family. Those thugs from earlier were actually the lackeys of the first prince of the Longgu Empire. Hearing this, you and I already know it sounds like a total scam, and Jun Xiaoyao immediately speaks up to ask, That Qilin elixir is a legendary holy grail even peak cultivators cannot get, let alone keep in stock. Is the Qinglong Lord really willing to just hand it over like that? The owner replies, who knows? Ever since those Longu bastards arrived, they have been terrorizing our people daily. But as long as our princess holds her head high, we will find a way to swallow our pride. Jun Xiaoyao takes another bite and asks, you really look up to her, huh? The guy instantly nods, of course. She holds the divine Zhuke flame. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao starts to connect the dots internally. Zhuke Divine Flame, a top-tier physique out of 300. The server then asks, are you a traveler visiting the ancient Zhuke kingdom? We are the children of the Juka Divine Bird, born in fire, dying in ashes. As long as the flame burns, Juka never falls. So, the princess is the absolute symbol of our entire faith. Hearing this, everything finally clicks for Jun Xiaoyao as he realizes what is going on. So that is how it is. Later, outside the princess palace, Jun Xiaoyao is casually strolling right up to the entrance. Two guards on duty instantly spot him and shout, hold it right there! Who are you? Why are you sneaking around the princess palace? But our boy does not show a single hint of fear, just wearing a smug grin. Like a gust of wind, he effortlessly slips right past both of them. Seeing him ignore them so casually, they grit their teeth in absolute fury and scream, we have an intruder! Assassins! Instantly, waves of guards rush in from all sides, completely surrounding Jun Xiaoyao. Who goes there? Identify yourself. Unbothered, he calmly replies, Imperial Huangjun family Jun Xiao. The moment they hear his name, their faces turn completely pale. The Jun family? One guard raises his sword, trying to act tough. Even if you are a noble of the Jun family, trespassing here is forbidden. He just chuckles, highly impressed by the guy's sheer guts. Right then, Bai Yuer rushes over, screaming, you absolute idiots, lower your weapons right now. She looks at Jun Xiaoyao, her face turning pale. She is totally doomed. She rushed over the second she felt his energy, but she was still too late. Bai Yuer suddenly recalls Jun Linglong's warning from before. Bai Yuer, let me warn you first. My young master might be young, but he is extremely unpredictable, so be careful. Half the time, even I cannot figure out what is going through his head, so do not get any ideas. As Bai Yuer hesitated, Jun Linglong continued, he will not give you special treatment just because you are my friend, so do not expect me to beg him on your behalf. If I speak up, it will only annoy him. If we want that elixir, you and I are about to see her try to get it herself. Alright, you and I are about to dive into some major drama because her words just made Bai Yuer panic, realizing she is in deep trouble. Looking at the guards surrounding Jun Xiaoyao with weapons drawn, she feels totally stuck, wondering how the hell she can turn this mess around. Bai Yuer bows, trying to play it cool and apologetic, saying she had absolutely no clue such an important guest was coming to their place. She begs him to overlook her guard's stupidity, while Jun Xiaoyao just stands there, hands on his hips, totally judging her. He is thinking, so this is the best friend Jun Linglong was talking about? Smirking, he thinks she is taking on way too much baggage. He finally speaks up, assuming she must be the princess of the ancient Chu Tuok kingdom. He asks if she knows why he is here, adding that keeping her guards in the dark makes it seem like he is not welcome at all. Rubbing his chin, he acts all self-righteous before dramatically turning around to leave, casually waving goodbye and saying that, since he crashed the party, he will just take his leave. Suddenly, Bai Yuer throws her royal pride out the window and drops to her knees, begging him to stop and take whatever punishment he wants is out on her. She bangs her forehead on the ground until it bruises, desperately begging for a single chance, which finally makes Jun Xiaoyao turn around, though his face is still pure ice. Jun Xiaoyao just uses a flick of his hand, saying whatever, as he literally uses telekinesis to lift her straight off the ground. He scolds her, saying a princess kneeling before outsiders in front of her own people is a total joke, leaving her completely stunned as she floats in midair. Now watch this, because he actually decides to give her a single shot. He snaps his fingers and Jun Linglong instantly spawns next to him, setting up a table and pouring tea. He sits down, crosses his legs, and acts like a total boss. He challenges her to convince him to stay before his cup of tea runs empty, making Bai Yuer sweat bullets as she frantically tries to come up with a genuinely good offer. She tells him Hoa Chao is 3,000 miles of rich land, totally packed with resources and ruled by her kingdom. If he can just spare one immortality pill to save her dying father, she promises that millions of her people and the royal family will serve him forever, loyal to the very end. But Jun Xiaoyao is not impressed at all, smirking and telling her she has completely and utterly miscalculated what he actually wants. He points out that his family's territory is literally 100 times bigger than her tiny land, and they own all the surrounding areas, so why would he care about her trash? He breaks down the harsh reality for her. Bai Yuer clenches her fists in sheer panic, realizing she is losing, so she makes a desperate final move, offering to become his lifelong slave just for the medicine, which immediately triggers a massive uproar from her loyal guards. They beg her not to do it, but Jun Xiaoyao just chuckles. He points directly at Jun Linglong, who is standing right behind him with a completely deadpan face, and says, "See her? This is Jun Linglong, who has 23 years of experience doing everything from making tea and laundry to assassination, arson, and making bank. She is my maid, so do you really think you can replace her?" Bai Yuer covers her mouth in total shock, admitting that she obviously cannot. Jun Xiaoyao raises his voice, telling her that selling her own body for some quick favors is not going to work out in her favor at all. He offers to show her a different path, saying he is not some kind of heartless monster after all. And honestly, I know what you are thinking. Does she actually deserve the crazy amount of respect her citizens show her? Because Jun Xiaoyao is looking at her with nothing but pure doubt right now. He points at her, saying a kingdom only survives if it protects its people, and if her royal family is too useless to even do that, then they are done. With a dead serious look on his face, he asks why he should waste a priceless immortality pill on a bunch of pathetic losers. With that, Jun Xiaoyao gets up and walks away, leaving a totally confused Bai Yor behind as he warns her he leaves in 3 days. If she cannot change his mind by then, it just proves her dying father is simply out of luck and will never get his hands on the medicine. Bai Yuer watches him leave in dead silence, totally lost in thought, while Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong quietly stroll away without saying a single word to each other. Sweating bullets, Jun Xiaoyao nervously glances at Jun Linglong, who is walking beside him with a terrifyingly dark expression that says she is absolutely done with him. He carefully asks if she is mad about him, giving her best friend a hard time, but she coldly replies that she has never committed murder or arson in her life, despite his crazy claims. Jun Linglong glares at him with pure murder in her eyes, making him shake and stutter in fear. After he stammers out an apology, Bai Yuer visits her father, grabbing his hand and admitting she wants to do something crazy that might literally bring their entire kingdom to ruin. Sitting by his sickbed, she pours her heart out to her pale, dying father, who weakly tells her that if she truly wants this, she should just go for it. He trusts her completely, saying their spirit will never die, which suddenly gives Bai Yuer a massive burst of inspiration. As the afternoon sun paints the sky gold, Jun Xiaoyao is casually playing a stringed instrument when Jun Linglong asks if he actually knows how to play music. Smiling, he admits he has no clue, letting the wind blow through his hair as he says he only knows a few basic tunes but is definitely no expert. Suddenly, a system screen pops up, announcing a successful check-in at the palace and congratulating him on scoring a sweet 4-star reward. He looks back down at his instrument, casually telling her to teach him whenever she has some free time. Jun Linglong asks why he is suddenly so obsessed with music, and he enthusiastically replies that using cheat codes to breeze through life gets way too boring, so he wants to learn dancing, carpentry, or even blacksmithing next. He gets super hyped up, even rambling about building computers and developing video games from scratch. Jun Linglong is totally speechless, silently judging him for spewing weird nonsense again, when Jun Xiaoyao suddenly gets dead serious. He wonders how her best friend will try to change his mind, and trust me, you and I are just going to have to wait and see what crazy stunt she pulls next because she is way more extreme than she looks. Alright, you and I are about to watch someone make the most extra entrance ever. It is a gray-haired old woman. Jun Linglong speaks up to greet her, asking what is wrong, but Grandma Hua has a totally pissed-off look on her face. "My lady, your friend just took a divorce letter straight to the first prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao bursts out laughing like a complete maniac. Whoa, what kind of marriage cancellation is this? Let's go watch the drama. Meanwhile, at the prince's place, Xiao Chen snaps, demanding to know what Bai Yuer is trying to pull. His face darkens as he scowls and growls that this situation is not funny at all. Bai Yuer calmly stares him down, stating that starting today, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom is officially breaking off this marriage alliance. Since their national affairs are super busy right now, she expects a quick response from His Highness. She looks completely serious, zero games. She promises to visit his kingdom later to apologize in person, but Xiao Chen is too busy throwing a massive temper tantrum to even listen. "Are you mocking me?" he yells, but Bai Yuer snaps back that he is the one mocking her and her entire kingdom. She calls him out for promising the elixir of immortality as a dowry but delaying the wedding for 3 years. Can her dying father even wait that long? "Your goons harass my people in the capital every single day, and you do nothing." Bai Yuer tightly grips the papers. "You want to test my limits?" She throws the paper straight into his face. "Well, let me tell you right now, this is my line. Now pay attention," because he gets so mad his veins pop, realizing someone is backing her up. Clutching the papers, Xiao Chen sneers about some dude in white sneaking into her bedchamber and boldly walking right out the front gate. "Is he your little side piece or what?" With a look of pure disgust, he insults her, saying she is just another man's toy, trading her body for medicine. He claims she has completely debased herself and has absolutely zero right to ever set foot inside his kingdom. The air completely freezes. Meanwhile, an invisible Jun Xiaoyao is happily munching on some meat skewers, watching this entire dumpster fire go down in absolute silence. He laughs, thinking this guy has a wild imagination. He wonders how she is going to react, since she definitely looks super offended by that trash talk. Frowning, she tells him she used to just think he was a hypocrite, but now she realizes the cold truth. He is just straight up pathetic. Xiao Chen loses his mind. What did you say? But Bai Yuer drops facts, saying he only relies on wild rumors and insults to save his own sad, fragile ego. A sad, pathetic excuse of a man, is it not? Her words hit so close to home that he wants to get physical. Telling her to shut up, Xiao Chen grits his teeth and unleashes a brutal strike right at her. You worthless wretch! The massive blast hits her head on. The impact sends her flying backward with zero time to react, slamming her hard against the stone wall. Suddenly, Xiao Chen panics, realizing he totally lost his cool. On the side, Jun Xiaoyao is still chilling, eating snacks and enjoying the show. Bai Yuer had taken that massive hit with absolutely zero defense. She sits there frozen and covered in wounds, leaving a long, brutal streak of blood smeared down the wall. Xiao Chen stands there completely frozen, looking at the massive cracks in the wall from his strike. He grits his teeth, cursing that she did not even try to block or dodge. What is this girl trying to do? You and I can see she is still quiet, but Jun Xiaoyao is just chewing his skewers, totally loving this drama. Whoa, that hit probably crushed her internal organs. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock. What is that? Right in front of him, bright red flames start erupting. It turns out Bai Yuer is already back on her feet and ready to rumble. Blazing fire wraps around her, and her brutal wounds are actually starting to heal. It is like she was not even the one who got blasted. She calmly wipes the blood from her lip. I took your strike, so our kingdoms are officially done. You are no longer welcome here, so leave, your highness. Xiao Chen completely snaps, losing his remaining patience and screaming at the top of his lungs. Completely losing control, Xiao Chen unleashes another massive, blinding light blast right at Bai Yuer, aiming to end her life right then and there. Bai Yuer calmly channels her fire magic, ready to clash, but suddenly a massive explosion rings out, covering the entire area in a thick cloud of dust. Xiao Chen freezes, gritting his teeth in fury while Bai Yuer gasps in shock. It turns out Jun Xiaoyao has stepped in, locking Xiao Chen's wrists so tight he cannot even move. I like your style, he chuckles. You convinced me. Hearing this, Bai Yuer is absolutely thrilled, thanking him right away. Xiao Chen furiously demands to know who he is, and Jun Xiaoyao just smirks, calling himself her passing little lover. Offended, the prince's face darkens as he swings a punch. Calling them a trashy couple, Xiao Chen throws a legendary Azure Dragon Strike straight at Jun Xiaoyao's face, but the kid quickly blocks with crossed arms. With a totally blank face, Jun Xiaoyao charges up his own power, telling the prince he is honestly just sick of dealing with annoying dragons lately. He unleashes his dragon-slaying hand, sending a massive beam of light blasting straight into Xiao Chen. The prince cannot even fight back, only letting out a desperate scream. Xiao Chen gets blasted far back, spitting up a mouthful of blood. Watching this crazy fight, Bai Yuer feels a shiver of fear, amazed that a single strike did that. She leans in and whispers to Jun Linglong, asking what level of cultivation the young master has actually reached. Since Xiao Chen is a big name in the four ancient kingdoms, seeing him get destroyed so easily is insane, but everyone knows Jun Linglong is full of secrets. Jun Linglong replies that he is currently at the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Bai Yuer quickly counts the crazy cultivation tiers from physical body all the way up to Divine Bridge. She is totally flabbergasted. Does this mean he literally skipped 2 whole major realms? Bai Yuer urgently asks how old the young master is, and Jun Linglong simply answers 10. Honestly, you and I would be just as shocked as Bai Yuer. Her jaw literally hits the floor when Jun Linglong explains that despite looking older, this absolute beast of a fighter is only 10 years old. Struggling to stand, Xiao Chen clutches his chest and curses in pain. Ripping off his outer robe, he screams at the top of his lungs, telling them not to look down on him. Listen up. You and I are about to watch this clown cross his arms, summoning massive lightning bolts to surround him. Xiao Chen opens his hands and unlocks his divine shrine 4th, 5th, and 6th heavens one after another, absorbing blue spiritual energy to forcefully boost his weak cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao is completely unimpressed, looking down at him. Wow, grabbing some dragon energy? Nice try. Xiao Chen is so pissed his veins pop, gritting his teeth while his eyes flash with angry blue light. Calling him a brat, Xiao Chen molds his energy into an Azure Dragon Celestial Seat Seal, screaming at him to get down and kneel. Jun Xiaoyao just scoffs, asking if he is even worthy. He summons golden spiritual energy into his hand, unleashing his true dragon cage art. Suddenly, a giant golden dragon phantom appears with insane pressure, instantly crushing Xiao Chen's pathetic seal before letting out a massive, furious roar as it charges straight at him. The golden dragon's power is so overwhelming that Xiao Chen just stands there, totally frozen and helpless. He is completely stunned by the sheer size of this true dragon cage art, eyes wide open as he awaits his doom. In the end, a golden lightning bolt strikes his exact spot, causing an explosion that literally shakes the entire world. Xiao Chen lies motionless inside the massive crater left behind. He slowly wakes up, completely dazed with a foggy brain. What the hell just happened? Why am I on the ground? Then he remembers that terrifying golden dragon roaring in his face. He grits his teeth as the painful reality sinks in. Oh right, he got absolutely wrecked by that kid. Xiao Chen struggles to sit up, looking up at Jun Xiaoyao standing right at the edge of the crater. He stares at Jun Xiaoyao's completely blank face, looking down at him like he is some pathetic insect. Don't blink now, because we are about to watch this loser completely snap under that cold glare, charging back up with blue energy and screaming not to pity him. Jun Xiaoyao just frowns, his eyes turning deadly serious. With a simple swipe of his two fingers, a massive wave of weapons made entirely of his golden energy materialize in the air, instantly locking onto Xiao Chen as their target. He twists his wrist, preparing to impale Xiao Chen with his golden weapons. His eyes grow sharp, totally ready to delete this trashy villain forever. Suddenly, Bai Yuer yells out, begging the young master to show some mercy. Annoyed by the interruption, he glares over at her. Xiao Chen looks completely miserable, covered in dirt and beaten half to death. Hearing this, he feels touched, whispering her name. But she awkwardly mumbles that if he dies in their vermilion bird palace, it might cause trouble, so could they please throw him outside first? That completely crushes Xiao Chen's hope, making him so angry his head almost explodes as he curses her out. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, smiles with absolute satisfaction. Fine by me, he says, channeling his spiritual energy back into his hand once more. Instantly, Xiao Chen is lifted straight into the air, struggling in terror while realizing he is being controlled by telekinesis. Jun Xiaoyao tightly clenches his fist and violently pulls his hand back, ripping a massive blue dragon soul right out of Xiao Chen's body. He shrinks the dragon down to fit in his palm, scoffing with total disdain. So this is the dragon marrow you are so proud of? Xiao Chen screams at him to give it back. Annoyed by the noise, Jun Xiaoyao squeezes his energy shield tighter. I know what you're thinking, that looks incredibly painful. Our boy just crushes him with spiritual energy until he rolls his eyes. Dropping his hand, he casually introduces himself as Jun Xiaoyao of the ancient Jun family. He tells the loser to remember his name and come look for revenge anytime, before throwing him away. Now beat it, he says. Xiao Chen is launched into the sky like a shooting star, crashing painfully right onto some merchant tables outside the city gates. The local merchants gossip in panic. What is going on? Who is this guy? He got absolutely wrecked. Looks like the first prince of the Azure Dragon Empire. Haha, serves him right. Our princess definitely beat him up. Meanwhile, Bai Yuer, the actual princess they are talking about, is totally spooked and stays quiet. Jun Xiaoyao calmly glances at her, telling her not to worry. He did not kill the guy, just permanently destroyed all his meridians. That kid still has a bit of luck left in him. Now his guards help him sit up, and although he is totally battered, he will stand up eventually. Turns out, that luck is an emerald pendant on his necklace. Jun Xiaoyao looks at the sleeping blue dragon in his hand. He casually tosses it over to Bai Yuer. She catches the sleeping dragon, stuttering as she asks what it is. He explains that since the dragon is wood element and she is fire, it will boost her power to break through to the true spiritual realm. She is deeply touched, thanking him. But Jun Xiaoyao signals her to stop, smiling quietly. Do not thank me just yet. Take me to see your father. Hearing this, she gets super excited, instantly jumping up to lead the way. Follow me this way, young master. Inside, a doctor checks the vermilion bird emperor's pulse, whose arm is covered in weird red veins. The doctor frowns and sighs anxiously, reporting that his condition is worsening. If they do not find the Qilin immortal herb soon, the emperor is pretty much history. Accepting his fate, he orders his minister to prepare the decree to pass the throne to Bai Yuer. The minister is worried, but right then she bursts in. Father, she shouts, your illness can be cured now. The minister is totally shocked, calling out to her. The emperor coughs, sitting up with the doctor's help, calling out her name. Spotting someone else behind her, he asks who the young man is. She proudly introduces him as the legendary divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. The emperor quickly searches through his own memories. The famous young master Jun Xiaoyao, who recently fought the Nether Dragon Supreme, actually showed up here in person. Panicking, he tries to get out of bed, telling his daughter to help him up to greet their esteemed guest properly. But Jun Xiaoyao instantly stops him, releasing gentle spiritual energy to waive all those useless formalities. As divine herbs appear, Jun Xiaoyao smiles and explains that since their princess passed his test, He will fulfill his promise and gift them an immortal medicine. The emperor is shocked, knowing a single kill-in medicine would shake the entire realm, yet this kid easily produces 4. Is this the power of an ancient family? But as we know, nothing is ever free. Of course, since you took this pill, you better keep your word. From now on, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom obeys me, Jun Xiaoyao, and becomes my sole vassal state. The Vermilion Bird Emperor is stunned. He glances over, calling for Yuer, who nods in instant agreement. And just like that, the Emperor drops to one knee. Bowing before Xiaoyao, he pledges the kingdom's absolute loyalty. The rest of them immediately drop to their knees too, shouting together, "We will go through fire and water, even unto death." Xiaoyao smiles, saying, "Very well, but stick with me because elsewhere Xiao Chen is dragging his beaten, shredded body through the dirt. Clutching his broken arm, he limps forward step by painful step, while the onlookers ruthlessly mock his absolutely pathetic state. Is not that the Grand Prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom? Why does he look like a total stray dog? The insults keep flying, saying he got dumped by the Vermilion Bird Princess and beaten to a pulp serves him right for being such an arrogant prick. Xiao Chen just keeps walking until he reaches a lonely, windy wasteland, his face covered in thick mud. Gritting his teeth, he slams his fist into a tree to vent his rage, screaming, "Damn it!" He keeps punching the trunk, muttering Jun Xiaoyao's name over and over, pouring all his hatred into each strike until the entire tree gets completely uprooted. He just stands there as the tree crashes down, shattering the ground below. Panting heavily, he closes his eyes and wonders what the hell he is even doing right now. Like a total idiot. Suddenly a voice echoes, asking if all successors of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom are as spineless as him. Xiao Chen's eyes snap open as he looks around frantically. Suddenly, his circular jade pendant starts glowing, wrapping his entire body in a bright, mystical light. A massive pillar of energy surges from the jade, and a blue-haired figure emerges, leaving Xiao Chen completely wide-eyed in shock. It is the Azure Dragon Venerable, sporting blue horns and a serious look. He scowls, asking if the successor has already forgotten about his own ancestor. Down below, Xiao Chen is completely caught off guard by the question, stammering out, "Who are you?" He stares up in sheer shock as the spiritual projection hovers silently before him. He stammers out, "Are you the founding ancestor of our Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the Azure Dragon Venerable?" Xiao Chen quickly cups his hands and bows deeply, saying, "Your unworthy descendant, Xiao Chen, pays respects to the great ancestor." The Azure Dragon Venerable radiates a brilliant godlike aura of a truly powerful master. He looks down and commands, "My soul awoke centuries ago and recognized you as our kingdom's true child of destiny, pouring tons of dragon chi into your body already." Then, scratching his chin thoughtfully, he sighs. But who knew all that hard work would just go down the drain? All of Xiao Chen's bottled-up frustration explodes as he snaps, practically yelling right into the ancestor's face. "Ancestor, you are a quasi-supreme master, almost at the supreme stage. Why did you not just step in and kill Jun Xiaoyao back there?" The ancestor is totally shocked by this disrespectful outburst, his brows furrowing in pure anger as he calls Xiao Chen a complete fool. "Not only is my current strength not even 1% of my prime, but do you have any idea who that Jun Xiaoyao kid actually is?" Refusing to back down, Xiao Chen snaps back, arguing, "Is not he just some disciple from the Jun family of Huangzhou?" Hearing this, the Azure Dragon Venerable sighs deeply and answers, "You have been highly talented since childhood, but you have been trapped in this tiny place too long." Shaking his head, the ancestor sighs calmly, saying, "Your information is not even as sharp as mine, and I am literally just a remnant soul trapped inside this tiny ring." Remembering the terrifying influence of Jun Xiaoyao, the Azure Dragon Venerable decides to drop some massive truth bombs on him. "Listen, Jun Xiaoyao is the divine child of the Jun family, sitting at the very peak. Recently, their ancestors slaughtered the underworld dragon supreme who was in my exact realm. Even though Xiaoyao looks young and completely harmless, he is packing some absolutely monstrous power and capability deep inside." He continues warning him that the Jun family is packed with absolute lunatics, and if anyone touches him, they will wipe our entire kingdom off the map in half a day. Hearing this, you and I can see Xiao Chen is absolutely losing his mind, gnashing his teeth and screaming in pure helpless frustration because he cannot accept reality. Does this mean I can never get my revenge for the rest of my life? Luckily, a seasoned master like the Venerable knows better. He listens quietly to all of Xiao Chen's anger and looks at him warmly, saying, "Do not lose hope just yet. You are the child of destiny, and I will never let you meet a pathetic end." Hearing this, a strange feeling sparks inside Xiao Chen as he finally calms down to listen carefully. "Your meridians are ruined, but this is actually a blessing in disguise. I am passing down the quasi-supreme technique, the blue sky dragon transformation art, to you." The Azure Dragon Venerable channels a massive wave of energy towards Xiao Chen, his voice full of pure determination. To transform, you must break and rebuild, he declares, drilling every single word directly into Xiao Chen's soul. This massive grudge must be repaid 100-fold by Jun Xiaoyao. Now fast forward a few months. Let's see how our overpowered main character is doing on a gorgeous morning in his courtyard. He focuses deeply, listening to the ambient sounds while feeling a massive surge of power wrap around his entire body. In no time, Xiaoyao reaches a realm of pure power that normal cultivators can only dream of achieving. Linglong and Yuer stare in total awe at his insane dedication, with Yuer pointing out that reaching the peak Divine Bridge realm in just a few days is completely ridiculous. His cultivation speed is honestly mind-blowing, but Linglong just shrugs and replies that this insane pace is actually considered pretty slow for their young master. She keeps quiet but thinks to herself that he probably spent most of his time mastering the Slaying Immortal's sword art. Suddenly, Xiaoyao's eyes flicker open, spotting both girls standing right there. Looking at the two, he asks, "What do you girls need from me?" Linglong pulls a scroll from her sleeve and explains that a message arrived from the great Jun family, sent by Prince Zhongjian. Staring at it, Xiaoyao wonders, who even is Prince Zhongjian? Stick with me to find out next time. Listen up. You and I are jumping right back into the story of Jun Xiaoyao, who just remembered a certain thick-browed guy after hearing about a special sword. "What does my brother want this time?" Jun Xiaoyao asks. Instantly, Jun Linglong presents a golden token and reads the message out loud. To the Divine Sun, a crazy phenomenon has appeared in South Yuan Daozhou. With supreme energy leaking everywhere, the Yuantian Supreme Secret Tomb is definitely opening up. A special heads-up from your brother. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao shrugs, feeling a bit confused. Wow, since when did Jun Zhongjian get so ridiculously polite with me? Jun Linglong explains that it is probably because of what happened with Lan Qingya. He feels like you saved his butt back there, so he wants to pay you back. Jun Xiaoyao just smirks, chill as always. Fine, if he wants to play nice, I will take it. So Jun Xiaoyao orders his crew to prep his ride. He is taking the epic 9-dragon carriage straight to South Yuan Daozhou. After they agree, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly remembers something and turns to Bai Yuer. "Hey, how is your royal dad holding up lately?" Bai Yuer bows respectfully. "Young master, ever since my father drank that insane elixir of immortality, his health has been totally fine." She pictures her father recovering his epic power and adds that he is currently using the crazy energy of that medicine to try and break through straight into the saint realm. This gets Jun Xiaoyao thinking, that sickly old ruler is actually a quasi-saint? Talk about not judging a book by its cover. After digesting what Bai Yuer just told him, he finally responds, "Looks like you cannot roll with me this time. Focus on running your kingdom and better opportunities will come." Jun Xiaoyao gets dead serious, points at Jun Linglong, and warns her, "Listen, do not let anyone push you around, but do not be cocky either. Send a letter if things go south." His eyes turn cold, and trust me, you do not want to cross him when he says that a god like Jun Xiaoyao will never let anyone slide with disrespect. Bai Yuer bows and obeys. Meanwhile, far away in a desolate wasteland with zero signs of life, towering cliffs rise up against the dry sky. This brutal environment makes humans look absolutely tiny, reminding them how helpless they really are. Welcome to Kunzhou, a totally forgotten wasteland where savage beasts run wild, ruthless bandits loot everything, and there is zero safety. Up in the dry sky, giant flying dinosaurs are swarming the clouds, making this hellhole look even more terrifying. While those flying beasts circle above, a brave young dude stands right on the edge of a cliff, staring up with pure determination. This is Xiao Chen, and he is not wasting any time. He winds up, channels insane power into his fist, and launches a massive punch straight at the beast in the sky. Even though that beast is huge, it gets completely wrecked by Xiao Chen's tornado punch. After killing the beast, he lands smoothly while blood splatters everywhere. He just stands there, giving the corpse a super cold glare. The Azure Dragon Master, who was watching this whole fight, walks right up to his side. "Not bad, kid. You mastered the Blue Sky Dragon art to level 4 in just a few months, pushing your power straight to the mid-Divine Bridge realm." He laughs and hypes him up, saying he is truly the chosen child of destiny for their ancient nation. Xiao Chen nods respectfully, thanking the old ancestor for all the tips. Their chat gets cut short by a massive commotion ahead. Some poor soul on a camel is frantically running for their life, chased by a gang of bloodthirsty bandits brandishing sharp blades. They yell at her to stop, asking where she thinks she is running. Their creepy, muscular leader laughs like a total freak, sounding incredibly arrogant. No one in the entire Kunzhou territory has ever escaped our Demon Wolf bandit gang. Now, let us watch what Xiao Chen does next as he stares from the cliff. His master warns him that these Demon Wolf bandits actually have a pretty scary reputation around Kunzhou. Looking totally bored, the old man sighs and says that judging by the energy, their boss has already reached the Gui Yi realm. Xiao Chen murmurs, thinking about how that means the dude has completely merged his body and spirit to reach absolute oneness. Glaring down with absolute disgust, Xiao Chen grunts that having that much power just to become a trashy bandit in this dry wasteland is a total joke. Meanwhile, the girl riding that camel has managed to escape to a dead end, cursing her bad luck under her breath. She glances back, seeing them closing in, and fumes that if her high-level cultivation was not completely blocked right now, these low-life trash would never stand a chance. Meanwhile, that savage leader is definitely not giving up. He swings his blade in the air and yells like a creep, telling her she might as well give up and come home with him. Suddenly, a shadow drops out of the sky like a lightning bolt. It is Xiao Chen jumping straight into the action, leaving even the camel girl completely shocked. As Xiao Chen lands safely on the ground, his sharp eyes lock onto the girl riding the camel. He stands tall, turning around to face the entire bandit squad with zero fear in his eyes. "Get lost, you pathetic pile of trash," he barks. The creepy boss is completely blown away by this kid's insane attitude. He growls, asking where this punk came from and why he is messing with the demon wolf gang. Xiao Chen does not have time for this trash and yells at them to scram. The boss grits his teeth, but before he can even finish his threat, Xiao Chen's fist is already flying right at his face. That absolute beast of a punch completely caves the guy's face in. That single blow blasts him right off his horse, leaving his lackeys completely stunned. But one idiot still tries to act tough, pointing at Xiao Chen and screaming about how he is going to pay for hitting their boss. The rest of the gang charges forward on horseback, waving their deadly blades at Xiao Chen, but our guy just stands his ground, waiting for them without flinching. They scream at him to die, but even as they surround him, Xiao Chen does not back down. He just looks at them like they are literal garbage. As they close in, Xiao Chen unleashes his full power, wrecking them in seconds. Before long, the whole gang is knocked out on the dirt, bleeding out. With the trash cleared, Xiao Chen turns to the camel girl with a soft look, asking if she is okay. "And trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are starting with this veiled girl, but let's be real, she is absolutely gorgeous." She softly looks at him and asks, "Who are you?" Let us rewind to before Xiao Chen actually saved this chick. The Azure Dragon Master was staring deep at this girl on a camel being chased by bandits, warning our boy, "Hey kid, this girl has some serious background." He scans her and says, "She is carrying a treasure that completely blocks my divine sense. She must be a high-tier prodigy from some insane immortal sect." Hearing this, Xiao Chen keeps his eyes glued to her. The old master keeps talking, telling him to get close to her because she is going to be a huge cheat code for his future power level. Xiao Chen totally gets what his master is hinting at and quickly locks that advice into his brain. He clasps his hands together and says, "My name is Xiao Chen, the crown prince of the ancient Azure Dragon Empire. Now pay attention to this smooth talk." He tells her to train in the southeast mountains where monsters are solo and weak, unlike the bandit lands. The girl does not rush to answer, just silently judging his offer. She realizes Xiao Chen is actually the name of the first prince of the Azure Dragon state. Still, she keeps it cool and politely thanks the guy. "I am Wu Mingyu. Thank you so much for saving me." Just like that, they start traveling together through this incredibly sketchy and highly dangerous wasteland. Up in the sky, wild flying dinosaurs glide around, letting out some seriously creepy and terrifying screeches. Xiao Chen looks back and sees the girl and her camel keeping pace right behind him, making him feel pretty good. Reaching a massive cliff, he jumps straight down, and she does not hesitate to follow him. Right in front of them, a massive dinosaur bares its sharp fangs, ready to eat them alive. Xiao Chen instantly throws a heavy punch straight into the beast's chest, shutting it down. With night falling, they go find a safe spot to set up camp. I know what you're thinking. Fighting monsters makes you starve. They roast some meat to fill their bellies, and Xiao Chen decides to break this totally awkward silence. "Hey Mingyu, this is for you." She takes the skewer, says thank you, and quickly takes off that veiled hat she was wearing. Now Xiao Chen can finally see the gorgeous heavenly face she has been hiding behind that hat this entire time. Mingyu smiles, saying she is lucky to have his help on this sketchy trip. Staring at her gorgeous face, our boy completely freezes, his cheeks turning bright red. Seeing him act so clueless and cute, Mingyu giggles and asks him, "What are you staring at?" Xiao Chen snaps out of his daze, totally flustered. He thinks that trash Baiyuer dumped me, but who knew it would actually lead me to someone way better? Is this destiny or what? Shyly he lowers his head, completely avoiding her waiting eyes like a total nerd. He says, "I was just thinking about my toxic ex." She asks if it still hurts, and trust me, you and I are about to see him get his ultimate revenge. Alright, let us dive into this super awkward moment because Mingyu has zero clue what is going on, making the vibe between them totally dead. Before Xiao Chen can even open his mouth, Mingyu looks like she just got hit with a massive reality check. She literally screams, "Are you kidding me? Who is this rich punk that messed with your fiancé? Spill it, and I will personally go beat some respect into him." While she is completely losing her mind, Xiao Chen plays it cool, looking deep into her eyes and saying, "Do not waste your energy, Mingyu. My revenge is mine to take. I cannot just run to others." But Mingyu instantly snaps, jumping right up in his face. "Cut the crap. Your beef is my beef now, and I do not care how rich or powerful this trash is. I am not backing down." Staring straight into Xiao Chen's eyes with dead seriousness, she says, "If this jerk keeps flexing his power to bully people, I, Wu Mingyu, will personally make him regret ever being born." Honestly, this intense reaction from Mingyu catches Xiao Chen completely off guard. He cracks a smile to break the heavy tension, saying, "Yo, calm down, grab a bite first." Now pay attention here, because behind that fake sad face, Xiao Chen is absolutely laughing his head off inside. He just played the great Panwu dynasty's princess like a fiddle. "Jun Xiaoyao, let us see how long you can keep acting tough." Meanwhile, back at his place, Xiaoyao suddenly sneezes out of nowhere, totally startling himself. Someone must be talking trash. Seeing this, Linglong looks over with a super worried face and asks, "Are you all right?" He brushes it off quickly. "I am fine. Some clown is definitely plotting against me." Linglong just looks at Xiaoyao calmly. Right now, they are cruising high through the sky on their massive flying mount, and she points down to remind him that they have finally reached South Heaven City. Down in South Heaven City of the Nanyuan Dao State, Jun Zhangjian and Shui Wang are standing with their servants waiting for him, looking completely serious and ready for business. And yeah, you and I both know Xiaoyao is a total boss. He struts right up, smiling, and says, "Well, this is quite a crowd." Zhangjian cups his fists, and both he and Shui Huang bow deeply to welcome him, saying, "Descendants of the Jun family greet the divine child." Watching him bow, Xiaoyao takes a second to size him up, noting his thick eyebrows. "Yep, this is definitely Jun Zhangjian." Xiaoyao tells him, "No need to be so formal, cousin. We are all family here, so drop the act." Zhang Jian looks up, his eyes totally glowing with pure admiration for the guy. "You are way too kind, divine child, forgetting our past drama." Xiaoyao just shrugs and friendly puts his hand out, saying, "Come on, cousin Zhang Jian." But as they talk, Xiaoyao spots a super old cultivator standing nearby. Having zero clue who this guy is, he gestures toward him and asks, "And who might this senior be?" Hearing this, the old man quickly speaks up to introduce himself. Despite his old age, the old guy is sharp as a tack. "I am the elder Taoist of the Daoji Heavenly Sect," he says. "And trust me, you and I are about to see Xiaoyao cook as he digs deep through his memory. Alright, you and I are about to watch our boy show respect to this ancient Taoist elder who is supposedly above the sect leader. Alright, stick with me because we are about to watch this overpowered kid absolutely run the world." It starts with our main character, Jun Xiaoyao, arriving at the sect. The old Taoist smiles warmly. "Haha, divine son, don't sweat it. Your rooms are ready, right this way." The moment the guys in the palace hear he has arrived, they immediately start gossiping like crazy. "Dude, did you see the Jun family's divine son? The 10-year-old kid who soloed the Dark Dragon Supreme? Man, he is so insanely good looking." One guy actually blushes and says, "Man, if I were a girl, I would totally marry him." The dude next to him laughs and says, "Bro, who cares if you're a guy? Just go for it." The girls are blushing even harder, totally swooning over him. "Oh my god, did you see that? Young Master Jun Xiaoyao totally just looked right at me." Another girl snaps, "No way, he was totally looking at me," while someone else hides behind her fan, giggling. "Yeah, looks like a ton of girls won't be sleeping tonight." Suddenly, the air fills with girls singing poetic love songs about living and dying together. Like, what is this crazy thing called love? All this mushy stuff about tears of longing and spring flowers blooming follows them. Everywhere Jun Xiaoyao walks, the crazy hype follows him, leaving his four companions totally awkward and not knowing how to react. 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao ignores it all, while the two beside him shut up and act invisible. Jun Xiaoyao turns to Jun Zhangjian. "Cousin, who else from our Jun family is showing up?" Jun Zhangjian answers, "Besides us and sister Shui Feng, brother Jun Zhenji is coming. He actually got the Yuan Tian Supreme Order." Jun Xiaoyao looks surprised. "Brother Jun Wanji?" Seeing the young prodigy so shocked about the numbers, Jun Zhangjian quickly turns around to break it down for him. "He is ranked 5th in our family, and he actually attended your 10th birthday banquet." Recalling the guy's intense face, Jun Zhangjian gets totally serious. "Now you and I need to watch this part closely. Jun Wanji has the lightning tribulation physique, and he is totally salty about our main character's rank." Hearing Jun Zhangjian's warning, Jun Xiaoyao does not give a direct answer. But he thinks to himself, "Well, I get why he is mad. Honestly, when you are this awesome, people are bound to get jealous." Walking ahead with total confidence, Jun Xiaoyao shrugs it off. "Relax, we are family. As long as he does not stab me in the back, I can be pretty generous." Hearing those mature words, Jun Zhangjian can't help but admire him. Soon they arrive at the Daoji Heavenly Sect guest rooms. Inside, Jun Wanji is deeply focused on his training, gathering massive amounts of cosmic energy. His cultivation grind stops when a subordinate arrives to report. Opening his dark eyes, he asks coldly, "What do you want?" "My lord, he has finally arrived," reports his subordinate, Hei Tu, who belongs to the Black Cloud clan and serves under the 5th rank. Jun Wanji stays perfectly calm, letting out a sneer. So the golden boy finally decided to show up. I already knew he snatched the supreme order from Jun Zhangjian's kid, but I never expected Jun Zhangjian to actually turn around and kiss his ass like this. While Jun Wanji stays chill, the guy from the Black Cloud clan grinds his teeth in rage. "Those fools at the Daoji Heavenly Sect are blind. How can some wet behind-the-ears brat even compare to you, my lord?" Hearing this, Jun Wanji reminds him that no one is born to stay at the top forever. With a determined look, he says, "I will prove everything to the family." Meanwhile, over at the Grand Dragon Nest in Hangzhou, a figure walks slowly. Let's pause here. Look at this setting. Massive waterfalls surround them as they stand over a deep abyss. The atmosphere is completely chilling. While a massive dragon rips through the stormy sky, Long Bichi shows absolutely zero fear, staring directly at the ancient giant who stands before her with his back turned and a heavy aura. When the ancient giant turns and looks into her sharp eyes, she bows and speaks with deep respect. "Greetings, ancestor," Long Bichi says. The ancient giant gets straight to the point. Long Bichi, that Yuantian Supreme ran rampant in the past, stealing priceless ancient dragon bones directly from our sacred nest. He orders her, "Now that the secret realm is opening, you must go and steal those bones back." Long Bichi accepts the command. "Understood, ancestor. I will definitely bring those ancient dragon bones back." Remembering something, the ancient giant warns her, "By the way, watch out for the Jun family's divine son. He will probably try to fight you for them." Long Bichi looks up innocently and asks, "Ancestor, is this divine son really that strong?" She is the descendant of the Blue Dragon Emperor Long Bichi. The giant bends down to look her in the eye, but she doesn't even flinch. The giant grunts. "He easily crushed Long Haoshan. That should tell you everything you need to know." She looks back confidently. "Long Haoshan only fused a single dragon core, but I have already refined 2 of them myself. I am way stronger than he ever was." The giant gives up trying to argue with her. "Fine, just make sure you don't underestimate him." She bows deeply to accept the command. "Understood, I will take my leave." Watching her small figure walk away, the ancient giant can only sigh and nod. He turns back, totally lost in deep thought. Our ancient lineage actually had a direct female descendant sealed deep inside Divine Source, but she went missing years ago, and the complete Azure Dragon transformation art completely disappeared with her. If we could only find her and wake her up, she would easily crush that Jun family kid. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen looks ahead warily, remembering what just happened, and turns to ask his master a serious question. "Ancient dragon bones?" The Azure Dragon Master looks at him and nods. "Exactly. The hidden treasure of the Yuantian Supreme has appeared in the southern province. Back then, he snatched those ancient bones directly from the Grand Dragon Nest." Looking straight at the kid with massive expectations, his eyes flash with intense hope for his future. He says sternly, "You absolutely must get those bones. Then are you leaving already?" Without even looking back, Xiao Chen replies, "Yeah, I have to go find my destiny in that secret treasure." Wu Mingyu smiles, the sunlight hitting her soft face as she speaks softly. She says, "Go then, but stay safe." Xiao Chen does not reply. Instead, he just leaps right off the cliff. And trust me, you and I are about to witness his legendary rise as he lands on a giant eagle, shouting back while she looks up in absolute shock. Let's jump into this epic story where Xiao Chen literally screams his vow. "One day, I will definitely come to the martial god court to marry you." Wu Mingyu just stands there, stunned, totally silent. But Xiao Chen keeps yelling, promising he always keeps his word, staring at her soft, beautiful figure one last time before finally walking away. His voice echoes across the sky, swearing he won't back down. Through all this, Wu Mingyu still hasn't said a single word. Once he is far away, she grabs her hat, blushing like crazy. What is this brat spitting? Her eyes are filled with worry, knowing deep down that a future between them is just impossible. Jun Xiaoyao is yawning his head off, completely bored out of his mind. Lounging on his chair, he sighs to the others about how incredibly boring this whole waiting game is. It has been days. Why has the Yuntian Supreme Secret Realm not opened yet? Sitting nearby, Jun Shuhuang tries to calm him down, telling the Divine Sun to chill since it opens in a few days. The Southern Sect is leading this, uniting the elders of all the clans. Jun Zhangjian chimes in, explaining they want to make this secret realm a training ground for the young generation, which takes time. Jun Xiaoyao just sips his tea, annoyed, wondering if there is literally anything else to do. Standing right next to him, Jun Linglong sees his annoyed face and gets a bit worried. So she speaks up, suggesting that since he wanted to learn the zither, and Lady Jun Shuewang is right here, he should totally ask her for some lessons. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao turns his surprised eyes to Jun Shuewang, asking if his clan sister is actually sick at playing the zither. Caught off guard by his gaze, Jun Xiaoyao gets flustered, saying her skills are nothing compared to the geniuses of the Zither sect. But Jun Xiaoyao looks at her with sparkling eyes, saying it is totally fine because she is definitely better than him. Teach me, sis. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly acting like this makes Jun Xiaoyao super embarrassed. She finally agrees, saying she will show off her basic skills if he does not mind. Meanwhile, Jun Zhangjian is totally stunned seeing this weird side of him. She stutters, wondering if the divine son is always this playful. Jun Xiaoyao shyly pushes him back, saying he is upright when it counts. But suddenly, Jun Linglong spots something weird. Glancing at the teacup on the table, she hears a salesman boast that she has definitely asked the right guy. The merchant grins, smoothly hyping his stuff, saying this spiritual tea is their province's finest specialty, tasting incredibly sweet and leaving a crazy good aftertaste. He mentions having a 10,000-year-old tea box, but before he can even drop the price, Jun Linglong cuts him off and says she will take it. As she pulls out her cash, a rough hand suddenly snatches the box away, with some random guy claiming he is taking this 10,000-year-old tea for himself. This clown from the Black Cloud clan glares at Jun Linglong with pure provocation. Jun Linglong does not even flinch, calmly asking the owner if there is any other place selling this ancient tea. Her chill response completely catches the Black Cloud guy off guard. As the boss stutters, the guy refuses to lose face, yelling that he is buying every single tea leaf on this entire street. Jun Linglong just stares at him, absolutely dumbfounded by his move. But instead of getting mad, she clasps her hands in mock respect, asking if he is seriously that obsessed with tea. She asks if he is some legendary tea fanatic from the East Continent. Feeling totally clowned on, the Black Cloud guy grumbles, wondering how this is even happening. He cannot believe she is completely unfazed. Ignoring his pathetic attempts, she thinks to herself that this brain-dead style of flexing feels way too familiar, reminding her of an old friend. Suddenly, a fierce voice booms, warning him about provoking a noble lady of the Jun family. Jun Zhangjian steps right in front of the guy, asking if he has a death wish. Totally terrified, the weak coward freezes up before quickly turning around and running for his life. Jun Zhangjian explains that the guy is one of Jun Wanji's dogs, sent here to target her. Standing behind him, she calmly replies that she already figured that out. Shaking outside, the guy mutters about Jun Zhangjian being the 10th rank of the Jun family, before letting out a creepy, twisted laugh. He mocks him for getting beaten up by Jun Xiaoyao over some girl, but watch closely as Jun Zhangjian just lets out a sigh and slowly steps right toward him. The thug feels the chilling pressure and panics as a sudden gust blows his hair. Without missing a beat, Jun Zhangjian presses his razor-sharp blade right against the guy's neck. Jun Zhangjian growls, demanding to know who ordered this since the trash knew exactly who he was. Feeling the cold steel, the shaking thug starts panicking inside. He was way too fast. There is no way a low tier like him can beat a ranked Jun family warrior. But this clown still acts tough. He turns around, still trying to act brave, asking if he dares to show off knowing his master's identity. Suddenly, a calm voice calls out his name. The voice freezes Jun Zhangjian right in his tracks. Looking down from above, Jun Wanji, who has been watching the whole time, finally speaks up. He mocks him for being the 10th rank, but acting like a dog wagging its tail for Jun Xiaoyao, totally throwing his pride away. He tells him to just drop his rank already. Furious, Jun Zhangjian glares up at him and yells in absolute rage. And yeah, you and I can see the trouble coming as Jun Wanji unleashes his massive power, roaring that he is just teaching his pathetic brother a quick lesson. He immediately summons a massive bolt of lightning, blasting it straight down at Jun Zhangjian. Gritting his teeth under the blinding flash, Jun Zhangjian swings his sword, slicing the lightning right in half to stop the deadly strike. But the residual electricity still shocks his body, numbing his hand. Watching this, Jun Wanji is impressed he actually sliced lightning. Then again, if he could not even handle that, he would not deserve a rank in their family. Sweating, Jun Zhangjian curses inside, realizing how ruthless the guy is. If that lightning had hit Jun Linglong, she would have been dead on the spot. He yells up, asking if he wants everyone else to laugh at their family fighting. Jun Wanji just glares down, claiming this is not a fight, but merely a warning from an older brother. He tells him to warn Jun Xiaoyao to act humble, but trust me, we know he is going to regret that. Get ready. Because you and I are about to watch this trash-talking minion, Hei-Tu, brag that his master is the true future of the family. Jun Wanji quickly shuts him up, telling him they need to move. Hei-Tu obeys, and they vanish, leaving Jun Zhangjian standing there completely pissed off and cursing them. Jun Linglong walks up to ask him if he is okay. Looking at her holding a tea box, Jun Zhangjian is totally speechless, thinking to himself that while he was getting wrecked, she was just shopping for tea. Even though he expected this, he still feels incredibly hurt inside. Slowly, he sheathes his sword. Massaging his numb arm, he puts on a tough face and says he is fine, just a bit numb. Jun Linglong asks if they should tell the Divine Sun. Knowing Jun Xiaoyao, he would get revenge immediately and just wipe the guy out. That crazy thought makes Jun Zhangjian really nervous. He tells her to forget it because he knows how wild the Divine Sun gets. Besides, the secret realm is opening soon, so infighting is a terrible idea. Hearing this, she stares at him in complete disbelief. As they walk away, she admits he has changed a lot. That comment catches him off guard. Suddenly, a massive noise echoes from the pavilion, making them both look up in total confusion. Jun Zhangjian points and asks what that noise is. Jun Linglong deadpans, saying it is probably the Divine Sun playing his zither. Inside, Jun Xiaoyao is happily practicing while Jun Shewang suffers in silence. At the door, Jun Linglong sighs, saying she knew it. Jun Xiaoyao welcomes them back, asking where they went without telling him. But watch closely, his eyes instantly turn sharp as he senses something is off. Jun Zhangjian quickly lies that they went to buy local tea. But Jun Xiaoyao walks over, grabs his arm tightly, and calls out to his cousin. Giving him a piercing glare, he demands to know who he fought. Jun Zhangjian is completely stunned. Jun Xiaoyao scans him and realizes destructive lightning energy is trapped deep inside his veins. If they do not clear it now, it will cause permanent, deadly damage. He warns him, telling his cousin to grit his teeth. Sensing something bad is coming, Jun Zhangjian gets nervous. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao throws a heavy punch straight into his chest. Golden energy surges through his body, violently pushing the trapped lightning out. Pain racks Jun Zhangjian as the veins on his face bulge under the pressure. He realizes Jun Wanji left this nasty lightning trap inside him. From the outside, the entire room flashes with a blinding golden light. Jun Xiaoyao pulls his hand back, leaving his cousin kneeling in relief while Jun Linglong watches. Gripping his chest, he realizes the pain is gone because his master cleared his pathways. Jun Xiaoyao asks him coldly, telling him to think very carefully before answering. Who was the one who dared to hurt him? Now let's pivot to another mansion where He-Tu is literally asking his master why they don't just crush Jun Xiaoyao already. Jun Wanji warns him that Jun Xiaoyao possesses both the sacred body and the supreme bone, so he cannot be underestimated. Besides, fighting him now would ruin his condition for the upcoming secret treasury trial, which would definitely get him scolded by the clan elders. He-Tu gets incredibly pissed off at those blind elders, but Jun Wanji calmly remarks that if Jun Xiaoyao actually has a brain, he will wait until after the treasury event to challenge him. Suddenly, they hear a noise. Sensing danger, they leap back in a panic. An absolute giant golden hand suddenly crashes down from above, instantly pulverizing the entire mansion into nothing but dust. Jun Xiaoyao lowers his hand as the gold fades, looking down from the sky like an absolute boss. He warns them that he never waits to settle a score. Jun Wanji curses him for being crazy while Jun Zhangjian sighs, knowing this chaos is why he stayed quiet. Jun Wanji glares up at him, demanding to know what the hell he thinks he is doing. Jun Xiaoyao fires back, asking who gave him the balls to attack his own clan brother right before the secret gate opens. Jun Wanji tries to play it off as a minor lesson, mocking the Divine Sun for being so incredibly petty over nothing. With a cold smirk, Jun Xiaoyao agrees. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks right past Jun Wanji's shoulder. Sensing immediate danger, he spins around only to see a giant golden hand already gripping He-Tu's face. Jun Xiaoyao slams him down hard, triggering a massive, blinding explosion. Jun Xiaoyao casually remarks that it was just a tiny punishment, and he's still alive. Jun Wanji is left speechless, realizing he had to match his cousin's pettiness. No surprise there. Losing all control, Jun Wanji lets his lightning explode as he screams Jun Xiaoyao's name, unleashing a devastating lightning strike directly at him. Amused, Jun Xiaoyao easily gathers golden light around his fist, mocking the guy for screaming so loudly like some kind of rabid dog. He blocks the massive palm strike with ease, sending Jun Wanji flying backward from the impact. Jun Wanji's attacking arm instantly snaps and deforms as Jun Xiaoyao blasts him high into the sky with a fraction of his power. Seeing his master get wrecked, He-Tu screams in horror and transforms into a dark mist to charge at Jun Xiaoyao. You bastard, go to hell! Jun Xiaoyao stays completely calm, while He-Tu gasps in pure shock as golden light erupts to blow him back. It is the legendary Hell Crucifying Oven, unleashing a direct, devastating attack on the target. He-Tu screams in confusion, asking what this thing is. Before he can even process it, his entire body gets sucked into the oven, leaving him struggling and screaming in absolute despair. From afar, Jun Wanji yells for him to stop as he sees his lackey in danger. Clenching his fists, lightning flares as his eyes glow. Trust me, you and I are about to see his ultimate supreme law and lightning physique. Yo, you and I are about to watch the sky go pitch black as dark clouds twist into a massive vortex, while this crazy guy, Jun Wanji, screams about striking down with godlike lightning. Right after that, thunder shakes the ground. A bright glow erupts on his forehead, unleashing his ultimate forbidden seal. In an instant, a massive strike called the Desolate Lightning God crashes down. Jun Xiaoyao just stands there laughing, saying, "You, not even close." The second he says that, thousands of glowing golden swords materialize next to an epic roaring true dragon. Swords on one side, dragons on the other, swirling together into a lethal combo, his ultimate soldier-slaying art and true dragon heaven-binding technique. Jun Xiaoyao points right at Junwanji's face and warns him, "Pick on the weak and you're dead meat. Better think long and hard about that." The dragon and swords blast forward, slamming directly into the lightning. Jun Wanji completely freezes, overwhelmed by the insane pressure of the true dragon. All he can see is a massive beast charging straight at him. Boom. A massive explosion rocks the entire sky, sending smoke and debris flying. Jun Wanji's clothes are totally shredded as he free falls back to earth like a rag doll. In Jun Xiaoyao's hand, the hell furnace slowly seals shut. Inside, Heitu is screaming his lungs out, begging for someone to save him. Meanwhile, Jun Wanji hits the dirt with a heavy thud, knocked out cold. As the furnace lid clicks shut, the desperate screams finally fade away. Jun Xiaoyao glides down and lands smoothly right in front of Jun Wanji. Standing there with pure main character energy, the power gap between them is just hilarious. Jun Wanji drags himself up, looking like an absolute mess, and stares at Jun Xiaoyao before hanging his head in shame. He slams his fist into the dirt, grinding his teeth, and mutters, "You absolute bastard!" Before the guy can even process what is happening, Jun Xiaoyao steps up and delivers a brutal kick, launching him straight into a dusty crater. Jun Xiaoyao stays totally chill and watch closely because he's only doing this to get payback for his crew. Behind him, Jun Zhongjian and Jun Shihuang are completely speechless. Meanwhile, Jun Wanji drops to his knees, crying out, "Damn it, if you just gave me 10 more years to train, there's no way I would..." Jun Xiaoyao just sighs, finding it hilarious. "Why do you guys always assume 10 years of hard training is enough to close the gap between us?" Rubbing his chin, he adds, "You couldn't even touch me when I was 10 years old. Did you forget Jun Xiaoyao is only 10? Do you seriously think you can beat me when I'm 20? Jun Wanji lies there totally helpless while onlookers start whispering, "What the hell happened? Why was there such a massive blast? Oh my god, the place is completely trashed." One guy frowns and says, "Looks like a Jun family civil war. Man, this fight was absolutely brutal." Jun Zhongjian starts sweating, thinking, "This is bad, people are gathering. If this keeps up, the Jun family is going to become a total laughingstock." He quickly sends a telepathic message saying, "Divine child, wrap this up fast." Jun Xiaoyao steps forward and mutters, "Got it," before walking over to Jun Wanji. He grabs the guy by his hair, lifting him up to look him dead in the eye. "Tell me, cousin, did I offend you?" Jun Wanji winces in pain as Jun Xiaoyao asks, "Was your fragile little pride seriously worth doing something this incredibly stupid?" Jun Xiaoyao lets go, giving him a quick lesson. "We share the same blood. We are brothers, not enemies. We should be ruling together, not tearing each other apart like beasts." Jun Wanji coughs up blood, yelling back, "The Jun family never once," but Jun Xiaoyao immediately cuts him off. "You were born from a branch family and never got treated right, so you got jealous. You assumed I was just some spoiled trash riding on family resources who was way weaker than you." One stands while the other kneels, and yeah, you and I both know Jun Xiaoyao is right. Is that your excuse to abuse your own family? With a pathetic, narrow mind like yours, you think you can pass judgment on me? Jun Xiaoyao looks down calmly, offering a deal. "Now I'll give you two choices, submit to me and become my loyal servant." With cold eyes, he delivers the second option, or die. Hearing this, the guy starts stuttering in pure panic. You want to kill me?" Jun Xiaoyao just smirks. "Why not? If I end you right here, do you seriously think our family will even care?" He glares down with deadly eyes. "After all, you have zero power, and you're just a toxic trash who tried to murder his own brother." Jun Wanji grinds his teeth, refusing to back down. He struggles to stand up, gasping, "You," but Jun Xiaoyao instantly cuts him off, roaring, "Kneel!" A massive wave of pressure forces Jun Wanji back to his knees. He glares down. "I'll give you 3 seconds to decide." He begins the countdown. 3. Jun Wanji's mind goes into overdrive. "Am I going to die? Is this really how it ends for me?" Terrified, he starts sweating. "Is this kid seriously going to murder me?" But Jun Xiaoyao's expression is dead serious. He keeps counting down without missing a beat. 2. Right then, the familiar face of a young girl flashes across his mind. Damn it all. The little girl smiles warmly at him, calling his name. Jun Wanji squeezes his eyes shut. The line between dying and serving has never been thinner. He curses silently. 3 seconds go by way too fast, and the moment Jun Xiaoyao hits 1, the guy slams his head against the ground. Before the entire crowd, he finally chooses to surrender. Jun Wanji swears loyalty to the master. Jun Xiaoyao shrugs. "If you had just done this earlier, we could have skipped all this stupid drama." A glowing golden sigil appears in Jun Xiaoyao's palm, and he slams it right onto Jun Wanji's head. The guy's eyes widen as he recognizes the slave crest. The slave crest binds deep inside the soul palace, making betrayal physically impossible. As the glowing brand sinks into his head, bright golden lines of energy ripple out, spreading all across his meridians. Of course, this soul seal only works if both sides actually consent to it. Jun Wanji slowly rubs his forehead, feeling the burning mark. Jun Xiaoyao admits, "Your choice actually surprised me. Honestly, I thought you were the proud type who would rather die than surrender to anyone." Secretly, Jun Xiaoyao was planning to spare him anyway out of respect. But Jun Wanji just sighs. "I have a little sister who was exiled to the lower world. I swore to bring her back to the immortal realm, so I can't die yet." Hearing that, Jun Xiaoyao freezes up. The barrier between the 9 heavens and 10 lands isn't exactly easy to break. Pointing his finger, Jun Xiaoyao lectures him. "If you're carrying a burden that huge, why the hell did you come pick a fight with me? You ruined your life over some stupid petty grudge. Is that how you show love to your sister?" Jun Wanji grinds his teeth in frustration, forced to take the lecture. "And trust me, you and I can both see his point. While this idiot was picking fights, his poor sister was probably out there suffering." Yo, you and I are jumping right into a wild moment where Jun Wanji actually starts tearing up from those deep words, leaving Jun Zhangjian totally shocked like, wait, is he seriously crying? Meanwhile, the whole city is gossiping about the crazy fight. Everyone is whispering like, yo, did you hear about the Jun family civil war? That divine son is savage, forcing his own cousin into slavery. But some say Jun Wanji was the one who picked the fight first. In this brutal era, if you are not ruthless, you can forget about reaching the emperor path. Others argue that if they were the divine son, they would have just slaughtered him. But honestly, a nobody like you is not even worthy of carrying the beaten Jun Wanji shoes. Jun Linglong is totally annoyed, practically fuming, and drops 4 heavy words, "Divine Son Lord." Jun Xiaoyao shrugs, nervously asking, "What did I do?" "Hey, it is not like I wanted to make a scene. I just wanted to stand up for cousin Jun Zhangjian." Suddenly blamed, Jun Zhangjian is totally caught off guard. "My bad," Jun Zhangjian mumbles. Jun Linglong softens up and says, "Look, I am not blaming you, but whether it is Lan Qingye or Jun Wanji, you always handle things this way. You always let them off way too easy." Hearing this, Jun Zhangjian sighs in relief, thinking, man, lecturing the divine son, Jun Linglong is an absolute beast. He smiles and asks, "So you wanted me to kill Jun Wanji?" Jun Linglong straight up replies, "Honestly, the gentle way you treated both of them sends a bad message to everyone. They will think the Jun family divine son is a softie. Like, mess with him and you will live, maybe even score some free loot. Mark my words, pretty soon, every clout chaser in the world will try to provoke you." He smiles at her warmly. "Look, I do not just recruit anyone, but I get that you are still pretty annoyed with how I handled things. But here is the part you and I need to watch." Jun Xiaoyao grins and tells little Lingzi that he has a crazy story to share. Once there was an orphan kid adopted by a blind fortune teller. He had a rough, lonely life, and the old man would gently wipe his dirty face clean. The old man asked, "Jun Xiaoyao, which god did you piss off this time?" The kid groaned, "Do not ask. 2 idiots were drowning, so I saved them. But those ungrateful jerks claimed I pushed them, which got me beaten up. It is so frustrating." The blind man smiled and asked, "Do you feel wronged?" Jun Xiaoyao snapped back, obviously. "Those 2 scumbags only blamed me because they thought I was some weak, easy target who would not fight back." The blind man gently asked, "Do you think if you had some high status, those kids would not have lied to you?" "No, they would still lie and probably scam me for cash." The old man then asked, "So next time, would you still save them?" "Probably, yeah. Honestly, I do not care about those trash. If someone stabbed them when I was not looking, I would literally clap and cheer. But if it happens right in front of me, I cannot just ignore it. It makes me feel at peace." The old man smiled and said, "Then just follow your heart. That is what people call being Jun Xiaoyao, completely free." He patted the boy's head, saying, "One day, heaven will surely bless you for this." The kid asked, "Are you just trying to make me feel better?" Hearing the story, Jun Linglong looks up and asks, "Wait, was that boy actually you?" "Wait, you and I both know the answer to that," but he just smiles. "Little Lingzi, even if I slaughtered everyone who challenged me, the idiots would not stop. In this era of rising prodigies, killing a few pests will not make anyone respect or fear you. I let them live not because I am some saint, but because doing it this way feels good, like extremely satisfying. My name is Jun Xiaoyao. If I have to stress over what others think, what is the point?" Jun Zhangjian watches this, totally starstruck by how ridiculously cool his boss is. Jun Linglong nods. "Fine, we will do it your way." At the top of the mansion, the conversation between the 3 of them finally comes to an end. Ignoring the gossip, on a high tower not too far from the Jun family estate, a hand gently rests on the stone railing. Jishuan stands there, staring toward the Jun family, and whispers 3 words, "Jun Xiaoyao." Meanwhile, Jun Wanji and Jun Shuang are busy healing. The Imperial 3 are the strongest ancient clans in the realm. The Jun family is top 10, producing geniuses generation after generation. The Zhang family has prime talents like the innate Dao fetus, while the Yi family boasts the sword demon reincarnate, Yi Guchen, who is completely unmatched. Over in South Heaven City, inside a tall tower, the place is buzzing. Hey, did you guys hear what the Jun family divine son did? Man, they are truly worthy of being called the Imperial Three. A gossiping guy in yellow says this, then turns to Ji Xuan asking, Brother Ji, did your clan used to be one of them too? The little saint of Holy Spirit Academy. Ji Xuan raises his glass, smiling. That is old news, everyone knows my clan fell off. A blue-clothed youth replies, no need to be humble, brother, you are the holy son and easily match the Jun family. Hearing that, Ji Xuan cannot help but smile with pride. The guy asks, did you not beat the Jun family? Ji Xuan replies, I just had a higher level, it was barely a win. The entire table gasps in admiration. Brother Ji is always so humble and elegant, a true gentleman worthy of being called the little saint. On the outside, he just laughs it off. But inside, he is thinking, these idiots want me to fight the Jun family? Do they take me for a fool? Besides, my saint title has nothing to do with being a good guy. He puts down his glass. I should avoid Jun Xiaoyao. He is not my target. Once I secure the Yuantian Supreme Secret and that artifact, I will rule the younger generation. Why care about some imperial clans? Suddenly, in the Taihuang forest, a terrifying purple lightning strikes the earth, sending a giant pillar of light straight into the heavens. Stick with me, because we are about to see what kind of insane beast is rising from the glowing anomaly. Even a powerful four-eyed beast is completely frozen in fear. As the veins on its face bulge, human cultivators also start rushing toward the crazy phenomenon. Alright, you and I are about to watch some high-tier elders completely freak out because Yuantian Supreme's secret realm is acting way too sus. The Ji family elder asks if this dark mist is actually that nasty foreign dark matter. The Jun family elder shrugs it off as a cheap knockoff, while some other random elder laughs out loud and calls the Jun family a bunch of total cowards. Triggered by the trash talk, the Jun elder glares back and asks if this green lizard wants to get wrecked just like that black one did. That was Elder Qinglong, who snaps back instantly, but before they can scrap, a Zhang family elder steps in to stop the drama. He tells them to cut the bickering and focus on whether they should even let the kids continue this trial under these conditions. The Ji elder insists they keep going, saying if they wimp out now, these so-called geniuses have absolutely no business joining the Emperor Road later. The other elders agree, while all the young prodigies are already rushing toward that massive pillar of death in the forest. Meanwhile, our boy Xiaoyao is watching everything from the highest deck, smirk on his face as he mutters that the show is finally starting. Suddenly, a bright golden light shoots straight into the sky, revealing a massive floating mirror that projects a live feed of the area. Zhang Jian smiles and explains it is their family's sky-viewing mirror, an ancient saint weapon the elders are using to keep eyes on their performance. The projection of the elders appears in the sky as they announce that the Yuantian Supreme Realm is open, and all older generation cultivators are strictly banned from entering. This place is incredibly dangerous, so pay close attention. The weak ones are basically running for their lives right now. Now that the gates are open, Jun Xiaoyao is ready to roll. He gives the order, and his elite squad of 4 nods in sync before they all blast off together. Xiaoyao smiles, hyped to show this entire desolate heaven domain exactly what the Jun family youth can do. With that, a massive wave of young cultivators charges into the forest, hyping each other up to loot the secret vault first. But right behind them, a massive, terrifying pressure rapidly closes in, leaving everyone completely shook. A giant flying treasure ship suddenly appears, blasting forward at absolute warp speed. The massive shock wave knocks people clean off their feet. They scream in frustration, realizing it is the Zhang family's spirit boat and that they are about to get left in the dust. Some annoyed cultivators decided to fight back, launching their own weapons to shoot the ship down. Xiaoyao seizes the opportunity, flying high above the chaos just as a gorgeous woman appears and lands a brutal blow on a giant serpent. Landing right next to her with a cocky grin, Xiaoyao recognizes her immediately and asks if that is his lovely young aunt. This beautiful girl is Zhang Shengyi. She looks at Xiaoyao in surprise, and he just smiles, casually asking if she needs a hand. Then he turns to Linglong and tells her to clear a path, and she nods with a quick, confident response. Linglong immediately leaps off the ship, straight into the crowd, easily blasting aside anyone dumb enough to stand in her way. Zhang Jian is literally fanboying over Linglong, and honestly, you and I can see why Shengyi is just standing there completely speechless. Following right behind him are the 10th sequence Zhang Jian, 7th sequence Shui Huang, and 5th sequence Wanji. Shengyi smiles, realizing these 3 top-tier geniuses are acting like his personal bodyguards. She can see her nephew's faction is getting seriously powerful, but suddenly a massive roar stops everyone cold. Out of nowhere, Linglong takes a heavy hit and gets blown backward, clutching her arm as she stares at a massive shadow. A monstrous beast with giant sharp claws slams down, roaring viciously. Shengyi gasps, warning that it is a feral demonic bear, basically equivalent to a late-stage divine bridge realm cultivator. On top of that, this beast looks completely out of its mind, like it went full-on berserk. Xiaoyao stays totally chill, calling the beast slightly interesting. He shouts down to Linglong, asking if she needs him to swoop in and save her. A bit embarrassed, she tells him she's got this and immediately charges back at the massive demonic bear with insane speed. The beast roars back with razor-sharp teeth, swinging its massive claws down and absolutely shattering the ground with a single strike. But Linglong is way too fast, instantly vanishing and reappearing right behind it. She winds up her fist, throwing a full power punch that slams the beast face first into the dirt. Dust and debris explode everywhere, with trees snapping like toothpicks where the monster collapsed. The crowd nearby is completely stunned, whispering in shock that she took down that massive beast with one hit. They wonder how a mere maid of the Jun family can be this ridiculously strong. While they wonder if this is the power of the top family, Jixuan is also flexing hard, clearing his own path with one-shot kills. The onlookers are highly impressed, realizing they absolutely cannot sleep on the Ji family's little saint. Rumor says he fused his left hand with a Saint King bone, making him look completely invincible. But then, someone points into the distance. A mysterious figure wearing a dark cloak and a bamboo hat appears, making everyone whisper in confusion. That guy just clenches his fist, casually preparing to counterattack the charging beast. Before anyone can even guess who he is, he unleashes a single punch that sends a giant bird flying. With all these young geniuses showing up, the race for the ultimate treasure is officially on. And trust me, you and I are not ready for who Xiaoyao just spotted in the crowd. Hearing him, Zhang Jian turns and asks if his master knows someone here, adding with a salty frown that he actually has some beef with that kid in the yellow robes over there. Yo, stick with me because this punk named Jixuan fused a Saint King's arm bone and calls himself the Little Saint. We fought once, and that loser only won by a hair because his cultivation level was higher. Then he went around bragging to everyone about beating a Jun family heir. What gets me is his fake humble act. It is honestly disgusting. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao decides to egg him on. So when we enter the Supreme Secret Realm, can you win back your spotlight? Jun Zhangjian looks deadly serious as he gives his determined answer. Absolutely. Meanwhile, a mysterious hooded guy below looks up at Jun Xiaoyao's flying ship. He lifts his hat slightly and mutters, Jun Xiaoyao, I will make you pay. Behind him in the forest, a figure appears in the distance. A young girl wearing a veiled hat is riding a giant deer. She glances quietly at the gathering crowd. Soon the ship approaches the death energy zone, and someone shouts that they have finally arrived. Jiang Shengyi tells everyone the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm is inside the abyss below. As a massive crack appears before them, Jun Zhangjian smacks his lips. Man, this black mist is super annoying. Jun Shuihuang warns them that the secret realm must have mutated, and the mist is suppressing their energy, so they must fight it. But Jun Xiaoyao is totally chill and asks, really, why do I not feel anything at all? Jiang Shengyi smiles and explains that his sacred body is pure light and blocks all evil, making him immune to this filth. Jun Xiaoyao just says, oh, is that so? Now watch closely as the ship heads down into the abyss. Jun Xiaoyao's sharp senses kick in, and he warns everyone that a beast is coming. Jun Zhangjian draws his sword immediately. A massive beast foot appears, oozing death energy, with iron chains bound around its wrists. It seems to have just escaped captivity, charging wildly at the ship. The guards activate their skills and scream in panic to protect the lady from this Guiyi-level demon ape. Right as they say that, the demon ape swings its giant claws straight at them. Outside, the 5 elders of the great families watch through a mirror, noting the beast has fully integrated its soul and body into absolute unity. Seeing this powerful primeval beast, the Ji family elder strokes his beard and sneers. Looks like your precious Jun family divine son is in real trouble. But the Jun family elder is completely unbothered, smiling as he warns them not to underestimate his disciples. Meanwhile, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Shuihuang fly up to intercept the beast. They unleash their ultimate moves together. Jun Zhangjian uses his 9-sun sword, while Jun Shuihuang fires her Ice Heaven Thunder Lotus right at the ape. Caught off guard, the monster roars in pain, but it quickly clenches its fist for a counterattack, launching a blow that blasts both of them away. Jun Shuihuang is sent flying, but Jun Zhangjian catches her just in time. They both shout for the divine sun as Jun Xiaoyao steps up, noting the beast wants to stop them. Flying up, he summons a familiar ring of golden light and declares, "Then let us send it right back to where it came from." A massive rain of swords suddenly forms, fusing together into a single giant blade. This ultimate strike crashes straight down on the ape before it can even react. A huge explosion erupts right in front of them. Sweating, Jun Shuihuang stares ahead and asks if they finally managed to take it down. From above, Jun Xiaoyao replies that it is not over yet. He orders them to fall back, and as the dust clears, the giant arm of the ape slowly appears. It is still standing strong after that massive hit, completely unharmed. Suddenly, a sharp horn begins to sprout right out of the ape's forehead, and from that horn, a deadly beam of red energy shoots straight toward the flying ship. Jun Xiaoyao raises his hand to unleash his divine force, summoning the guardian spirit to block the attack. The deadly red beam completely dissolves against his solid shield, leaving the ape absolutely terrified. Looking up, it spots him in the air. Jun Xiaoyao is already floating there with wings spread wide. He raises his hand toward the sky and declares that it is over. Golden light blazes like the sun as his giant seal crushes the beast. Nearby rogue cultivators hear the massive explosion and rush over to see the chaos. Looking down at the flattened corpse, they gasp in absolute shock, unable to believe this insane high-level primordial beast was wiped out so easily. You and I both knew he was strong, but taking down a beast like that in one shot, he completely lives up to his hype. Behind him, Long Bichi appears and asks if he is Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing her horns, he immediately figures out she belongs to the Dragon Clan. She asks if he defeated the beast, but instead of answering, he asks who she is. The girl steps up and proudly introduces herself as Long Bichi. Hearing her name, Jun Xiaoyao freezes for a second, then asks a question that leaves her totally confused. How much did your parents hate you to give you a name like that? Before she can reply, a dark figure lands right in front of them in the dust, asking what is going on. The dust clears to reveal sharp teeth and golden fur standing right there. He tells her that seeing this kid take down that crazy beast is actually pretty impressive, then tells Jun Xiaoyao he is strong enough to serve him. Hearing this incredibly dumb offer, the two of them just stand there completely speechless and trying to process what they just heard. Suddenly, black wings appear above as a voice mocks him, calling him a dumb cat and asking why a human would ever serve them. He adds with killer eyes that humans are only meant to be food. Jun Xiaoyao asks if all beast clans are this stupid, and she crosses her arms, admitting that most of them are indeed brain dead, just like humans. Furious at being called stupid, the giant bird beast loses its mind and launches a barrage of razor-sharp feathers straight down at Jun Xiaoyao. He coldly spreads his own wings, leaving the girl staring up in pure disbelief. With his massive, powerful wings, he easily blocks every single feather thrown his way. Sharp feathers litter the ground, but not a single one actually manages to touch his body. Shocked, the bird gasps while a 9-headed lion mocks it. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me here. This punk is not even using his hands. Swallow Heaven's sparrow yells at the cat to shut up. A familiar voice calls down from the airship, warning him, Jun Xiaoyao, do not go too wild. The saintly healer adds that the 9-headed lion and Swallow Heaven sparrow are primordial beasts that sweep the 8 regions. Fighting both of them alone is way too dangerous, even for a total beast like him. He smiles and says she is stressing too much. Then he looks forward and scoffs. What is so great about 2 dumb beasts? Furious, Swallow Heaven Sparrow glares with pure murderous intent, roaring that this human is too arrogant and needs to eat his next attack. Suddenly, skull-shaped lights fill the sky, but while Long Bichi just stands there watching with folded arms, Jun Xiaoyao beside her has already vanished without a trace. As the beast wonders where he went, Jun Xiaoyao appears behind it with golden lightning crackling in his hand. By the time it turns around, it is already too late. Jun Xiaoyao delivers a clean slash, complaining about the awful smell and wondering how many humans this beast has eaten. Then the sparrow head just drops. The beast cannot even close its eyes, letting out one last gasp as its massive body slowly collapses to the ground. Now pay attention here. That sparrow head rolls right in front of the 9-headed lion. Watching his ally get instantly deleted, he is totally frozen in pure terror, sweating bullets as his 8 little heads turn pale. With the sparrow dead, Jun Xiaoyao slowly lands back on the ground like a boss. He looks at the giant beast and says, "Hey, big lion, you are actually stronger than that roasted chicken. You are qualified to be my mount." He smiles, offering a deal to kneel and be spared, but after seeing that instant kill, the 9-headed lion just stands there, totally frozen by his presence. His paws start shaking as he wonders if he is actually scared. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao is radiating a powerful aura that completely crushes his pride. He cannot believe that as a descendant of the sacred beast, he is actually terrified of a human kid. Jun Xiaoyao adds, "You are not like that chicken. You look cool, and I do not sense any murderous bloodlust on you. Since you do not eat humans to level up your power, I will be merciful and give you a golden opportunity. Become my personal mount and stay loyal to me." Hearing that, the lion gets incredibly furious, taking it as a massive insult. He takes a deep breath, channeling all the surrounding spiritual energy into his chest, and lets out a deafening roar straight at Jun Xiaoyao. The blast is so strong it blows away rocks and dirt. Jun Xiaoyao just smiles, thinking, is this the legendary lion roar? Pretty cool. The shockwave is wild. Low-level onlookers get blown away instantly, while Jishuan barely holds his ground, thinking this is totally insane. He realized this is definitely not a normal fight for the Divine Bridge realm. The nine-headed lion lunges with his sharp claws, yelling that he will never be a slave. Jun Xiaoyao easily blocks it, enjoying the massive shockwave, impressed by his raw power. The giant beast refuses to stop, spamming heavy strikes one after another while screaming his lungs out in absolute rage. Now, you and I know he just stepped on a huge landmine. The ancestor of the nine-headed lion was once tamed by a great emperor. They served as mounts, making the word mount a deep insult written in their bloodline. That is why his eyes are burning with pure fury. Jun Xiaoyao calmly replies that the great emperor who tamed them was legendary, respected, and highly loyal. That is why it was actually a huge honor. Hearing this, the lion freezes as something clicks in his mind, but he quickly tries to snap himself out of it. He cannot lose focus now. He charges up his energy for an ultimate move. Jun Xiaoyao smiles as a bright light glows on his chest, ready to clash. This is exactly what I wanted. His heavenly light clashes directly with the lion divine seal, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The massive blast is so intense that the dust completely hides them from view. As the smoke clears, Jun Xiaoyao gets pushed back several steps, sliding a long distance before finally regaining his balance. Then the giant silhouette of the nine-headed lion emerges from the dust, growing even larger as its massive paw comes down. Its true form is absolutely massive, but Jun Xiaoyao quickly activates his sword art, summoning sharp blades that target all 8 of its smaller heads at once. Jun Xiaoyao calmly says cut, slashing them simultaneously and making the beast roar in pure agony. The giant lion collapses to the ground. As Jun Xiaoyao slowly walks closer, the beast is totally terrified. With a smirk, he asks again if it wants to be his mount. The absolute terror leaves the giant beast speechless and stuttering. But then the lion kneels and asks a hilarious question. Do you provide food? Jun Xiaoyao promises 5 dishes and soup with meat every single meal. Hearing this, the lion happily rolls around, saying he should have just said so sooner instead of making him wait. The saintly healer bursts out laughing, wondering if this is really how it ends. Watching the once mighty beast act like a puppy, Jun Xiaoyao laughs at his goofy personality. The lion quickly defends himself, saying a wise man always adapts to the situation. Long Bichi behind them cannot believe her ears. Jun Xiaoyao then suddenly turns to her, giving her a quick scare. He asks if she wants to fight him next. She quickly steps back, saying she has absolutely no reason to pick a fight. He asks if she wants revenge for Long Haoshan. She flips her hair, saying their different hair colors prove they are not from the same lineage. Besides, he was the idiot who went to someone else's place to pick a fight, right? He has got some famous monster brother. If you want to fight, go find him. And that is where we leave our dragon girl today. Jun Xiaoyao asks what her deal is, and Long Bichi just shrugs. She says she wanted to check out this rumored genius of the clan, but honestly, he is totally mid. He is highly skeptical, knowing the toxic beef between the dragon nest and his family makes her words hard to buy. Long Bichi shrugs it off, saying that feud started way before either of them were even born. She sighs, calling him a total letdown, and turns to leave, waving him off like he is just wasting her time. But Jun Xiaoyao stops her with pure murderous aura, unleashing a wave of death energy. He orders her to freeze, demanding she explain exactly what she meant, because he never said she could leave. Long Bichi just smirks, looking back at him with total attitude. She asks if she was not being clear enough already. Outside, weapons are clashing as greedy rogue cultivators slaughter each other over the hype of this treasure. She says he is no different from that desperate crowd. She compares them to wild hyenas fighting over scraps, and honestly, those words actually give Jun Xiaoyao something to think about. Long Bichi laughs, calling him a disappointment. Jun Xiaoyao glares right back, asking if she is seriously trying to pick a fight with him. She does not back down, saying she is just spitting facts. She asks if his feelings are hurt enough to try killing her. Jun Xiaoyao laughs coldly, asking if she really thinks he is just some mindless maniac who kills everyone on sight. Watch closely here. This is the moment everyone has been waiting for. The massive gate of the supreme treasure is finally starting to open up. Dark smoke pours out of the opening. Jun Xiaoyao looks over, noting that they probably do not have time for petty fights anymore. He checks his system, but there is no reaction yet. Looks like he needs to head deeper inside to activate the sign-in. His squad steps up, telling him it is go time. Jun Xiaoyao nods and gives the order for their group to move out. The group gets a warning about strange shifts inside. The ordinary disciples are ordered to wait outside for now. Jun Xiaoyao walks right past Long Bichi, completely ignoring her presence as he marches straight toward the entrance. She just watches him go, keeping her mouth shut. His followers trail behind him while his swordsman scoffs at the dragon girl. Meanwhile, Jishuan watches from above and jumps down to join. He charges toward the gate, utterly obsessed with the supreme treasure. Nearby, another mysterious guy in a hat has the same plan. The rogue cultivators rush in like crazy, screaming and fighting over who gets first dibs. Complete chaos breaks out as they talk trash and fight. They scream threats, claiming the treasure is theirs. Up above, Long Beachy watches the absolute mess, calling them all brain dead for risking their lives. She pulls out her sword with a smirk, deciding she might as well give these fools a hand with their demise. A sudden flash of light blinds the crowd before crashing down, completely blocking the path for the rogue cultivators. And I know what you are thinking. This chick is completely unhinged. She smiles and tells them the guest list is full. The cliffs above crack apart, sending massive boulders crashing down right in front of the gate. Huge rocks seal the entrance completely. The crowd loses it, screaming about how some crazy girl just blocked the entrance, yelling to dig through. The clan elder is impressed, wondering when the dragon nest got such a wild girl. This definitely annoys the other elder next to him. He notes they warned these kids about the danger, but these fools are too blinded by greed to listen. The greedy brats have no idea what they are walking into. Meanwhile, inside the ruins, eerie lights glow on the ceiling as thick, dark smoke fills the floor. The cultivators who made it inside start complaining, wondering if this spooky dump is all there is. Some complain the heavy fog is choking them out. Suddenly, one guy starts mutating, his skin turning gray as razor-sharp claws and fangs burst from his body. His buddy freaks out, asking what is wrong with him. Everyone watches in shock as he completely loses his humanity. Dozens of others inhale the toxic gas and mutate into mindless monsters. They immediately go feral, clawing and biting their own allies who scream in absolute terror at the sudden attack. Panic spreads as survivors ask if everyone has gone completely out of their minds. One smart guy realizes the evil energy corrupted them. With no cure in sight, they agree they have to put them down. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts from the back of the hallway, vaporizing the mutated monsters and leaving the survivors totally stunned. The guy behind the blast is indeed Jun Xiaoyao. He complains that these weaklings have no business being here in the first place. He mocks them for acting like this is some casual field trip. Instantly, they recognize him and whisper to stay out of his way. He is mildly amused by their fear. The crowd completely freezes, too terrified to even breathe. To them, he is just a ruthless god of death. Jun Xiaoyao recalls Long Beachy's words about him being no different from the rest. He sighs. He realizes that if he shows even a tiny bit of aggression, these cowards will immediately label him as some mindless, bloodthirsty monster, just like the rest of the crazy mob. So he decides to lean into it, coldly telling the crowd to get lost. The crowd instantly parts like the sea, letting him and his squad walk right through without any trouble. Honestly, playing the bad guy feels pretty awesome. Stick with me because next time we are exploring the massive chambers hidden deep inside this dark place. Alright, let's jump right into this insane scene where Zhang Jian and the squad are losing their minds. Yo, stick with me because we are diving straight into a massive bloodbath. Bodies are everywhere, completely torn to shreds, and there is some weird blue smoke drifting from that door ahead. Jun Xiaoyao scans the area and notices tracks heading inside. He senses two insane powerful splitting up, and he figures it has got to be Shou Chen and that holy kid Ji Xuan. He turns around with a smirk, calling over his sword-carrying cousin and pointing at the door. He asks if he wants to hunt down that holy kid to get his honor back. He went that way, Jun Xiaoyao tells him. The cousin's face drops, completely serious, as he promises to return before rushing off like an absolute lightning bolt toward the target. Fighting Ji Xuan solo is a death wish. Jun Xiaoyao tells his ally to shadow him secretly and send a mental message instead of fighting if things go south. She nods, saying she gets it. Once Jun Shuohuang slips away, Jun Xiaoyao turns to his other cousin, Jun Wanji, saying he needs another massive favor. The word favor makes the guy freeze. He tells Jun Xiaoyao there is no need to be polite since he is already his slave and to just give the order. Now watch closely. Jun Xiaoyao looks at him, remembering how he literally just beat this guy to a pulp and almost ended his life. Jun Xiaoyao orders him and Jun Linglong to hunt down the other target. Recognizing the brat, she is totally shocked and asks if it is really him. Jun Xiaoyao smirks and tells her yes, they need to grab a little present for her sisters. The duo agrees and immediately takes off to hunt him. Zhang Shengyi feels incredibly awkward realizing they are suddenly all alone. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's insane aura, she remembers that even though he is technically her nephew, they have literally never talked before. She wonders what kind of stuff this young guy is even into. She is still incredibly shy, thinking there is no way this dude acts like a 10-year-old. Jun Xiaoyao turns to her, suggesting they explore the palace together to find some crazy legendary treasure. She nods and follows him along with the 9-headed lion while he walks ahead vibing. In this crazy wild immortal realm, Everyone is training for fame, power, or to become a godlike emperor, or maybe they just do not want to get stepped on by others and humiliated by rivals. To reach their goals, every single cultivator has to go all out, even if it drives them completely insane. But there are always exceptions. Long Beachy of the Dragon Clan is riding solo, searching for loot with a small flame, when she hears someone ahead shouting that they hit the jackpot. Xiao Chen is laughing his head off in front of the legendary ancestral dragon bones. Staring at the massive skeleton, he screams that he is about to become filthy rich. You and I can probably guess why Long Beachy is totally grossed out. Who gets this hyped over another family's ancestors' bones? Is this guy a total creep? Honestly, life is never fair anyway. Some people are just born blessed by heaven, way above everyone else. Back then, Long Beachy was literally punching out her own clan members, making them spit blood. She already had an elite status, plus talent that was way above normal people. Watching her fight, the clan elders showered her with praises, calling her the absolute pride of their blue dragon lineage. Most people would let all that praise go to their heads and think they are the main character of the world, but Long Beachy was totally different. Behind her is a giant mountain with a peak she cannot even see. She can look down on almost everyone, but looking behind her is a whole different story. Standing way above her is the shadow of Long Hoshan. She is a genius, sure, but there are actual monsters above geniuses, like her own kinsman. Back in reality, she stares down, still wondering why this guy is so obsessed with someone else's ancestors' bones. Is he seriously a freak? Hearing a voice from above, Xiao Chen snaps around in shock. Long Beachy does not even try to hide her presence, jumping down to land right in front of him before looking at the dragon skeleton. She tells him her mission is to bring these ancestral remains back home, warning Xiao Chen that he needs to walk away. Fighting will not end well for anyone. Xiao Chen panics, wondering how the hell the people from the ancestral dragon nest managed to track him down so quickly. He asks if she is being way too overbearing and totally disrespecting his name. She is thrown off by this, asking how she is being rude when she is actually trying to be polite. Whatever, no point talking to a stubborn fool. She immediately draws her sword, letting out massive dragon energy and daring him to fight. If he will not back down, they will have to settle it the old-fashioned way. Sensing her killer intent, Xiao Chen gets nervous before vanishing in a flash to launch a surprise punch right at her face. She quickly swings her sword to block it, grinning and calling him totally terrifying. Xiao Chen starts sweating, shocked by her insanely fast reaction time. Elite clan heirs are definitely on a whole different level from regular stray fighters. That single swing sends Xiao Chen sliding way back, proving this dragon girl packs some absolutely savage physical power. Knocked back, he struggles to catch his breath. Suddenly, a ghostly dragon shadow appears behind him, warning that her level is higher, so he needs to end this fast. He needs to win in one shot before others show up. He nods and gears up to strike, while Long Beachy senses something weird right before he completely vanishes from her sight once again. Suddenly, he is right in her face, launching his blue dragon shattering punch. But Long Beachy manages to block and counter the surprise attack. She recognizes the move, asking him where on earth he learned her own clan's secret Azure Sky Dragon technique. Xiao Chen ignores her, unleashing his next strike, the Azure Dragon Heaven Tier, but Long Beachy's counter is already flying straight at his face. She kicks him from below, sending him flying backward. While Long Beachy easily recovers her balance, Xiao Chen hits the dirt, and she immediately goes in for a heavy stomp. Luckily, he uses the momentum to leap backward, barely dodging her deadly move and landing a safe distance away to catch his breath. Clutching his chest, he curses that he cannot even beat this girl, let alone handle someone like Jun Xiaoyao. Suddenly, his eyes widen as multiple energy blasts shoot from behind Long Beachy. She quickly spins around, notices the danger, and leaps out of the way. Even though she dodges, the cheap shot still grazes her face, leaving a bloody cut. Long Beachy backs up, and trust me, you and I are about to see who threw that sneaky attack. Alright, you and I are about to watch some crazy drama unfold as a veiled girl riding a deer trots right in, holding a thin silk ribbon in her hand. Xiao Chen recognizes her instantly and blurts out, "Wu Mingyu, what are you doing here?" Hearing this, she gets super awkward, hiding a nervous grin behind her thin veil. Well, she stammers, stepping down to reply, "I heard the Yuan Tian's Supreme Treasure opened, so I came for the hype. Didn't expect you to be here too." Long Beachy quietly sizes up the new girl. Late-stage Shenxiao realm, fully unsuppressed power. Wu Mingyu suddenly turns to the Dragon Tribe girl and barks, "Hey you!" Then she throws down a warning, "Beat it. The treasures here are not for you to touch." Hearing that, Long Beachy gets furious, answering back, "So my own ancestors' remains are off limits to me, but okay for you guys to waste?" Her dragon pride is totally insulted. She snarls, "You have got some nerve." Hearing Long Beachy say that, Wu Mingyu stands there totally frozen. She realizes the girl actually has a point, and with no comeback, she starts feeling kind of shameless. Xiao Chen quickly speaks up, Wu Mingyu, do not listen to her garbage. He rips off his outer cloak and adds, if this dragon skeleton is inside the Yuantian Supreme Vault, then it belongs to the Yuantian Supreme. Finding treasures in a tomb is finders keepers. So what does this have to do with your ancestral dragon nest? Hearing this, Wu Mingyu hesitates, thinking, actually that makes sense. Everyone fights for loot in these ruins, that is just how the game is played. Xiao Chen leaps right in front of Long Bichi and barks, look, I do not care about these 4 ancient dragon skeleton, but that supreme dragon bone is crucial for my path, and trust me, you and I know he is getting it. He tells Wu Mingyu, stay back, do not interfere. Xiao Chen flexes hard, acting like a total hero, boasting a real man relies on his own strength to seize destiny. Seeing this, Wu Mingyu looks at him with pure admiration in her eyes. Xiao Chen, but before they can finish flirting, Long Bichi slaps him straight in the face, completely ruining the romantic vibe. She kicks him flat on his back, telling him he talks too much, before throwing a death glare and snapping, you better rely on that strength of yours. Xiao Chen scrambles up, rubbing his bruised face in total shock, whining, You just attacked me out of nowhere. Where is your honor? Long Bichi ignores his whining and charges back in, scoffing, you are trying to steal my ancestors' bones, and you expect me to play nice? Wu Mingyu panics, screaming Xiao's name from afar. She throws her sharp silk ribbons at them, yelling, stop! But this time, Long Bichi is fully prepared, unleashing a swift sword strike to shred the incoming ribbons into pieces. It is actually a chain of razor-sharp mini sword blades linked together. Wu Mingyu gasps, recognizing the scarlet sword while Long Bichi deduces, using a white veil to block divine sense means you are hiding your identity, right? Who are you anyway? I do not really care, but if you step into this mess, you are my enemy. Xiao Chen charges in to attack, roaring, shut up. Who do you think you are to talk to Wu Mingyu like that? The dragon girl smirks, pulling back her sword to face him, asking, is this your honor? Xiao Chen warns Wu Mingyu not to get tricked by her smooth words. Honestly, we both know he is just ducking and channeling qi, yelling, only the strongest survive here. That is how it has always been. With that, his palm energy is fully locked and loaded. Xiao Chen screams, unleashing the Azure Dragon Devour. This is the rule of the immortal realm, but in a flash, the dragon girl grabs his face, slamming him backward onto the floor. She drags his head along the dirt, pulls him up and glares. Who do you think is the real successor of the Azure Dragon art? Xiao Chen stares through her fingers in pure terror, thinking this look, it is the exact same gaze that reminds me of Jun Xiaoyao. This triggers him to rage quit his fear, screaming, do not look down on me. He bursts out of her grip, making Long Bichi back off. As his crown falls off, she thinks, he can actually control dragon transformation? Standing there partly transformed, he snarls, who did you say is the true successor? Wu Mingyu runs over to warn him, Xiao Chen, chill. If you two end up hurting each other here, how are we going to deal with the other treasure hunters in this tomb? She stares at Long Bichi while sending a secret telepathic message to Xiao Chen, I have a treasure that can bind her. Grab the dragon bone and run. Hearing this, he clicks his tongue in annoyance, as thin golden threads suddenly manifest right in front of her. The golden threads weave around the dragon girl, trapping her. This is the heaven-binding rope, wrapping tightly around Long Bichi so she cannot move a single muscle. She struggles, wondering what kind of treasure can block her spiritual energy. Wu Mingyu yells, Xiao Chen now. He leaps into action, shouting, got it. Instead of grabbing the dragon bones and running, Xiao Chen does something completely shocking. He charges straight forward, driving a lethal blow right through Long Bichi's chest. He sneers, Wu Mingyu, if we let her go, her clan will hunt me forever. I cannot leave any witnesses. Blood spurts from the dragon girl's mouth. Xiao Chen sinisterly justifies his actions, claiming this is just the way of the immortal realm. With blood dripping from her lips, her chances of survival look bleak. Her legs wobble and she collapses, a massive pool of blood forming on the ground. He rips his hand out of her chest, causing a fresh burst of blood. Wu Mingyu stands there, trembling, stammering. Xiao Chen, you should not have done that. He shrugs, defending himself. Wu Mingyu, I had no choice. Please understand. She is completely stunned, thinking that while a brutal fight to the death is normal, there is still supposed to be some honor. But attacking someone who is completely trapped by a magic treasure? Witnessing this side of Xiao Chen makes Wu Mingyu wonder if he is actually a monster. The heaven-binding rope starts loosening because Wu Mingyu is wavering. Sensing this opening, Long Bichi suddenly unleashes a massive, desperate counterattack directly at Xiao Chen. The devastating punch sends him flying back. His arms shake violently from the impact and he gasps, what kind of freak is this girl? Her heart is literally pierced, yet she is still fighting like an absolute beast. He closes in on Long Bichi, muttering, guess I will just have to cut off your head. Facing death, she smiles, making us wonder what she remembers. Yo, let's jump into a flashback where this kid Long Haoshan stood before her, trash-talking. Your Azure Dragon Clan has insane talent, but you just slack off all day. What is wrong with you? Right then, she realized this was the same loser she absolutely wrecked in the clan tournament. She just sat up, totally unfazed, and teased, "You try so hard to cultivate, but you still can't beat me, huh?" Long Haoshan lost his cool, snapping, "Why are you so incredibly annoying? You looking for a fight? Just wait. One day that big mouth of yours is gonna get you absolutely wrecked." Long Beachy stayed totally chill, firing back, "And that's why you can't beat me." But she was actually curious, asking why on earth he kept picking suicidal fights every single day. He just smirked, asking why. Then he hyped himself up, yelling, "Obviously to reach the absolute peak of this era and become the great emperor. What other reason is there?" Completely ignoring his massive hype, she just stared blankly, thinking that this weak little brat who couldn't even scratch her was dreaming way too big about becoming some godlike emperor. Honestly, over the last 1,000 years, how many people in this realm have brutally slaughtered each other over such a pointless, stupid goal? So she straight up told him, "Yeah, I don't care about that at all." He looked totally baffled, asking, "Then why are you even training in the first place?" Long Beachy smiled, clenching her fist. "To travel the world, obviously." Long Haoshan was stunned as she listed off her dream destinations, asking, "Do you even know how massive this world really is? The Crystal Desert, the Thunder Sea, the Five Seas Divine Mountain. I want to explore every single one of them." Long Haoshan stared at her as she added, "But without high cultivation, I can't really go anywhere, right?" Looking at her glowing, gorgeous vibe, the kid actually started blushing like crazy. Long Haoshan looked away, muttering, "If that's your goal, why are you so lazy? What are you gonna do if some psycho tries to murder you one day?" The girl just smiled, "Then I guess it's just fate." But let's snap back to reality right now, because Xiao Chen is looking absolutely pissed off. Long Beachy was totally ready to launch a desperate counterattack, thinking, "If I am going down, I am taking a chunk of his flesh with me." Unleashing her true dragon form, she chomped down on him and slammed him to the dirt. That surprise attack absolutely wrecked Xiao Chen, making him cough up blood. Screaming in rage at this stupid dragon, he unleashed his ultimate Azure Dragon Strike. The massive explosion sent them both flying, crashing hard onto the dirt. Xiao Chen struggled to sit up, coughing like crazy. Long Beachy was totally covered in blood, but she still forced a smug smirk. "Just accept your fate. You loser, you are just a pathetic worm crawling on the dirt. No matter how many dragon techniques you steal, you will never be a real dragon." Xiao Chen absolutely lost his mind at the disrespect. Xiao Chen charged her, screaming, "Shut up, you trash." Long Beachy just giggled inwardly, charging like a brainless idiot again. Suddenly, her entire body began to glow. And trust me, I knew what she was planning. She was taking him down with her. Wu Mingyu panicked, screaming for him to stop. "Oh crap, she is trying to blow up her own dragon core. Xiao Chen, get back." Suddenly, a massive bolt of purple lightning crashed down right between them. Wu Mingyu stood there completely stunned as the blinding flash forced Xiao Chen to shield his eyes. When the smoke cleared, a very familiar figure stepped out. It was Jun Wanji himself. Watching from afar, Jun Linglong smirked and sighed. "Bummer. They were just about to finish the fight. Why'd you have to ruin the fun now?" Stepping right in front of Long Beachy, he muttered, "I couldn't stand watching this trash. Go complain to the Divine Sun if you want." Wanji stood tall, lightning crackling all around him. Wu Mingyu immediately recognized the Jun family disciple. Jun Linglong leaped down as well, calling out to the dragon girl, "Why go nuclear like that? Even if you blow up your core, that fancy lady over there would protect him. You wouldn't even scratch him." Long Beachy spat back, "At least I'd destroy these dragon bones." She squinted at them, asking, "Are you guys with the Jun family?" The scarred guy grunted, "I'm Jun Wanji, from the Huangzhou Jun family." Long Beachy recognized the name, asking, "Jun Wanji, fifth in the sequence of sequence children." He simply nodded, "That's me." The dragon girl finally powered down, reverting to her human form. She scoffed, "So the Jun family wants my ancestors' bones too?" Wanji replied, "Nah, we're just here to wreck that loser over there." Wu Mingyu grimaced, totally confused. Why is the Jun family targeting Xiao Chen? What's going on here? Long Beachy was suspicious too, adding, "These bones hold the sacred path methods of my dragon clan. They even have ancestral dragon blood. Even your divine son wouldn't just walk away from this. Are you two just acting like you don't care?" Wanji laughed. "Who said we don't care? A supreme dragon bone is literally a once-in-a-lifetime cheat code. Obviously I want it, but the Jun family does things fair and square. We don't do sneaky low-blow tactics. Just take your bones and go. My family is going to raid your dragon nest eventually anyway. When we conquer your entire clan, all of it will be ours. There's absolutely no reason to use pathetic, underhanded tactics against a defenseless girl in a dump like this. That would be embarrassing as hell." Hearing this, Xiao Chen ground his teeth in pure rage, but he couldn't do a thing. Long Beachy smirked, nodding. Now that sounds like the legendary Jun family style. Forget it. You guys can just take these dragon bones since I'm too battered to carry them anyway. But hey, could you do me a quick favor? She glared over at Xiao Chen and asked Wanji to slap that annoying smirk right off his stupid face. Instantly, Wanji stomped the ground, launching himself forward like a rocket. He delivered a massive slap that Xiao Chen never saw coming, yelling, "You got it!" Completely dazed and humiliated by the hit, Xiao Chen couldn't believe he got wrecked so easily. Pinned to the dirt, the shame was unreal, and it wasn't even the legendary Jun Xiaoyao who hit him, just a lackey. Wu Mingyu panicked. "Xiao Chen, you Jun family punks. Back off." Wanji mocked. "Back off." Then he turned to Jun Linglong. "Wait, what are we actually doing here?" She stared blankly. "Wait, you seriously forgot?" Jun Linglong rolled her eyes, explaining, "This loser tried to completely hijack the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Bai Yuer is my close friend, so our master stepped in to save them. But then this clown spread fake rumors that our master and Bai Yuer were hooking up, so our master absolutely thrashed him for it." Wanji added, "Spreading fake drama like a total scumbag." Wu Mingyu sweated, thinking, "Wait, that is not the story I heard. Let's find out what actually happened next." Xiao Chen sneers and snaps back, calling it total garbage because Bai Yuer clearly dumped him first. "Now pay attention here." He jumps up and loudly screams, "Your trash family stepped in, stole my dragon energy, and totally wrecked my reputation. And now you want to target me again?" He holds up his dragon claw, roaring, "Just come and try me if you dare. And trust me, you and I are about to watch Wanji effortlessly block that savage dragon claw attack with his own crazy lightning, before letting out a super relaxed, confident smirk. All right, I will. Let's test this." A massive wave of lightning energy bursts from his body, filling the entire cave. He unleashes the 8 Thunder Absolute Ban and follows it up with a heavenly thunder strike, hitting Xiao Chen dead on. Blasted by the lightning, his entire body goes completely numb as he screams in agonizing pain. Wu Mingyu is still frozen, thinking Xiao Chen has totally lost his mind to rage, making it impossible for him to handle a top-tier powerhouse from the Jun family. If she doesn't help him right now, he's a dead man. Thinking fast, she channels her energy into her hands and charges in to back him up, throwing caution to the wind. She aims a powerful palm strike straight at Jun Wanji. He immediately recognizes this as the Hunyuan Loose Hand from the Banwu Divine Dynasty. Jun Wanji chuckles, finding this pretty entertaining. He unleashes his 8 Desolates Thunder Palm to counter Wu Mingyu's strike. She uses the opening to help Xiao Chen up, hoping to make a quick escape with him right then and there. But nope, it's not going to be that easy. Jun Linglong suddenly swoops in front of them and says, "We already told you, we're only here for the brat on your back." Then she blasts them both with a heavy palm strike. The sudden brutal blow sends Wu Mingyu's veiled hat flying. Jun Xiaoyao grabs a piece of chalk, making it squeak loudly against the blackboard. He speaks up loud and clear. "Class is now in session with your boy Jun Xiaoyao. Take your seats, students." The 2 girls standing below just stare blankly, completely lost. Before they can even process what's happening, Jun Xiaoyao quickly presses on. "Today's lesson is absolutely crucial for the female cultivators here. Tell me, class, do you know there's a specific disease that targets female cultivators in this world?" While Jun Linglong stays quiet and dazed, Bai Yuer asks, "What kind of disease is it?" Just the question he was waiting for. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turn dead serious. "It is quite literally love brain. No matter how insane your cultivation level is or how noble your status may be, once you develop a love brain, your life is completely ruined." Hearing this, Bai Yuer gets a bit freaked out. Sweating bullets, she asks, "Is it really that terrifying?" Jun Xiaoyao doesn't hesitate to answer her right away. "Of course it is." He adjusts his glasses and starts rambling like he's reading a massive scroll of facts. Out of 10 things he says, probably 7 are pure exaggeration. But seriously, once you have love brain, your entire universe shrinks down to just one single person. No matter how trashy he is, you'll make excuses for him and even hand over all your hard-earned resources on a silver platter. You think that if you treat him right, he'll do the same for you, but you have no clue you're just a stepping stone for him to climb higher. That's right, this is the most terrifying, incurable disease in the entire immortal realm. Meanwhile, Jun Linglong just stands there, totally passive. While Bai Yuer acts like a model student, raising her hand to ask immediately, "Teacher, if love brain is that scary, is there any cure for it?" Hearing that, he smugly answers with the BS theories he just made up. "Silly child, I literally just said it's incurable. How on earth can you cure it? Just remember, if you run into a love-brained person, as long as they don't mess with you, stay far away, mind your own business, and just wish them well. But if they do mess with you, beat them to a pulp and don't hold back." Reflecting on his words, Jun Linglong thinks back to what just happened and finds it bizarre. Wu Mingyu chose not to dodge and took her hit head-on, and at the exact moment of the attack, she flung Xiao Chen to safety. taking the hit herself just to protect him. Not quite sure, Jun Linglong decides to test it again. She powers up, a golden aura wrapping around her body, focusing all her strength into her next fist. Her opponent is already exhausted, but she still tries to fight back. The two charge at each other, with Xiao Chen caught right in the middle. However, Jun Linglong is clearly the superior fighter. Clenching her fist, she channels her energy and redirects the incoming strike. Wu Mingyu is completely thrown off guard, her eyes wide with shock. She quickly crosses her arms in an X block to defend against Jun Linglong's strike, but gets blown away. Seeing the girl get sent flying like that, Jun Linglong scoffs in disgust. You couldn't even tell a real strike from a feint? Love really makes you stupid. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen groggily struggles to his feet. Jun Linglong sneers again. I can't believe someone actually likes this loser. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Wu Mingyu can only scream back in fury. What did you say? Right after that, Xiao Chen bellows, Wu Mingyu, get out of the way. He unleashes the Azure Dragon Demon's subduing art, sending a dragon-shaped wave of energy blasting forward. With a dirt-smeared face but fierce eyes, he roars, die! Jun Linglong starts panicking, thinking, shoot, I can't block this. But before she can even react, the massive dragon energy is suddenly frozen solid. At the same time, a barrage of lightning crashes down. Xiao Chen's brain completely glitches out, and he can only scream, what? Right then, a new player crashes into their three-way fight. So you like sneak attacks, huh? He stomps his foot, channeling his power into the ground, and launches himself forward like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, his hand is right in Xiao Chen's face. Before Xiao Chen can even blink, his head is grabbed and he's hauled high up into the air. And he's not done yet. He slams Xiao Chen straight down, crushing him into the shattering ground. Watching him get absolutely pulverized, Wu Mingyu can only let out a weak cry. Leaving Xiao Chen aside, Jun Linglong looks at her and says, seeing you use the Hunyuan loose hand, you must be a noble lady of the Banwu divine dynasty. No wonder that brat was sucking up to you. Hearing this, Wu Mingyu snaps, her voice trembling with emotion. Shut up! Don't you dare insult Xiao Chen like that. He treats me well because he truly cares, not because of my status. Stop using your filthy mindset to ruin our bond. Hearing those cringeworthy words, Jun Linglong completely gags and gasps. Huh? Her face darkens with pure disbelief as she mutters, no way, does this world actually have a real-life love brain? The image of Jun Xiaoyao smugly pops up in her head, looking incredibly pleased with himself. Would your teacher ever lie to you, little girl? Annoyed by the memory, Jun Linglong presses Wu Mingyu. You claim Xiao Chen isn't using you for your status, but do you even know who he managed to piss off? Wu Mingyu grits her teeth in frustration, seemingly catching on to Jun Linglong's drift. She asks, is Xiao Chen's enemy really that Jun family young master you mentioned? Hearing exactly what she wanted, Jun Xinglong replies, bingo. Do you have any idea who our young master is? He's Jun Xiaoyao, the divine son of the Jun family. Suddenly, the usually goofy Jun Xiaoyao transforms into a colossal powerhouse, radiating absolute terror in Wu Mingyu's imagination. Wu Mingyu is completely shook upon hearing that name. Jun Linglong quickly rubs it in, explaining that with just his pathetic status as a prince of that tiny, irrelevant Azure Dragon ancient kingdom, he could grind for his whole life and still wouldn't even be fit to touch the shadow of young Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Wu Mingyu is the total opposite. She's sweating bullets, looking absolutely terrified. Not letting her catch a break, Jun Linglong keeps rubbing salt right into her wound. The Banwu Divine Dynasty, an immortal empire. What an insane backup plan, right? Honestly, even though he got dumped by that trashy Baiyuer, ending up with someone even better is a major upgrade. Talk about a massive win. I bet that's exactly what he's thinking. If you can't help him deal with the young master, or if you can't even stay by his side, who's to say he won't call you a cheating backstabber too and trash talk you to everyone? Hearing Jun Linglong trash talk him like that, Xiao Chen screams from a distance, shut your damn mouth. Even though he's totally wrecked, Xiao Chen drags himself back up. Behind him, a glowing figure starts to shine. He mutters under his breath, Ancestor, please, kill these Jun family bastards for me. The ancestor is dead silent, only staring up at the sky. Turns out someone has been spying on them this whole time. He thinks to himself, those family elders are definitely watching this entire thing play out through their heaven-viewing mirror. Sighing in sheer frustration, he tells Xiao Chen, if you hadn't been so damn stubborn about killing the dragon princess of the ancestral dragon nest, I could have easily gotten you guys out of here. Hearing this, Xiao Chen is completely stunned. Wait, what? Before he can even process it, he gets yanked up into the air by his hair. Jun Wanji looks at him with pure disgust and says, just looking at this trash gives me a headache. Can I just kill him already? From a distance, Wu Mingyu yells out, stop, you can't kill him. He snaps his head around, eyes crackling with intense, terrifying purple lightning as he glares right at her. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes right at Wu Mingyu. Jun Wanji warns her to watch her mouth. Listen up, little girl. The young master might be soft-hearted, but I don't give a damn about being gentle to pretty girls. Is the Banwu Divine Dynasty seriously looking to pick a fight with the Jun family? Clenching her fists, she tells herself, even my father, the leader of the royal three families, wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of them. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Meanwhile, Jun Linglong watches her every move, a light bulb seemingly going off in her head. She casually says, you know, if the young master wants to awaken the second vision of his ancient desolate sacred body, it looks like he needs to take a trip to the Banwu Mausoleum. A brilliant idea suddenly flashes in her mind. Jun Linglong suddenly acts like she's trying to protect Wu Mingyu, saying, oh, young master Jun Wanji, don't be so mad. This is just a personal beef. It really has nothing to do with the Banwu Divine Dynasty. Jun Wanji just scoffs back. I'm not mad. Jun Linglong continues, but we absolutely have to put Xiao Chen down since he went and messed with someone way out of his league. Then she turns to Wu Mingyu, interrogating her. So are you really trying to play hero and protect him? Wu Mingyu feels totally cornered and defeated, but she can only ask weakly, what do you guys actually want from me to let Xiao Chen go? Jun Linglong smirks, well, that depends on whether the noble princess of the Banwu Divine Dynasty is willing to bend the knee for him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen screams, Wu Mingyu, run. Don't listen to a single word they say. Standing right there, Jun Wanji finds this incredibly annoying. He fires a bolt of lightning straight from his hand, blasting Xiao Chen while snapping. Shut your trap! Xiao Chen gets fried to a crisp and collapses hard onto the ground. Witnessing this brutal sight, Wu Mingyu realizes if this keeps up, neither of us is making it out of here alive. Stealing her resolve, she looks them in the eye and asks, just say it. What do you actually want from me? Hearing this, Jun Linglong instantly switches up her attitude. Wow, your love is literally stronger than steel. Honestly, I'm almost crying here. With that, she hands a recording crystal to Jun Wanji and says, young master Jun Wanji, do me a solid and help me out with this, will you? Her tone turns dead serious as she looks at her. Relax, we don't want to take anything from you. You just need to play along a little. Wu Mingyu looks incredibly anxious as she gets pushed down onto Jun Linglong's lap. Jun Linglong takes a deep breath, raises her hand, and gives her a hard spank on the butt. Totally blindsided by the spank, Wu Mingyu bursts into tears. Wait, what the hell are you doing? Stop it. Stop hitting me. Jun Wanji looks away, feeling total secondhand embarrassment for the two girls. He thinks to himself, I didn't piss her off before, did I? At this point, even the fearsome Jun Wanji is low-key terrified of Jun Linglong. The watching elders shake their heads and comment, man, kids these days really know how to have wild fun. As the morning sun rises, Xiao Chen wakes up completely wrapped in bandages. He bolts upright, his mind a complete blank about what went down after he blacked out. Where the hell am I? I remember getting jumped by some guy named Jun Wanji. Before he can even finish his sentence, he gets cut off. Wu Mingyu walks in and calls out his name. Xiao Chen, you're finally awake. He sits up, muttering her name under his breath. Wu Mingyu then explains everything to him. Xiao Chen finally pieces the story together. So, that's what happened? You're the one who dragged me out of there? Even though he acts relieved, he's secretly eating himself alive inside. Forget Jun Xiaoyao, even Jun Wanji can completely crush him. If the ancestral dragon nest people hadn't made their move and just taken the dragon bone, it would be too late for regrets now. Suddenly, a thought hits him. Wait, Wu Mingyu, those Jun family jerks didn't do anything to you, did they? Wu Mingyu just stammers as Jun Linglong's mocking, threatening laughter echoes in her mind. Hey, princess, you wouldn't want this embarrassing, soul-crushing video playing on repeat at the main gates of the Banwu Divine Dynasty, would you? Jun Linglong had this devious, wicked smirk on her face while threatening her, leaving Wu Mingyu trembling in fear, only able to mutter, you absolute demon. Snapping back to reality, Wu Mingyu clears her throat and tries to act natural. No, not really. I pulled rank and told them I'm the eldest princess of the Banwu Divine Dynasty. They got scared of the backlash, so they let us go. Hearing this, Xiao Chen breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But suddenly, Wu Mingyu's face drops, looking incredibly sad. Xiao Chen, I can't stay by your side anymore. Xiao Chen's face falls, but he just asks softly, is your Dao protector on their way? Seeing how understanding he's being, Wu Mingyu tells him the truth. They're already here. If they weren't, we'd be locked up by the ancestral dragon nest elders right now. But don't worry, soon the Banwu Divine Dynasty will announce a global contest to choose a husband for me. Instantly, a fire of determination is reignited in Xiao Chen's chest. He declares, I'll crush every single opponent and marry you fair and square. We made a promise, remember? The scene then cuts to a dark room. Daju looks at Jun Xiaoyao, who is busy fiddling with some random bottle, and asks, bro, you're literally the glorious divine child of the Jun family. How does it make sense that you enter a secret realm just to go dumpster diving for trash? Jun Xiaoyao just replied, Big Orange, you don't get it. This is cold, hard cash. Only an idiot turns down free money. What's up with this clown's attitude anyway? Bro's eating 5 dishes and 1 soup every single day. Just then, the pretty lady chimed in, saying kids always love collecting this junk. Honestly, she wasn't any better, literally sitting there braiding Big Orange's fur. He saw that and complained, Sis, you're no better. This is already the 7th hairstyle you've forced on me. Right then, a group of people walked into the room. Young master. Hearing them, he turned around and replied, Oh, you guys are back? Instantly, his face went dead serious, a total flip from his relaxed vibe a second ago. Turns out Jun Linglong and Jun Wanji were back, dragging in some tied-up girl. Jun Xiaoyao scoffed, Why'd you drag this annoying brat back here? He then asked the group, What the hell happened? Why did you bring this jinx back here? The girl explained the whole situation, holding a bag of treasures in her hand. Jun Xiaoyao muttered, 4 supreme dragon bones and 1 supreme ancestral dragon bone. Damn, these are some seriously overpowered treasures. So this is a Sumeru bag? I heard it can hold pocket dimensions as massive as Mount Sumeru itself. But something still didn't sit right with him. Jun Xiaoyao wondered, with this kind of insane luck, could Xiao Chen actually be one of those cliché broken engagement main characters? That trash's character doesn't even compare to Xiao. 0 morals, but somehow gets all the luck. That's just a walking disaster. Honest, taking him out is basically me doing the world a favor. Big Orange recognized Abi and immediately started crying, snot and tears everywhere. Abi, what happened to you? Wanji stepped up and said, Young master, I know you can't stand her, but I just couldn't leave her there to rot and die. Jun Wanji clasped his hands and bowed low, pleading, Young master, if you want to punish me, I'll take full responsibility. Seeing this, Xiaoyao got a weird vibe. He put on a smug, teasingly petty look and said, Kazan Wanji, don't tell me this girl reminds you of your little sister or something? Wanji broke into a sweat, shuddering as he thought, what is wrong with this guy? Why does he suddenly sound so obnoxious? I literally want to punch his face in right now. Turns out Jun Wanji had gone through a chaotic baptism and his brain was totally fried. Suddenly, Xiaoyao snapped back to normal. Putting his hands behind his back, he muttered, I didn't kill Bai Ren, but he died because of me. I guess I do owe the Ancestral Dragon Clan a favor. He looked down at Abi, but then again, he picked up a shining golden rope, asking, What's this golden thing anyway? Jun Linglong didn't seem too sure either. She answered while Xiaoyao was sneakily stuffing the rope into his pocket. It seems like a magic treasure that can temporarily seal someone's cultivation. Xiaoyao had used this exact item to sneak attack her. Sweet loot mine now. He kept inspecting Abi. Honestly, looking closely at this brat, her heart was completely shattered, yet she was somehow still hanging on. The Dragon Clan's vitality is freaking insane. Suddenly, Xiaoyao summoned something into his hand. Good thing I actually kept a dragon heart on me. Jun Linglong stood there, completely puzzled. As Xiaoyao recalled a memory of that youth, Junlong was still scratching her head, wondering, wait, who even is this Bai Ren guy? Meanwhile, Abi woke up and found herself wandering through a dark forest, wondering, where the hell am I? Everything is pitch black. Suddenly, a bright light flashed ahead. Abi gasped with hope. There's a light up ahead. But what she saw next completely blew her mind, making her eyes pop. Before her eyes, a field of pure white flowers stretched all the way to the horizon. She gasped, a sea of flowers. Abi stood completely alone in the middle of the massive field, her long shadow stretching across the ground. Suddenly, she heard a sound. Not sure if it was what she thought, Abi gasped again, hearing bells ringing from the other side where a massive ocean filled her vision. Looking closer, it was the Naihei Bridge, connecting this flower field to somewhere else. Scattered around were stone tablets with glowing runes. Looking at the scenery, Abi whispered to herself, on the Naihei Bridge, one can only sigh. Does right and wrong not cross the river of forgetfulness? Before the 3 live stone, there is no right or wrong. Beside the home viewing platform, we meet Madame Meng, clutching a falling petal in her hand. She seemed to realize something. So that's how it is. I'm actually dead, and this place must be the famous underworld path. Well, I'm dead, so nothing I can do but go reincarnate. Honestly, the view here is pretty sick. If only I had a photo recording stone. Wait, what the hell am I even thinking? But hey, seeing the sights of hell before I reincarnate isn't a bad deal. Just hope I don't turn into a total brain-dead idiot after drinking Madame Meng's soup. Suddenly, a massive shockwave snapped her out of it, and her dreaming eyes shot open. In a split second, a blinding white shadow threw a kick straight at Abi. Thanks to her fast reflexes, she managed to block the hit, but she was still totally confused. Like, aren't I here to reincarnate? Why am I still getting jumped? The shadow roared in anger. Who gave you permission to step onto this bridge? You're not worthy. Didn't expect this, did you little brat? She snapped back. Long Hoshin, why the hell is it you annoying brat? Suddenly, she paused. After thinking for a second, she muttered, wait, If I'm seeing you here, it means I'm definitely dead for real. Hahoshin reached out and mercilessly flicked Abi's forehead. She rolled on the ground in pain, clutching her head. You annoying brat, what the hell was that for? Long Haoshin just stood there and smirked, asking back, I should be asking you that. Have you still not noticed the difference between us? Abi collapsed to the ground, her face a picture of pure confusion. Looking from above, one was standing on the bridge while the other was stuck below it. Long Haoshin's voice echoed, you shouldn't be here. Go back. Abi had no idea why she was being banned from the bridge. She snapped, what do you mean by that? Only then did Long Haoshin explain gently. It means my time is up, but you still have a shot. Go back and don't forget what you need to do. Right then, white smoke drifted from Long Haoshin, wrapping around her body. Still completely clueless, she reached her hand out toward him and shouted, wait, what on earth are you even babbling about? The smoke slowly blocked her view. Stop, come back! Suddenly, she was flashed to a completely different scene. Come back! Everything was just too much for her to process. The second Abi woke up, she got hit with an absolute mind-blowing shock. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. Turns out it was the elder. He grabbed her hand and cried, Abi, you're finally awake! Seeing him, she choked out, Elder, it's just so good to be alive. He helped her up right in front of the two people standing opposite them, and declared without hesitation, this time our Kang Dragon clan owes your Jun family a massive favor. We'll definitely repay it some other day. But the Jun family elder just shrugged and scoffed. Who the hell cares about a favor from you little loaches? The Kang Dragon elder scowled and snapped, what did you just say? Then he let out a heavy sigh, looked straight at them, and said, look, whatever happens, a debt's a debt. My Azure Dragon clan doesn't do that backstabbing trash when someone helps us. Hearing that, Long Beachy blurted out, wait, was it that guy from the Jun family who saved me? Them? She went totally silent for a second, then clasped her hands, turned to Jun Linglong, and muttered, thanks. Jun Linglong rolled her eyes with an annoyed look and snapped, don't thank me, I didn't save your butt, I was just ordered to drag you out of here. Plus, even though you got a new heart, cultivating like you used to is going to be next to impossible. It's not your own heart, after all. Long Beachy clenched her fists. So, I'm basically just a useless piece of trash to my clan now. Long Haoshin's face flashed in Long Beachy's mind, along with his warning. Don't you dare forget what you're trying to do. She mumbled to herself, honestly, maybe this is for the best. For someone like me, maybe this is the absolute best ending I could have hoped for. Meanwhile, night was falling, and the pitch-black cave was now lit up by burning torches. Right then, some guy was standing in front of a glowing magic circle, smirking. Jackpot, this is definitely the spot. With that, he stepped forward and touched it. The magic circles suddenly flared with light. It looked like he had just cracked open a hidden barrier before vanishing right into it. Jun Zhangjian showed up just in the nick of time. He scanned the area and thought, the Supreme Primordial Heaven Order and this magic array are totally resonating. Just then, the jade pendant in his hand started to glow. Jun Zhangjian muttered to himself, how the hell did that punk Jixuan even find out about this? The scene shifts to the Sacred Spirit Academy, where Jixuan was buried in old books, thinking, the Supreme Primordial Heaven was a straight-up beast back in the day. Word is, he completely wrecked the ancestral dragon's nest and literally tore a supreme of the myriad phoenix spirit mountain to shreds with his bare hands. Absolutely nobody dared to mess with him. But in the end, even a monster like him bit the dust and vanished from history. Rumor has it that right before he died, he took a trip to the foreign realm and brought back some insanely rare artifact. If I can get my hands on that treasure, I can easily mold myself into an invincible young supreme. With that thought, he slowly walked over to the magic array, carved into the center of the wall. Clutching the jade pendant, he thought, this ancient mansion key is my ticket to getting that artifact. But these standing pillars, they look like they can be opened. Almost like upright coffins. Just then, his hand tingled as he felt a creepy, mysterious power oozing out from those pillars. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He cast a quick side glance behind him, but there was only a pitch-black corridor stretching out into what seemed like absolute nothingness. Sensing someone was there, Jixuan sneered, you've been tailing me all this way, buddy. You gonna keep hiding in the shadows, or are you actually gonna show your face? Out from the dark, a figure stepped forward, footsteps echoing. Jun Zhangjian smirked and said, not bad, kid. When did you realize I was behind you? Jixuan's eyes stayed deadpan as he replied, oh, it's just you. I seriously didn't want to pick a fight with the Jun family, but stalking someone just to jump them and steal their loot? That's low, even for you. Totally triggered, Jun Zhangjian drew his sword and snapped. The hell? Who said anything about stealing your trash? I came here to kick your butt. Stop acting like some righteous saint with me. Caught off guard, Jixuan just asked coldly. You serious? Right here, right now? Jun Zhangjian didn't even bother replying. He just lunged forward with his sword. Seeing the blade coming, Jixuan sighed in disbelief, but he still wound up a punch to block it, thinking, this guy is a total lunatic. But Jixuan was way faster. With a swift counter, he blasted Jun Zhangjian back. Staring at his pathetic opponent, Jixuan sneered, "Are you seriously that brain-dead? Do you not get what's going on here?" By now, the hallway was completely choked with a creepy black mist. Jixuan stared into the fog and broke it down for him. Inside a supreme secret realm, especially this one, the toxic mist concentration is way higher than outside. You have to waste at least 30% of your power just to keep this crap from eating you alive. Am I right? But as for me, I've got the handbone of a Saint King to block this corruption. In a place like this, you don't stand a ghost of a chance against me. I really don't want to piss off the Jun family. So just beat it and I won't end you. But of course, Jun Zhangjian wasn't about to take the L that easily. Channeling his energy, Jun Zhangjian lunged straight at him, yelling, "Who the hell said I'm giving up?" Jixuan was getting seriously annoyed now. "Ugh, you are so damn clingy." This time he was playing for keeps. Fist of the Royal Tao, a monstrous glowing yellow-white energy blast came crashing down from above. Right as it was about to smash into Jun Zhangjian's face, he swung his sword, barely deflecting the strike. The blast slammed directly into one of the pillars, exploding into a shower of debris. Jun Zhangjian smirked, boasting, "A weak attack like that is never gonna take me down." Annoyed by the trash talk, Jixuan just shook his head, utterly speechless. "You idiot!" He pointed toward the pillar. Cracks were rapidly spreading across it, and a skeletal hand suddenly clawed its way out as a creepy creature began to take shape. Both of them froze, staring at the monster, thinking, what the hell is that thing? The air grew heavy with a totally ominous bad vibe. Jun Zhangjian glared at the creature and grit his teeth. Deciding to strike first to be safe, he geared up, dashed right behind the monster, and unleashed a massive slash. The next second, a blinding explosion lit up the entire room. But as the smoke cleared, his jaw dropped. His sword was completely stuck in the monster's shoulder armor, unable to cut any deeper. Suddenly, the monster's eyes flared. It swung its razor-sharp claws backward, sending Jun Zhangjian flying with a devastating counterstrike. The impact left him severely injured, crashing hard into a nearby pillar. Staring at how pathetic he looked, Jixuan was totally speechless. He realized, wait, these monsters don't seem to attack unless they're provoked first. Walking past him, Jixuan threw him a sarcastic bone, saying, "Hang in there, buddy." Although his tone was totally dry, "If you actually survive this, I'll promise to give you that rematch." But suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, and a decayed zombie-like hand burst from the ground. Right after that, hundreds of thousands of undead monsters began dragging themselves up all at once. Slumped on the ground, Jun Zhangjian let out a tired sigh, thinking, what the hell even are these things? Don't tell me they're demonic corpses reanimated by the foreign realm's toxic mist? Shaking off the fatigue, he gripped his sword tight, leaped toward a demonic corpse creeping up behind him, and cleanly sliced its head off. Breathing heavily, he tried to pump himself up. Okay, not bad, I got this. But suddenly, two massive demonic corpses lunged at him from both sides. He freaked out, yelling, "Wait, weapons? Since when do these brain-dead things carry weapons?" Before he could even guard, a sudden blast of freezing cold swept through. One of the monsters realized too late that something was wrong as ice rapidly crawled up and froze them solid. He stared in shock at the frozen corpses. This freezing blast belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. She dashed in, sword in hand, taking out the demonic corpses, before letting out a breath. Then, like an absolute boss, she smoothly glided through hundreds of undead, making them instantly log out of life. She conjured a massive ice mountain towering over the place, stopping dead in her tracks right then and there. Jun Xiaoyao turned to Jun Zhangjian and asked, "You good, Jun Zhangjian?" He stared at her, totally dumbfounded. "Big sis Jun Xiaoyao, what the heck are you doing here?" So she filled him in on everything. "The boss knew you were a reckless hothead, so he told me to keep an eye on you. I already pinged him with the transmission jade. He's already on his way. Jun Xiaoyao and the crew are rushing over right now." Jun Xiaoyao glanced back at him and said, "But first, we gotta figure out how to deal with these creeps." Suddenly, a heavy footstep stomped on the ground. The group stared at the marking on the wall in shock. "We're here. This is the spot." Jun Xiaoyao looked at the stone glowing in his hand and said in surprise, "No way." Just like Big Sis Jun Xiaoyao said, the Yuan-Tian Supreme Token is actually reacting to this place. He turned to the holy medic and asked, "Auntie, do you have one of these tokens too?" She gave a soft nod. He immediately slapped his hand onto the seal and warned the squad. "Alright, let's step on it. Bro Jun Zhangjian and Big Sis Jun Xiaoyao might be in deep trouble over there." In a flash, they all vanished, leaving Jun Wanji standing there completely alone. He stared at the empty space, totally speechless. "Seriously, what about me? I don't have that damn token." Just then, a blinding flash of light erupted. The holy medic slowly opened her eyes and gasped at the scenery. So, this is deep inside the Yuantian Supreme's secret treasury. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Looming right in front of the three of them was a massive, incredibly epic tombstone. Here lies the snow of the South and North Mountains, beneath the bright moon shining over 10,000 miles of peaks. Today, 800 brave warriors, who spent 26 years guarding the borders against foreign invaders, died in a foreign land. My heart aches with grief, so I lay them to rest here. May future generations treat them with respect. Written in the 18th year of Yuantian Shu, this is the tombstone where the Yuantian Supreme laid to rest the remains of the soldiers who followed him. Jun Xiaoyao stared at the tombstone, thinking to himself, so that means the ones bro Jun Zhongjin and the others are fighting right now are. Meanwhile, on the other side, one of the undead got punched straight in the face, a massive blast of light exploding from the impact. Its face was blown sky high, but there were still countless more undead crawling out. Jun Zhongjin, exhausted, leaned his back against Jun Shuihuang's. Damn, just how many of these bastards are there? There's way too many of them, right? Hearing that, she laughed. A horde like this, forget low-tier Divine Bridge or even Unity Realm cultivators like us. Even if a DAO integration powerhouse showed up, they'd get completely wiped out here. He looked at her in shock. Wait, we can't even teleport out with the Great Teleportation Talisman. She quickly explained, the Great Teleportation Talisman is completely useless this deep inside the treasury. He tightened his grip on his sword, trying to keep her spirits up. We just have to hold out a little longer. Then she said with absolute certainty, the boss will get here. With a loud battle cry, he charged headfirst at the oncoming undead, sword raised. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. Hold it right there. A blinding flash of light exploded, stopping the undead dead in their tracks. A hand reached out to stop Jun Jingjian, startling him. The second they saw Jun Xiaoyao, both of them gasped in surprise. Boss. Jun Xiaoyao spoke up calmly. Bro, sis, fall back for now. He whipped out 3 chess pieces from his robe and slammed them onto the ground. Instantly, a massive glowing barrier formed, completely wrapping around the 3 of them. Jun Zhongjian and Jun Shuihuang stared in awe. The 3-talent spirit-locking array. It hides our presence and restores our drained spiritual energy at the same time. Just then, a soft footstep landed nearby as the Holy Medic appeared, making them gasp. Miss Holy Medic? She smiled warmly at them. Come over here, let me patch you guys up. She conjured a soft green orb of energy, quickly healing Jun Zhongjin first. Feeling his strength returning, he asked hesitantly, Miss Holy Medic. He looked over at the Divine Sun, who was casually strolling through the horde of undead. What on earth is the Divine Sun doing? Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was just chillin', calmly scanning the area. Seeing this, she spoke up. He's observing, she said. He raised an eyebrow. Observing? She went on. Didn't you guys read the stone tablet at the entrance? He blinked in surprise. Oh, that monument, he muttered. I mean, we saw it, but we were too busy chasing that Jishuan punk to actually read the damn thing. Looking at the undead before them, she explained, these seniors were all comrades of the Yuan-Tian Supreme, brave warriors who laid down their lives to hold off the invaders. Jun Xiaoyao is checking to see if their souls are trapped inside their rotting bodies. Right then, Jun Xiaoyao let out a sigh, looked up, and stepped back into the barrier. He looked at Jun Zhongjian and Jun Shuihuang and said, it's just as I feared. Their souls are still trapped inside their decaying bodies by that dark mist. For hundreds of years, they haven't been able to rest in peace. Even now, their souls are fighting the corruption so they don't hurt anyone else. Otherwise, bro Jun Zhongjin, you'd probably be dead meat by now. They're holding back. Jun Xiaoyao turned to Jun Zhongjin. Hey, let me borrow your sword for a second. Hearing this, he immediately handed the sword to him. Sure. Boss, here. Jun Xiaoyao unsheathed the blade and, without hesitating, slashed his own palm, drawing a deep line of blood. Jun Zhongjian and Jun Shuihuang stared at him, completely shocked. Standing behind them, Jun Wanji said, chill out and watch. Take a good look at the kind of man we're actually following. As the blood dripped onto the ground, it instantly erupted into a blazing fire. Jun Zhongjian gasped. No way, the boss's blood is actually burning the corruption. Jun Xiaoyao manipulated his blood, expanding it into a massive wall of fire. The desolate, ancient sacred body, purest yang, impervious to all evil. He raised the sword high, pointing it at the horde. I'll be your opponent. The undead showed no fear, raising their rusted swords as they slowly closed in on him. In the next second, they lunged at him, swinging their weapons. With absolute calm in his eyes, he stared them down and chanted, burn, and be purified. He slashed with the flaming sword, casting a spell that lit up the entire underground cavern. Instantly, his sacred body technique, Blood Flame, activated, engulfing the undead horde in flames. He stood there perfectly still, watching them turn to ash one by one. One massive ghoul tried its best to resist the flames, desperately struggling to stand. but it couldn't hold out for long, disintegrating into nothingness. In the end, nothing was left but a graveyard of swords. Not a single damn zombie was left in sight. Dude started looking around, low-key trying to find just one more corpse demon to beat up. Right after, he looked up and saw hundreds of human spirits straight up staring at him. Zhangjian and Xuehuang were totally shook seeing this. Bro, the whole sky was packed with their souls like a bunch of shining stars. These were all the spirits of cultivators from 100 years ago. Honestly, he was low-key touched by them, so he said, "You guys are straight-up heroes, and we, your descendants, respect the hell out of you." That's when the spirits finally noticed him, and our boy just stood there and gave them a respectful bow. Seeing that, Zhangjian and Shuowang copied him immediately. The soldier spirits looked at each other, then slowly started floating towards the squad. Our boy was stunned when one of the lead soldiers handed him a glowing golden sword. He gasped, "Wait, is this the legacy that the Yuan-Tian Supreme left behind for the Chosen One?" The soldier nodded, basically saying, "Hell yeah." So he grabbed the sword and boom, the system popped up. Ding, sign-in successful. Yuan-Tian Supreme is mad grateful to you for freeing his homies. Congrats, host, you just bagged the reward. The Yuanhuang sword art. It's one of the 5 supreme god arts, totally on par with the Jun family's 6 slaying sword art. Basically, it's the ultimate way to flex with a sword. The divine chains of order forged in the void and the collective power of the army burned a mark straight into his soul. This was the legendary legacy that Yuan-Tian Supreme left for the next generation. After that, the bright lights faded away right before their eyes. Millions of starry souls passing down the eternal spark. The Ji family elder was absolutely shook and yelled at the Jun family elder, "Yo, Jun family, what the hell is actually going on?" Ever since those brats went deep into the secret realm, the heaven viewing mirror went completely pitch black. The Jun elder sighed. "I'm guessing the nasty mist of that foreign realm is blocking our view." Hearing this, the Ji elder instantly panicked. "Shoot, we didn't scout the inner zone beforehand, so we have no clue what crazy dangers are waiting in there. But then again, this is their own path and trial. We can't just jump in and save them." Just then, the 3 ceiling talismans on the roof started violently shaking, and golden chains began to spawn. Jishuan dashed forward at insane speed, zooming through the area. He looked ahead and smirked. Finally found it. Right in front of him was a rundown temple wrapped in heavy iron chains and covered in sealing talismans. This was it, the ultimate jackpot of Yuan-Tian Supreme's secret treasure. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and something razor-sharp flew right at Jishuan's neck. Zhang Jian was standing there, pointing his sword straight at his throat, ready to slice him up. He laughed in his face and mocked him. "Yo, didn't some loudmouth say that if he survived, he'd throw hands with me? So don't you dare run away this time." Jishuan didn't even flinch, just sighed. He turned around with a smug look and said, "Bro, I already told you. Inside this place, you're not on my level. Why do you keep nagging me to fight?" Right then, Xiaoyao walked over and said, "Chill, Brother Ji, no need to be so stressed." He smiled, walking toward them. "I used a little trick, so my cousin Zhangjin is no longer affected by that toxic foreign mist. So are you going to keep your promise and fight my cousin now?" Hearing this, Jishuan started sweating bullets. "Jun Xiaoyao, if I say no, are you and your Jun family elites going to jump me?" "You're hilarious, Jishuan. I know you're super proud of that Saint King armbone of yours, but even a Saint King is still just a saint. If you know anything about me, you'd know I have a supreme bone of my own." Xiaoyao burst out laughing, putting him on the spot. "If I actually wanted to delete you, do you think you'd even survive to walk in here?" Jishuan went dead silent. He clenched his fists, telling himself, "Calm down, picking a fight with the Jun family right now is a terrible idea." He forced a fake-ass smile. "Well, looks like I don't have a choice but to fight." He opened his eyes, glaring ahead, and spat angrily. If that's how it's gonna be, he channeled his energy into his hand, spun around in a flash, and slapped Zhangjian's sword away, catching him totally off guard. He stared him down and smirked. "All right, Zhangjian, show me what you got." Zhangjian, completely hyped up for the fight, raised his sword. "About damn time, let's go." He rushed at Jishuan, mocking him. "Dragging your feet like a coward, are you even a man?" A brutal clash broke out. Jishuan locked eyes with Zhangjian, exhaled, and threw all his power into a massive blow. For a second, Zhangjian looked like he was running out of steam, but a split second later, he locked in and swung a deadly slash right back at Jishuan. Luckily, Jishuan dodged it. Looking at the massive crater the sword left on the ground, he panicked. Damn, he really is a Jun family elite. That sword chi is absolutely cracked. Seeing Zhangjian charging at him again with that destructive sword, Jishuan flinched. "Shoot, I can't keep dragging this out." He decided to end this in one shot. Jishuan got into position and chanted, "All things are fleeting. Life and death are but a phase. Once they are gone, absolute silence is true bliss." With that, he unleashed his ultimate life-extinguishing fist, sending a massive tornado of energy straight at Zhangjian. Feeling exhausted, Zhang Jian thought, the cycle of life and death, 3 laws merging into one to destroy life. In a real duel, fate decides who lives and dies. If I can't break this move, I'll get blown to pieces. Time to settle this right now. Facing that insane tornado, he didn't back down. He swung his sword with everything he had, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Zhang Jian used his sword to block Jishuan's deadly strike, slowly pushing the shockwave back. As the smoke cleared, he scanned the area for his target. A second later, he threw himself straight back into the fight with Jishuan. Jishuan was totally caught off guard. Before he could even react, Zhang Jian slammed his sword down, causing a massive shockwave to rip through the hall. The blast blew away a few ceiling talismans on the walls, and the heavy chains began to wobble. Suddenly, one of the chains snapped. Zhang Jian was knocked flat on the ground, coughing up blood, groaning in pure pain as he tried to sit up. Jishuan walked up to him. Looking down with cold, emotionless eyes, he asked, "You done yet?" Zhang Jian stared at him, biting his lip in frustration, and sighed, "Damn, I lost again." Just then, Xiaoyao leaped down, landing right between the two. Zhang Jian gasped in surprise when he saw him. "Young master, you look dead serious," then turned and said, "Bro, let's put this on hold and talk about it later." Right after, he glanced over at Jishuan and asked, "Hey Jishuan, can I ask you something? What the hell is inside that tower behind you? Those chains up there keep snapping. Is that normal?" Hearing this, his face went totally pale as he whipped his head around to look. Those are 81 chains the Supreme set up for himself, just using the shockwaves from a scrub at the Divine Bridge realm. How could anyone destroy the Supreme's chains? Right then, thick black smoke shot up from beneath his feet, wrapping tightly around his body. He gritted his teeth in panic, thinking, "What the hell is this now?" Suddenly, a freezing chill blasted into the main hall, snapping all the remaining chains in an instant. The tower began to crumble. Carrying Jun Zhangjian on his back, Jun Xiaoyao bolted outside, cursing himself for being so stupid. "Secret Supreme ruins my foot. This is clearly the tomb of the Yuan-Tian Supreme." He immediately shouted a warning to everyone. "Everyone, get the hell back!" He glanced behind him. If his gut was right, the big boss was about to show up, and there he was, Yuan-Tian, standing tall and imposing. Zhang Shengyi gasped in shock at the sight, and Jun Wanji couldn't believe his eyes either. That powerful, dark-skinned man standing there was indeed the Yuan-Tian Supreme. He cast a cold glance toward Jun Xiaoyao's group, and instantly, a crushing wave of killing intent slammed down on the 4 of them. Looking at him, he chuckled. "Man, this killing intent and pressure are no joke. It feels like getting crushed by some giant behemoth." He thought back to that black dragon. Both were supreme level, so why was there such a massive difference? Seriously, those damn loaches are pure trash. And this guy is just a quasi-supreme, the dark dragon supreme of the heavenly kingdom. Right then, he reached out his hand, and Jishuan instantly choked, clutching his neck in sheer pain. He looked up in absolute panic, realizing this monster was coming straight for him. It was that ancient talisman. The Yuan-Tian Supreme broke through the barrier just because of the talisman on him. Suddenly, the Supreme clenched his fist, sending a wave of sheer terror through Jishuan. "Damn it, if this keeps up, I'm dead." But out of nowhere, a blinding golden light exploded, blasting the Supreme back. Jishuan stared at Jun Xiaoyao, bewildered, thinking, "Why the hell did Jun Xiaoyao just save me?" Yuan-Tian seemed a bit surprised to see him, but in the next second, he threw a massive punch straight at his face. Before he could even blink, that giant fist was just 1 centimeter from his face, and he took the blow head-on, flying backward. You know, when Jun Xiaoyao was a kid, he absolutely loved eating cake. He couldn't afford the expensive ones, though, so he hustled to make some cash. After grinding for half a year, he finally got his hands on the cake he'd been dreaming of. Man, that taste was insanely sweet. But later, even when he did absolutely nothing, he could eat cake every single day. Too much sweet cake just gets sickening and makes you want to puke. Cultivation is the exact same way. Snapping back to reality, the battle was still raging. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the entire area. Seeing him in danger, Jun Shehuang cried out, "Young master!" But Jun Wanji quickly held her back. "This is a showdown between supremes. We can't do crap to help, so don't go over there and mess things up." Zhang Shengyi was also super worried, shouting, "Jun Xiaoyao," but then she suddenly noticed something. A brilliant golden light burst forth, and he slowly stepped out from the smoke of the battlefield. Even though his clothes were totally ripped to shreds, he stood tall, staring dead at Yuan-Tian. The guy gestured with his hand, mocking him to bring it on. A second later, he charged in and slammed a massive punch right at him. Cultivating was literally easier than drinking water. That wasn't just him flexing. It felt like God gave him a bunch of cheat codes just to make up for his miserable past life. But Yuan-Tian quickly recovered and landed a brutal blow on him. Feeling a surge of sharp pain, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Not one to take a hit lying down, he retaliated with another punch. Staring at the guy, he thought, using cheats is honestly the fastest way to ruin a game. Watching him stand there unfazed, Jun Xiaoyao analyzed, the power behind his fist is off. There's zero spiritual power or divine techniques in it. He's probably not even at 1% of his peak strength. In other words, he's suppressing me purely with his rotting corpse. Now this is what a true supreme looks like. Fine, then I'll fight him using nothing but raw physical strength. Back then, he didn't even need to cultivate to easily crush anyone his age. Heck, he could easily beat down the older generation too. But after the initial hype wore off, everything just became incredibly boring. Besides, all these cheat codes in this life felt like a massive slap in the face to how hard he had struggled just to survive in his past life. Look at you. No matter how hard you try, you can't beat the rebirth cheat code this system handed you. Invalidating all his achievements in this new life like that was honestly sickening. Feeling disgusted and totally disconnected from his system cheats, he once thought about just slacking off and living like a bum. I mean, since this life was basically handed to him on a silver platter anyway, why not just be a spoiled rich kid and enjoy the good life? That was until he realized everyone in this world is completely insane. The strong stomp on the weak, only to get brutally abused by someone even stronger. There's no karma here. The powerful can do whatever they want without paying the price. As long as you're strong enough, you can commit murder and arson and still be praised as a hero. They're just wild beasts wearing human skin. He had realized this ever since he was a kid, thinking in shock, oh, so that's how it is. The heavens didn't give me these cheats to become a wild beast myself. They want me to rebuild a new order and reshape civilization the right way. I'm gonna mold this world into my ideal, where every single kid gets to eat cake. He made this his personal mission and started grinding, basically, finding a real reason to keep on living. The battle raged on as their fists collided with a massive bang, blasting both of them backward. From the monument at the entrance to the heroic spirits filling the sky, and even being locked by 81 chains, Yuantian Supreme was the very first person Jun Xiaoyao actually respected since his rebirth. The guy's a true hero. And a hero shouldn't end up like this. I have to set him free. Every kid's dream is to become a hero who fights evil, not some cold-blooded killer. With a deafening crash, the Supreme slammed Jun Xiaoyao down, pinning him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he stared back with absolute fury. Right now, the monster's eyes held nothing but pure bloodlust, and just like that, the two remained locked in a deadly standoff. Huge boulders start floating in the air, and this bastard hurls them straight at him, but he easily dodges it. Ji Xuan watches him, totally sweating bullets. Crap, Jun Xiaoyao looks totally zoned out, like he's possessed by some crazy obsession. He doesn't even notice anyone around him anymore. Xiaoyao just stands there mumbling like a freak, saying a hero deserves a proper send-off. Then he loses his mind and charges straight at Yuan Tian, who rushes him right back. It's a total clash, but our boy lands a nasty punch right on his nose. The guy reels back in pure agony. But right after, Yuan Tian snaps out of it, spins around, and flings another rock at him. He just stands there, locking eyes with the massive rock heading straight for him. Then Xiaoyao casually leaps up and dodges that giant boulder. Zhang Shengyi was just sitting back enjoying the show and sipping the drama, but she totally loses it when she sees a stray boulder flying right at her face. Luckily, Jun Wanji jumps in out of nowhere to play the hero and shield her. He casually shatters the rock into pieces, making sure not even a speck of dust touches her. But inside, he's like, holy crap, I feel like my guts are totally pulverized. And that was just a casual swing from a supreme? Behind him, she yells out, Jun Wanji. Meanwhile, a gorgeous flower blooms nearby, and the crowd starts whispering, look, the Netherworld spirit flower is a rare treasure, but is it really worth throwing our lives away for? One guy speaks up, hey guys, why don't we just split it evenly? The dude next to him crosses his arms, totally pissed, and snaps, easy for you to say. There are only 2 bloomed flowers here, how the hell are we supposed to split that among all of us? Then another guy nudges his buddy, yo, do you feel that? He goes, the ground is shaking, man. And he's right, the whole place starts rumbled like a massive earthquake is hitting. A second later, the surrounding cliffs literally explode. Everyone standing there with their jaws dropped like total idiots. Then, giant chunks of rock start raining down on them. The crowd loses their minds and starts screaming, booking it out of there as fast as their legs can carry them. Run for your lives. What the hell is going on? They're praying to any god that'll listen while whipping out their grand teleportation talismans to get the hell out of there because the ruins are collapsing. Meanwhile, those two are still throwing hands. Ji Xuan is just keeping watch, and Zhang Shengyi is desperately trying to patch up Jun Wanji. Ji Xuan realizes they're totally losing this fight and thinks, damn it, if this keeps up, forget the treasure. We're all gonna get buried alive here. He grits his teeth, makes up his mind, lets out a sigh, and makes his move. Suddenly, a surge of dark, sketchy energy erupts right from his hand. Maybe us Jun Clan descendants are just destined to be stepping stones for others, he mutters, channeling all his power into a stone in his hand. Zhang Shengyi and the others gasp. Wait, is that the reincarnation Dao Gold? Reincarnation Dao Gold is a legendary immortal metal packed with the cycle of life and death. It's the ultimate stuff used to forge Emperor-grade weapons. What is this G family kid planning to do? Back to the main fight, those two are still going at it. Xiaoyao cocks his fist at Yuan Tian and boom! A blinding blast of light and a wave of pitch-black energy crash head-on. They're locking eyes, ready to murder each other. But out of nowhere, Ji Xuan throws himself right between them, catching both of them completely off guard. Ji Xuan grits his teeth, desperately trying to hold his ground. Even with the crazy boost from the reincarnation Dao Gold, he still can't hold back this supreme-level monster. Xiaoyao is totally shocked to see him. Ji Xuan screams at him, Jun Xiaoyao, wake the hell up, look at what's happening to your people. He snaps out of it and looks back. The whole place is a total wreck, and Jun Wanji's group is standing there, looking absolutely exhausted and beat up. Ji Xuan yells, you're the only one here who can go toe-to-toe with Supreme Yuan Tian. If you don't snap out of this obsession right now, we're all dead meat. Yuan Tian grits his teeth and lands a brutal, bone-crushing punch straight to Ji Xuan's gut, sending blood spraying everywhere. He gets slammed hard into the dirt. Ji Xuan lies there looking like absolute trash, while Yuan Tian sports a smug-ass smirk. But suddenly, Yuan Tian realizes something's off. Xiaoyao unleashes his weapon control art, aiming straight for him. I had it all wrong. This isn't some fair and square duel. The guy I'm fighting isn't even the real Supreme Yuan Tian. He's just an empty shell puppeted by some dark alien delusion. Suddenly, those light beams turn into glowing chains, freaking him out. Xiaoyao follows up with the Origin Emperor Dao sword, aiming to bind him down completely. Yuan Tian looks totally clueless for a second, then thrusts his hand forward before raising it high toward the sky, prepping some crazy move. A second later, he actually copies and unleashes the exact same Origin Emperor Dao sword technique right back at him. Xiaoyao is slightly taken aback but still charges right at him. This bastard doesn't back down either, throwing himself forward. And just like that, they're back to throwing hands. Meanwhile, some guys carrying boulders are complaining, damn it, if I ever catch that punk from the Dragon Clan, he's freaking dead meat. The green-haired guy next to him sighs, oh, shut up. The guy literally slices mountains in half. Do you really think you can take a hit from his sword? The angry dude snaps back, hey, you don't know till you try. But then the ground starts shaking again, freaking everyone out. Wait, is the entrance collapsing too? Suddenly, a blinding golden light shoots out, totally blinding everyone. While the crowd is getting absolutely wrecked, someone suddenly yells out in pure joy, yes, finally, we're freaking out, we made it. Two guys nearby are totally baffled. Wait, what? How is everyone out already? Another dude screams in sheer terror. It collapsed. The whole place is nothing but a pile of rubble now. The Supreme Yuan Tian's ruins have completely collapsed. The Ji family elder is totally shocked and yells, what? The ruins collapsed. What the hell happened in there? The Jun family elder barks out an order. Quick, go find out. But suddenly a warning voice cuts in, hold on, back off. A flash of golden light explodes and Xiaoyao and Yuan Tian are still in the middle of their insane deathmatch. Xiaoyao charges with his sword, but this bastard somehow pulls a sword out of thin air to block his strike. Instantly, hundreds of glowing golden swords fly straight at him. And the other guy answers with hundreds of his own swords. These two are so freaking evenly matched. If one's a 9, the other is easily a 9.5. The Ji family elder's jaw drops as he yells, hold up, Jun family, isn't that your divine son? His words leave Zhang Shengyi and the others completely dumbfounded. The descendants of the Zhang and Ji families are still down there, the Jun family elder muttered, deep in thought. But the one that Zhang family kid is fighting is a demonized Yuan Tian Supreme. Hearing this, the elders immediately got anxious and jumped into battle-ready positions. This is bad. There's no way some weak Divine Bridge realm brats can take on a Supreme. Hurry up and move. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, followed by a massive surge of golden light that left everyone utterly stunned. The elders stood there totally clueless, completely lost as they asked each other, what the hell is going on? Wait, that music is coming from the sky. The Jun family elder spoke up with a look of worry. It's Kid Xiaoyao's Dao protector. That powerhouse is warning us not to interfere. Hearing this, the Ji family elder immediately lost his temper and snapped. What the hell do you mean? Is your Jun family seriously going to just let a teenager fight a demonized Supreme all by himself? He quickly explained, look, if that powerhouse said so, we shouldn't butt in. Just trust Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao gripped his sword and charged straight at him with a cocky smirk. A split second later, hundreds of clones materialized out of thin air. They didn't even look real. They looked like freaking gods from the heavens. The elders' eyes went wide as they shouted in shock. What a beast, he's using his sacred body vision, pilgrimage of the sages, to summon all these ancient powerhouses. Yuan Tian's face went completely pale with fear. Xiaoyao casually glided past him, slicing with his sword before the guy could even react. The demonized Supreme instantly froze dead in his tracks. Cracks began spreading all over Yuan Tian's body. He slowly turned around, gasping, Who are you, kid? Xiaoyao replied, cool as ice. I'm just a junior Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family of Huangzhou. He carved the name Jun Xiaoyao into his mind and then slowly faded away into nothingness, leaving the young man standing there all alone. You really remind me of an old friend, he whispered. He was once a solitary figure originating from the dark foreign realm, dominating for ages. Snapping back to reality, Xiaoyao just calmly watched his soul completely vanish. The place was an absolute wreck. Suddenly, a strange box floated up. Right after, the emblem on Jixuan's chest glowed brightly, leaving Jun Zhongjian completely stunned. A command medallion fell out. Yuan Tian caught the box and grabbed the medallion. Holding the box, he turned to Xiaoyao and said, You carry my legacy, which means you've also freed my brother. He then handed the box and the medallion over to him, telling him to keep them safe. This is a destiny you deserve. There's only half of it in this box. The other half is down in the lower realm. That jade talisman is a token between me and my Dao companion. If you're willing, please watch over her family for me. It's finally over, and it's time for me to... Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open in utter disbelief. Qingyi slowly walked up to him, wearing a gentle smile as if welcoming him back. Deeply moved, he choked up and asked, Are you here to take me home? He reached out his hands to embrace her, but the illusion shattered instantly. His arms turned to ash, and the person standing before him wasn't Qingyi at all. It was Xiaoyao. He slowly dissolved into nothingness right in front of him. Xiaoyao thought back to the girl who had once guided him. Senior, have a safe journey to the other side. The scene shifts to a few days later in Nantian City, where gossip-hungry crowds were buzzing with excitement. Hey, did you guys hear the news? That day, the Jun family's divine child annihilated a Supreme's demon corpse with a single strike. It was so badass, right? If you ask me, this is officially the era of the Jun family's divine child. I heard he even tamed the 9-headed lion as his personal pet. Man, I wonder if he's looking for more pets. I totally think I could, with that cowardly look of yours, as if he'd ever spare you a second glance. Overhearing this, a man nearby squeezed his wine cup so hard it shattered into pieces. Xiao Chen glared ahead with pure hatred burning in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao? It's always Jun Xiaoyao everywhere I go. I swear I'll make those Jun family bastards pay for this. Sensing his overwhelming bloodlust, the people nearby stared in shock. What's wrong with that guy? Only heaven knows. The scene cuts to a dense forest where a voice spoke up. Ancestor, we lost the dragon bone. What do we do now? The Zhang family elder sighed heavily. The Jun family is definitely not a force to be messed with. He thought to himself that if they kept clashing with the Jun family, it would probably destroy their mental state. At that moment, the youth turned around and said angrily, Ancestor, I have to find a way to get stronger. That's the only way I can become the consort of the Panwu divine dynasty and marry Mingyu. Only by leaning on the Panwu divine dynasty will we have a shot at a comeback. Otherwise, we're destined to be stepped on for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment, then spoke up. Well, there is actually one way. He lowered his head and continued, The only thing is... The youth cut in immediately. Just say it, Ancestor. As long as there's a sliver of hope, I won't back down. Walking forward, the elder asked, Do you know where I got this azure sky dragon transformation art from? The youth shook his head. Please enlighten me, Ancestor. He slowly explained, I stumbled upon this cultivation method inside the ancient nest's secret realm. It's highly likely that an ancient freak from the ancestor dragon's nest is sealed deep within that nest. The youth pondered upon hearing this. Ancestor dragon's nest, an ancient freak. Who do you think is the true heir of the azure sky dragon transformation art? Suddenly, a realization hit him. Could it be the azure dragon lineage? The elder nodded. Exactly, he explained further. He probably has the bloodline of the Azure Dragon Supreme running through his veins. With that supreme blood, your Azure Sky Dragon transformation art will easily reach grand completion. Of course, you must be extremely careful. If you wake up that ancient freak, the entire 9 heavens is going to be shook. The scene shifts to another vast domain. Zhang Shengyi stood high up, looking down with her hands gripping the railing tightly. She felt deeply frustrated, wondering why she was so useless. She was glad to travel with Xiaoyao this time, and it had been a blast. But if she were all on her own, let alone Yuantian Supreme, could she even defeat the Ji family's little saint? The dragon girl from the ancestor dragon's nest, or even the 9-headed lion? Hearing footsteps approaching, the Jiang family elder comforted her. Don't let it get to you. He was a real deal Supreme. Not everyone has the power to face a Supreme like that absolute monster kid from the Jun family. Even if I had stepped in, I doubt I could have walked away unscathed. Don't let this mess with your mind. Hearing this, she was deeply moved. Elder, he then remembered something crucial and spoke to her softly. Ah, right. Regarding the marriage between the Jun family kid and Luoli, we might need you to help move things along. You saw it yourself. That kid is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Keeping him close will only bring our Jiang family endless benefits. At this point, the Holy Maiden hesitated, not knowing how to put it, but someone immediately spoke up for her. Hell no. I can't stand that dude, and he clearly hates my guts, too. This was none other than Zhang Luoli, who hadn't shown her face in forever. She looked at her in sheer confusion and continued, "Are you telling me that forcing two people who absolutely despise each other to get along will somehow bring our families closer? We're way more likely to just throw hands with that jerk, aren't we?" Before heading out to the secret realm of the Yuantian Supreme, Zhang Shengyi forced a smile to cope. "I'll try my best to play nice." The scene then shifts to the massive Ji family spirit valley. Ji Xuan was sitting under an ancient tree, totally in the zone with his cultivation. Just then, as the leaves drifted down, someone casually landed right on top of them. Qingyi looked down at him and spoke. "Well, if it isn't little Ji Xuan?" She asked in shock. "Yo, what the hell happened to your arm?" Seeing her, he instantly jumped in surprise. "Ji Qingyi, what are you?" She floated down gracefully toward him, catching him totally off guard. She grabbed his hand to inspect it. "It's shattered, and this is supposed to be the arm bone of a saint king, no less." She coldly demanded, "Who did this to you?" He just smiled and shrugged it off, explaining he had to tank a direct hit from a supreme. She gasped in disbelief. "What the hell happened? Spill the details right now." A moment later, once she got the whole story, she spoke up. "So that's how it went down. Jun Xiaoyao actually managed to crush a literal supreme powerhouse while only being at the Divine Bridge realm." Hearing that, he looked down in defeat. The dude's spotlight is just too blinding. It makes everyone else feel like complete trash. She nodded slowly in response. "I get it." She stared straight at him and said, "If I get the chance, I'm definitely going to check out this legendary divine child of the Jun family." She was none other than the holy maiden of the human immortal sect, Ji Qingyi. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the emperor's palace in Huangzhou. Jun Xiaoyao was feeling smug as hell, thinking to himself, "Even before I reincarnated into this world, my luck stats were always cracked. There's no way I'm not pulling a top-tier treasure this time." Next up was the ultimate hype moment, opening the chest. He slammed his hand onto the chest, and it slowly creaked open right before his eyes. Then, the scene cuts back to the Jun family's martial arts arena. The crowd of drama-loving bystanders gasped in shock. Oh my god, Jun Zhangjian was standing right there, completely unfazed by everyone whispering about him. The 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian, the 5th sequence, Jun Wanji, and the 7th sequence, Jun Shuohuang. That's 3 of the core sequences showing up at the arena at the exact same time. What the hell is going on? And that's not all. You see that blonde girl over there? That's Jun Linglong. She's basically the Divine Child's right-hand girl. Word is her cultivation has already reached the Divine Bridge realm. No way. Is she about to start a massive showdown for a sequence spot? Oh man, this is gonna be a hell of a show. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao stepped right in between them. Probably not. I'm the one who called them here anyway. Seeing him, the crowd instantly lost their minds screaming, "It's the Divine Child." Zhang Jian's eyes lit up and he rushed over. "Young master." Jun Xiaoyao walked over to them with a casual smile. "Yo, you guys got here pretty early." Wanji spoke up, asking, "Mind telling us why you called us out here, young master?" Suehuang chimed in, "Do we have some kind of mission?" Meanwhile, Linglong's gut was telling her something shady was about to go down. He smirked and said, "Relax, it's actually good news." He then tossed a bag to each of them, catch. Opening their bags, they gasped in shock. "Wait, is this an ancient dragon bone?" Zhang Jian almost cried on the spot from pure gratitude. "Young master, I can't believe you're giving us such an insane treasure." Jun Xiaoyao raised a hand to cut him off. "Save the sob story for later." He then looked at them and instructed, "You've got 1 dragon bone each. How long will it take you guys to fully refine it?" Wanji went dead silent for a second before speaking up. "At least 3 months, but it could take a couple of years." Jun Xiaoyao held up a single finger. 1 year. "I'm giving you exactly 1 year to refine those bones and break through to the unified realm. Once you're done, get your asses back here. If any of you can't even take 1 punch from me by then, you're getting a beatdown." Wanji just stood there, totally speechless, though deep down he actually seemed hyped for the challenge. Zhang Jian, on the other hand, was terrified, hiding behind Zhuo Wang. "Dude, that is freaking terrifying." Once everyone had scrambled off, Linglong shook her head and whispered in his ear, "Young master, did you pull some insanely broken drop from that chest?" He looked at her, amused. "Little Ling, what makes you say that?" Hearing that, she gave him a knowing wink. "Oh, come on. If you didn't pull something way better, there's no way you'd be generous enough to just give away these dragon bones, right?" He started walking away with a smirk. "As expected, my little sidekick Linglong knows me best." She giggled. "Duh, I've known you're a stingy cheapskate since we were kids." he teased. The god-tier loot I got is classified for now. You'll find out when the time is right. Oh, by the way, little Ling, let me ask you something. Does our family vault have any immortal essence? Immortal essence? That's literal god-tier stuff. It's insanely rare, she replied, surprised. As far as I know, even our family barely has any left in stock. He chuckled and smirked. So, what you're saying is we do have some. Hearing this, she just shook her head in defeat, thinking, yep, our vault is about to get completely cleaned out. The scene then shifts over to the ancestral dragon's nest's secret realm, where an elder's hand was rapidly pinching his fingers, calculating something. Suddenly, the elder realized something was way off. He frantically tapped his palm and bellowed, "Guards! Someone get in here!" Immediately, a maidservant scrambled into the room. "Elder, what are your orders?" He said gravely, "I've been calculating the heavens for months, and I just caught a terrifying glimpse of the future. Hurry and spread this prophecy to the entire dragon clan." Right then, at a massive waterfall, glowing words appeared. The twin dragons emerged, the ancestral dragon shall rise. Bai Yuer stared at the flame dancing in her palm and whispered, "The twin dragons emerged, the ancestral dragon shall rise." She stared at the flame and scoffed, "Talk about a massive brag. Like, who doesn't know that the ancestral dragon's nest literally just lost a dragon princess in the Yuan-Tian Supreme's secret realm? This girl was none other than Bai Yuer, the princess of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom. With a wave of her hand, she began snuffs out the surrounding fires. But instead of dying out, the flames suddenly erupted and surged forward. Bai Yuer blasted her firepower straight ahead, instantly punching a massive burning hole right through the mountain in front of her. Bai Yuer smirked, totally satisfied with her work. The maid behind her gasped in pure excitement. "Your Highness, you actually broke through to the unified realm." She replied calmly, "I only just stepped into the early stage, nothing to brag about." But immediately, her mind drifted back to Jun Xiaoyao. "It's all thanks to the Dragon Chi young master Xiaoyao gifted me. Wood fuels fire, which is the only reason my cultivation skyrocketed like this." She turned to her maid. "Anyway, why did you come looking for me?" Hearing her question, the maid snapped out of it, suddenly remembering her actual mission. The maid quickly bowed and reported, "Your Highness, urgent news from the front lines. The ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom has officially declared war on both the ancient White Tiger and ancient Black Tortoise Kingdoms." Bai Yuer rubbed her chin, thinking deeply. Something was definitely fishy. The four ancient kingdoms had kept a perfect balance for hundreds of years, so there was no way in hell it could be shattered this easily. Could there be someone else pulling the strings from behind? The maid immediately chimed in, "Your Highness, you're literally a mind reader. The Azure Dragon Kingdom's army actually has a ton of mysterious top-tier experts with zero background info." Hearing that, she locked in. Her dad was still in closed-door cultivation, so making a big move right now was out of the question. But everything was connected. If the Azure Dragon Kingdom swallowed the other two, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom would definitely be next on the chopping block. She couldn't afford to hesitate now. She turned and ordered the maid, "Pass on my decree. Summon the generals to the palace immediately. We need to team up with the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms to stand against the Azure Dragon Kingdom." The maid nodded quickly, "Understood, Your Highness," and hurried out, leaving Bai Yuer standing there, still lost in her thoughts. She pulled out a weird jade piece, deciding to test it out herself. Cut to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. While Jun Linglong was locked in on her training, Jun Xiaoyao groaned in boredom. "Man, what a drag. Locked up in cultivation again. If only I could get some mushroom bone soup, stir-fried celery with shredded beef, pickled veggies, 5-spice braised pork ribs, spicy duck blood pudding, chili chicken, sweet rabbit skin, and spicy stir-fried duck tongues when I get out. That'd be the dream." Hearing all this, she was totally dumbfounded. "Wait, what bone? What beef?" Jun Xiaoyao looked at her with puppy dog eyes, making her sigh. "All right, I'll do my best." A moment later, Jun Linglong thought to herself, "This kitchen is my real battlefield now." She dashed straight to work. First, prep the bones, then chop up the leftover meat scraps. The veggies were a breeze. She just chopped them up randomly. Deboning the fish was a total pain, though. She grabbed a squid tightly, but the little jerk squirted ink right in her face, making her blow her top. Ugh, since when does a fish shoot ink? She tossed everything into one pot to cook at the same time. The flame was the key here. She had to perfectly balance the heat to handle all these crazy ingredients at once. On the other side, she pinched her nose. Totally disgusted. Seriously, why would anyone eat stinky large intestines? She glanced over at the happy little glutton. "Perfect. Everything is absolutely flawless, as expected of yours truly. Now all I have to do is..." Suddenly, Bai Yuer's distress signal popped up. "Jun Linglong, help me." Oh my god, the Azure Dragon Kingdom has gone totally rabid. They're launching wars everywhere. Hearing this, Jun Linglong froze mid-step, tripped and face-planted onto the floor, spilling every single dish she had just slaved over. Jun Linglong lay there in absolute despair, staring at the mess before weakly replying, "Got it, Bayuer." Meanwhile, Jun Wanji saw the mountain of spilled food and squealed with joy. Talk about a jackpot. All that wasted gourmet food was now a feast for the pet. Over at the White Tiger Palace, though, things had turned into a literal bloodbath. A massive explosion shook the entire area. A battered Shinot muttered tiredly, "They're here." Slow, heavy footsteps echoed as a powerhouse in the Saint Realm strolled in casually, flanked by his guards. Wearing a smug grin, he sneered, "Long time no see, my two dear friends." This smug bastard was the Lord of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, a Saint Realm powerhouse. The white-haired man, looking absolutely livid, was the Lord of the White Tiger Kingdom, also in the Saint Realm. The guy standing right next to him was just as pissed. He was the Lord of the Black Tortoise Kingdom, another Saint Realm expert. Staring at the masked figures standing behind the Azure Dragon Lord, they wondered in shock, who on earth are these guys in black, and where did they come from? The two lords glared at them, their anger boiling over. Are these the bastards who wiped out so many of our high-level cultivators? The Azure Dragon Lord chuckled. Why are you two old friends being so stubborn? What's the point of resisting? The White Tiger Lord glared daggers at him and barked, "You old lizard, what the hell do you think you're doing?" He just smirked and replied, "I'm only doing this to serve the young master." Hearing this, both of them gasped, "Young master?" He grinned smugly and continued, "That's right. The young master said that if you submit your entire kingdoms to him and hand over your pieces of the compass, he'll spare your miserable lives." The two lords blew a fuse. Suddenly, Shinot spat, "Shut your damn mouth." Calmly bracing himself for a fight, he declared, "The children of the Vermilion Bird are born in raging fire, and we die in blazing flames." This was the Grand General of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, Shinot, a Void God Realm powerhouse. Charging straight at them, he roared, "I'd rather die than be a slave to you spineless lapdogs," but one of the masked figures just stared at him with a cold, calm smile. Before Shinot could react, a heavy fist swung right at him. Just like that, the masked freak landed a devastating punch straight to his chest, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. The two lords screamed in horror. General Shinot, the masked man, just laughed maniacally, and with his next brutal strike, he tore the general to absolute shreds right before everyone's eyes. The two stood frozen in sheer terror as the general's remains fell to the ground. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Lord burst out laughing. Well, do you old geezers want to end up like him, burning to ashes too? Back at the palace, Bayuer slammed her fist on the table and roared, "The Azure Dragon Kingdom is seriously pushing it." The maid gasped in shock, "Princess, your hand." Bayuer let out a sigh, trying to calm herself down. Throwing a fit here wasn't going to solve anything. The most urgent thing right now was finding out who the hell was backing the Azure Dragon Kingdom from the shadows. When a hand gently reached out to hold hers, she turned around without looking and said, "It's just a scratch. No need to worry about it. We have to." But she froze. Bayuer and Jun Linglong stared at each other in utter shock. "Jun Linglong, what on earth are you doing here?" Bayuer asked, completely baffled. Jun Linglong looked at her, equally confused. "Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you literally just call me for help?" Overjoyed, Bayuer threw her arms around her and cheered, "Oh, thank goodness." But then she bit her lip and asked anxiously, "Wait, did you come all by yourself?" "Well, yeah, I thought I was coming alone," Jun Linglong replied. But then she turned to look at the guy standing right behind her. Looking at the guy carrying the sword, she introduced him. "This is Lord Jun Zhongjian, the 10th sequence of the Jun family. I guess you could say he's one of Lord Jun Xiaoyao's followers." Jun Zhongjian raised an eyebrow, muttering, "I guess so." Hearing Jun family's sequence, Bayuer's eyes lit up with hope. "Wait, really? Does this mean Lord Jun Xiaoyao is actually willing to help my kingdom?" Jun Zhongjian stood there with his hands on his hips, telling the two girls, "The young master is still in closed-door cultivation, so he has no idea about this. But since your Vermilion Bird Kingdom has already sworn loyalty to him, there's no way in hell we're letting anyone push you around. Now fill me in. What's the situation?" Cut to the Azure Dragon Palace. Inside the palace, a groveling subordinate presented two mystical plates, kissing up to his boss. "Young master, we've successfully secured what you asked for." Young Pan frowned, reaching out to grab the items. As the two pieces fused perfectly in his hands, the blinding light slowly faded away. He grabbed the two pieces in his hands, smirked smugly, and praised him. "Not bad, Emperor. You didn't let this Marcus down." Next, we only need the piece from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Right now, they were in some palace within the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. The Azure Dragon Emperor spoke up hesitantly. "Young master, there's something I don't know if I should mention." "Spit it out," the guy replied coldly. The Emperor then explained that the Vermilion Bird Kingdom might not be as easy to deal with as the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms. Hearing this, he was surprised. Was someone backing the Vermilion Bird Kingdom? The Emperor continued. Not exactly. It's just that the Vermilion Bird Princess seems to have some ties to the divine son of the Jun family. The Jun family's divine son, you know, Jun Xiaoyao, the guy who made a massive scene and crushed it in the Yuan-Tian Supreme Secret Realm just a few days ago. Yang Pan smirked, pulling a hot chick into his lap and scoffed. The divine son of the mighty Jun family, the top dog of the big three, would actually care about some tiny princess of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Besides, even if that Jun Xiaoyao punk and the Vermilion Bird Princess are best buds, do you think this Marquise is scared of him? The Emperor immediately bowed, kissing his ass with a smile. Of course, of course. You're a big shot, young master. You're destined to stand at the absolute peak of the immortal domain, looking down on all living things. He seemed pretty pleased with this lackey's praise. Glad you know your place. Then he immediately ordered, mobilize the armies of all three nations. We're launching a full-on invasion against the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Yang Pan's face twisted into a creepy psycho grin. And bring me that final piece of the compass. The Emperor kept his head bowed, replying eagerly. Understood, but just as he was about to leave, Yang Pan raised his hand to stop him. Hold on. Since you mentioned the Vermilion Bird Princess, I hear that Bai Yuer is a rare top-tier beauty. Bring her to me along with that compass. The Jun Divine Son's close friend, huh? This Marcus actually wants to have a little taste of her. The scene shifts to dusk, showing a completely devastated wasteland. Blood-stained swords were stabbed into the ground everywhere. This was none other than the final defense line of the Vermilion Bird, Nanming Pass. A red boot stepped forward. That fiery red hair looked incredibly familiar. Yep, it was Bai Yuer herself. She walked up to Linglong. Looking at her in shock, Linglong asked, Your Highness, are you actually heading to the front lines yourself? Bai Yuer calmly explained, Father still hasn't finished his secluded cultivation. If I don't step up, who else is going to shoulder this burden? This is the absolute final line of defense for our Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Once the real battle kicks off, you need to get out of here. Right after saying that, Bai Yuer turned and started walking away. They won't stop just because you're with the Jun family. If anything, they'll shut you up permanently and frame someone else. Unless the divine son of the Jun family gets here, this is a total dead end. Linglong stared at her back and spoke up slowly. If you're planning to throw your life away, just come back to the Jun family with me. Once the divine son is out of cultivation, we can take our revenge together. Knowing him, there's no way he'll just sit back and watch. But then she froze at the sight before her eyes. Bai Yuer was looking back at her with a gentle, warm smile. Staring up at the beautiful sky above them, she slowly poured her heart out. I'm the princess. If the city falls, the country falls. Anyone else can run, but I can't. The children of the Vermilion Bird live as bright as a blazing fire, and we go out the same way, blending into the wind and becoming one with our red homeland. I've already ordered the elderly, women, and children who can't fight to gather inside the imperial city. If you have any strength to spare, please protect them. But if it's truly hopeless, help me set the place on fire. Rather than getting slaughtered by the enemy, they'd much rather return to our sacred divine fire. Linglong's mind was racing. Fearing she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears, she quickly turned around, muttering, I got it. Bai Yuer walked forward slowly, gently brushing past Linglong. Without even turning back once, she just waved her hand in farewell from behind. My friend, Linglong, I'll leave the rest to you. Biting her lip to keep from crying, Linglong thought bitterly, I need to get stronger. I need my own power. Fast forward to a few days later, black flags were suddenly raised all along the walls of Nanming Pass. Bai Yuer was startled as a troop of riders suddenly halted their horses right in front of her. Looking at them, her mind raced with panic. The Black Armor Army? Right then, her guard turned to her and said, Your Highness, that's the Black Armor Army of the Black Tortoise Kingdom. Aren't we supposed to be allies? Gritting her teeth, she said angrily, I'm afraid the Black Tortoise King has already met a grim fate. Just then, their commander rode forward and shouted at the top of his lungs, Soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, listen up. I am General Xuan Yi of the Black Tortoise Kingdom. Here's my advice. Drop your weapons and surrender now if you want to avoid a total massacre. Bai Yuer yelled back, General Xuan Yi, we used to be allies. You of all people should know what kind of backbone the Vermilion Bird people have. We, the children of the Vermilion Bird, live in the flame and die in the fire. As long as the divine fire burns, the Vermilion Bird will never fall. Hearing this, her soldiers instantly got their fighting spirit back and roared in unison, Live in the flame, die in the fire. The divine fire never dies, the Vermilion Bird will never fall. Live in the flame, die in the fire. The divine fire never dies, the Vermilion Bird will never fall. Seeing this, the general was left speechless. Just then a voice echoed inside his head. General Xuan Yi, what on earth are you waiting for? Is the Vermilion Bird Kingdom really more important to you than the life of your own Black Tortoise King? Gritting his teeth in frustration, Xuanyi raised his sword high and gave the order, Black Armor Army, prepare to strike. Not backing down for a second, Bai Yuer also raised her hand high to command, Children of the Vermilion Bird, follow my lead. Instantly, both sides roared out at once. Kill! A massive, devastating war was about to break out. Meanwhile, back at the majestic Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Jun family, a blinding beam of light erupted and a figure appeared right in the center. The entire place was instantly wrecked, with thick dust swirling everywhere. Talk about a destructive entrance. One guy alone almost brought the entire palace crumbling down. Xiaoyao stepped out and let out a long sigh, looking around. Man, finally out of seclusion. It turns out our boy Xiaoyao absolutely despises staying cooped up in cultivation. Even though he literally trashed the entire palace, he ran straight to the kitchen like a happy kid, yelling, I want mushroom bone soup, stir-fried shredded beef with celery, pickles, 5-spice braised pork ribs, duck blood soup, spicy chicken, sweet rabbit skin, and stir-fried spicy duck tongue. Right then, a foot stepped into the room as a couple of familiar faces walked up to him. Shengyi and Wanji saw him and immediately greeted him. Welcome back, Divine Son. Surprised to see only them, Xiaoyao asked. Just you two? Where is everyone else? The two exchanged looks and slowly started to explain. It's a long story. After hearing what happened 2 months ago, he instantly blew his top. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom sure has some massive balls. Seeing him this pissed, Wanji was totally freaking out, thinking, damn, his vibe is scary as hell. He must have broke straight through to the late stage of the unified realm. He stood there, channeling all his energy into something on his chest, and bam, the tiger tally appeared right in his hand. He tossed it over, catching him completely off guard. The Jun family's tiger tally. He immediately ordered his cousin, brother, and sister, each of you take half of this tally and deploy 10,000 troops from the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards to the 4 Images Ancient Kingdom. I want to see which idiot brave enough to mess with Jun Xiaoyao's people. As the clouds cleared, golden sunlight finally broke through, lighting up the place. Zue Huang stared at the tiger tally in her hand. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Even as a sequence member of the Jun family, this is my first time actually touching the family's personal guard. How about you? Wanji quickly replied, same here. Honestly, among the younger crowd, he's probably the only divine son who can just mobilize the family's army like that. The wind guard, forest guard, fire guard, and mountain guard. Word is, even the weakest soldier in there is at the Nirvana realm, and experts in the heaven-reaching and divine fire realms are literally everywhere. And yet, the Divine Son just casually handed the command of all these powerhouses over to the two of us. Suehuang turned to him and asked, so, what do you really think of this Divine Son anyway? Wanji shook his head and said, honestly, I don't know. The guy is weird. I mean, his mindset and the way he does things, it's just not like anyone from the 9 Heavens immortal realm. How should I put it? He doesn't have that built-in, arrogant attitude that most people from the immortal realm are born with. Honestly, he feels more like a mortal from the lower realms than an actual cultivator. But why are you asking this all of a sudden? You're usually the type to just go with the flow and keep a low profile, right? Why bring up such a touchy topic? Xuehuang went quiet for a second before replying, nothing, it's just... Right then, the scene shifted to a massive grand palace hall. Jun Zhantian was sitting there feeding the fish, focusing on his cultivation, when Xiaoyao suddenly popped his head in. He quietly snuck up behind the old man and slapped a headband right on his head, and not just any headband, but one with a giant pink bow. He looked pretty damn pleased with himself, too. The old man couldn't hold back his anger and immediately smacked him hard, leaving a massive bump on his head. Rubbing his own head, he barked at the boy. I heard you deployed the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards. Not bad, kid. That's how you build a reputation, step by step. So what do you want from me? Hearing this, Xiaoyao started acting all clingy and whined, can a guy just come over to visit his favorite grandpa? The old man immediately flicked his forehead and scoffed, cut the crap, like I don't know how you operate? You never show up unless you want something. But deep down, the old man was thinking, even I can't see through this kid's true depths anymore. I have no clue what he did with all that immortal essence he swiped from the family. The last time he sat here, he was still just a little brat. Xiaoyao grinned and got straight to the point. Okay, fine. I actually do have a question for you, Grandpa. The old man didn't hesitate and replied, knew it. Out with it, then. Right after that, he pulled something out of his pocket that made the old man freeze. It was a jade pendant. Grandpa, do you have any idea what this thing is? Staring at it in shock, the old man blurted out, that thing is extremely dangerous. Where the hell did you get it? Xiaoyao honestly replied, "It was inside the wooden box that the Yuantian Supreme gave me." Hearing this, the old man was completely stunned. Yuantian Supreme? Did that old guy bring this back from the foreign realm? Could the source of this thing actually be over there? Then he called out his name, leaving him totally puzzled. Xiaoyao, have you ever heard of the 7 wonders of the immortal realm? The 7 unbelievable wonders of the immortal realm. They're 7 bizarre legends passed down here, like the ghost ship of the starry sky that sails straight into the underworld, or the headless golden knight clutching a sharp sword, and the bronze immortal palace that has buried countless supreme powerhouses. Zhantian explained further. Since ancient times, countless legendary cultivators have tried to uncover the secrets of the bronze immortal palace, but barely 1 out of 10 ever made it back alive. That fragment in your hand is giving off an extremely bad vibe. I'm afraid it came straight from the bronze immortal palace. Xiaoyao, your talent is insane. Even without taking risks like this, you're bound to become a legend and an ancestor. Promise me, don't let your curiosity land you in a death trap. Hearing that, he didn't really know what to say. Then he looked at his grandpa and sighed. Grandpa, do you still not know me? Nobody knows how to lay low and play it safe better than me. How could I possibly? But before he could even finish, the system suddenly spammed notifications. Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been unlocked. Sign in at the Bronze Immortal Palace. Are you surprised, shocked, touched? Xiaoyao stood there utterly speechless, staring at the system. Furious, he punched the system screen, thinking, this trash system can go screw itself. I'm not doing this dumbass quest. The system literally giggled as it dodged his punch. Meanwhile, on a far-off battlefield, the ground was covered with piles of dead soldiers. Some were dead over here, some over there, some in this awkward pose, and some in that one. The brutal battle was still raging hard. A general was trying his absolute best to hold the line. Gritting his teeth, he stared ahead with pure rage. The soldiers from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom kept coming like swarms of ants. Seeing this, he thought in utter despair, is the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom really about to get wiped out? Just then, a pair of boots slowly walked into view. It was Bai Yuer, who had been wiping out the swarms of ants on her own. She looked completely exhausted, but she still forced herself to stand up and speak. Immediately, massive blazes of fire erupted everywhere, taking out tons of enemies. Some were burned to a crisp, while others only got their hands singed. The general charged forward in a fury, stomping on the corpses of enemy soldiers as more of them were incinerated by her flames. The Azure Dragon Emperor watched this in shock. The Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, undying and unquenchable. This is exactly why I hate these stubborn little birds that just won't die. But he quickly figured out the key. All he had to do was control the source of that divine fire, which was Bai Yue herself. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the imperial capital of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. A figure happily ran over, sword in hand, thinking excitedly, aha, found it. Out of the entire capital, only this cluster of buildings has a barrier. Talk about a total dead giveaway. I've got to sneak in and check it out. He gently placed his hand against the barrier. Right then, Yang Ji sensed something was off and immediately reported to Yang Pan, Young Marquise, we've got an intruder. Hearing that, he just laughed it off. Just some annoying bugs, go squash them. His subordinate immediately obeyed and vanished. Understood. Right then, Jun Zhangjian dashed forward at lightning speed, but suddenly his eyes widened as he realized something. Yang Ji had already launched an attack out of nowhere, but he managed to dodge just in time. Blocking Yang Ji's strike, Jun Zhangjian thought, totally annoyed. Damn, that's heavy, heaven-reaching realm, and even the divine fire realm. Meanwhile, Yang Ji's hand was cut by Jun Zhangjian, catching him completely off guard. Judging by his leaked energy, he's only in the Unity realm. Just a pathetic little Unity realm, yet he actually blocked my strike and even managed to scratch me? He chuckled and sneered at him. Kid, who the hell are you? Hearing this, Jun Zhangjian tried his best to play it cool, but inside he was crying a river. He sighed thinking, ugh, what do I do now? Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was still casually taking his sweet time on the way here. Jun Zhangjian glared, let out a sharp laugh, and shot a question right back at him. You got it backwards, pal. I should be the one asking who the hell you are, hiding in the shadows like a coward. Yang Ji scowled. Snorting in annoyance, he suddenly lunged his sword straight at Jun Zhangjian, roaring, arrogant brat, you're just a puny kid in the Unity realm, yet you dare talk down to me like that? Jun Zhangjian frowned, swinging his sword to deflect Yang Ji's strike. He then smirked and said, oh, so that's how it is. Yang Ji was completely shocked, thinking, how did this kid block my attack again? What the hell is going on? He's clearly just in the Unity realm. Unless, did he score some crazy secret opportunity? Jun Zhangjian demanded, hey Yang Ji, are you with the Panwu Divine Dynasty? Yang Ji didn't answer, shooting back instead. Kid, who the hell are you anyway? Jun Zhangjian scoffed, mocking him. Wow, you don't even know who you're messing with, do you? Besides, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is under the protection of my young master, Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family. For the Panwu Divine Dynasty to make a move here, are you guys looking to become enemies with the Jun family? Yang Ji panicked, thinking, someone from the Jun family? This is bad. I can't let this kid leave here alive. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he instantly appeared right behind Jun Zhangjian. Squelch! The sword pierced straight through Jun Zhangjian's chest. He coughed up blood, shock written all over his face. Jun Zhangjian collapsed, muttering, "You!" Yang Ji stood there, deep in thought. This time. But suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. No one will find out anymore. Jun Zhangjian, you should be dead. How are you still talking? Do you really think you can kill me? Suddenly, Jun Zhangjian's body vanished into thin air. It was just a clone. Yang Ji panicked. A clone? Damn it, this is a huge mess. He bolted immediately, needing to report to the Marquis right away. In a flash, the area was completely deserted. Not long after, Jun Zhangjian dropped down from the ceiling to the ground. He muttered to himself, the Panwu Divine Dynasty is being so shady, what the hell are they planning? Well, I've set up 7 clones to run wild in the Imperial City, so have fun trying to catch them all. The moment I stepped inside the barrier, 2 insanely powerful energy signatures surged right up into the sky. It's like they're intentionally leaking their aura to lure people over. Guess I'll go check it out. A hand reached out, displaying a vision of Bayuer fighting. The hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and 2 energy currents appeared out of nowhere, pinning Bayuer down. The energy force dragged Bayuer high into the air, her body trembling violently as she tried to fight back. Bayuer instantly recognized him, the Azure Dragon Sovereign. She unleashed a massive fire burst to counter his pressure, and her explosive flames completely overwhelmed the Azure Dragon Sovereign's energy. He laughed, mockingly praising her. Not bad, pretty impressive. Honestly, if the young master didn't want you captured alive to be his concubine, I would have just killed you right here and now. Hearing that, the soldiers charged forward in a rage. Impudent! Don't you dare insult Her Royal Highness! Even though he was surrounded, the Azure Dragon Sovereign remained completely unbothered. He glared, releasing a sharp wave of energy that instantly wiped out all the soldiers. The Azure Dragon Sovereign smirked and asked, "Well, how's that?" Bayuer scowled, silent as she stared at the corpses littering the ground. He mocked her. "Think you can get them to stand up this time?" Backed into a corner, Bayuer desperately tried to find a way out. "What do I do? No, I can't give up now. Think." Suddenly, a powerful aura began rapidly approaching the 2 of them. Both the Azure Dragon Sovereign and Bayuer felt the sudden shift. In the southern realm of heaven, the Crimson Emperor's palace, its body bathed in fire, gathering energy to form a bird, immortal and indestructible. A blazing phoenix manifested, and as its image gradually faded, a figure emerged. It was the Vermilion Bird Sovereign, surrounded by roaring flames and thick smoke. He roared, "Who dares invade my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom?" As night fell, a dark shadow zipped by. In the dead silence, a soft thud of feet landing on the ground echoed. Those 2 powerful energy signatures were definitely coming from nearby. Jun Zhangjian scanned the area, thinking, the ground below, it's completely hollow. Deciding to investigate, he pressed his hand to the ground, causing glowing rings of light to radiate outward. Intertwining waves of energy surged, unleashing a mysterious power. He closed his eyes, sensing everything. The glowing lines mapped out continuously until his eyes suddenly shot open, as if he had just spotted something completely unexpected. "Found you." Drawing his sharp longsword, his expression turned cold and grim. He muttered to himself, "All right, let's keep this quiet." He slashed down, shattering the surrounding stone into pieces. The heavy slashes sent rock fragments flying in all directions. He then threw a devastating punch packed with raw energy. Nearby, a face emerged. The man looked severely injured. Heavy rocks crashed down, keeping anyone from getting close. Fine stone dust swirled around him like a majestic cloud of smoke. Jun Zhangjian's sharp eyes narrowed in a tight scowl. Shocked by whatever was right in front of him, cold sweat began pouring down his face. He could faintly see a figure chained to a pillar, looking as though they had been trapped there for a very long time. He had white hair and ripped muscles. Glaring with burning eyes and gritting his teeth, he growled, "You brat! Who are you?" Jun Zhangjian yelled back. He looked at Lao Bai and said, "Put away your killing intent. This kid isn't with the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, nor is he from the Divine Dynasty." Looking from a distance, he thought, "Wait, there's another one? 2 saints?" He quickly played it smart and introduced himself. "This junior is Jun Zhangjian. May I ask who you 2 seniors are?" His voice faltered from the agonizing pain of his injuries. Surprised, they gasped, "The Jun family? Do you know the divine child Jun Xiaoyao of the ancient Jun family?" The friend beside him muttered, "Lao Bai, calm down, we're saints. Acting like this is just embarrassing." Lao Bai snapped back, "We're literally hanging here like sausages. You think I give a damn about losing face?" Young master, we are the sovereigns of the two kingdoms, Xuanwu and Baihu. We were outmatched and locked up here, and now our kingdoms have fallen into the hands of others. Wait, so your last name is Jun? Oh, thank God! The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is literally under the protection of the Jun family's divine son. So does the divine son plan on stepping into this mess? He proudly speaks up. Hell yeah, I'm a follower of young master Xiaoyao. The boss is way too nice to just stand by and watch this crap happen. Hell yeah, we're finally saved. This is awesome. Oh right, that bratty young master needs to spread the word ASAP. Clutching his sword, his face goes totally blank. Word is, the Panwu divine dynasty has mobilized just to crush the four ancient kingdoms. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a brutal war breaks out with wild explosions everywhere. He crosses his arms to block a heavy strike, gritting his teeth and glaring ahead. There's a giant guy and a girl, both completely wrapped in raging flames. Old Vermilion Bird, you're actually still kicking? Guess you got lucky and managed to break through to the Saint Realm. He smirks. Just leveled up, huh? Bet your power is still super shaky, right? The old man glares back. Don't worry, even if my power is shaky, I'm still way stronger than a dog like you. The Azure Dragon Emperor throws a punch, screaming, "You're dead meat!" Boom, the battlefield explodes. With everyone watching, those two unleash their strongest punches, going all out. Fire lights up the entire sky. Bayuer screams as a massive blast of energy erupts. Rise up, my people, the man grits his teeth, his eyes turning pure white as raging fire wraps around him, dripping with pure destructive flame power. Waves of soldiers stand tall, their hype levels off the charts, roaring together, "Victory is ours." Lava flows deep underground, pouring into a dark abyss alongside glowing green rocks. The massive army is completely hyped, ready to trigger a massive war to crush and conquer the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Suddenly, the soldiers stop in their tracks, looking back with absolute confusion. It's the Azure Dragon army. Turns out the Black Tortoise guys were just bait all along. He lets out a cocky laugh, acting like he's already won. Old Vermilion Bird, you'd better just give up and surrender. Old Chu clenches his fists, growling, "Just you? You don't have what it takes." Behind Old Chu, a black-robed figure grits his teeth in sheer anger. To take down the four ancient kingdoms, the Panwu divine dynasty actually brought out their big guns. 4 saints showed up at once, otherwise there's no way we'd get wiped out this easily. The only silver lining? He's fast on his feet. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao is still on his way. Boom! An earth-shattering shockwave from the clash of those two beasts rains down. Under the pitch-black sky, the soldiers look back, their jaws literally hitting the floor. Bayuer spins around, crying out, "Father!" He's collapsed on the ground, totally wrecked and bleeding out. The Vermilion Bird Emperor is on high alert, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a dark figure dives from the sky, blitzing straight at him. He reacts instantly, barely blocking a surprise strike. Boom! The impact is massive, putting them face to face. Both are on edge, dodging punches by a hair. The battle goes wild, absolute devastation everywhere, as a massive crater opens up, filled with boiling hot lava. Cold sweat drips down his face as he looks at the nightmare in front of him. Old Chu is beat up bad, blood dripping onto the ground. He grits his teeth hard. Suddenly, a voice echoes out, "There's someone else." Even the masked dude in the black cloak looks stunned through the thick smoke, thinking, "Wait, is this guy a saint too?" The Azure Dragon Lord smirks and says, "Nah, nah, nah." In the sky, 4 masked dudes are hovering, looking in one direction. These guys are the backup that young master sent me. Seriously, why do you gotta make things so hard on yourself? Struggling is just gonna make your death look even uglier. You might as well play nice and join me in serving the young master. Old Chu glares at them with pure disgust. Clenching his fists, he unleashes his power, wrapping his entire body in raging flames. Raising his voice, the Azure Dragon Lord scoffs. "Man, your answer is still as annoying as ever." He glares and barks an order to his goons to take him down. Giant glowing circles of light rip through the darkness, centering right on the old man as energy swirls all around him. With a wild roar from Old Chu, a beam of light shoots down, tearing the sky wide open. The Vermilion Bird Lord gets blasted deep into the ground, his mind spinning as he mutters to himself. Is heaven really trying to wipe out my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? No, I can't die here. Reaching out like he's desperate for a shred of hope, he suddenly snaps out of it and tightens his fist. "If I go down, my family will be tortured, and my people will end up as slaves." Flames erupt as he forces himself to stand up. Get up! Get up! His eyes blaze brighter than ever, overflowing with sheer determination. The divine fire is eternal, the Vermilion Bird will never fall. A figure in a red cloak gets close and shouts. It's Bayuer, her eyes glowing with life as she smiles. "Thank goodness, Father. You've finally woken up." After the clash, a massive crater is left empty, with only Old Chu and his daughter standing there. Opening his eyes, he weakly whispers, "Bayuer." Her arm is badly injured, and she's totally wiped out, collapsing onto the ground. The Vermilion Bird Lord stares at his hands and thinks, Bayuer protected the divine fire for me and healed all my wounds. She forced herself to jump 5 major cultivation realms just to keep me safe, but now her divine fire is burning out. What's gonna happen once her divine fire is completely gone? He looks at his daughter, too terrified to even think about the outcome. Suddenly, his power explodes as he desperately pulls his girl into a tight, painful hug. Watching this, the Azure Dragon Lord loses his cool and snaps at his goons, completely fed up. You absolute clowns. The young master said he wants Bayuer brought back alive to be his maid. Gritting his teeth, he grunts. Whatever. Actually, I have a better idea. Maybe she'll still be useful if we turn her into a living puppet. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as a brutal kick lands right on his face, catching him totally off guard. Wait, what? He gets sent flying dozens of meters. A massive figure appears out of nowhere. It's the White Tiger Lord laughing. Ayo, my sweet grandson, your grandpappy is back. He drops down from high up, crashing right into the massive crater. The Black Tortoise Lord looks at the father-daughter duo and asks worriedly, Vermilion Bird, you okay, man? But old Chu just holds his daughter, totally devastated, leaving the Black Tortoise Lord clueless on how to comfort him. The Black Tortoise Lord sighs to himself, shoot, we're too late. But suddenly a voice rings out as old Chu gently lays his daughter down. It's not too late. She can still be saved. Holding an insanely valuable rare herb. Quick, take this! He hesitates, his mind totally blown. Wait, is this the elixir of immortality? The blade ripped through the air with a screech. Quit yapping and just shove it down her throat already. Under the cover of thick smoke choking the silent night, a hand clamped down hard on the Azure Dragon Lord's face, making him scream in agony. What the hell are you doing? He barked. Why the hell are you guys even here? Isn't it obvious? The White Tiger Monarch sneered. Thanks to your sweet little nephew putting all 4 saints on the battlefield, we actually got the perfect chance to slip away. He stared off into the distance, schemes running wild in his head. With everyone surrounding him from all sides, he smirked. Hey, old Azure Dragon, looks like things have officially gone south for you. Didn't see that coming, did ya? The old man kept his cool and scoffed. Gone south? Don't make me laugh. You really think you 3 useless saints can actually take me down? Up in the sky, shadows shot straight into the dark night, putting everyone on high alert. Floating stones started glowing with a blinding light, merging to unleash a totally insane amount of power. Jun Zhangjian thought to himself, everything's going according to plan so far, so we should be fine, right? Everyone braced themselves, totally locked in and ready to rumble. The Azure Dragon Monarch spoke up. You obviously knew I brought all 4 saints to the battlefield. A squad of masked, cloaked figures immediately stepped forward to shield him. He sneered, so facing 5 saints, what on earth makes you think you even stand a chance of winning? Spears and banners were raised high for the rebellion, with everyone's morale absolutely burning hot on the battlefield. Under the pitch-black sky, both sides roared, flexing their power as they waited for the order to clash. The battle erupted, and soldiers lunged at each other, locking swords right at each other's throats. Sparks flew as their swords crashed together. The White Tiger Monarch grit his teeth at the sight, roaring in pure fury as his power spiked. You brats better stop this instant, he roared, unleashing flashy, devastating slashes through the enemy lines. Who the hell gave you guys permission to run onto this battlefield anyway? Can't you idiots even tell friend from foe anymore? The soldiers shrieked. That's the Monarch's sky-shattering roar. Stop, quick! The Monarch is back. No, we can't stop now. The armies of all the kingdoms are already locked in together. Furious, he couldn't wrap his head around what his subordinates were thinking. What a bunch of seriously annoying brats. The White Tiger Monarch slammed his palm down hard onto the battlefield, crashing down in a cloud of dust as he gasped for breath. Neither side backed down in the intense clash. The Azure Dragon Monarch smirked at White Tiger, mocking him. Are you seriously in the mood to worry about those guys right now? They've been killing on the battlefield for so long they've gone completely bloodthirsty. You think they're just gonna stop because you shout at them? The two faced off as he sneered. As long as we keep you guys pinned right here, all your struggles, he spat, emphasizing every word, will be completely pointless. Hearing this, White Tiger was shocked. Suddenly, a figure in black flew down from above, dropping a protective barrier right around him, while the Azure Dragon Monarch was blown away. The Black Tortoise Monarch showed up and yelled, Old Bai, watch your step. You almost got your head chopped right off. The black-clothed guys were still surrounding them. Old Bai grunted, let's focus on the fight in front of us first. We can talk about everything else later. They braced themselves to take on the Azure Dragon Monarch. Facing each other, everyone's fighting spirit was burning hot, while his face turned smug and unpredictable as he prepared to throw a punch. I really don't get what you guys are still holding out for. He unleashed a palm strike, sending White Tiger flying back in a crackling, electric vortex, though White Tiger quickly managed to block it. This was exactly what he had told Jun Zhangjian. To crush the Four Images ancient kingdom, the Panwu divine dynasty has deployed 4 saints. Young master, you must get this news out immediately. Jun Zhangjian replied firmly, "Got it, I will beep beep." Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into his head. Staring down at the transmission jade slip, he said, "Two seniors. Instead of staying trapped here forever, would you be willing to make a direct bet with this junior?" The scene shifted to the massive battlefield, packed with soldiers standing in strict formation as banners fluttered high in the wind. Just now, young Master Xiaoyao sent a message saying he's leading 40,000 elite guards of the Jun family, and they're already on their way here. As long as we can hold off those 4 saints from the Panwu divine dynasty on the front lines. A handsome face with deep, intense eyes came into view. The white tiger monarch laughed out loud. "What are we holding out for, you ask? We're just buying time." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon monarch was totally baffled, a giant question mark popping up in his head. On the massive battlefield, the 2 rivals locked eyes. The old man stared wide-eyed as a total miracle occurred. A blinding beam of light ripped through the night sky, making all the soldiers look up. The light slammed violently down into the earth with unstoppable force, leaving every single soldier jaw-dropped. None of the elite guards had any idea what was happening. What the hell is going on here? A rift cracked open, forming a bottomless crater with that blinding light blazing right in the center. A pair of hands drew a circle of light. White Tiger's eyes lit up as he grinned triumphantly. "Hey, old Azure Dragon," he mocked. "I'm waiting for the divine son of the Jun family. What the hell are you waiting for?" His elegant, handsome figure and killer features were breathtaking. All the light swirled around, keeping him right at the center of attention. The banner was hoisted up and all the soldiers stared toward the exact same spot. While the soldiers were still dazed, the whole place lit up as torrents of fire cascaded down, trapping the elite guards in a blazing inferno. A flash of light zipped through, completely wiping them out, leaving some severely injured and others dead on the spot. Old Azure Dragon watched in sheer terror, collapsing flat on the ground. Staring up, he stammered, "What kind of monster is this? Where the hell did he come from?" A young man with long hair dressed in elegant robes appeared. Gao Sheng roared, "Listen up, you bastards. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is under the protection of the divine son of the Jun family. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on them will be slaughtered without mercy." Hearing this, the blue-armored soldiers panicked, while the red-armored elite guards cheered in sheer excitement. The Jun family. It's the Jun family's army. Awesome, the divine son of the Jun family has actually come to save us. Old Azure Dragon grit his teeth in absolute rage, slumping to the ground as he listened. Azure Dragon Monarch, explain the situation right now, Jun Xiaoyao said, his face cold as ice. "If you can't satisfy me, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom will completely vanish from the Wilderness Heaven Immortal Domain today." The night sky turned a dusty gray. The masked green-haired youth raised his hand, unleashing a sharp wave of green light. He swung, creating a massive circular shockwave that scared the soldiers half to death. Spears were raised high amidst the raging flames. A figure holding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other stood right in the center of the blaze, leaving every single enemy pale with fear. Surrounding the terrified soldiers were crackling arcs of green electricity, trapping them so they couldn't run even if they wanted to. In that massive crowd, every single bastard was sweating bullets, scared shitless. The Jun family's wind, forest, fire, and mountain 4 guardians were just way too OP. There was absolutely no way to take them head on. "No way we can fight them. They're monsters. They're freaking demons. Just run." Even the Azure Dragon Emperor realized the tables had completely turned. He gritted his teeth, thinking, the gap between our armies is just too massive. Is this the real power of the ancient Jun clan? We don't stand a damn chance. He shrieked, "Divine son of the Jun family, what the hell do you want?" Jun Xiaoyao just gave him a cold, deadpan look and replied, "What do I want? Wow, that's hilarious. Seriously hilarious. You're the one who started this damn war. You're the one who came in here acting all high and mighty, and now you have the nerve to ask me what I want." He continued, his voice sharp and chillin'. "I want to wipe out your entire 9 generations, so could you do me a favor and just hurry up and die?" The Azure Dragon Emperor roared in fury. "You don't push me too far, I've got a powerful master backing me up. You don't get to act so cocky." Jun Xiaoyao scoffed. "Me? Pushing you too far? So was I, Jun Xiaoyao, the one who sent armies to invade another country, slaughtered countless innocents, and literally tried to wipe a whole nation off the map?" Jun Xiaoyao was seriously pissed now. He raised his hand, lightning crackling wildly around his fist. "You've got a backer? Fine. I'd love to see who in this entire wild heaven immortal realm actually has the balls to face the wrath of Jun Xiaoyao." With a roar, he threw a punch, unleashing a massive blazing vortex of energy. Slaying immortal sword art. First form. The old geezer scrambled to block it, but the devastating power was too much, blasting him back dozens of feet. The truth was, it didn't even break his defense. He was just totally scared out of his mind. I'm a literal saint, yet I'm actually shaking in my boots? Wait, wasn't the ancestral dragon nest's supreme Lilong killed by this exact same sword art? I need to fall back and regroup with the young master first. But seeing the old coward trying to bail, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't about to let him off that easily. You think you can just run? Think again. He quickly swung his hand, unleashing his second move right at the old geezer, the primordial emperor sword. The old guy desperately blocked it. Damn it, another one of the 5 great divine arts? The Azure Dragon Emperor scowled, wondering how many insane encounters this brat had stumbled into. His face went dark as the Vermilion Bird Emperor lunged at him. Old Zhu glared with deep, calculating eyes, thinking, eye for an eye, kid. He panted heavily, shouting, what are you waiting for? Kill this brat already. Masked assassins suddenly lunged at Old Zhu. The White Tiger and Black Tortoise Emperors rushed in to intercept. In your dreams, Clang! Weapons clashed as they blocked the attacks. Old Bai, watch your back! From a distance, a massive hand extended, pressing a heavy seal down on the masked assassin. Jun Xiaoyao conjured an electric vortex, trapping him completely before throwing a brutal punch straight to his face. He hammered him with punch after punch, channeling raw power right into the guy's face. The mask shattered, flying off to reveal his true face. As the iron-faced guy crashed down, everyone just stared in utter shock. A puppet? Wait, don't tell me all 4 of them are just puppets. The guy's eyes flashed as he landed hard, standing right between the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon Emperors. Old Azure Dragon just stared, completely clueless. Suddenly, the iron-faced guy bolted. The Black Tortoise and White Tiger Emperors stood there, totally baffled. Wait, did he just chicken out and run? Hold on, that's not it. The two looked into the distance. A 4-cornered light was glowing near the mountains, rapidly heading their way. Something massive was coming. The light grew bigger and bigger, casting blinding rays everywhere. The soldiers gasped, their jaws dropping. Not this light again. It was the exact same blinding glow that appeared when the divine son of the Jun family showed up. The portal of light widened, and the corner of a golden dragon carriage began to emerge. Man, the divine son of the Jun family sure knows how to make an entrance. The grand carriage, adorned with 4 golden dragons, finally appeared. Even Jun Xiaoyao looked at it, totally puzzled. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and asked, staring at the floating carriage, cousin, what the heck is that? I'm young and don't get out much. Is flying on a literal bed a new trend or something? His cousin replied, if I'm not wrong, yeah, that is definitely a bed. But I don't think it's just some random trend. According to the intel sent back by Jun Zhangjian, the mastermind behind this is from the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Jun Xiaohuang added. If that's true, there's definitely one total weirdo over there who fits the bill. Jun Xiaoyao squinted into the distance. Sis, do you actually know who this big shot is? She paused for a second, thinking, it's probably the champion marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. His name is Yang Pan, she said in a hushed, disgusted voice. Everyone in the martial world calls him the ultimate enemy of all women. Yang Pan, the champion Marcus of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. There are tons of wild rumors about him in the Wild Heaven Immortal Realm. A long time ago, he was just a lowly stable boy in a royal palace, treated like absolute garbage. He learned the hard way how cruel and fake people can be, but his big break came out of nowhere. Those spoiled young masters in the palace threw him into a snake-infested pit just for laughs. But talk about a blessing in disguise. Down there, he stumbled upon an ancient sword. And that sword? It was one of the 3 legendary divine swords forged by the founding emperor of Panwu himself, the Pan-Emperor's Sword of Life. The second he got his hands on that power, the very first thing Yang Pan did was slaughter every single soul in that royal palace. If you helped him, you died. If you crossed him, you died. Strong, weak, old, sick. He didn't care. He even slaughtered every single horse in the stables. It was a total bloodbath. But because he had the Pan-Emperor's sword, everyone thought he was the reincarnation of Emperor Panwu himself. So instead of getting executed, he actually became the favorite of the Panwu Emperor. He started racking up insane power-ups, instantly rising to become the champion Marcus. The guy's a total psycho with a hair-trigger temper. He's hopelessly obsessed with girls and just loves killing people for fun. Any girl he forces into his harem who dares to resist gets skinned alive and tortured to death. He has absolutely no standards or shame. That's why he's the #1 enemy of women in the entire immortal realm. She turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao, who was standing there with his eyes closed, sweating. Young master, are you okay? The two bickered back and forth. No, I'm just wondering, when can we finally establish the rule of law in this lawless immortal realm? She blinked. Wait, rule of law? What's that? You know, actual laws, where rich young masters can't just abuse their servants, and psychotic Marcus have to pay for murder with their lives. She sighed. I guess you'll have to wait until you become the great emperor to ever make those kinds of rules. The scene shifts. Yongpan smirked to himself. So that's the famous divine son of the Jun family? Honestly, he doesn't look like much. Time to push his buttons a little. A massive gold-embellished carriage floated in the sky, with 4 intricately carved dragons on its corners. A booming voice echoed down. Vermilion Bird Emperor, I'll give you one last shot. Just hand over that compass fragment and bow down to me, and I might actually let your ancient kingdom survive in peace. And as a special favor, I'll even let your pretty little daughter join my harem as one of my side chicks. Becoming this Marcus's side chick is a massive honor. What's your problem? Acting all whiny and actually trying to fight back. Xiaoyao's figure materialized with a highly contemptuous smirk. Just as he was about to channel power into his hand, someone grabbed his wrist, leaving him completely clueless. Jun Xiaoyao extended both hands, pointing downward, and the soldiers on the walls instantly readied their bows, aiming straight down. You absolute freak, don't you dare disrespect the princess! A voice roared as they released the draw. Thousands of arrows rained down, zeroing in on Yang Pan's carriage. He gritted his teeth in sheer rage. A bunch of low-life ants in the physical stage actually dared to bare their fangs at the Marcus. Raising his hand, he channeled a massive surge of power with flames swirling around his arm. Yongpan slammed it down, sending violent streams of fire crashing down like giant crushing hands. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign dodged that devastating blast. It looked like he was swallowed whole by Yang Pan's fiery strike, but he slowly rose back up from the swirling smoke and flames. The soldiers' eyes lit up with hope as they cheered in unison. It's His Majesty. Long live the king. We can't let that scumbag who insulted our princess get away with this. With a sharp glare and a cold, firm voice, he said, the people of our humble nation wouldn't dare accept the Marquis' so-called affection. This hit him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign added, Marquis, if you keep pushing us, as he clenched his fist, we'll just have to go all out and take you down with us. He froze, then screamed, How dare you? Stop right now. A brutal punch slammed down on Yang Pan before he could even react. Jun Xiaoyao appeared, throwing a heavy punch with a smirk on his face. My bad, but whenever I hear a dog barking right in front of me, I just can't help but throw hands. Sending him flying back, he was absolutely livid, scowling and growling with rage. The sky cleared up instantly. As Yongpan crashed face first into the dirt, he looked up and thought, is the divine child of the Jun family really going to make things this ugly between us? Xiaoyao let out a chuckle, wearing a smug smile. You don't give a damn about Senior Vermilion Bird, who's in the Saint Realm, yet you're acting all polite to a lowly unified realm cultivator like me. Don't tell me it's because my last name is Jun and you're too scared to mess with my family? The famous champion Marca of the Panwu Divine Dynasty is actually just a cowardly trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Yongpan spat in annoyance. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Suddenly, his eyes flared as he roared, You're asking for death. Yongpan pointed a finger, unleashing a concentrated beam of raw power straight at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao stared back, thinking, wait, looking at his energy, he's only in the unified realm. At his age, he's barely reached this stage? What the heck is he so cocky about? Jun Xiaoyao. A 12-year-old at the late unified realm? Yongpan flew into the air, pointing one finger to the sky. He swept his finger down, a massive fiery attack trailing behind, roaring at the top of his lungs. Just die already. Xiaoyao just stood there, casually facing the attack before unleashing a terrifying surge of divine power. With a wave of his hand, he materialized the spear of the underworld god in mid-air, its sharp golden tip gleaming brilliantly. Looking at the signature ultimate technique of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the Great Sun Divine Finger, Xiaoyao just let out a mocking chuckle. He gripped the spear of the underworld god and hurled it forward. The spear ripped through the void, tearing straight toward the incoming attack. Yang Pan's jaw dropped in absolute shock. The collision between the spear of the underworld god and the Great Sun Divine Finger was like two massive planets crashing together, sending violent energy shockwaves rippling through the entire sky. In an instant, the Great Sun Divine Finger was shattered and pierced right through. The spear didn't even slow down, heading straight for Yang Pan. Yang Pan's face went completely pale, his blood running cold as he tried to dodge in sheer panic. But luck definitely wasn't on his side today. Xiaoyao's counterattack was way too fast, completely throwing him off. Just as the spear was about to impale him, Yongpan had no choice but to throw up both hands to block it. Sucks for him, though, because the terrifying piercing power of that spear, boosted by Xiaoyao's massive spiritual energy, wasn't something he could just block. Both of Yongpan's arms were totally mangled, and the insane force of the blast sent him flying over 100 meters back. Even though he was heavily trashed, Xiaoyao, Wanji, and Jun Xiaoyao didn't look happy at all. Instead, they shared a puzzled, deep look. The crowd immediately broke into whispers, gossiping about what they just saw. Damn, he's that weak? Is the great champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty really just a total joke? After taking a closer look, Wanji sensed something was off. He calmly assessed the situation before respectfully turning to Xiaoyao to report. Young master, this guy isn't Yang Pan, or at least not his real body. He added, I've fought him before. That brat's biggest trump card is the Pan Emperor's Sword of Life. But this clone doesn't have the aura of that sword at all. Hearing this, Xiaoyao rested his chin on his hand, thought for a second, and smirked. He curled his lips into a mock and muttered, so it's highly likely just a clone. What an absolute clown. A mere clone actually had the guts to pick a fight with me. Yang Pan was absolutely burning with rage inside. Clutching his bleeding chest, his face contorted in pain as he suppressed the agony and spat. Jun Xiaoyao, since you already know this is just my clone, you should also know how insanely powerful my real self is. Deep down, Yang Pan knew his clone stood zero chance against Xiaoyao, so his only play was to use his main body's reputation to scare him, hoping to force Xiaoyao to back off. If you back off now, I might let this slide. But Xiaoyao completely ignored Yang Pan's trash talking, treating it like total white noise. Slowly walking toward the clone, Xiaoyao sneered, You poor excuse of a loser. See those skeletons over there? You probably know exactly what their cultivation level was, right? They were all just low-level trash in the physical or divine treasury stage, with the strongest barely reaching the spiritual sea stage. To prodigies like us, they're nothing but worthless bugs. Yet even those bugs had the guts to draw their swords against a high and mighty Marquis like you. Now look at yourself. The great champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, hiding behind a main body that's miles away just to threaten the enemy right in front of you? You really are a pathetic loser. Even worse than those bugs. Hearing this, Yang Pan lost his mind. He screamed in pure rage. You really had to choose the hard way, didn't you? He shrieked. Crush him! The moment the words left his mouth, 4 masked figures clad in black materialized around Yang Pan, releasing a suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe. The Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise sovereigns quickly rushed in. With tense looks on their faces, they yelled, Young master, watch out! The 3 sovereigns immediately unleashed their full power, ready to clash with those 4 Saint Realm powerhouses to protect Xiaoyao. While those 3 rulers were shaking in their boots, Xiaoyao was just chilling, totally unfazed. He looked down at Yang Pan and casually asked, Hey, Yang Pan, do you even know the biggest difference between you and me? Right then, a sudden menacing energy ripped through the sky, locking straight onto Xiaoyao. Turns out, it was none other than that clown, the Azure Dragon Emperor. After patching up his wounds, he'd been sneaking around, waiting for the perfect moment to blindside Xiaoyao. Wearing a smug, evil grin, the guy threw his ultimate move and barked, Go to hell! But out of nowhere, an eerie zither melody started echoing from the distance. The music sounded soft, but it instantly whipped up into razor-sharp sword waves. That insane melody was so overpowered it literally ripped the sky open, leaving a massive, pitch-black tear in space. Before the Azure Dragon ruler could even process what was happening, that crazy hidden power sliced his head clean off. He didn't even have time to blink. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao just stood there, hands behind his back, looking totally unbothered. He smirked and said, The difference is, I run the whole Jun family, but you're nothing to the Panwu Celestial Dynasty. As the Azure Dragon ruler's head rolled right up to Yang Pan's feet, Yang Pan's face went totally white, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Since he was only there as a clone, Yang Pan didn't have his own guardian backing him up, and there was no way he expected Xiaoyao to have such a cracked, mysterious protector watching his back. This guardian's power was way beyond a normal saint. Just the raw, murderous vibe from that zither had the other saints shaking in their boots, totally freaking out. Xiaoyao turned to look at the fallen soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and spoke, his voice calm but sharp as a knife. I bet you thought you had this all figured out. You thought if you just flexed on me without killing me, the Jun family wouldn't touch you. That way, you could still bully the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and snatch whatever you wanted, right? Yang Pan gritted his teeth, completely helpless. Panic filled his eyes as that terrifying killer zither music started up again. The sound waves locked onto the 4 saints he brought along. Boom! The explosion shook the whole battlefield, and those 4 saints were instantly shredded into a million pieces. After that massive blast, the entire battlefield went dead silent. You could literally hear a pin drop. Yang Pan, the arrogant champion Marquis, was finally sweating bullets. He was shaking like a leaf, his eyes wide with pure horror. He couldn't believe his own eyes, thinking, No way, how is this even happening? 4 saints wiped out at the exact same time. Is his guardian a freaking Saint King? Why would a Saint King debase themselves to play babysitter for some kid? Meanwhile, Xiaoyao just stood there looking totally chill, casually playing with a spark of the vermilion bird divine fire on his fingertip. He smirked mockingly and said, "Looks like you finally get it. You miscalculated big time, bro. Your saint puppets can't touch me. Plus, if I say the word, the Jun family will throw down and declare war on the Manhwa celestial dynasty. We don't even need a reason. Only a clueless clown like you would dare to flex in front of me." With that, Xiaoyao triggered the vermilion bird divine fire. This flame is immortal anyway, so it'd be a waste not to let you experience it. The brilliant fire flared up, engulfing his entire clone, instantly frying his connection and forcing his consciousness back to his real body. Inside a ridiculously fancy gold-plated palace back in the Manhwa celestial dynasty, Yang Pan's actual body stood up, absolutely livid. His sheer rage turned the entire room a creepy, menacing crimson, his vibe looking even scarier than a demon from hell. Spiritual energy violently surged around him, exploding into waves of freezing air as he spat out the name with pure hatred. "Jun Xiaoyao!" He stormed out of the room, each heavy step radiating deadly pressure that literally cracked the stone floor beneath him. Yang Pan snarled, "It's on sight, Xiaoyao! You're dead meat!" Lightning crackled in his eyes, showing his insane rage as he swore to absolutely obliterate the guy. A bit later, back in the Vermilion Bird Palace, Xiaoyao was carefully piecing the 4 compass fragments together. Still curious, he looked at the 3 rulers and asked, "So what kind of OP treasure is this compass anyway?" To the point that Yang Pan would literally wipe out entire kingdoms just to get his hands on it? The Vermilion Bird Emperor sighed, shaking his head. "Honestly, we don't even know what this thing does. All we know is it's connected to the origin of our 4 ancient kingdoms. We're talking about an ancient dynasty that was almost on the level of an immortal powerhouse, back when it was the 4 Images ancient kingdom. The guy who founded it was this legendary top-tier supreme being called the 4 Images Supreme, and the founders of our 4 kingdoms were all his disciples. Rumor has it the 4 Images Supreme got jumped by a bunch of high-level powerhouses just because he found this bronze compass. In the end, he had no choice but to split the compass into 4 pieces and hand them down to his 4 disciples for safekeeping. That's how these fragments became our sacred family heirlooms." Hearing this, Xiaoyao frowned and mumbled to himself, "You know, looking at this compass, I feel like I've definitely seen something like this before." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He pulled a small bronze fragment out of his storage ring, stared at it, and said with a serious look, "Yup, this is it." Jun Xiaoyao carefully slotted the bronze piece right into the center of the compass. As soon as it clicked, he blurted out, "No way, this compass might actually be linked to the Bronze Celestial Temple." The Bronze Celestial Temple? Hearing those words, the 3 rulers completely lost it, repeating the name in absolute shock. Their faces turned pale with dread. One of them panicked. "No wonder every powerhouse in the world wants a piece of this. There's no way we can defend something this insane. What the heck do we do now?" Seeing them look so utterly useless, Jun Xiaoyao was just speechless, feeling super awkward. Before he could even open his mouth, the 3 rulers bowed low, cupping their hands and chirped in unison, "Since you saved our lives, it's only right that we gift this legendary treasure to you, young master." Realizing they were basically dumping a massive target on his back, Xiaoyao cursed in his head, "Are you guys seriously just dumping your problems on me? Seriously? Are you 3 for real right now? Do you guys have zero ambition? No wonder you got absolutely bullied into the dirt." After a moment, Xiaoyao just sighed and took the compass anyway. But he quickly changed the subject. "We'll worry about this thing later. Did you guys finish your talk?" Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise rulers hesitated, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, the White Tiger ruler just stared at the other 2, looking completely clueless about what was even going on. Jun Xiaoyao frowned, his tone getting serious. "Have you decided who's going to run the 4 Images Kingdom once you guys merge?" He looked at them, only to see 3 pairs of totally blank, clueless eyes. Xiaoyao facepalmed in his head. "Wait, so you guys literally haven't thought about this at all? How did those 3 idiots even become sovereigns?" The scene shifts to a quiet canyon, where Zhuangjin is pinching a coin between 2 fingers. Looking at Yuer and Linglong standing opposite him, he emphasizes, "This is just practice, not a real fight. Don't go overboard, you 2. Yuer and Linglong say nothing, only exchanging a knowing look. Seeing that, Zhuangjian flicks his finger, sending the coin spinning through the air before it drops to the ground. With a soft clink, both girls instantly leap backward, widening the distance between them. Yuer unleashes her blazing sacred fire, her sharp eyes sizing up her opponent. "She's fast, but there's no way I'm losing." Clenching her fists, she gathers brilliant fire energy into her palms and charges forward. But just as she gets close to Linglong, her opponent suddenly vanishes. In the blink of an eye, Linglong appears high in the sky, unleashing a massive pillar of divine fire that blows the ground apart. Fuming with rage, Yuer's eyes turn blood red as she hurls multiple blasts of sacred fire right at Linglong. The fierce fireballs streak through the air, triggering a series of explosions below Linglong, who gracefully and swiftly dodges every single attack in the nick of time. But suddenly, her pupils shrink as she realizes she can't dodge the barrage of divine fire closing in from all sides. Boom! A massive explosion shakes the entire canyon. Standing on the ground, Yuer stares suspiciously at the rising column of smoke and dust, wondering, did I hit her? But a sudden wave of unease washes over her. Her eyes widen as she looks up at the sky, gritting her teeth. Wait, no, she's even higher up. Sure enough, further up in the sky, Linglong is gliding gracefully through the air. Yuer's eyes widen as 7 golden spiritual energy orbs of various sizes appear in front of her, connecting and revolving around each other. The orbs begin to glow intensely, and without wasting a single second, they simultaneously fire 7 powerful beams of spiritual energy. The beams streak down like lightning, targeting Yuer directly. Wherever they strike, the ground erupts, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere, leaving deep craters behind. Yuer panics, dodging frantically. Sweat drips down her forehead as she struggles to escape the relentless onslaught. Watching from afar, Zhuangjian can't help but admire the display. Wow, that move is sick. I want to try it too. Just then, Xiaoyao appears in the distance. Folding his arms, he calmly watches the 2 girls fighting intensely and asks, what's going on here? Why are they fighting? Xiaoyao's sudden arrival startles Zhuangjian a bit. He bows to the young master, then seriously explains to Xiaoyao that the compatibility between the undying elixir and the vermilion bird divine fire went way beyond their expectations. The princess actually got a blessing in disguise this time, and her cultivation level shot up by 1 whole tier. Linglong is sparring with her now to see just how strong she really is. Hearing this, Xiaoyao smirks in satisfaction. Well, that's pretty good. He suddenly recalls what happened not too long ago. He remembers Linglong standing before him with hesitant eyes, whispering, young master, may I leave for a while? Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and asked, why's that? Hearing his question, Linglong looks straight ahead, her eyes filled with determination, but her voice carries a trace of helplessness. What happened this time made me feel so useless. Without your rescue, young master, I couldn't do a thing. I want to find a way to stand on my own feet even without relying on you. As your maid, I know this thought is incredibly selfish. Hearing her words, Xiaoyao doesn't say anything else. He just stands up and nods slightly. Sure, if you want to go, then go. Linglong looks up, her eyes wide with shock, unable to believe her ears. Looking at her, Xiaoyao seriously advises, remember to take the transmission jade talisman. You can call me anytime, who knows when you might need to. You know how it is. As long as I'm not in secluded cultivation, I'm always super free. Hearing Xiaoyao's advice, an indescribable warmth swells in Linglong's heart, but she quickly purses her lips, trying to hold back her emotions. Finally, she bows and thanks him, her voice low but deeply sincere. Seeing her serious and heartfelt attitude, Xiaoyao is caught off guard. He blankly pauses for a moment, then rubs his neck with an awkward laugh. What's there to thank me for? Isn't this just a given? How dare you act like we're strangers? Hearing him say that, the corners of Linglong's lips curve into a soft smile. Yes, my bad. But her gaze suddenly drifts to the far distance, looking up at the deep blue sky as she wonders to herself, is it really just a given? This isn't an era where everyone is treated like a human being. Weakness is the ultimate sin. The weak aren't even worthy of being human. They're just ants, and strength becomes a collar around their necks. Because nobody wants to be an ant, they'll do whatever it takes to chase after power. But then, she flashes back to the past, remembering when Xiaoyao was still a 3-year-old kid. Looking at her kneeling in front of him, he had asked in surprise, do you always kneel to me like that? Kneeling before him, Linglong had calmly replied, I am your servant, young master. Xiaoyao had frowned, looking a bit awkward as he replied, well, yeah, technically, but you're just working for me. You're not my slave. We didn't sign some life contract or anything, right? Linglong had looked at him and gently shaken her head. No, we didn't. Hearing that, Xiaoyao smiled brightly, his voice full of warmth and sincerity. So get up already. We're equals. There's no need to kneel. Everyone's a human being. No one is superior to anyone else. Those words of Xiaoyao's had been deeply engraved in her heart ever since. I've always known he was different from everyone else since he was a kid, but sometimes his just a given way of thinking is what truly draws people to him. Inside the Vermilion Bird Palace, Yuer's jaw drops, her voice trembling as she asks, me, the ruler of the 4 ancient kingdoms, are you for real? The 3 rulers nod simultaneously, answering in perfect unison, yes, it is you. Dumbfounded, Yuer scratches her head, looking completely lost. But I'm only. Before she can even finish, the Black Tortoise Sovereign interrupts in a stern voice, Yuer, don't decline. Everyone knows the old Vermilion Bird King is in secluded cultivation, and you've been holding down the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom all on your own. The White Tiger Sovereign chimes in decisively, and it was your quick thinking that sent troops to team up with us against that bastard Azure Dragon. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign chimes in, most importantly, under your leadership, even when the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was on the brink of collapse. Not a single traitor emerged. Even the vast majority of the common people refused to be relocated by the enemy forces, deciding to share the fate of the nation. Even if I, your father, had ended my seclusion earlier, I definitely couldn't have done as well as you. As he speaks, he gently wipes a tear from the corner of his eye. The three kings bowed all serious like, it's unanimous. We all agree you're the only one who can run the whole Four Images kingdom. They looked so extra trying to act all official and dramatic. Bai Yuer was just standing there completely blanking out. Okay? Right after those two mumbled words, two warm hands suddenly slapped onto her shoulders, one from Jun Xiaoyao and one from Jun Linglong. They both hyped her up at the same time. Do it for the team, you're literally our last hope. With these two clowns ganging up on her, Bai Yuer's jaw dropped. She had 0 words. Finally, she let out a massive sigh and nodded. Fine, since you guys are begging this hard, I'll give it a shot. The Vermilion Bird King was stoked, practically beaming with pride. That's my girl! I knew I could count on you! Grinning from ear to ear, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out this massive stack of papers, like a pro. The other two kings held Bai Yuer down so she couldn't escape, looking dead serious as they slammed the papers onto the table with a massive thud. The Vermilion Bird King slid them over, acting totally shameless with a giant smirk on his face. Your Highness, this is the Vermilion Bird Empire. Wait, shouldn't we be calling it the Vermilion Bird District now? This is the casualty list for the Vermilion Bird District, the future relief funds, and the whole rebuilding plan for the war zone. It's all yours now. They dumped it on her so fast, leaving Bai Yuer standing there completely clueless, with major question marks floating over her head. Before she could even process, the other two kings shamelessly threw their own stacks onto the table, sounding way too happy about it. Here you go, sweetie. This is our Black Tortoise District, and this is our White Tiger District. Bai Yuer just stood there frozen, but this time she was literally sweating buckets. And of course, Jun Linglong had to join the party, dropping another massive stack that was just as thick, filled with all the leftover drama from the Azure Dragon District. Hearing that, Bai Yuer was literally shaking with rage. She growled, Ling, Lung. Hearing her name called like that, Jun Linglong felt a sudden chill run down her spine. She flashed a super awkward smile, avoiding eye contact. Bai Yuer glared at her. Do I look like some kind of idiot to you? Jun Linglong couldn't even look her in the eye and just stuttered out some weak encouragement. Anyway, you got this, bestie. Desperate to escape, Jun Linglong slithered backward and bolted out the door, leaving Bai Yuer behind, slowly turning into white ash. Cut to the Jun family pavilion, where a bunch of disciples were hanging out and gossiping. Yo, did you guys hear the latest tea? Didn't that Yang Pan guy get absolutely wrecked by the young master already? But that clown is still talking mad trash. Jun Zhongjian smirked and chimed in. Apparently, he wants to challenge the young master to a duel on the roof of the Forbidden City, right when the Panwu Divine Dynasty's princess is picking her husband. Jun Wanji crossed his arms, scoffing in total disgust. What an absolute idiot. He couldn't even land a hit on me, so what makes him think he can take on the young master? The young master stroked his chin, thinking it over before chiming in. Still, the Panwu Divine Dynasty is a major player, so the princess's husband hunt is bound to bring in all kinds of big shots. Jun Zhongjian blurted out, that kid's just trying to clout chase by stepping on you, young master. His sketchy little plan is so painfully obvious. Ha ha ha. He leaned his chin on his hand, snickering with pure contempt. Jun Shuehuang, who had been quietly listening the whole time, finally spoke up. So how does the young master plan to handle this? Right on cue, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Well, if he's throwing his little schemes right in my face, it'd be rude of me not to show up and give the crowd some drama, right? Jun Zhongjin spun around, saw Jun Xiaoyao and gasped, Young master! Jun Xiaoyao smirked, totally chill. I'm going to take a trip to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. What about you guys? Got any plans? Jun Zhongjian's eyes went wide. Wait, you're not taking us with you? Jun Shuehuang replied, Actually, young master, I'm planning to head down to the lower realm. The elders already cleared it, so I was going to let you know anyway. Jun Wanji nodded solemnly, adding, It's a rare chance. I'm tagging along so the two of us can watch each other's backs. Jun Shuehuang nodded, but before she could speak, Jun Zhongjian slammed the table and jumped up, cutting them off. Wait, are you guys deadass serious? The rules down there are totally backwards. The lower realm hates people from the immortal realm. You can't even enter unless you wipe out all your immortal energy. His face was dead serious as he practically screamed, That means ripping out your own immortal bones. Jun Wanji didn't even flinch, keeping his cool as he replied. True, but the Jun family actually has ways to force open the dimensional barrier. Jun Xiaoyao added calmly, but let's be real, the VIP treatment is only for the young master. The family isn't going to pull strings like that for us. Jun Zhongjian gritted his teeth, completely stressed out. Are you guys crazy? Jun Wanji and Jun Xiaoyao both stood up, their eyes locked with absolute determination. Yeah, we are. We're gonna wipe our energy, rip out our bones, and head down to the mortal realm as normal humans. Seeing how dead set they were, Jun Zhongjian gave up trying to reason with them and turned to Jun Xiaoyao for backup. Young master, talk some sense into them. Jun Xiaoyao rubbed his temples, totally caught in the middle. Wait, the lower realm? I get why Jun Wanji wants to go since his sister got lost down there, but why is Jun Xiaoyao so eager to go too? Plus, she explicitly mentioned the family could easily open the barrier, yet she's choosing to do this the hard way as a mortal. It's almost like she's telling me to stay out of it. He couldn't shake the weird vibe, so he just asked straight up, why are you going to such extremes? Did something go down? Jun Xiaoyao immediately broke into a cold sweat, screaming internally, why is he calling me out like this? She gestured defensively, trying to keep her cool. Young master, you know how it is. Every cultivator is supposed to have their own path, their own Tao. It's literally the whole point of training, the very core of who we are. If you betray your Tao, your foundation shatters and you're basically done. Jun Xiaoyao let out a soft sigh, her eyes heavy with regret. But the sad truth is, I don't actually have one. She shook her head, throwing her hands up to show how empty it felt. Actually, let's be real. Except for you, literally none of us sitting here have a Tao, so don't even talk about us. She got dead serious. We were born into these elite immortal realm clans, so we just automatically fell into this lifestyle. Almost nobody actually questions why we're even doing this. I only pushed myself because I refused to lose. Jun Wanji agreed silently. We've spent our entire lives living for the clan. Who wouldn't want to finally go find their own purpose? Jun Xiaoyao drifted off, her voice turning introspective. Is it a turning point or something else? I just have this feeling. She recalled something Jun Wanji had said recently. Honestly, compared to some godlike cultivator, he felt way more like a regular mortal from the lower realm. Looks like the lower realm is where you actually find your own path. Otherwise, even if you stay in the immortal realm and grind your cultivation level forever, you're basically just a brainless scrub. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao was lost in thought, totally blown away by the whole thing. Most people in this world would kill to be the ultimate chosen one, but who would have thought some crazy bastard would actually rip out their own immortal bone just to find their own path? Suddenly, he called out, "Hey, sis." Jun Xiaoyao flinched and stared at Jun Xiaoyao. The guy bowed, showing some respect and said, "Having you as my sister is seriously the biggest flex ever." Jun Xiaoyao smirked, thinking, yeah, I've got absolutely no clue what's going on in this kid's head. That day, the top-tier prodigies of the Jun family split up for the first time, leaving everyone wondering what kind of chaos would unfold next. Watching their backs fade into the distance, Jun Xiaoyao felt a bit nostalgic. All right, they're all sent off. He turned around, muttering, guess it's time for me to hit the road too. Meanwhile, in another corner, the sword guy who just escorted the Fenglin Huoshan squad home let out a sigh. So that's how it is. I finally get it now, but what about me? Where the hell am I supposed to go? While that guy was busy sending the Fenglin Huoshan crew home, over in the Black Desert province of the 3000 Dao states, in some desolate rocky alley, Xiao Chen was sitting cross-legged, looking dead serious as he grinded his cultivation. Suddenly, he hacked up a bunch of blood, and the red liquid dripping from his mouth onto his hand felt as hot as a raging fire. Staring at his bloody palm, Xiao Chen's eyes filled with sheer panic and rage. He spat out, "Hey, old ancestor, didn't you say I was the absolute chosen one, the golden boy of the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom? Then how the hell is our entire country gone now?" Again, in the empty space, a blurry, fading phantom slowly materialized. Master King Long appeared. His gaze seemed calm, but it was dead serious. "You rushed it. Too desperate to unite the four nations, too impatient to wait until you actually made something of yourself. Because you rushed things, it totally blew up in your face." Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he growled venomously. "Jun Xiaoyao, you killed my father and destroyed my country. If I don't smash your bones to dust, I, Xiao Chen, swear I'm not human." Dark energy oozed out of Xiao Chen, wrapping around him and making his aura look totally sinister and terrifying. Seeing him lose it like that, Master Qinglong panicked and yelled, "Xiao Chen, chill out. You're about to fall into demonhood." But his warning didn't get through to him at all. He sneered, his voice chillingly calm. "Becoming a demon? Who cares? I'll do whatever it takes to kill Jun Xiaoyao, no matter what price I have to pay." Seeing his stubborn attitude, Master Qinglong lost his cool and barked, "You absolute idiot. Did you forget you still have 2 trump cards left?" the supreme dragon blood in the ancestral dragon nest, and Wu Mingyu of the Pan-Wu divine dynasty. Master Qinglong's words were like a ray of light, piercing the darkness in Xiao Chen's heart. He slowly calmed down, telling himself, "That's right, I haven't lost yet. I still have Mingyu. She will definitely help me." Xiao Chen suddenly stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and muttered in a low voice, "Ancestor, I lost my cool. My bad. Let's get going and find the ancestral dragon nest. Only by getting that supreme dragon blood can my strength truly evolve." Hearing this, Master Qinglong frowned, his expression turning dead serious. "Actually, regarding Wu Mingyu, there's something I need to tell you." Xiao Chen froze, his eyes instantly filled with worry, wondering what the old man wanted to say. Master Qinglong sighed, his voice heavy. "Do you know who the biggest obstacle between you and her is?" "It's not Jun Xiaoyao, it's the champion marquis, Yongpan." Xiao Chen flinched at the name. "Yongpan? Isn't he?" Master Qinglong coldly cut him off to explain. "That whole selection of a prince consort is just a sham. It's just a cover for the Panwu Divine Lord to help Yongpan build up his clout. Without the Panwu Divine Lord backing him up, how could a nobody's stable boy get this kind of status? Besides, if you look at the facts, Yongpan is actually the main culprit behind the destruction of our Qinglong ancient kingdom." Xiao Chen's eyes flared with pure murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, he swore to the heavens, "Damn it, I'm not letting a single one of these scumbags off." Master Qinglong suddenly changed his tone, advising him, "But look on the bright side, Yongpan and Jun Xiaoyao are also sworn enemies. Right now, you just need to lay low and build your strength back up, and then sit back and reap the rewards." Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He thought about it, realized Master Qinglong made total sense, and nodded respectfully. "Got it." Over in the Zhang family's secret realm, inside a quiet forest, a small bird suddenly flew in a total rush, carrying a tiny bamboo tube in its beak. At that moment, Sheng Yi and Luoli were chilling under the warm morning sun. It landed on Zhang Shengyi's shoulder, catching both sisters' attention. Luoli, who was lying with her chin on her sister's lap, asked curiously, "A message from the clan? What's up?" Sheng Yi frowned, gently taking the bamboo tube. "No idea, let me check." She popped open the tube, pulled out the slip of paper, and read it out loud. "In half a month, the Panwu Divine Dynasty is hosting a massive banquet at the Forbidden City in the imperial capital, inviting young geniuses from all over the desolate heaven immortal realm. The most outstanding youth at the banquet will be chosen as the prince consort for the eldest princess." Hearing this, Luoli's eyes lit up like stars. Totally hyped, she cheered, "Wait, isn't that literally a tournament to win a bride? That sounds so cool." She jumped up like a little kitten, running around Shengyi and begging, "Your girl Zhang Luoli hasn't been out in forever. Take me with you, take me with you. Best sister ever, please take me." Luoli's cute antics made Shengyi both amused and exasperated. She grabbed Luoli by the collar, pulled her back, and hugged her tight, sighing helplessly, "What are you even going for? Do you want to be the princess's husband too?" Luoli giggled and replied, "I'm just going to watch the drama. Besides, it's just a banquet. It's not like it's dangerous or anything." But seeing that Shengyi didn't look too happy, the smile on her face slowly faded. Ever since her sister got back from the Yuantian Supreme Treasury, she had been making this face a lot, which really worried Luoli. She placed her hand over her sister's, her voice soft but full of concern. "If something's on your mind, just talk to me. Even if I can't fix it, venting will make you feel at least a little better, right? It's just the two of us in this secret realm anyway, so I won't snitch to the old geezers." Hearing this, Shengyi flinched, feeling like she'd just been caught red-handed. She beat herself up inside. "Damn, is my vibe really that off that even Luoli is worrying about me?" She took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and slowly asked, "Luoli, how do you feel about the current Zhang family?" Luoli was confused, tilting her head blankly. "What do you mean?" Shengyi closed her eyes and said slowly, "Not just our generation. For a long time now, the Zhang family hasn't produced an insane genius like the Jun or Yi families. Yet the Zhang family is still ranked as one of the three great families of the desolate heaven immortal realm." Luoli nodded in agreement. "True, our cousin is married to the Jun family's white-clothed divine king. We also have marriage alliances with the Yi family, and even you had an engagement set up ages ago." Hearing this, Shengyi unconsciously hugged her sister tighter, her voice dropping with pure self-blame. "You're still so young. If only I were strong enough, maybe we wouldn't have to rely on these twisted alliances to keep the Zhang family afloat." Luoli went quiet for a second, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes, but then she suddenly cracked up and burst out laughing. This just made Sheng Yi feel even more annoyed. She glared at her sister, totally pouting. But Luoli didn't care. She bit her lip, her body shaking as she tried to stifle her giggles. "Sorry, I seriously couldn't help it." She quickly slipped out of Sheng Yi's arms, turning around with a bright grin. "Sis, how old even are you?" Without waiting for Shengyi to answer, Luoli went on with a teasing grin. I'm still a kid, and honestly, so are you. You were only born a few years before me. Kids should just do kid things. Trying to carry the Jiang family at our age is way too early. Even if the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. She shrugged, completely chill, and kept going. Besides, when it comes to my own life, you really don't need to worry about me. Luoli then pointed 2 fingers at her own face, making a deadpan expression, and asked, Do I really look like an idiot to you? Shengyi didn't say a word. She just stared at her little sister in silence. But the look on her face softened, her eyes a mix of total defeat and pure affection. As for the bubbly Luoli, her main focus right now was hitting up the Panwu Divine Dynasty to watch the drama unfold. By nighttime, deep in a quiet forest of the Yi family, Fubo stepped out of the shadows. He quietly eyed the kid standing in the middle of the lake, his gaze dead silent but sharp as a razor. Without even turning around, the kid's cold voice cut through the air. The invite from the Panwu Divine Dynasty? I don't give a damn about it. Fubo, reject it for me. Fubo just smiled warmly, in no rush to reply. Taking a few steps closer, he spoke in a calm, loaded voice. Actually, this banquet is going to be one hell of a show. Are you really skipping out, young master? Xingyun raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. What's going down? Fubo replied casually. Rumor has it that Yang Pan, the champion marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, wants to throw down with the Jun family's divine son at the summit of the Forbidden City on the day of the banquet. Hearing that familiar name, Xingyun's eyes flickered, his blue pupils shrinking for a second before snapping back to normal. His lips curled into a smirk, practically dripping with excitement. Fubo, get ready. We're hitting up the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Fubo gave a slight bow. Got it, he replied. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was still following Reverend Qinglong's directions, searching for that ancient cave entrance. According to the old master, this ancient cave had to be somewhere in these wild, savage mountains, a place absolutely overflowing with blood energy. Blood-red droplets slowly dripped from the stalactites inside. After hunting around for a few days, Xiao Chen finally found a tight crack in the rock face. He squeezed through the gap and headed straight in. Once inside, he found a whole different world, like a secret underground realm that left him totally speechless. It was mind-blowing, because the deeper he went, he stumbled upon the supreme blood of the ancestral dragon bloodline, completely freezing in shock. He couldn't believe this legendary blood had actually pooled into a deep lake right in the middle of these barren mountains. But just as he reached his hand into the blood pool to snatch his prize, with this dragon blood, I can. Suddenly, a girl's voice echoed from way up high, dripping with cold sarcasm. Damn, times really have changed. Since when do petty thieves have the balls to steal right in front of the owner? Both Reverend Qinglong and Xiao Chen felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Sensing a sudden killer vibe creeping up from behind, they both jumped out of their skins. Reverend Qinglong's face went totally pale. He sent a panicked telepathic warning. Shit, this monster is awake! Without wasting a second, he threw his own body in front of Xiao Chen to shield him. He screamed, Xiao Chen, get out of here now. The girl's voice echoed from above again, but this time the attitude was gone, replaced by genuine surprise. A rotting soul, huh? Right after that, a blinding flash of light exploded out of nowhere, instantly trapping Reverend Qinglong's soul, leaving him totally helpless. The dragon girl spoke again, her tone cold and totally unimpressed. Boring. Doesn't even look like a good meal. Xiao Chen, who was busy absorbing the supreme blood, felt his heart sink in sheer panic as he watched Reverend Qinglong's soul get helplessly dragged away. Sweating bullets with sweat pouring down like rain, he tries to channel his spiritual energy to fight back, but right now he's just like a pathetic bug caught in a trap. There's absolutely nothing he can do under the crushing pressure of that azure dragon. The overwhelming spiritual energy slams him face first into the dirt, and Xiao Chen feels like his entire body is literally about to shatter into pieces. He grits his teeth, his face twisted in absolute rage and denial, but with that dragon's bloodlust locking him flat onto the ground, he's totally helpless. Crap, he can't even budge. Seeing this, the dragon girl just smirks, crosses her arms, and mocks him. Instead of running, you actually tried to attack? You've got some massive balls, huh? Suddenly, the gaze of this ancient dragon who's supposed to be sealed here locks on to Xiao Chen, and she lets out a surprised, huh? Xiao Chen is actually activating the Azure Sky Dragonification art inside him, and the faint phantom of dragon horns is slowly starting to sprout from his head. Pushing himself up with his hands, Xiao Chen struggles to stand, step by painful step. Seeing this, the ancient dragon remarks, the Azure Sky Dragonification art. Oh, I get it now. You stole the cultivation technique, but you don't have the actual inheritance to back it up. Then she chuckles mockingly. So you had to come back to steal again, huh? Too bad you didn't expect the master of this place to be awake. As the ancient dragon's true form is fully revealed, Xiao Chen's jaw completely drops in shock. It turns out that giant terrifying dragon is actually a girl with a petite slender figure. Eerie glowing cyan ancient runes run all across her body. Her long flowing blue hair drapes down, and she has these pure white dragon horns that radiate an insanely powerful aura. Seeing the true face of the massive dragon from earlier, Xiao Chen's eyes are filled with pure terror. Master, is this the ancient freak sealed here? The ancient dragon girl acts like she just read his mind. Her voice is soft, but it carries a terrifying absolute authority. Hey, little thief, how about we make a deal? You want my supreme dragon blood, don't you? Even though Xiao Chen is completely lost, he's no idiot. He fires back coldly. You're a member of the legendary primordial royal family. Why on earth would you make a deal with a mere mortal like me? The ancient dragon girl just smiles back, her tone totally chill, like she doesn't have a single care in the world. Immortal? Since when did cultivators of the 9 heavens immortal realms start calling themselves mortals? I've been asleep for ages, and honestly my stomach is growling. So, little thief, go find me the blood of 99 young boys and girls, and I'll grant you one wish. Hearing this, Xiao Chen grits his teeth, his heart burning with pure rage and disgust. He thinks to himself that this ancient savage actually wants to feast on humans. Without a second thought, he snaps back, I would never do something so utterly depraved. Even if you kill me, I will absolutely never agree to this. The ancient dragon girl pauses for a moment, looking genuinely confused. That's weird. Why is it considered depraved for a dragon to want human blood? Don't you humans do stuff that's a million times worse? The ancient freak sneers, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Dragon bones can be forged into weapons, dragon scales and teeth are made into armor, and dragon liver and marrow are considered the ultimate delicacies. Besides, did you already forget why you came here in the first place? Her logic is completely twisted, yet somehow it makes perfect sense. Left totally speechless and confused, Xiao Chen can only hiss through his teeth, are you seriously comparing stealing to swapping concepts? But the dragon girl just sighs in a lecturing tone. Man, I've really been asleep for way too long. Even my temper has gotten way too soft. She gently flips her blue hair like she's still some sweet 18-year-old, giggling away. What a saint, keeping her cool and acting all classy even though some thief just clowned her and rubbed it in her face. Yep, that's me. Swooping down closer to Shu Xiao Chen, she kept going. But seriously, you should think this through. A little drop of mortal blood versus the bright future of a young cultivator. Which one actually matters more? Her words, heavy with pure pressure, made Xiao Chen's Dao heart shake violently. Even so, he did his best to keep his head straight. Meanwhile, Master Azure Dragon was still pinned under her seal up above. Seeing Xiao Chen struggling, his face went totally pale. Knowing things would only get worse, Master Azure Dragon decided to burn all his power to break the seal, even though he knew it would wreck his primordial spirit. He roared, Xiao Chen, don't let her play you. This ancient freak must have some kind of restriction holding her back from attacking us. Otherwise, why the hell would she waste her breath trying to talk you into it? Xiao Chen had a massive grudge against Jun Xiaoyao, but deep down he was still a proud, stubborn guy. He barked back, his eyes burning with defiance. A real man stands tall under heaven and makes his own dreams come true. I don't need handouts from some monster like you. The ancient dragon lady stared at Xiao Chen in surprise, then let out a mock-impressed chuckle. Ooh, look at you. Acting all tough. Well, good luck with that. Just so you know, next time you come crawling back, the price doubles. Her parting words echoed like a threat as wisps of death energy slowly seeped into Xiao Chen's body. At first, he felt an overwhelming pressure, but it slowly faded into nothing. Looking up, he gasped, She's gone? Master Azure Dragon walked over and explained, honestly, she probably wasn't even here in person. The thing holding us down was just a tiny shred of divine sense escaping from her seal. He turned to Xiao Chen, his voice dead serious. Her awake time is probably super limited. Hurry up and absorb that dragon blood while you still can. Xiao Chen stood dazed for a second before snapping out of it and nodding. Understood. Meanwhile, over at the imperial capital of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the banquet was just around the corner. Out in the buzzing crowds, Jun Xiaoyao's familiar figure emerged. Jun Xiaoyao smirked, looking around. Man, this place is packed. Yang Pan Yi Xingyan and even the Wang family from the north are all here. Guess an immortal dynasty really is a big deal. Standing on a hilltop, the young man scanned the panoramic view of the Panwu imperial capital, analyzing the scene. Looks like things are gonna get wild. Meanwhile, right in the busiest district of the capital, a little girl was wandering through the crowded streets. Suddenly, she spotted a massive, chonky cat chilling in a corner. Seeing how ridiculously round it was, her eyes went wide. Whoa, what an absolute chonker. Without wasting a single second, she dashed over to the cat, her eyes sparkling. Squatting down right in front of it, she cooed, Hey buddy, want some dried fish? Without even waiting for a reaction, she pulled a piece of dried fish out of her pocket and waved it right under its nose. The cat sniffed it once, twice, and then aggressively snatched it up. It happily munched away, wagging its tail, making the girl giggle. But then her eyes popped open as she gasped, "Wait, what?" Once it finished eating, the cat stood up and started rubbing against her legs, looking super cozy and happy. Seeing this, the girl grinned from ear to ear. Shislu reached out a shaking hand, whispering to herself, "Oh my gosh, fam, it totally likes me. It wants to come home with me. It's definitely gonna love my yellow sack." Just as she was totally lost in her little fantasy, a stern voice boomed from behind, scaring both her and the cat half to death. "Unbelievable. I've been looking for you all day, and you've been hiding here?" Jun Xiaoyao appeared, looking annoyed and giving them the side eye. He glared at the cat and sighed, "I told you already, you seriously need to go on a diet." The cat looked away guiltily, too scared to even make eye contact. The girl quickly waved her hands and smiled. "Oh no, sir." She watched the chubby cat mope around and asked curiously, "Is this cute little guy yours?" Jun Xiaoyao sighed and replied, "Yeah." I turned my back for 1 second and the fat head slipped out. The girl piped up, looking excited. "Are you here for the Panwu Divine Dynasty's banquet too, sir?" Jun Xiaoyao shrugged. "You could say that. Someone invited me to hang out." Suddenly her jaw dropped and her eyes went wide as saucers, like she had just made some massive discovery. Seeing her dramatic reaction, Jun Xiaoyao was totally baffled. Her eyes practically turned into dollar signs. She thought to herself, "Jackpot! One look at this guy and you can tell he's absolutely loaded." She immediately started circling Jun Xiaoyao with a massive sweet smile, launching into her sales pitch. "Hey there, handsome. Need a tour guide? Not to brag, but I've lived in this capital since I was a kid. There is literally nothing about the Panwu Divine Dynasty that I don't know." Seeing Jun Xiaoyao give a slight nod, she started counting on her fingers, looking super serious. After a few seconds of quick math, she held up 3 fingers and beamed, "Hire me as your guide. I'll give you a special discount. Only 3 low-grade origin stones. Pretty sweet deal, right?" Seeing how spunky she was, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. He used to do the exact same tour guide gig just to make ends meet back in the day. That sudden hit of familiarity made him chuckle, and he nodded. "Sure, why not? I actually do need someone to show me around and fill me in on the local gossip." Saying that, Jun Xiaoyao pulled a glowing, golden, high-grade origin stone out of his pocket and held it up. "Think this'll cover it?" The girl's mind was completely blown by the sparkling golden stone. She dramatically covered her eyes like she was being blinded, but deep down she was screaming with joy. "I just hit the lottery with this high roller," she blurted out. "Enough. It's way more than enough. So what exactly do you want to know, sir?" Jun Xiaoyao thought for a moment, then asked, "Which major factions are attending this Panwu Divine Dynasty banquet anyway?" Leading the way, she puffed her chest out like a proud little know-it-all. "Sir, you asked the right person. Over the last few days, I've personally guided tons of heirs from elite clans and ancient families." Pausing for a second, she tapped her chin thoughtfully. "But the ones you should definitely watch out for are the Wang family from the north and the Wanhuang spiritual mountain." "The Wang family of the north," Jun Xiaoyao murmured, thinking it over. "That sounds kind of familiar." Skipping ahead, the girl eagerly chimed in. "The northern Wang family is located in the far north of the Wild Heaven Immortal Realm. They control over 30 provinces and are a super famous ancient clan. Everyone is talking about them right now. Specifically, their top genius, the young emperor of the Wang family, Wang Teng." Hearing that name, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly let out a massive, startling the girl so much that she just stared at him, totally dumbfounded. "Hey, young master, you all right?" Jun Xiaoyao quickly faked a cough and mumbled, "It's nothing. Who did you say again?" "Wang Teng." The little girl nodded. "Yeah, do you actually know the Wang family's young emperor, boss?" Jun Xiaoyao didn't give her a straight answer. Instead, he suddenly blurted out at the top of his lungs, "My son Wang Teng has the makings of a great emperor." Hearing him, the little girl was totally stunned before her face lit up with pure worship. "Whoa, that's so sick!" "But young master, how'd you know the young emperor's dad always says that?" Jun Xiaoyao just gave a mysterious smile, totally cracking up inside. Having read the script on this world, he knew exactly where that hilarious meme came from. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes locked onto the path ahead. In the distance, 2 figures, at once familiar and strange, were heading their way. Peering closer, he realized it was none other than Ye Xingyan. Jun Xiaoyao immediately stepped in front of the little girl, warning her in a low voice, "Hey kid, get behind me." Then he snapped, "Da Huang, guard her." Yi Xingxin took his sweet time, closing the distance step by step. The little girl was totally clueless about what was going on, while Da Huang, that fat chonk of a cat, instantly puffed up its fur on high alert. Xingyan strolled up, oozing a heavy, suffocating aura with every step. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of Jun Xiaoyao's squad. Jun Xiaoyao didn't flinch, his cold gaze locked onto Xingyan. Smirking arrogantly, Xingyan spoke first. Well, Jun Xiaoyao, long time no see." Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, completely lost. Wait, who the hell is this guy again? He thought. Hearing that, Xingyun's eyes welled up with tears of pure betrayal. Dude, it's me, Ye Xingyun. We met 2 years ago and literally threw hands. And you don't even remember my name? That is so messed up. Seeing how hurt the guy was, Jun Xiaoyao paused to think. Suddenly, the image of that young punk from back then clicked in his head. He burst out laughing and said, "Oh, my bad, man. You've just changed so much. How was I supposed to know?" Xingyun pouted, looking totally annoyed. Bro, you have zero right to talk. The little guide girl, still clutching Da Huang in her arms, looked like she had just been struck by lightning. She stared at them, her eyes sparkling as her mind went into overdrive. Yi Xingyun, wait a sec, the young master of the ancient Yi clan, one of the big three, and just now he called him Jun Xiaoyao. Holy crap! Jun Xiaoyao! These two aren't just filthy rich, they're insanely powerful. She couldn't help but drool, imagining the massive gold bars these walking moneybags probably carried around. Once Jun Xiaoyao figured out who he was dealing with, he turned to him and asked, "So, what brings Master Xingyun all the way out here to find me? I'm guessing you didn't just wander over for no reason." Xingyun slowly replied, "The last time we clashed, Jun Xiaoyao, you blew my mind. For the past 2 years, I've replayed that fight in my head over and over, and I've gotten way stronger since then. That's why I've been dying to spar with you again. I want to unlock some new insights and break through to a whole new level." Jun Xiaoyao looked totally unfazed and asked, "A spar? Like right now?" Hearing their talk, the guide girl's jaw dropped. Talk about being blunt. Xingyun didn't hesitate to ask, "I heard you've got a duel lined up with the champion marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty? Probably not the best time to go wasting your energy, right?" He confidently pointed to himself, putting on his best righteous gentleman act. "I'm in no rush. It's just a friendly spar, after all. I can wait until you've settled your business with him." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao burst out laughing. He looked at Xingyun with a smirk. "Brother Xingyun, don't sweat it. That Yangpan kid isn't even worth worrying about." He paused, raising an eyebrow. "Besides, we're just playing around, not having a death match, right?" Xingyun froze for a split second and chuckled and said, "Huh, true that." Then he turned to the guide girl and asked, "Hey kid, is there an open space around here where we can test our moves?" She thought it over for a second, then led them to a clearing up the mountain. She gestured around and said, "This spot isn't too bad, right? It's a bit away from the main city, but not too far. As long as you guys don't make a massive scene, nobody will notice." Jun Xiaoyao scanned the area and nodded. "Not bad at all. Brother Xingyun, how do you want to do this?" Standing opposite Jun Xiaoyao, Xingyun made a suggestion. "I remember last time I was just spamming crazy spells and I couldn't even graze you. Jun Xiaoyao, how about we just trade pure physical moves this time, no spiritual energy? I want to see if I can actually catch you this time." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao smirked, his eyes lighting up. A game of tag? Sounds fun. The two of them quickly backed away to put some distance between them. Suddenly, Xingyun lunged forward, throwing a heavy fist straight at Jun Xiaoyao, but Jun Xiaoyao nimbly dodged by a hair's breadth and instantly threw a counterpunch of his own. Xingyun broke out in a cold sweat at that lightning-fast counter. With a loud boom, their fists collided, triggering a mini explosion that blasted a massive crater into the ground beneath them. Thick dust kicked up, blasting across the clearing and forcing the guide girl to shield her face. Once the dust settled, she opened her eyes wide in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. No freaking way, she thought in disbelief. Was that seriously just a clash of raw physical strength? Is this seriously the power of the ancient Big Three? Suddenly, she remembered the rumors. Right, that Yang guy wanted to duel the Jun family's divine child on the day the Grand Princess chooses her consort. If this guy really is the legendary Jun Xiaoyao, he might actually be able to kill Yang Pan. At that thought, her face suddenly darkened, looking incredibly gloomy and a bit terrifying. As it turned out, this girl's name was Qin Xuan, and she was no ordinary kid. She was actually the daughter of Marquis Qin Tian of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, and her mother was a legendary beauty of the Guanjue Divine Dynasty. Yang Pan lusted after her mother's beauty and wanted to force her into his harem. Marquis Qin Tian led his loyal soldiers to fight to the death, but he ended up dying at Yang Pan's hands. Practically the entire estate was slaughtered, sending the family into a complete downward spiral. Her mother, desperate to avenge her husband, was also killed by Yang Pan, her body thrown into the streets to be eaten by wild dogs. Even so, the Panwu Divine Emperor swept everything under the rug just to protect Yang Pan. While the bones of the innocent rotted in the wilderness, the murderer still sat high in his grand hall, enjoying endless wealth and power. Da Huang's ears twitched. It broke out in a cold sweat, sensing a heavy, terrifying bloodlust radiating from Qin Xuan. It looked up and gently nudged the girl's cheek. Qin Xuan snapped out of it with a start, realizing she had let her guard down. She muttered to herself, "Man, I zoned out. How's the fight even going?" Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Xingyun was standing there, his whole body completely numb and coughing like crazy. Looking at the clearing in front of her, she couldn't believe her eyes. The once flat ground was now a wrecked mess of deep craters and cracks. What the hell did they do to trash the place like this? She still couldn't believe what she was seeing. Xingyun clutched his arm, his face twisted in pure agony. He groaned under his breath. Damn, that hurts. Wiping the blood from the cut on his face, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. A bizarre feeling surged inside him, forcing him to test the waters. Did you train your right arm with some kind of physical body cultivation technique or what? Hearing this, Xiaoyao just smirked, though a hint of surprise flashed across his face. So you figured it out, huh? He casually glanced down at his slightly trembling injured hand and calmly continued. The impact felt seriously weird, like hitting a solid iron bar. Right now, Xingyun felt an indescribable rush of excitement inside, but he kept his cool on the outside, thinking, well, at least this time I finally landed a hit on him. Xiaoyao opened his palm, showing it to Xingyun as he slowly explained, this is the inheritance Supreme Yuantian hooked me up with. I've never shown it to anyone before. To be honest, even I don't know how crazy strong this inheritance can actually make my physical body. Saying that, Xiaoyao clenched his fist, letting a massive wave of power erupt as he said, it's a rare chance, Brother Xingyun. You down to try blocking a full power punch from me? He stared seriously at Xingyun, his face looking totally punchable and his eyes bursting with challenge. Xingyun was slightly taken aback by Xiaoyao's words, thinking to himself, does this mean he's actually acknowledging me now? Xingyun slowly raised his hand, looking at Xiaoyao with a confident grin and replying, gesturing for him to bring it on, his smile bright and full of confidence. Since Brother Xiaoyao thinks so highly of me, what's a little life and death clash with a true gentleman? Xiaoyao let out an excited laugh at that. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The second the words left his mouth, he leaped forward like a rocket. Xingyun didn't waste a single millisecond, immediately throwing up his guard as Xiaoyao channeled every drop of his spiritual energy into his fist. Xingyun crossed his arms, locking into a rock-solid defensive stance. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyao wound his arm way back and unleashed a devastating full-power punch. At that exact moment, Qin Xuan and the cat Da Huang standing nearby had their eyes practically popping out of their heads, their mouths hanging wide open in sheer disbelief at what was unfolding. Right before Qin Xuan and Da Huang's eyes, Xingyun was blasted backwards, sliding across the ground. The impact was so insane it literally punched straight through the mountain behind him, leaving a massive, deep cavern. Covered in thick dust and dirt, Xingyun staggered, gasping for air as he forced out a weak laugh. I've learned my lesson. Xiaoyao stood opposite him, grinning ear to ear with pure admiration in his eyes. This kid was seriously tough as nails. He couldn't help but look back on his past clashes with Xingyun. Back then, they would trade blows back and forth, and he knew this guy had put in some serious, brutal grind. While Xiaoyao was lost in thought, Xingyun suddenly lunged forward to attack. But halfway there, he abruptly froze and collapsed face first onto the ground. Damn, I can't hold up. Brother Xiaoyao really is a beast. Yi Xingyun sighed softly, but a spark of confidence still flickered in his eyes. He got back up, dusting off the dirt and rocks, and looked at Xiaoyao, saying calmly, using this level of raw physical power to channel divine abilities, even that puny Yang Pan wouldn't stand a chance against you for more than 3 rounds. Xiaoyao chuckled at that, pulling a small vial of pills out from his robes. He popped the cork, replying humbly, just some good luck getting Supreme Yuantian's inheritance, that's all. He pulled out a jade-green pill that practically dripped with spiritual energy, calmly explaining, this is a qi-nourishing pill. Pop this, and your breathing will get back to normal in no time. Xingyun swallowed the pill without a second thought, then replied casually, luck is just another part of your strength. Though it's a bit different from yours, I've also managed to snag some pretty special inheritances lately. Xiaoyao didn't show any emotion on his face, staying silent to let him continue. As Xingyun spoke, he channeled his spiritual energy to stabilize his body. Suddenly, his expression turned deadly serious as he turned to look at Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao, do you know that some people in this world, through some crazy stroke of luck, can actually awaken memories from their past life? The sudden question sent a jolt straight through Xiaoyao's core. His pupils shrank and he stood there completely stunned, staring at Xingyun, trying to read him. Xingyun slowly went on, his voice calm but loaded with some heavy hidden meaning. That's exactly what happened to me. Even though I don't know exactly who I was in my past life, that guy left me a massive star palace. Whenever I dream, I can catch a glimpse of it, and that's how I get my past life inheritance. Sounds crazy, right? But in our Yi family, besides me, doesn't Yi Guchen also claim to be the reincarnation of the sword demon? His deal isn't any less wild than mine. Xiaoyao suddenly broke the silence with a light chuckle. What if I told you that I've also awakened my past life memories? Xingyun's eyes nearly popped out. Dumbfounded, he asked, "Are you serious? Brother Xiaoyao, what kind of legendary powerhouse were you in your past life?" Xiaoyao's face clouded, with a hint of sadness at the question. After a long silence, he replied, "Just some random street beggar, that's all." Xingyun scoffed, totally unconvinced. "No way, you're totally messing with me, right?" Xiaoyao just chuckled softly, offering no answer. His silence left Xingyun utterly baffled. A million questions raced through his mind. Are he and I really close enough to be joking around like this? Suddenly, a massive boom echoed from the distance, cutting off both of their thoughts. A downpour of wutong leaves began raining down from above. Xingyun and Xiaoyao looked up at the same time, staring in the direction of the falling leaves. High in the sky, a massive bird was soaring toward them. Wherever it flew, a shower of wutong leaves followed. It was as if the bird carried the entire autumn sky on its back, and there, riding high on its spine, was the faint figure of an incredibly gorgeous, noble woman. Xingyun bent down to pick up a wutong leaf, studying it closely before sighing. "Well, looks like someone from Mount Wanhuang has arrived too." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao knit his brows in confusion. "Mount Wanhuang?" Yi Xingyun explained, his eyes locked onto the giant bird's silhouette. "That's a primordial imperial clan on the same level as the ancestral dragon's nest. They are known as the phoenixes of West Wutong. So, wherever those little birds go, they scatter wutong leaves everywhere just to flex and make sure everyone knows they're there." Jun Xiaoyao got all thoughtful, his eyes locking onto the flying bird before he asked, "Where the hell are they heading anyway? That doesn't look like the way to the imperial city." Qin Xuan, standing right next to him, gently replied, "They're heading to Xiancheng Tower." "Shang Tower?" Yi Xingjun looked at Qin Xuan in surprise as the girl slowly explained. "Lately, the heavenly zither maiden from the Xianwu zither sect has been holding these zither duels at Xianqiong Tower. Rumor has it, if anyone can beat her in a duel, they'll walk away with 300 immortal essence pieces as a reward. Naturally, a ton of prodigies have been showing up to test their luck." The moment he heard 300 immortal essence, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up like they could literally pierce the sky. He got so hyped he was practically drooling. 300 immortal essence. Qin Xuan saw that look on Jun Xiaoyao's face and found it way too familiar. She raised an eyebrow, totally calling his next move. Jun Xiaoyao scratched his chin, trying to act all serious, and gave a little cough. "Ahem, Brother Xingyun, care to join me for a little trip to this zither duel?" Yi Xingyun blanked out for a second, totally confused. "Huh? I don't even know how to play the zither." Hearing that, Jun Xiaoyao threw a thumbs up and slapped Xingyun on the shoulder with ultimate confidence. "No worries, bro. Your boy here is a total master. You just gotta come along to hype me up." Yi Xingyun got even more lost and asked blankly, "Why do you need a hype man just to play some music?" Xianqiang Tower. As Jun Xiaoyao's squad was strolling down the street, all the gossip about the heavenly zither maiden drifted right into Xingyun's ears. He turned his head to look at them, totally curious. "Yo, did you guys see that heavenly zither maiden? She is definitely not your average chick." "Duh, of course we did. We literally had to fight our way through the crowd outside Jiancheng Tower just to catch a glimpse of her." As they spoke, their voices got sleazier. "Man, her vibe is just insane. For real, a girl like that is definitely out of anyone's league." Hearing this, Xingyun snapped, "These guys are so rude. How can they talk crap about people behind their backs like that?" Jun Xiaoyao overheard it too, but shrugged it off. "Don't be so naive, bro. Everyone's just a sucker for a pretty face." Qin Xuan caught up with them and spilled more tea about the heavenly zither maiden. "You're totally right, master. The heavenly zither maiden is so famous that even the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and the third prince of the Divine Dynasty are chasing after her." A moment later, the three of them finally arrived at Xianqing Tower. Seriously, the crowd inside Jianqiang Tower was insane. It was so packed you couldn't even squeeze a single person in there. Jun Xiaoyao squeezed his way through the crowd, staring at the stage with curiosity. "Let me see what this famous heavenly zither maiden actually looks like." In the distance, up on the stage, he could faintly make out the figure of a dark-haired girl sitting right next to her zither. Jun Xiaoyao started pushing closer to the stage to get a better look at her face. He finally got a clear view of her, but she looked totally pissed off. Her face was dark, and her eyes were filled with pure annoyance, like she felt like a monkey in a zoo being paraded around for everyone's entertainment. Xingyun looked at her cold, annoyed expression and thought to himself, "Yeah, someone with this kind of class is definitely not easy to deal with." Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao's face lit up the moment he saw the beauty. The madam of the tower saw it was time, cleared her throat, and announced loudly, "Today's zither duel officially starts. Now." She scanned the crowd. "Any challengers?" Right then, a hand shot up in the air as a girl's voice shouted out. Just as she spoke, a beam of golden light flashed down, fading to reveal a pair of long, sleek feathered wings. The challenger was Kingling. Clutching her fiery red zither, she stood there looking incredibly smug. Her lips curled into a smirk, and with pure disdain in her eyes, she said, "Let me see what the top young zither master of this immortal realm has got." It was Feng Qingxing from Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. Even facing her provocation, the heavenly zither maiden didn't even blink. She calmly replied, "I wouldn't call myself the top master, but if you want a challenge, please, after you." Xingyun recognized Qingling and whispered to Jun Xiaoyao, "She's from Wanhuang Spirit Mountain." The heavenly zither maiden placed her slender fingers on the instrument. Her jade-white fingers lightly plucked a string, letting out a crystal-clear note. The second she started playing, her whole vibe instantly changed. It was like a glowing aura surrounded the heavenly zither maiden. The moment her music rang out, it felt as if three celestial maidens were playing melodies right in the air. Listening to the music, Xingyan looked totally mesmerized, like he was listening to the music of the gods. Damn, this is incredible. I love it. But unlike him, Jun Xiaoyao was staring at the heavenly zither maiden with a weird, puzzled look. Seeing his reaction, Xingyun was totally lost. "What's wrong? Isn't it amazing?" Jun Xiaoyao hesitated for a second before replying, "Oh, it's amazing all right, but this sounds like the Nishang Yui song." Xingyun still didn't get what the big deal was. He just looked at the heavenly zither maiden with even more hype. "Oh, so that's what it is, the Nishang Yui song. I heard that's the signature founding song of the Xianwu Zither sect." But when he heard Xianwu Zither sect, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes darkened, and a flash of coldness shot through them. Sure, it was the Xianwu Zither sect, but he looked at the stage, totally suspicious. Why the hell is she playing a song like this in a sketchy place like this? The second the heavenly zither maiden's music filled the air, Qingling spun her red zither, sat down, and rested it on her lap. Her fingers flew across the strings, unleashing a barrage of fast, powerful, and intense notes. The moment her music blasted out, the heavenly zither maiden, who was laser-focused on her playing, snapped her eyes open to stare at her. Down in the crowd, Jun Xiaoyao also stared at her in shock. Her music sounded like the cry of a phoenix. Just hearing it made something deep inside him start to stir and itch to break free. Xingyun still had no clue what the song was about, totally lost in the music with a look of pure wonder. "Dude, this is so elegant. It literally sounds like a phoenix singing in a quiet valley." But standing next to him, Jun Xiaoyao knew exactly what that song meant. He covered his mouth, his eyes sparkling with pure excitement. Seeing him stay silent and act all weird, Xingyun asked, Jun Xiaoyao, what's with you now?" Jun Xiaoyao turned to him, his cheeks blushing red like some schoolgirl. "Brother Xingyun, are you seriously not getting this? The song she's playing is literally The Phoenix Seeks His Mate." Hearing that, Xingyun's face went completely blank. Huh? Seeing his dumbfounded reaction, Jun Xiaoyao started breaking down the actual meaning of the song she was playing. "There's a kind of beauty you can never forget. Just one day apart, and you miss them like crazy. A phoenix soaring high. Seeking my phoenix mate across the four seas. Sucks that there's a wall between us, so I'm letting this zither do the talking. When will we meet to ease my soul? I just want to hold your hand, hoping I'm worthy. If we can't fly together, I'm literally gonna die." Everyone around them blushed hard hearing such scandalous words. After hearing the explanation, Ye Jingyan finally got what this melody was actually about. His face flushed red like a teenage girl as he stammered, "Jun Xiaoyao, don't tell me?" Jun Xiaoyao's face turned dead serious, confirming the guy's suspicion. "Yep, you got it, it's a mating song." At this point, the look in Yi Xingyun's eyes wasn't just fascination anymore, it was pure respect for Feng Qingling. The primordial royal clan is seriously packed with talent. After an intense duel of zithers, suddenly a string snapped on Feng Qingling's red zither. She stopped playing and just stared blankly at her own hand. She put her zither down and slowly stood up. The moment that string snapped, she knew she had lost. She turned around and admitted defeat. As expected of the #1 music cultivator among the younger generation in the immortal domain, I lost. The heavenly zither maiden didn't expect her to throw in the towel so quickly. Much obliged. Seeing that she was leaving her instrument behind, she reminded her, "Hey, please take your zither with you." Meanwhile, those two guys who thought they had Feng Qingling's vibes all figured out saw her lose, and whispered to each other with pity in their eyes, "Looks like our Phoenix girl just took an L." Yeah, shooting your shot in front of a crowd like this is basically playing on hard mode. Jun Xiaoyao threw his arm over his shoulder. "Brother Yi Xingyan, we're up next." Yi Xingyan asked, his voice shaking with doubt, "Are we seriously going up there?" Jun Xiaoyao didn't even bother answering. He just showed him he wasn't playing around. Channeling his energy, Jun Xiaoyao leaped high into the air and landed gracefully right onto the stage. He leaned over, looking at the heavenly zither maiden, and threw down the gauntlet. "I'd like to challenge you. Hope you've still got some energy left?" She nodded, not backing down from his challenge at all. "No worries. Please go ahead, young master." Seeing her accept, Jun Xiaoyao let out a massive hyped-up grin and raised his pick high in the air. In that case, check this out. When the crowd below saw his instrument, they all gasped in pure shock. What on earth is that kind of instrument? Even Ye Xingyun, who had been traveling with him forever, stood there with his jaw on the floor. To be honest, even we were completely stunned looking at the instrument in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. While everyone else is playing traditional zithers, our main character pulls out an electric guitar. Like, can you guys actually believe there's an electric guitar in a historical setting? The moment the electric guitar appeared, Jun Xiaoyao's fingers flew across the strings. Seeing this, Feng Qingling's face was a picture of pure disbelief. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao's electric guitar, even the heavenly zither maiden, who usually kept a completely straight face, lost her cool. Jun Xiaoyao laughed with pure excitement and started shredding. The ancient saint weapon, Phoenix crying on Mount Qi, changed its form. He was literally looking like a total rock star. Jun Xiaoyao hyped up the crowd below, screaming, "Let's get crazy together." About half a year ago, at the Emperor's Palace in Huangzhou, a zither melody straight from hell echoed throughout the palace, making everyone grimace in pure disgust. The sound carried a destructive vibe that shook the entire forest. It made everyone want to puke, and even Jun Zhantian couldn't stand it anymore. His face was a picture of total helplessness, and he finally couldn't take this hellish auditory torture anymore. He chose his words carefully and called out to him. Jun Xiaoyao stopped playing and tilted his head in confusion, asking, "What's up?" "My boy, let me give you some advice. We just don't have that talent, so stop forcing it." Jun Zhantian warned him that if he kept making this ear-bleeding noise, someone was bound to sue him for noise pollution. Hearing that, Jun Xiaoyao's face fell. He looked at him sadly and said, "But I'm actually really into this." Seeing how determined he was to learn, the old man made a suggestion. "If you really dig it that much, how about we find you a master?" Hearing about getting a master, he got super hyped and asked, "Does our clan actually have a senior who's a master of the zither?" Jun Zhantian smirked proudly and said, "Your Tao protector literally used music to enter the Tao." Night fell. A full moon, round as a flatbread, hung high in the cloudless, windless sky, while a melody echoed through the empty forest. A pale hand with long, slender fingers gently plucked the strings. Sitting right opposite him was Jun Xiaoyao, who was completely locked in, listening to the music of the person in front of him. Silver hair fell softly, covering half his face, but you could tell from his build that he was a guy. While the man played, Jun Xiaoyao stayed completely quiet, just watching him. The moment the final note was struck, a powerful energy wave blasted outward with insane force. He gently swept his hand over the strings to quiet them down. Looking up at Jun Xiaoyao, the man asked, "What is it?" Jun Xiaoyao offered a soft smile and got straight to the point. "I want to ask how to play beautifully like you, senior." The man's voice turned chilly as he asked Jun Xiaoyao, "You want to learn to play, but do you even know what I was just playing?" Even though he couldn't play the zither to save his life, Jun Xiaoyao's sense of pitch was absolutely insane. He analyzed the man's piece, sadness drifting with the wind, a heart full of unresolved pain causing internal hurt. Even the smallest things fall. The hidden voice sings first. Seeing that he actually got it, the man asked in shock, "You don't even know how to play, yet you understood the soul of my song?" He reached down, scooped up his instrument, and channeled his energy to slide the jade zither over to Jun Xiaoyao. He caught the jade zither effortlessly. The man said with a hint of curiosity, "Then let's hear you play something first so I can judge." Hearing his request, a flash of guilt crossed Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. "Well, I don't mind if I do." And just like that, the hellish melodies start playing again. To be honest, this melody could easily rival the singing of that famous tone-deaf billionaire everyone knows. After hearing it, the man's face practically screamed, disgusted. He delivered his verdict with a flat expression. "So that's how it is. You are completely unfit for the zither." Hearing this brutal rejection, Jun Xiaoyao whined sadly, "Master, is there really zero chance for me?" The man pushed himself up and replied, "The zither is about entering the Tao through the heart. Playing the music of your soul is the path of a cultivator, the life of a cultivator. The essence of the jade zither is about high mountains and flowing water. It's an introverted, deeply reflective instrument." He walked up to Jun Xiaoyao, jabbed 2 fingers right against his chest, and paused for a second to find the right words. The man delivered his verdict, "Your heart is way too wild and arrogant." His face was totally expressionless as he continued, "Every single note you play is literally screaming, 'Look at me! Look at me!'" Well, with that kind of vibe, is it any surprise that Jun Xiaoyao ended up using an electric guitar? The heavy bass drops left the crowd below with their jaws on the floor. The phoenix, crying on Mount Qi, changed its form. Physical sound energy from 281 to 311, spiritual energy 342, with a hybrid soul infusion effect. Hearing that powerful rock and roll sounding vibe, Ye Xingyun was totally baffled. He wondered, what the hell is that instrument? Is that even a zither? Even Qin Xuan holding Go Sheng in her arms couldn't hide her absolute shock upon hearing this music. Down below, Feng Qingling's eyes lit up with sheer amazement, the sound still ringing in her head. Meanwhile, the heavenly zither maiden was shaken to her core by the sound. She was completely baffled, thinking, this melody is insanely wild. What kind of song even is this? It's as fierce as a raging storm, yet as hot as a blazing fire, making her very soul scream, longing to break free from the shackles of the flesh. How could anyone harbor such crazy, wild desire? It's like a soul newly born into the mortal world, trapped inside a limited body. That soul held so many hidden dreams, that body harbored so many desires. Sing out, scream, let that life force surge like a raging flood. That brilliant, deafening roar is your very own soul. Xiaoyao's wild, rebellious music drove the crowd down below absolutely wild. The music whipped them into a frenzy, driving everyone, including Yi Xingyun, completely crazy with excitement. After screaming his lungs out, Yi Xingyun's face lit up with pure joy. The moment right before Xiaoyao took the stage flashed in his mind. Listen, bro, I'm a zither master. Just go out there and hype me up, alright? Why the hell does playing a zither need hyping up? Well, now I get it. I totally get it. Brother Xiaoyao, you're seriously on a whole nother level. In the heavenly zither maiden's memory, the thundering roar of a waterfall echoed. Around 10 years old, she stood on a cliff, watching a graceful woman playing a gentle melody. Back then, she just sat there, listening in silence. Once the song ended, the woman looked up and asked, do you like the zither? She immediately replied, I love it, her voice filled with hope. Master, will you teach me? The woman agreed. But before teaching her, she wanted to know why she wanted to learn. Why do you want to play the zither? At that question, the young heavenly zither maiden froze, a look of confusion in her eyes. As she was deeply lost in her memories, Xiaoyao's voice snapped her back. Hey, Miss Heavenly Qin. Only then did she finally snap out of her daydream. Leaning his electric guitar on the ground, he said, well, that's my performance done. Sweat dripped down Xiaoyao's face as he looked at her with hyped-up excitement. Your turn, miss? She just smiled silently at him, shook her head, and said, no, I've already lost. The crowd stared at Xiaoyao with absolute worship. That young dude is insane. That instrument of his is totally going to become a trend in the immortal realm. They cheered enthusiastically. Way to go, man. If you ever perform again, we're definitely buying tickets. With the winner decided, the heavenly zither maiden gestured to the madam to bring over the prize. Since you won, these 3 million pieces of immortal source are yours. She pointed to a ring resting on a velvet tray. All 3 million immortal sources are right inside this spatial ring. Take a look, sir. Xiaoyao quickly snatched up the ring. Checking the cash inside, he grinned from ear to ear. Wow, you're incredibly generous, miss. Pleasure doing business with you. Just then, the heavenly zither maiden made a request. Actually, I have a rather cheeky request. I wonder if you would be open to it? Xiaoyao paused, looking at her with curiosity. But before she could finish, Feng Qingling's voice cut in with a loud slam. Hold on, her voice boomed. Thinking she was about to start some drama over his guitar, his eyes went cold as he glared at her. But this chick was actually just completely obsessed with his electric guitar. That thing is freaking sick. Can you teach me how to play? An awkward silence fell over the three of them after Feng Qingling's sudden outburst. Both the heavenly zither maiden and Xiaoyao stared at her like she was a total idiot. But Feng Qingling just hovered behind Xiaoyao, begging like a broken record. Teach me. Hearing her repeat it over and over, a vein popped on his forehead. Xiaoyao spun around, growling, you. But then, he slapped a hand on her shoulder, looking completely hyped like he'd found his partner in crime. You've got stellar taste. The music is absolute fire, right? He looked at her and added, but even if I wanted to teach you, you'd need to get your hands on an instrument just like this one first. Hearing that she needed her own guitar to learn, she stood there looking completely blank. Xiaoyao rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a blueprint, tossing it over to her. Tell you what, I'll give you this blueprint. Go forge yourself an electric guitar first. Feng Qingling eagerly snatched it, her face beaming. She couldn't believe he was handing her such a precious blue. She squealed in excitement. I will cherish this for the rest of my life, master. Meanwhile, the interrupted heavenly zither maiden found her shameless, brown-nosing attitude absolutely grating. She snapped in frustration. Hey, I was here first, all right? Feng Qingling fired back coolly. So what? Just like that, the two started bickering like crazy. Up in the private room, directly above them, a heavy silence hung in the air. Once the third prince heard the final verdict, he clenched his fists and slammed them hard onto the table. He gnashed his teeth, roaring in fury. Who the hell is this punk? How dare he ruin my plans? The young master of the Merchant Alliance, sitting beside him, sighed. Well, third prince, after all our plotting, we just ended up setting the stage for someone else. The prince whipped around, demanding, what the hell do you mean by that? Seeing the prince's cluelessness, he smirked. We've known her for ages. Have you ever seen the heavenly zither maiden show so much emotion before? Hearing the words of the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the third prince couldn't hold back his rage and demanded, are you seriously just gonna sit back and let that nobody steal the heavenly zither maiden right out from under us? The young master of the Merchant Alliance gave the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty a wary look and warned, let me give you a piece of advice. Do not mess with that guy. The third prince just gave a cold grunt. He asked, do you know who he actually is? The young master glanced at him and replied, no, it's just a gut feeling. But the warning only made him want to crush Xiaoyao even more. There was no way he'd back down. Do not mess with him? He scoffed. So what if he's the heir of some immortal orthodoxy? I'm a prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. I'm gonna make him pay dearly for what he did today. His roar echoed through the Jianjiong pavilion. Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard in the eastern part of the imperial capital, the heavenly zither maiden gently poured tea into a cup. After pouring, she slid the cup toward Xiaoyao. Please, enjoy, sir. Looking down at the cup, he murmured, thanks. By now, she had stripped off her flashy performance robes, wearing a simple and modest outfit instead. She looked at him with gentle eyes. It is truly my honor that you agreed to meet with me, sir. Xiaoyao took a sip and said, seems like you've got some burning questions for me. Since I've already taken your immortal sources, it's only fair that I clear up your doubts. He stares at her super plain, basic look, totally confused, and asks, yo, aren't you gonna wear that red outfit? Just mentioning that red fit makes Heavenly Zither Maiden's face twist in pure disgust. It's just her sect uniform, and she only wears it to show face at big deal events. Jun Xiaoyao looks at her face, thinking, is she about to lose her mind or what? He sets his teacup down, and Heavenly Zither Maiden asks curiously, how'd you even know I was feeling lost, young master? A smirk plays on his lips as Jun Xiaoyao gets straight to the point. Duh, your music totally spilled the tea. So lady, why are you really hosting this zither battle anyway? Why did Heavenly Zither Maiden even want to host this zither battle? Simple. She had two super annoying simps chasing her, the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The Xianwu Zither sect isn't exactly a top-tier powerhouse, and they definitely can't mess with massive giants like the Panwu Divine Dynasty and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. So, no matter how much Heavenly Zither Maiden despised them deep down, she couldn't dare to trigger these two rich playboys openly. Then one day, these two rich brats dumped a massive headache on her. They offered 300 immortal sources as a gift. 300 immortal sources is a crazy fortune even for those massive immortal clans. The real problem was, a tiny sect like the Xianwu Zither sect couldn't handle that kind of heat. If she actually took the cash, she'd basically turn into those spoiled playboys' personal toy in no time. So she had to find a way to dump those 300 immortal sources. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't fully cracked her plan yet, but he could already see right through her. He listens to the tea trickling into his cup and says casually, I bet you never even wanted to win this from the start. That's why you played the Nichang Feather Garment song, right? Heavenly Zither Maiden doesn't even deny it. Dang, you really see through everything, don't you? She lowers her head slightly and adds, the Nichang Feather Garment song is our sect's signature anthem, but it's supposed to be played by a whole squad, not just one person. Her eyes suddenly go dark. A mix of messy emotions flickers in her eyes. The song was made to bring people together, and right then, Jun Xiaoyao gets what's bugging her. Her whole crisis is tied to this very song. Heavenly Zither Maiden lets out a soft sigh, tilting her head to look at the moon outside the pavilion. She keeps her eyes on the moon and asks him, why do you even play anyway? He just stays quiet. He knows she's not actually looking for an answer from him. Her eyes look super sad, but she sounds kinda relieved. She's probably thinking about how wildly Jun Xiaoyao went off on the stage tonight. Hearing you play tonight, it's the first time in forever I actually felt free. But as she says this heavy, suffocating feeling weighs down on her chest. But look at me, she stares at her own hands. It's just noise. I didn't start my path of music just to chase this kind of toxic sound. Hearing her pour her heart out like that, Jun Xiaoyao frowns slightly. He whips out his electric guitar and rests it gently on his lap. The second that guitar appears, his vibe totally shifts. Heavenly Zither Maiden is staring at it, completely lost. Jun Xiaoyao just says, an old master once told me, don't get hung up on what an instrument looks like. He quotes his old teacher, the path of music is all about focusing your soul. A cultivator doesn't just play the instrument, they play their own heart. With that, he gently plucks a string, letting out a clean, crisp note that's nothing like the wild, loud chaos from earlier tonight. The very second that first note rings out, Heavenly Zither Maiden instantly recognizes the song. Wait, is this? She stares at him, totally stunned. She's completely frozen, staring at Jun Xiaoyao's face. It's the Nichang Feather Garment song. She's blown away by his perfect rhythm and control. The sound is super soft, almost like it's whispering and crying, like someone homesick in the middle of the night. It's perfect. Once the song fades, he looks at her and says softly, "Lady." Jun Xiaoyao stares at her and drops some deep wisdom. The ultimate sound is silence. Why stress over the song or the instrument? Those words hit hard, stirring up her depressed soul. Tap tap, footsteps echo down the dark stone alley. Qin Xuan, looking totally wiped out, asks Go Sheng, "Da Huang, is the boss's place seriously around here?" Staring at the pitch-black path ahead gives her the major creeps. It feels completely abandoned. She remembers what Jun Xiaoyao told her before he left to meet Heavenly Zither Maiden. She invited me, so I can't really blow her off. Just head back to the courtyard and crash first. Da Huang will show you the way. Thinking about Jun Xiaoyao, she mumbles to herself. She'd heard he was staying until the party wrapped up, and in a total moment of hype, she had offered to be his tour guide for the next few days. As she drags her feet, she thinks, I can't believe he actually said yes. Did I seriously just set myself up by acting so reckless? The fact that she was bold enough to agree to live with Jun Xiaoyao for a whole month makes her want to facepalm. Living with a total stranger for 1 month? What on earth was she thinking? But well, he already paid up. Qin Xuan is so spaced out that she doesn't even notice the path ahead, slamming face first right into some guy's chest. She stumbles back, crying out, "Huh?" She rubs her sore head, totally confused. Wait, didn't they say nobody else lives around here? But the moment she looks up, her face completely loses its color. Standing right in front of Qin Xuan are 3 masked creeps, staring her down with freezing, icy glares. Jun Xiaoyao's steady footsteps echo through the quiet air. He cups his hands to say goodbye to Heavenly Zither Maiden, and she bows back, her voice filled with major gratitude. "Thanks so much for clearing up my doubts tonight, my guy." He just smiles. "Don't sweat it. Hope you break out of this toxic funk soon." Heavenly Zither Maiden looks kinda bummed and asks, "Are you seriously not gonna crash at my manor for the night?" Jun Xiaoyao shakes his head, turning her down. "Nah, I'm good. Now that I've got my hands on those immortal sources, I gotta go grind and cultivate." Knowing he's set on leaving, Heavenly Zither Maiden doesn't push it. "Alright, I won't hold you back then. It's super late and damp out, so watch out for snakes, rats, and shady pests looking to cause trouble." She looks at him with a loaded gaze, warning him, "Be careful out there, young master." Jun Xiaoyao catches her drift instantly and replies with total confidence, "I'm chill. I know what I'm doing. Those pests are nothing to worry about." Under the moonlight, the two wrap up their chat and say their goodbyes. "Catch you later then." "Yeah, see ya." After leaving her courtyard, Jun Xiaoyao heads straight back to his place. The heavy click of his boots on the stone steps echoed through the dead silence. He definitely felt the danger lurking, but that cocky smirk on his face didn't fade for a second. As he passed the bushes, there was a barely noticeable rustle. Boom, a dark shadow slipped out from behind a tree trunk. Yep, it was that same black-clad creep Qin Xuan ran into earlier. The guy literally pulled a sword straight out of thin air. In a flash, he lunged forward, aiming a lightning-fast slash right at Jun Xiaoyao's neck. But instead of slicing Jun Xiaoyao's head off, the blade slammed into the dirt, burying its tip deep into the stone steps. Jun Xiaoyao had already dodged it like it was nothing. With one foot pinning the flat of the blade and the other stomping the assassin's neck, Jun Xiaoyao shut him down instantly. Just one move, and he already knew where this punk came from. He looked down at him, eyes full of suspicion. The blood-shedding sword style, an assassin from the netherworld. The guy was totally losing his mind, unable to process how Jun Xiaoyao had dodged his move so easily. I mean, this kid's cultivation was only at the Unity realm, so how did he have the guts to get this close to a Dao integration realm powerhouse like him? Screw it. Without another thought, his fingernails shot out into razor-sharp claws, slashing wildly at Jun Xiaoyao. "Die, you little brat!" Too bad for him, he only shredded an afterimage. Jun Xiaoyao was already gone. Realizing he'd missed again, the assassin's eyes went completely bloodshot, shock plastered all over his face behind that mask. Jun Xiaoyao grabbed the guy's wrist in a death grip, putting on this mock-scared, super cautious voice while his face remained totally chill. He actually had the nerve to tease the guy right then and there. "Man, with nails that long, aren't you worried they're gonna chip?" Pinned down and helpless, the assassin could only stare in sheer terror. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's playful look vanished, his face darkening with a deadly cold glare. "But hey, looks like you brought a whole crew with you." Right on cue, a bunch of assassins slithered out from the dark, their eyes dripping with bloodlust. They weren't leaving until he was dead. Just like that, Jun Xiaoyao was surrounded by over 20 assassins. Suddenly, crash! A massive explosion rattled a nearby courtyard. Qin Xuan was thrown violently onto the dirt. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she opened her eyes to glare at her captor. The third prince looked down at her with a smirk. "Aha, I knew you looked familiar." He stared coldly at her battered state. You're Qin Xuan, aren't you? So the only kid of that pathetic Marquis Qin actually survived. Who would have thought? Qin Xuan clenched her jaw, staring at the guy. Wait, you're… Once she got a good look at his face, she instantly recognized him. This was that trash prince who was buddies with Yang Pan, the one who helped cover up all his dirty crimes. The third prince barked. You're working with that kid in white, aren't you? Spit it out, who is he? Like hell Qin Xuan was gonna tell him. She faked a terrified look and whimpered. I don't know his name. I was just his guide, I swear. But the third prince wasn't buying it. He curled his lips into a sickening smirk. Oh, playing dumb, are we? His lackey got the hint instantly and stepped forward. Qin Xuan gasped in horror as the thug raised his boot, aiming a brutal stomp right at her head. Qin Xuan squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact, but the blow never landed. Instead, a blinding flash of golden light burst out of nowhere. The third prince's eyes went wide, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock. His lackey was literally pinned to the wall, with a massive gaping hole blasted right through his chest. The dead follower's face was frozen in pure disbelief. Qin Xuan's jaw hit the floor, and right there stood Gao Sheng, casually raising his furry paw. Strutting over like a total boss, he looked at Qin Xuan and barked, "What are you staring at? You never seen a cat throw hands before?" Qin Xuan was completely speechless. Like, who has ever seen a talking cat that can casually obliterate people? The third prince and his guards were frozen solid. Gao Sheng smirked, his eyes turning wild. Honestly, your timing is perfect. Suddenly his aura shifted and his vertical pupils flared with bloodlust. Your granddaddy here has been holding back all freaking day. Instantly, his body ballooned, transforming into a massive 3-meter-tall lion. Towering over them, Gao Sheng glared down at the third prince. He bared his razor-sharp fangs, growling. I was just wondering where to unleash all this pent-up rage. The third prince's brain completely short-circuited. He stood there like an idiot, totally unable to comprehend how a chubby little cat just turned into a giant, terrifying lion. Meanwhile, back with Jun Xiaoyao, the assassin he'd just completely wrecked was lying on the ground, staring up at him in utter disbelief. Like, what kind of freak show was this? He watched his comrades get dropped one by one, screaming internally. Everyone's cultivation level was way higher than this kid's. So how? He stared at Jun Xiaoyao's perfectly composed figure, desperately wondering how they were getting absolutely demolished. Looking at the cold light in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, a chill ran down his spine. Who the hell was this guy? The sheer terror made him clutch his sword hilt, his mind screaming, what kind of monster are we dealing with? Feeling that gaze packed with fear and pure hatred, Jun Xiaoyao finally noticed there was still one survivor left. He strolled over, genuinely surprised anyone could survive his attacks. Well, look at you, the sole survivor. Pretty tough, huh? Are you the ringleader? He wore a mocking smirk as he stared down at the guy. So, care to tell me who sent you? The assassin kept his mouth shut, staring back with guarded eyes. Jun Xiaoyao clapped his hands together, acting all understanding. Ah, got it. Professional ethics, right? Hard to spill the beans. My bad, didn't mean to offend. He raised his hand, gathering a sinister swirl of spiritual energy in his palm. But I'm gonna have to insist. He slammed his hand onto the guy's head, his vibe turning pitch black and evil. I haven't actually used this on a live subject yet. Cue a blood-curdling shriek. Now, to understand what was happening, we gotta explain this move. Even though he used it from time to time, barely anyone ever noticed this broken ability of Jun Xiaoyao's. It was a heavenly Tao blessing he got back when he was only 3 years old, after shattering the Taiyu ancient stele and smashing a historic record. It's an insane soul-tempering technique called the Chaos Divine Demon Visualization Art. The assassin's eyes rolled back as he shrieked in agony, feeling some terrifying force invading his brain. Inside my head. Something's inside. Stop. Help me. This technique literally drags the victim's soul into the void of chaos, putting it through endless torture. Absolutely nobody can resist the overwhelming madness of the chaos. And right now, this poor bastard's soul was being dragged straight into that chaotic abyss. His eyes went completely vacant. Anyone hit with this had only one fate, getting swallowed up and assimilated by the chaos. Whoosh. Once the guy was completely brainwashed, Jun Xiaoyao casually did a dramatic ballet stride, looking back with a smirk. So, how's it feel to be assimilated? The assassin instantly copied Jun Xiaoyao's moves and squealed with excitement. This is dope. I'm so hyped I can't even handle it. Jun Xiaoyao started squirming like a worm. So who the hell sent you anyway? The assassin did the exact same, bending his body into some crazy, impossible pose and blurted out that the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty wanted him dead. Taking this chance, he asked, is the young master of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance in on this too? The assassin pulled another ridiculous pose and replied, nah, the only client who hired us is the third prince. Having got the info he wanted, he let the guy go. Got it, now scram. And don't forget to drag your bros back with you. Still squirming like a worm, the guy quickly replied, "Sure thing, sure thing. I'm done here anyway, so my bros and I will be on our way now." Jun Xiaoyao let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself in annoyance. That third prince, seriously, everyone in that Panwu divine dynasty from top to bottom treats human lives like straight-up trash. Thinking about how this world worked, his eyes darkened. No, it's not just the Panwu divine dynasty. I've known this all along. He told himself, in this world, there's no law and no justice, so there's no point in getting pissed off. After calming himself down, he clapped his hands together and shouted, "All right, it's decided." To keep himself from getting annoyed, he made a decision. Once things here are wrapped up, I'm going to grab that third prince and hang him right up on the city wall, right next to young Pan. Then he headed over to where Qin Xuan was being held. Hearing footsteps, Go Sheng and Qin Xuan both looked up at him. Seeing him approach, the guy let out an "Oh!" and said, "Boss, you're back!" Jun Xiaoyao just stood there, totally stunned by the absolute mess in front of him. Right then, Qin Xuan cut him off before he could even ask. Was it the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty? Did that jerk come to mess with you? Ignoring his darkening expression, Gao Sheng loudly added, "His Dao protector was pretty damn strong and dragged him away. Otherwise, I would have given him 2 slashes my..." Seeing his courtyard completely trashed, Jun Xiaoyao's face twitched. Glaring with absolute fury, he thought, "Yup, I definitely should have dragged him out and hung him on the city wall right now." Time flew by, and the day of the banquet finally arrived at the main palace of the Panwu divine dynasty. The Jun family's flag fluttered in the wind as an outrageously massive carriage, pulled by 2 giant rhinos, rolled in. Seeing the Jun family flag, the city guards shouted orders. "It's the Jun family army! Let them through, quick!" Respectfully raising their voices, they invited the Jun family entourage into the city, welcoming the grand arrival of the Jun family nobles. The moment the entourage entered, the citizens immediately lined up on both sides of the street to watch. They buzzed with gossip, staring at the massive carriage pulled by giant rhinos. Everyone was filled with awe. Whoa, as expected of the ancient Jun family. That's some serious flex. Xiao Chen stood in the crowd, completely covered up in his hood, listening to their chatter. Man, if only I had reincarnated into the Jun family. But wait, why don't I see the divine child's carriage? Just then the guard spotted him and found him highly suspicious. He barked a command, stopping him in his tracks. "Hey, you over there, why are you all covered up like that? Take off that hood so we can inspect you." Xiao Chen was pissed when he got stopped. "Why didn't you stop the army just now? Why only me?" But the guard couldn't just say that out loud. He made up an excuse, replying, "It's just a routine check." Hearing his questioning tone, the soldier standing behind the guard burst out laughing, snickering mockingly, "Dude, that's the ancient Jun family army." He thought Xiao Chen was totally delusional. This punk actually dared to compare himself to the Jun family. Hearing this, he silently tilted his head, then pulled down his hood. His eyes flared with cold fury. "Is this good enough for you?" The overwhelming pressure radiating from Xiao Chen made them freeze. The chief of the guard looked at him warily, thinking, "Damn, that's some insane pressure. He's probably some hidden genius from an immortal sect coming to join the fun." Realizing this guy was no joke, the guard didn't want any trouble and let him pass. "All right, please go ahead. We were just doing our job. Hope you don't mind." Xiao Chen let out a cold snort and blended into the crowd. Thinking about the humiliation he just faced, he couldn't hold back his rage. Damn it! He gritted his teeth in bitter frustration. Damn it all. Remembering that mocking tone, the veins on his forehead bulged. Just a measly guard, and he dared to look down on me? Suppressing his rage, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "It's fine. Soon, that day will be over in no time." His eyes burned with raw determination and wild ambition. "I'm going to become the prince consort of the Panwu divine dynasty. Whether it's Young Pan or Jun Xiaoyao, I'll stomp them both under my feet." Powerful, rapid drum beats echoed through the Panwu divine dynasty. As the drum roll faded, the horns signaling the start of the selection ceremony blared out. Right as the horn blew, the drummer immediately struck the drumhead twice with his mallets. At that moment, the contestants began moving toward their seats. It was clear that this selection was massive. The crowd who came to watch the show started gossiping about who might end up as the prince consort. "Hey, Brother Zhao, do you have your eye on any of the younger generation this time?" The Jun family's divine child, obviously. The divine dynasty's champion Marquise isn't bad either. Hard to say. I heard people from the 8 great princes' families are here too. Especially that young emperor. Meanwhile, in Princess Mingyu's dressing room, only 2 lamps were lit, casting dim shadows. The silhouettes of 2 people stretched across the floor, making the atmosphere in the room feel heavy and gloomy. The tassels on her jewelry jingled with her every movement. Looking at her stunning reflection in the bronze mirror, her maid spoke up gently. "Your Highness, today is the day you choose your prince consort. You should try to look a bit happier." But the corners of Minyu's lips couldn't even curve up. Her eyes filled with disgust. It's just a forced marriage. How could I possibly be happy? Not knowing what else to do, the maid could only offer some comforting words. Please don't be too disappointed, Your Highness. Out of all these young geniuses, maybe there's someone who's actually worthy of you. She scoffed. Young geniuses? Like who? Young Pan? Ha! A cold glint flashed in her eyes. I know this whole martial arts tournament to win my hand is nothing but a path my father paved for Young Pan. With a mocking tone, she continued, Father wants to use me to completely bind Young Pan to the royal faction of our Panwu divine dynasty, all because he got his hands on that Pan Emperor Shengling sword. Outside, where the selection was about to begin, a look of doubt crossed Xiao Chen's eyes. The Pan Emperor Shengling sword. In his soul form, Master Qinglong replied, Exactly, that's the real reason why the Panwu Divine Emperor is going all out to support Young Pan. He went on to explain, this Pan Divine Sword was originally the Tao-proving imperial weapon of the great Emperor Pan Wu. Just a single flex of this bad boy can literally shatter the 9 heavens and wipe out the entire universe. Basically, these imperial weapons are the ultimate trump cards of the immortal sex. Saying this, the old guy had nothing but pure disgust in his eyes. But the descendants of great Emperor Pan Wu are just a bunch of useless clowns. Not only did they split the Pan Emperor's sword into 3 pieces during their petty family drama, but they even lost all 3 fragments like complete idiots. It wasn't until Young Pan got his hands on that soul fragment that they finally got a lead on the imperial weapon. Hearing this, Xiao Chen instantly saw through the trap set by the Pan Wu Divine Lord. So the Pan Wu Divine Lord never actually gave a damn about Yang Pan. He was just using the guy to track down the missing imperial weapon for him. Seeing that he finally got it, the old man smirked with satisfaction. Exactly. That's why we just need to find the lead to the Pan Emperor's sword ourselves. Xiao Chen sat in the crowd, keeping his head low as he listened to the Green Dragon merchant plot. Actually, if you can just snatch the Pan Emperor's sword fragment right out of Yang Pan's hands, you could easily become the champion Marquis of the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty. This totally hit Xiao Chen's sore spot, and his face instantly twisted into something downright terrifying. Clenching his fists tight, he muttered, Wu Mingyu, just hang on a little longer. I swear I'll bust you out of this prison. People started gathering from all over the place. Feng Qingling, who had been following Jun Xiaoyao's map, had somehow made herself an electric guitar. She awkwardly started plucking at the strings. Her playing sounded like straight-up torture from the depths of hell, honestly not much different from Jun Xiaoyao's guqin playing. Huang Xuanyi, sitting right next to her, was already rolling his eyes back. Talk about music poisoning. Frustrated that she couldn't a decent tune to save her life, she started getting super pissed. Damn it, this thing is way harder than I thought. Huang Xuanyi, listening to her whine, snapped back in annoyance. You've been messing with that thing for over half a month, and you still sound worse than when you played your old instrument. Feng Qingling patted his head to calm him down. You dummy, you just don't get it. You have absolutely no idea how mind-blowing it was for me back then. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Yeah, sure, I don't get it. All I know is your daily screeching has been ruining my sleep completely. If I ever catch the guy who taught you this crap, I am going to beat his ass. Seeing him throw a temper tantrum, she slung her arm over his shoulder and teased, Aw, are you jealous? Is our little Huang Xuanyi actually jealous? Hearing that, he instantly lost his mind. Huang Shuyi grabbed her and threw himself backward, slamming Feng Qingling onto the ground, making her shriek in pain. Meanwhile, not too far away, Jun Xiaoyao felt a random chill from being trashed behind his back and couldn't help but let out a massive sneeze. Gao Sheng saw him sneeze and asked with concern, What's up, boss? Jun Xiaoyao cleared his throat and replied, Nothing, just felt like someone was talking smack about me. Looking up at the sky, he tilted his head and asked, By the way, what time is it now? Qin Xuan checked the time and answered, It's already the 3rd quarter of the Z hour. Seeing that it was time, he looked into the distance and murmured, Right on time. Guess it's time to head to my appointment. Qin Xuan looked at him, totally confused. An appointment? Seeing that the girl had no clue, Go Sheng explained, A duel at the Forbidden Peak. He then glanced at her and invited her along. You should tag along too. Don't you want to see Yang Pan get what he deserves? Hearing that she could watch Yang Pan pay for his crimes, the girl's eyes instantly lit up. The drummer kept hammering away at the giant drum. Hearing the loud beats, everyone at the selection ceremony started buzzing with excitement. Tons of young talents had gathered for the selection today. Zhang Luoli looked at the massive crowd and squealed with joy. Whoa, there are so many people here. Walking beside her was Ji Qingyi, and all this hype was making the young girl super hyped up. Even the last Jun family banquet wasn't this lively. Afraid that the girl might get too excited and run off, Ji Qingyi warned, Zhang Luoli, don't go running around. With a bright smile, she flashed a thumbs up and replied, "Don't worry, don't worry. I've got this under control." Not even 5 seconds later, she crashed straight into the person in front of her. Zhang Luoli bounced back and let out a yelp. Seeing her fall flat on her butt, the guy she bumped into reached out to help her up. "Hey there, little sis, running around like that." It turned out the guy she bumped into was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. He had this sketchy-looking smirk on his face, totally giving off major kidnapper vibes as he delivered his classic line, "You're gonna get snatched by bad guys, you know." Staring at his creepy face, Zhang Luoli just gave him a dead-eyed look without saying a single word. Then she suddenly lashed out and scratched his face to blow off some steam. Seeing her clawing at the poor guy, Ji Qingyi rushed over to stop her. "Zhang Luoli, cut it out!" Zhang Luoli angrily snapped, "He started it." But once Ji Qingyi got a clear look at his face, she instantly recognized him. "Wait, aren't you young master Jun Zhangjian from the Jun family?" Hearing this, he looked up, revealing 4 fresh scratch marks on his face and forced a weak smile to greet her. "Ji Qingyi, long time no see." Hearing that he was from the Jun family, Zhang Luoli got even madder and gave him a hard kick. "What the heck? Another Jun family guy? Is messing with me really that fun?" Yelping in pain from the kick, Jun Zhangjian cried out, my bad, Lady Zhang Luoli, please have mercy. The young master isn't traveling with us, so I actually have no clue where he is right now." Worrying that Ji Qingyi might be bummed out about not seeing Jun Xiaoyao, he quickly added, "But knowing the young master, there's no way he'd stand anyone up." Hearing that Jun Xiaoyao was coming, Zhang Luoli's face instantly went dark. That brat actually dares to show up and join this fight? Bold move, considering he's literally engaged to me. Hearing her sassy tone, Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but sweat buckets for Jun Xiaoyao. There was absolutely no way to argue with that. As for Ji Qingyi, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Right then, someone else walked up. Just from a glance at his back, you already knew exactly who it was. Yep, none other than Yi Xingyan. And indeed, he spotted Zhang Luoli from a distance and walked over to say hi. Lady Zhang Luoli, long time no see. The weather is pretty nice today, isn't it?" But Zhang Luoli, who clearly had some major face blindness going on, couldn't remember him for the life of her. "Wait, who are you again?" This completely shattered Yi Xingyan's soul. He was smiling on the outside, but dead on the inside. Ugh, this familiar reaction. Is my presence really that weak? "I'm Yi Xingyan. We've actually met before." Zhang Luoli stared at him and asked, "So, what do you want?" Yi Xingyan stammered, "Well, I recently learned a new tune. Would it be alright if I played it for you?" Annoyed, she wanted to shut him down immediately. Ugh, what a pain. But right as she was speaking, a sudden, annoyingly familiar aura made all 4 of them turn their heads in unison. His heavy footsteps pounded against the ground, echoing with a dull thud. Everyone in the crowd fell dead silent the moment they saw him. His long cloak fluttered slightly behind him, radiating pure arrogant energy. And the guy showing up is none other than Yang Pan. Everyone finally snaps out of it, staring at him and screaming, "Yo, it's the champion Marquis! The God Dynasty's champion Marquis is actually here." Hearing the crowd recognize him, his lips curl into a smug, arrogant smirk. Everyone else feels his insane aura and pressure washing over them, and they're completely blown away. Is this seriously the God Dynasty's champion Marcus? Dude, his energy is freaking insane. All the whispering around him just gets on his nerves, making him roll his eyes in annoyance as the crowd starts gossiping about his reputation. Well, seeing is definitely believing. Sure, this champion Marquis guy has a pretty trash reputation, but you can't deny his strength is the real deal. Every whisper makes him scowl even harder. The dark circles under his eyes make Yang Pan's glare look straight up menacing as he scans the crowd, probably looking to see if Xiaoyao has shown up yet. Then, everyone's attention shifts to what Yang Pan is wearing. He's wearing the Celestial Horned God armor. That's literally God-tier gear. Word on the street is he also has the Vastness Divine Spear. When he doesn't spot Xiaoyao anywhere, he lets out a smug, victorious grin. Of course he's not here. He scoffs in his head, thinking Xiaoyao is just a total chicken. Guess I overestimated that Jun Xiaoyao kid. But right then, a voice catches his attention. He looks exactly like a giant beetle. Hearing himself get called a beetle makes the veins on his forehead practically pop with rage. Say what? Turns out the one who just roasted him is Luoli. Standing next to her, Xingyan tries his best to choke back a laugh. Now that you mention it, he kinda does. Yang Pan's face goes pitch black as he glares over at Luoli, the one who just clowned him. But as soon as he looks at her, he sees a face that even though she hasn't fully grown up yet, already screams she's gonna be an absolute showstopper. In his eyes, Luoli's smile suddenly looks like it has some sparkly filter on it. He licks his lips greedily, staring her down with pure filthy lust. The Zhang family's little jewel is definitely something else. Her cat-like senses immediately pick up on his creepy, disgusting stare, sending shivers right down her spine. Luoli glares at him and snaps, "Get your creepy-ass eyes off me before I beat you up." But before she can finish, Xingyan steps in. He throws his arm out to shield her and barks a warning at Yang Pan. Don't you dare disrespect Lady Luoli. But seeing him try to play the hero only pisses Luoli off even more. What's your deal? You think I can't handle this myself? Back off. Are we even close like that? Getting yelled at makes Xingyun scratch his head awkwardly. My bad, but watching this play out, Yang Pan is already highly annoyed. Like, seriously? Are they seriously flirting and showing off right in front of me? He raises his hand, gathering a ball of energy in his palm, and blasts it straight at them, roaring, "Just die already!" Seeing the blast flying right at them, Xingyun's eyes go wide. Right before Yang Pan's attack hits, Xingyun quickly shoves Luoli out of the way. Xingyun grits his teeth, staring at the incoming attack that's literally inches from his face. Right before it connects, he quickly dodges to the side, but he's still a split second too slow. Yang Pan's attack grazes his neck, leaving a deep gash that sprays blood. That move was a straight-up kill shot, and you can tell by the massive gaping hole left in the fortress wall behind them. If Xingyun hadn't dodged when he did, he'd be as good as dead right now. Xingyun plants his feet to steady himself, a blue spark flashing in his eyes. Yang Pan's cheap shot has officially pissed him off. He activates Stellar Guidance, but seeing Xingyun fight back, Yang Pan just scoffs. "Oh, so instead of running, you're actually coming at me?" He gives Xingyun a trash-talking smirk. "But seriously, is trying to fight me really a smart move?" Sensing the trap behind that smug grin, Xingyun's head snaps up. The attack Yang Pan just threw has actually looped back, flying straight at Xingyun's blind spot. Bystanders shout out a warning. "Watch out! It's the Vastness Divine Spear." Seeing Xingyun off guard, Yang Pan seizes the moment to lunge in. "You're toast, kid." But just as Yang Pan's Divine Spear is about to impale Xingyun, a flash of golden spiritual energy cuts in. It slams down, completely blocking the spear's strike. Feeling a familiar aura, Xingyun is dazed. Right before Yang Pan can land a sneak attack, a chain made of spiritual energy wraps around Xingyun, yanking him out of harm's way and completely bypassing Yang Pan's attack zone. His target suddenly vanishing leaves Yang Pan standing there utterly confused. Suddenly, a massive golden vortex opens up right above his head. The crowd gasps and looks up. "Yo, look at the sky." Hearing the commotion, Yang Pan looks up too. A colossal hand made of pure spiritual energy comes crashing down on him. The sheer pressure is so heavy he can't even move. The giant hand slams down with a deafening, earth-shattering boom. Once the dust settles, everyone recovers and looks up at the sky, utterly shocked. That power is insane. What kind of powerhouse just did that? Jun Xiaoyao, the one guy Yang Pan absolutely loathes to his very core, finally makes his entrance. He lands smoothly on the ground. Xingyun and Luoli's jaws literally drop seeing him pull up looking so badass. Xiaoyao looks over at Xingyun and asks in a chill, caring voice, "You alright, brother Xingyun?" Seeing him, Xingyun happily shouts, "I knew it was you, brother Xiaoyao." But just like that, the cool guy vibes vanish as this dude immediately goes back to acting like a total goofball. He greets Xingyun with total playboy energy. "Yo, brother Xingyun, haven't seen you in a minute. What's with the downgrade? You almost got taken down in just 2 moves, man." Bringing that up makes Xingyun want to cry from embarrassment. He whines defensively, "Hey, that guy fought dirty and blindsided me, okay? I just got caught off guard." Listening to their exchange, Luoli is just standing there, totally bewildered. She finds this goofy, worm-like behavior super familiar. His face rings a bell too, like she's definitely seen him somewhere before. But where? Finally, it clicks who this weirdo is. A look of pure disgust washes over her face. "Yep, that's Jun Xiaoyao all right. Only he could be this cringe. I should probably just pretend I don't know him." Thinking that, Luoli walks past Jun Xiaoyao and calls out to Xingyun, "Hey, you." Hearing her call him, he looks up and replies, "Lady Luoli." Just then, a sudden surge of spiritual energy slaps Xingyun right in the neck, almost snapping his collarbone. But as the energy fades, the nasty wound on his neck is completely healed. Her voice was totally scolding him. "Did you get beaten, stupid, or what? Your neck is bleeding and you don't even know how to fix it." Xingyun never expected her to actually care enough to heal him. He looked at her with teary, moved eyes. Lady Luoli is going to lay down some harsh truths first. Luoli thought he was just a weakling trying to play hero. "When that gross armored bug went wild, I could have easily handled it myself. I didn't need you jumping in front of me like a shield." The little girl spat out those brutal words. "I never asked you to step up, so I don't owe you anything, and I'm definitely not grateful. Got it?" Hearing this ridiculous logic, Xiaoyao instantly recognized her. This behavior was indeed her logic. It was definitely that little brat Jiang Luoli. From behind, when she saw him, her eyes sparkled and she cried out, "Young Master Xiaoyao!" But Xiaoyao just ignored her, muttering to himself that he'd better pretend he didn't know her. He looked down at Xingyun, sitting on the ground with pure pity. How is poor brother Xingyun going to react to this? He pushed himself up with his hands and calmly replied, "I understand, Lady Luoli." Xingyun placed a hand over his chest, his eyes filled with absolute determination as a righteous aura radiated from him. I didn't step up to get your gratitude. I did it because I felt I absolutely had to. If I hadn't, my Dao heart would have been shaken. He wasn't upset by her harsh words at all. Xingyun smiled, his eyes crinkling as he explained, "So, I only acted for my own sake. It has nothing to do with you, Lady Luoli, so you don't need to sweat it." Hearing Jin's philosophy, Luoli's face went totally dark. She was so annoyed she wanted to punch Xingyun. Didn't saying that just make her care even more? What a massive pain. Could she just beat him up already? Standing nearby, Xiaoyao covered his mouth, shaking with laughter. As a former victim of Xingyun's antics, Xiaoyao wiped away a tear from holding back his laughter and thought sympathetically. I get it. I totally get it. Sincerity really is the ultimate killer move. When I asked him if he wanted to be my punching bag and take a hit, I felt the exact same way. That nagging pang of guilt. Suddenly, sensing a surge of killing intent, his expression instantly turned sharp. Yang Pan, who had just been slammed into the ground by Xiaoyao's spiritual hand, was now crawling back up. He unleashed his spiritual energy, blowing away the dirt and rocks burying him. Hearing the noise, Xiaoyao turned to look at Yang Pan, who immediately slammed his hands on the ground and started screaming like a lunatic. "Jun Xiaoyao, you shameless hypocrite!" His face twisted in pure rage. "Sneaking up on me like that, do you have no shame?" Hearing this, Luoli and Xingyun just stared in silence at the guy who literally tried to sneak attack them, now complaining about being sneak attacked. Talk about a double-standard dung beetle. She pointed at him, then turned to Xingyun and asked, "He was totally the one who tried to jump us earlier, right?" He nodded, confirming it. Hearing that, Luoli burst out laughing and sneered at Yang Pan, calling him a shameless bastard. Seeing the surprise attack coming at them, Xingyun pushed Luoli out of the way without a second thought. But as he felt that massive, overwhelming power getting closer and closer, he grit his teeth in sheer terror. Just a second later, the energy slash landed dead on Xingyun. But as his body collapsed, that force didn't fade away. Instead, it condensed into a floating orb of pure energy. That bizarre sight forced Xingyun to halt in his tracks. He brushed aside his heavy internal injuries and started channeling his energy to recover. He mobilized his myriad stars guide power to stage a comeback. Instead of impressing Yang Pan, that display of resilience only got his trash-talking mouth running again. "Instead of running, you're charging right at me? Running headfirst into your doom like that. Are you sure about this?" That cocky attitude made Xingyun freeze right in the middle of the brutal battlefield. The spear, wrapped in that fiery red energy from earlier, suddenly broke free from the orb seal and zipped behind his back. The critical situation sent a shiver of fear through the spectators outside. "Look, it's the Kangemeng Divine Spear. Watch out." In a split second, Yang Pan excitedly swung his arm toward Xingyun, "You're dead meat, kid." But unfortunately for him, before he could pull it off, a blinding golden light suddenly burst out of nowhere. A pillar of energy instantly shattered Yang Pan's sneak spear attack with just a gentle tap. The sight left Xingyun so stunned that he didn't even notice something weird wrapping around his body. The red energy construct quickly dragged him away while the enemy was still dazed. A look of sheer confusion appeared on Yang Pan's face as his prey was snatched away right under his nose. Before he could even ask what was happening, he had to block his eyes as a mysterious, massive power began to show its dominance. Screams from the spectators suddenly echoed throughout the vast space. "Look at the sky! Look up there!" Intense spiritual energy was blending together, forming a massive, powerful orb of energy. That surprise attack slammed down hard on him, sending massive shockwaves through the entire area. The sight made Yang Pan gasp, his breath catching in his throat. His body was completely frozen and refused to move, even as the orb transformed into a giant hand and slapped down right on top of him. Yang Pan's face was filled with pure despair, as if he could see his doomed future in a split second. The shockwave left the gossiping crowd of spectators dazed and terrified. "That power is insane. I wonder which powerhouse just made a move." Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, the hero quickly gathered his strength and touched down to make his grand entrance. Xingyun and Luoli were so stunned they literally forgot to breathe. Xiaoyao, completely unbothered by the tense atmosphere, spoke up in a casual, cocky tone. "Brother Xingyun, you all right?" As soon as those words came out, Xingyun's doubts evaporated and he excitedly yelled, "I knew it was you, Brother Xiaoyao. Haven't seen you in a few days. How'd you go downhill so fast, Brother Xingyun?" "I almost got knocked out in just 2 moves, Xingyun whined, looking so pathetic he was practically crying. "It's because that guy has zero martial ethics. He jumped me out of nowhere. I was just caught off guard." Watching these 2 idiots put on a comedy show back and forth, Luoli could only scratch her head in sheer exasperation. Annoyed, she started digging through her memories to place this ridiculously flirtatious guy. Why does his face look so familiar? I'm pretty sure I've seen him somewhere before. Where was it? Wait, Jun Xiaoyao? Oh, right. Only a guy like him could act this incredibly annoying and extra. Yep, I'm definitely gonna pretend I don't know him. Shaking off her random thoughts about Jun Xiaoyao, the little girl sighed and spoke up. Hey, you over there! Seeing her walking toward him, Xingyun panicked a little. Before Xingyun could even voice his confusion, Lady Luoli used a spell to slap him right on the neck, leaving him utterly dazed. But thanks to that, the open wound Yang Pan left on his neck was instantly healed in a blink. While Xingyun was still sitting there dazed by her sudden action, Luoli was already furiously ranting at him like she was spitting bars. Did you get hit so hard you went brain dead, bro? Your neck is literally gushing blood. Why aren't you even trying to stop it? His face suddenly flushed red from her badass move. Lady Zhang Luoli? But before he could even squeeze in a word, Zhang Luoli snatched the mic first. Let me drop the harsh truths first. No matter how much trouble that dung beetle causes, I can handle him by myself. I absolutely didn't need you playing hero and blocking for me. I didn't ask you to step in, so I don't owe you anything, and I'm definitely not thanking you. Got it? Her icy words left Xiaoyao completely speechless. Geez, this mind-boggling logic is just so typical of that little brat Zhang Luoli. Screw it, I'll just pretend I don't know her. That awkwardness even blocked out the annoying babbling of the sword-bearer next to him. Young master, seeing Xingyun still sitting there dazed on the ground, he sighed inwardly. How is our poor bro Xingyun gonna react to this? As if hearing his thoughts, he just slowly brushed the dust off himself and stood up. I know, Lady Zhang Luoli, I didn't step in to get your gratitude. I did it because I felt I had to. If I hadn't, my Dao heart would have shattered. So I only did it for myself. It has nothing to do with you, Lady Zhang Luoli. You really don't have to worry about it, Lady Zhang Luoli. His words left her so awkwardly frozen she couldn't even get mad, despite Xiaoyao's punchable laughter in the background. This just makes it harder to ignore. So annoying, can I just punch him once? Finally catching his breath, he pursed his lips and nodded, secretly agreeing with Zhang Luoli's frustration. I get it. Sincerity really is the ultimate killer move. When I asked him if he'd be my punching bag, I felt the exact same way. That guilty conscience vibe. But then, a faint sound caught Xiaoyao's attention, making him glance over. The crater in the ground from his earlier attack suddenly exploded with power, sending rocks flying everywhere. Yang Pan's screeching voice rang out. Jun Xiaoyao, you shameless cheat. How dare you sneak attack me? Did you throw your dignity to the dogs? His rat-like, pathetic look left Xingyun and Zhang Luoli staring in utter disbelief. After a second, she asked hesitantly, wait, wasn't he the one who sneak attacked us first? And she got the quickest, most direct reply from him. Yep, totally shameless. Triggered by their casual attitude, Yang Pan threw a tantrum and started screaming. Jun Xiaoyao, you shameless bastard, sneaking around like a coward. Did you throw your dignity to the dogs? The trash talk just made Zhang Luoli's brain short-circuit with question marks. Wait, didn't he sneak attack us in the first place? Xingyun, frowning at the guy, nodded instinctively. Yep, spot on. As an awkward silence filled the air, Xiaoyao finally let out a slow chuckle. You shameless scumbag. The drama on the stage had drawn everyone's eyes. Look, that's Jun Xiaoyao, the divine child of the Jun family. He actually showed up. Holy crap, did he just slap the champion Marquis face first into the dirt? What's his cultivation level anyway? Why can't I read it? Must be the unified realm. To reach the Dao integration realm, you need a matching Dao source to fuse with. No genius would just rush to break through without one. Besides, even in the unified realm, his vibe is just on a whole different level. So he didn't ignore the champion Marquis's challenge before because he was scared, but because he just couldn't be burdened? Makes sense. The gap in their vibes is huge. Anyone with eyes can see it. To Yang Pan, the lively chatter only made his humiliation worse. Fuming, he grabbed his heavy spear. Jun Xiaoyao, you are so dead, but that aggressive posturing didn't scare Xiaoyao at all. Can you guys come up with some new threats for once? He even casually blew on his nails, completely unbothered by the guy. Under the bright sun, Xiaoyao just smirked arrogantly. I'm standing right here. You think you actually got what it takes to kill me? That badass scene made Yang Pan's blood boil. He gritted his teeth and started channeling his energy, but before he could do anything, a booming, majestic voice cut through the air. Everyone, cease this at once. As soon as the words left his mouth, majestic drums began to roll. The deep, echoing sound of horns filled the air, instantly putting everyone on edge. A royal entourage suddenly marched toward the arena under thousands of curious eyes. Leading the way, the Panwu Divine Lord radiated such an overwhelming pressure that everyone trembled before they could even look at the people behind him. The sheer authority in his voice made the hearts of the commoners skip a beat. The tournament hasn't even started yet. What is the meaning of this behavior? The host called them out directly. Yang Pan had no choice but to lower his weapon in frustration, while Xiaoyao just casually glanced at the newcomers and nodded, slightly amused. Unlike his chill attitude, the crowd watching from the sidelines collectively gasped. It's the Panwu Divine Lord! Suddenly, a squad of cloaked guards standing near the royals leaped down. As if pre-planned, they landed smoothly around the crowded spectator stands. Ignoring the panicked looks of the crowd, they calmly faced the arena. Receiving a silent signal from their commander, they all bent down and slammed their hands onto the ground, channeling their energy. The silence quickly turned into tense anxiety for everyone watching. Wait, what's happening? Suddenly, the ground began to rumble. Heavy pillars shot up from beneath the earth. The stone arena made a totally flashy debut. Stairs on both sides began to form, completing the final phase of this magical construction show. Just 1 minute later, everyone snapped out of their daze and gasped in awe. It's a battle arena. They literally conjured an arena out of thin air. The flashy display instantly got Xiaoyao hyped. This trick is sick, perfect for construction. But before he could enjoy it further, his sword-bearer called out to him. Young master. He quickly nudged Xiaoyao toward a sharp gaze coming from a familiar crowd and whispered, Do you want to go over and say hello to the young lady of the Zhang family? The elders of both families are over there too. His heart skipped a beat in panic. Shoot, every time, it's a bunch of old dudes with totally different styles. He couldn't even recognize his own family elders. Under all those judging eyes, Xiaoyao quickly ran over to them and politely bowed. Jun Xiaoyao stepped up to greet the elders. Hey auntie, long time no see, how've you been doing? His warm voice made her so happy, her eyes literally crinkled as she beamed. It really has been a while, hasn't it? Look at our Jun Xiaoyao, his cultivation level just keeps shooting up. Zhang Luoli, what are you waiting for? Get over here and say hi to Jun Xiaoyao. Getting called out in front of everyone made the poor girl sigh in pure misery. Are you kidding me? Talk about bad luck. I literally tried my best to blend into the background and act invisible. Sensing some major drama about to unfold, Jun Xiaoyao's hype instantly vanished as a cold shiver ran down his spine, like some ghost was hugging him from behind. He got a terrible feeling about this and had to swallow down his rising frustration. Zhang Luoli stomped her foot to rev up her courage, then let out a voice so whiny and fake sweet it could put gold-digging sugar babies begging for designer bags to shame. Jun Xiaoyao Oppa, I missed you to death. Just as expected, he could only look away, focusing on his own breathing to hold back his vomit. Honestly, he'd rather she forgot he existed. But to the holy doctor watching, this cringy scene looked like a textbook, heartwarming moment straight out of a romance drama. Wow, those two have such a close bond. Hearing this, Yi Xingyun and Jun Zhangjian silently shared the exact same thought. Are you freaking serious right now, old man? A bit later, right when the sun was scorching at its peak, the drums sounded for everyone to take their seats. The Banwo Divine Lord sank into his throne with a relaxed sigh, but his sharp eyes caught something that made his thick brows instantly furrow in annoyance. Not one to hide his annoyance, he turned to the first prince and demanded, Where is the third prince? Today is a massive event, so why hasn't he shown his face? Caught totally off guard by his dad's sudden interrogation, the prince began to stutter, his brain desperately searching for a script to lie with. Well, father, my third brother said he hasn't been feeling well lately. He actually headed off to the detached palace to recover a while ago. Hearing that lame excuse, the Banwo Divine Lord's face darkened with rage. What a useless loser. Right then, the eunuch stepped up and whispered, Your Majesty, the arena is fully prepared, forcing the emperor to swallow his anger and respond. I got it. The Divine Lord glanced over at Mingyu and calmly gave her the command he'd been holding back. Go on. It's time for you to show yourself. Getting the green light, she quickly bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Down in the stands, some sharp-eyed spectators immediately noticed her. Whoa, someone's stepping onto the stage. This got the rest of the crowd stretching their necks to join the gossip. Wait, who is that? The gentle click-clack of Mingyu's heels on the stone floor instantly silenced the noisy crowd. Her striking golden hair cascaded down, blowing romantically in the breeze like a scene straight out of an anime. But for Xiao Chen, seeing her completely broke his brain, leaving him standing there literally frozen in shock. Plastering a fake sweet smile onto her face, Mingyu spoke with a voice more melodic than a western harp. I am Wu Mingyu, the eldest princess of the Banwo Divine Dynasty. I'd like to thank all of our distinguished guests from the bottom of my heart for attending today's banquet. Her sheer beauty was legendary, leaving everyone in the crowd completely speechless. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into wild cheers and hyped-up praise. Oh my god, is she seriously the eldest princess of the Banwo Divine Dynasty? She's a total 10 out of 10. Now I get why so many geniuses are risking it all to become her husband. You get to fly to the top of the world and bag a literal goddess at the same time. But hearing those words felt like a bunch of poisoned needles stabbing straight into Xiao Chen's heart. Pure hatred twisted his face into a scowl more terrifying than any demon, and he glared at that old geezer, the Divine Lord. This isn't even a marriage contest anymore. He's literally treating his own flesh and blood like a head of cheap cabbage, tossing her on the auction block for the highest bidder. But before Xiao Chen could finish his mental rant, the booming voice of the Banwo Divine Lord echoed across the arena. Today my daughter Ming Yu shall choose her husband, but only the absolute strongest, most elite genius is worthy of marrying into our Banwo Divine Dynasty. Let the banquet begin. Young warriors and geniuses, step up to the arena and show us what you've got. The Divine Lord swept his arm out, making his point crystal clear. Only the top dog who crushes the competition deserves to be the son-in-law of my dynasty. He delivered the final hype-filled announcement. Now let the banquet begin. Young heroes, get on the stage and fight for your honor. Having waited for this moment his entire life, Zhang Wuji leaped onto the stage like a bolt of lightning, sticking a clean landing. Every single move showing off pure, flawless control. His aura exploded around him as he stood tall, looking like a badass general ready for a death match. Zhang Wuji loudly declared, "I am Zhang Wuji, the legacy disciple of the Southern Sky Sword Sect, and I'll be kicking off the fights." Right there on the stage, he didn't hesitate to shoot his shot. "I've been head over heels for Princess Mingyu for a long time. Today I'm here to." Hearing this, Yang Pan just let out a cold smirk, dripping with pure, unfiltered contempt. He sneered arrogantly, "A nobody shrimp like you has no business trying to flex here." Zhang Wuji clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, forcing himself to hold back the rage boiling inside him. Trying to stay cool, he fired back, "Since we're on this stage, we let our skills do the talking to see who's really boss. Even if you're the fancy champion marquise of the dynasty, you don't get to act like a bossy snob here, do you?" Seeing his stubborn attitude, Yang Pan just burst out laughing. Slowly raising his hand, he summoned a glowing weapon right out of thin air. Without wasting a single millisecond, he hurled the deadly carp weapon straight at his opponent, clearly aiming for a brutal kill. Zhang Wuji's eyes widened, a flash of pure panic hitting his face. He threw himself into a defensive stance, pumping his energy to the absolute max. Instantly, Yang Pan let out a savage roar, unleashing a lethal game-ending blow. But Zhang Wuji wasn't some weak NPC. With eyes burning with pure fury, he leaped into the air to launch a massive counterattack. In a matter of split seconds, he barely managed to block the insane heavy strikes coming right at him. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the air. His sword literally shattered into a million tiny pieces, and his eyes flashed red, staring right at the face of death. Before anyone could even blink, Yang Pan's sword stabbed clean through Zhang Wuji. Seeing this absolutely brutal scene go down, the Southern Sky Sword Sect elder completely lost his mind and screamed in panic. Zhang Wuji, totally blindsided by the devastating sneak attack, froze up instantly. Hot blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, dripping down his chin. The second his knees slammed onto the floor, the sect elder dashed over to check if he was still breathing. Man, Elder Jiang's face instantly went pale the moment he saw the guy's injuries. Every single bone in his body was completely shattered. Even if he somehow survives, his cultivation days are totally over. Yang Pan just bursts into a psychotic, heartless laugh that echoes through the arena, completely ignoring everyone else like they're just background trash. The dude keeps rubbing it in, mocking them and saying, "Told you so, weaklings shouldn't play with fire. If you don't have the skills, don't get ahead of yourselves." With a casual flick of his wrist, his weapon flies right back to his hand. Yang Pan flashes a smug, evil grin and barks, "Drag this loser out of here, fast. Stop embarrassing yourselves." The elder of the Tianum sword sect looks absolutely pissed, every line on his face screaming pure rage. He spits back sarcastically, "So this is how the Panwu Divine Dynasty treats its guests. The Tianum sword sect would love to see what else you've got." As the Panwu Divine Lord watches the fight and falls into deep thought, Yang Pan gets impatient and snaps, "Cut the crap and scram!" Hearing this, the crowd loses their minds and starts yelling. Like, what the hell is his problem? There's a limit to looking down on people, you jerk. What a piece of trash. Is this how the Panwu Divine Dynasty rolls? Suddenly, boom, Yang Pan slams his weapon down, cracking the floor wide open. He arrogantly challenges the crowd. "This consort spot is already mine. Any other blind idiots want to step up and claim it? Bring it on." Standing nearby, Luoli fumes. The guy just got his face planted in the dirt a minute ago, and now he's acting like he's hot stuff. What a tool! But then her eyes go wide in total shock. Xingyan's solid back is moving toward the stage. He gets straight to the point. "I couldn't care less about this consort spot, but I really want to teach you a lesson." Hearing this, the crowd immediately hypes him up, shouting, "Master Yi, Ye Xingyun, the Star King body of the ancient Yi family." They cheer him on, yelling, "Go get him, Master Yi, kick that jerk's ass." Xingyan doesn't even flinch. Instead, he just smiles and shoots back a question. "What's wrong? Without a cheap sneak attack, you don't have the balls to face me?" Ignoring the guy's growing rage, he calmly activates his power. Doesn't matter. Suddenly, an insane wave of energy bursts out, washing over the arena like a violent shockwave. Young Pan scoffs in disgust. A loser who already tasted defeat dares to bark here. But right after, a massive wave of energy from Xingyun surges straight toward him. A flicker of fear crosses Yang Pan's face. What the hell is this? Xingyun teases him playfully, tilting his head with a smirk. Hey, shameless I'll let you make the first move. Feeling completely looked down upon, the guy freezes up at the disrespect. What? Finally, the beast inside Yang Pan completely snaps. Fine. He stomps his foot onto the stage, shaking the whole place. Glaring at his target right in front of him, he flies into a rage and lunges for another dirty sneak attack. Just as he's about to strike a vital spot, he totally loses his cool and screams, "Die." But while things look intense, Xingyun just casually raises his hand. Before Yang Pan can even register what's happening, a flash of light zips right past his face. A massive boom shakes the heavens as a violent shockwave ripples from Xingyun's insane block. Without even looking at his opponent for a split second, he easily shuts down the attack with a tiny movement, then immediately unleashes a killer counter move, showing absolutely zero mercy to anyone standing in his way. The deafening blast leaves the entire stadium dead silent. Under that crazy amount of pressure, the stage cracks as if it's about to turn to dust. Blood suddenly splatters everywhere, staining the floor red like a wild flood. Yang Pan can only force himself to hold on, struggling to keep his massive frame from collapsing right there. Xingyan can't help but laugh mockingly at the sight. Seeing the fresh cuts on the guy's face, he says in disappointment, "Look at you. Without your sneaky tricks, you're literally nothing." The helmet on Yang Pan's head falls to the floor with a thud, totally shattered and ruined. He gnashes his teeth, trying to suppress the boiling rage inside. "Kid, I admit you got skills, but that's as far as you go." Xingyan doesn't back down for a second, firing right back. "If you want to talk big, win first, then open your mouth." The dude just scoffs, his dark eyes sizing up the boy. He slams his spear onto the floor and declares, "Then let me open your damn eyes." The moment he finishes, an intense aura floods the entire space as if it's swallowing all the energy around. Xingyan is slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, such intense killing intent. Suddenly his eyes widen at a terrifying sight. He stands frozen in the middle of his opponent's chaotic domain. In just a split second, how are there already countless spear shadows flashing around him like a spiderweb? Xingyan's mind is racing with doubts. He's clearly just standing there without moving an inch, so how? He snaps out of it instantly and unleashes his signature move. The rings on his wrists glow once again, signaling that a brutal showdown is about to pop off. His eyes are sharper than ever, determined not to give an inch to anyone. Quick as a flash, Xingyan pulls off some crazy moves to deflect all those lethal strikes, but Yang Pan doesn't look bothered at all. His massive body leaps high into the air, ready to bring down a finishing blow. With a twisted smile, he aims the tip of his spear straight at his target. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion goes off, shaking the entire place. Gritting his teeth, he scans the area to spot any weak points. Suddenly, Yang Pan notices something weird. Where the hell did the guy's wrist rings go? Right at that moment, violent tornadoes whip up as if to wipe out every living thing. Before he can even process it, a brutal blast hits him dead on, making his giant frame scream in pure agony. Seeing his chance, Xingyan presses the attack to finish this once and for all. With a flick of his hand, he quickly summons a high-grade weapon. He doesn't hesitate to pull out the spectral glow divine spear to end this. Moving at insane speed, he shatters the guy's technique in a blink. The tension in the air is off the charts right now, both sides radiating a thick, suffocating killing intent. Suddenly, Xingyan's face hardens, looking completely unfazed and showing zero signs of fatigue. Yang Pan totally panics as he realizes he's in deep, deep trouble. Without wasting a single millisecond, Xingyun delivers a devastating, earth-shaking punch right to his face, blasting him backward. The dude's face turns instantly pale as blood starts gushing out of his mouth. Xingyun knew he had to strike while the iron was hot. A cold, sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his technique. "Time to spin, baby!" A blinding light suddenly erupted, so intense it literally tore space itself apart. Yang Pan used every ounce of his strength to block that sudden storm-like onslaught, but he couldn't hold out for long. Xingyan's overwhelming power instantly shattered his defenses. His body was launched into the air, hovering for a few split seconds before that massive frame slammed back down onto the floor, sending a massive shockwave through the whole place. Xingyun was completely wiped out, panting heavily and trying to catch his breath to steady his racing heart. On the wrecked stage, Yang Pan lay motionless, looking totally dead to the world. Xingyan let out a heavy sigh of relief. He pumped his fist in pure excitement. "I actually won, I did it." The crowd immediately went wild, screaming, "He won! Young Master Yi actually won!" What a sick fight, but he didn't care about the cheering fans at all. Instead, he quickly scanned the crowd for a familiar face, shouting out in pure excitement, "Lady Luoli, I won!" The girl just stood there totally stunned, muttering to herself in sheer confusion. What does that have to do with me? Why is he flexing at me? But right then, Zhang Luoli noticed something sketchy. She instantly screamed out a warning. You idiot, don't let your guard down. Her megaphone of a voice blasted through the arena. Behind you, that clown isn't down yet. A savage blast of energy slammed into Xingyan out of nowhere, looking to crush him to pieces. Caught completely off guard, he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Everyone in the crowd froze, their jaws literally hitting the floor. Watching that dirty move, Jun Xiaoyao's face instantly went dark. Yang Pan smirked, mocking him. What desolate ancient Yi clan? Just a bunch of worthless ants. He smugly admired his weapon, thinking how lucky the opponent was to die by it. He caressed the sword like it was his prized treasure. You should feel honored. Up in the stands, the Panwu Emperor's eyes lit up with sudden interest. The Panhuang sword, Xingyun's body was now too weak to even stand. As he helplessly started to collapse onto the floor, he thought, damn it, I got careless again. Just then, a reassuring hand gently rested on his shoulder. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turned ice cold as he locked his gaze onto the guy responsible, looking ready to unleash pure hell. Out of nowhere, Foof appeared on the stage to back them up. He gently helped Xingyun up and led him away, murmuring, we need to extract the sword chi from the wound first, then we can stop the bleeding. The nearby guard also let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness his bones and meridians are still intact. The second his eyes locked onto Jun Xiaoyao, Yang Pan's face twisted into a smirk. He acted all smug, calling out, Jun Xiaoyao, so you finally decided to show your face. With that, the arrogant punk threw down the gauntlet. Today, I'm going to make you taste the true power of this Panhuang sword. Meanwhile, a Panwu cultivator started making hand seals, and once he gathered enough energy, he swept his arms out. The entire area shook violently, dirt and rocks flying everywhere as even the heavy stone bricks were swept up by the sheer force and snapped perfectly into place. Within seconds, a perfectly squared-off arena was built right before their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao watched the whole thing, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Damn, that move is literally perfect for construction work. Getting completely ignored, Yang Pan's face went dark as he hissed through his teeth. Jun Xiaoyao, I'm gonna make you get down on your knees and beg for mercy. He smirked, trying to get a reaction, but Jun Xiaoyao didn't give a single crap, just shrugging his shoulders with a smirk. Bro, take a look at yourself first. You look like trash right now. Even if I beat you to a pulp, people are just gonna say I was picking on a disabled kid. Getting absolutely roasted like that, Yang Pan lost his mind. You little piece of trash. Before he could even finish, Jun Xiaoyao held up a hand to stop him. Look, my time is actual money, and dancing around on this stage with a meathead like you is a massive waste of my day. So how about this, to all of you sitting down there, why don't you all just jump in together? Anyone who wants a piece of Jun Xiaoyao, just step right up onto this stage. I don't care if there's 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 of you. Yours truly will take you all on at the exact same time. Furious and deeply humiliated, Yang Pan roared, Shut your mouth! Are you trying to mock me? Jun Xiaoyao smirked, going full savage mode. That's why you're a clown. If you want me to shut up, then go ahead and blow me away just like you did to that young master Zhang from the Southern Heaven Sword Sect. Can you actually do it? If not, then shut your trap and go find some pants to put on. Got it? Yang Pan ground his teeth, forced to swallow his rage. Up in the VIP section, the Panwu Emperor facepalms at the sheer embarrassment. He sighed and ordered, Go bring the Marquis some new clothes. A servant behind him quickly bowed and replied, Right away, Your Majesty. Right on cue, Wang Gang, who absolutely loved stirring up drama, leaped onto the stage to join the fun. The Jun family's divine child sure has some serious balls. I am Wang Gang of the Northern Region's Wang Clan. Let's see what you've got. Jun Xiaoyao blinked in surprise. The Northern Region's Wang Clan? Mind if I ask, he continued, how are you related to the Wang Clan's young emperor? Wang Gang replied honestly, oh, that's my big bro. Right then, Xiao Chen stepped forward, completing a perfect three-way standoff. Perfect. I've been wanting to see what the Northern Region's techniques are made of. Hearing that familiar voice, Princess Mingyu instantly froze. Meanwhile, the vibe on the stage between the three became super awkward. Jun Xiaoyao squinted, trying to feel him out. And you are? Xiao Chen pulled his hood down low, giving a sketchy, vague reply. Just a nobody. Not worth your time. But Jun Xiaoyao couldn't shake off his suspicion, thinking he looked a bit familiar. Whatever. If I can't remember him, he's probably just some random NPC. But unlike him, Princess Mingyu had to cover her mouth to keep herself from gasping out loud. It's him. It's really him. He actually came for me. The Panwu Emperor suddenly turned to her, raising an eyebrow. What is it, Mingyu? Do you know that guy? Flustered, she quickly denied it. No, I don't. His face darkened as he gave her a cold warning. Good. Just make sure you remember your place. Mingyu looked down, submissively replying. Yes, father. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the tense air. Then, flexing his inner power, he boomed out a loud challenge. Anyone else want to get on the stage? Yours truly is only doing this once. From now on, if I get any more of these childish challenges like that champion Marquise clown from the Divine Dynasty, I won't even bother replying. Even after that massive call-out, the spectators in the crowd just awkwardly nudged each other, too scared to step up. In fact, every single one of them broke into a cold sweat. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and shook his head. Looks like we're done here. With that, he picked out a prime spot on the sidelines to watch the remaining three fight it out. Right in front of him is Wang Gang, bursting with energy, while on his left is Xiao Chen, trying way too hard to look mysterious, completely wrapped up from head to toe. And on his right is Yang Pan, literally burning with rage. Jun Xiaoyao casually raises both hands, then claps them together with a sharp smack to give the signal. Wang Gang gets the memo, unleashes his energy, and roars. All right, let's get it. I've been waiting for you to say that, divine son of the Jun family. Taste my family's ultimate technique. Jun Xiaoyao calmly faces the energy wave rushing at him. He just casually waves a hand, a smirk playing on his lips, and a second later, they clash to see who's top dog. The crowd immediately loses their minds. It's the Vajra Pagoda hand, the crazy high-tier skill the Wang family got from the Little West Heaven. Once you max out this technique, a single strike can literally shatter mountains and rivers. Nothing can block it. Hearing that hype makes Wang Gang curse under his breath. Indestructible, my ass. But before he can show off anymore, Jun Xiaoyao beats him to the punch, saying, So this is the Wang family's Vajra Pagoda hand. Pretty decent power you got there. Even though he's grinning, Wang Gang's heart is actually doing flips right now. He didn't even use any skills and easily blocked my full power strike. He didn't even budge an inch. Insane. He can't help but ask, Yo, divine son of the Jun family, what kind of body tempering technique are you running? Jun Xiaoyao just gives him a mysterious smile and suddenly curls his fingers into a fist. Without a word, Jun Xiaoyao launches a sudden counterattack. Wang Gang is a mix of nervous and hyped, but then something clicks in his head. High up on the stage, the Panwu Divine Lord leaps to his feet, muttering, No way, this energy, is that the great Daluo immortal physique? That's the legendary immortal body, the absolute peak of physical refinement. The Panwu Divine Lord stares dead at Jun Xiaoyao, his mind racing. The cultivation method for the great Daluo physique should only exist in the 9 great heavenly books. Wait, does that mean the inheritance of the Yuan-Tian Supreme is actually one of the 9 great heavenly books? He scares himself so much with that thought that his eyes almost roll back, and he's not the only one shaking. The divine doctor sitting nearby is just as shell-shocked. No way. The inheritance Jun Xiaoyao got back then was actually one of the 9 great heavenly books. Jiang Luoli asks curiously, 9 great heavenly books? Sounds like some crazy overpowered treasure, huh? She immediately turns to explain with hype. Jiang Luoli, you're still young, so you probably haven't heard of it. The 9 great heavenly books are 9 legendary scrolls that have existed since the very beginning of the immortal realm. No one knows where they came from. Some say immortals wrote them, others say they were manifested by the heavenly Tao itself. Basically, each scroll represents the absolute peak of a certain path. Legend says if someone can collect all 9 scrolls, they can fuse them into one and unlock the path to godhood. The inheritance Jun Xiaoyao got is probably the body scroll from the 9 great heavenly books, which has all those crazy physical techniques, like the great Daluo immortal physique. Even the divine doctor can't help but sigh at this point. No wonder the Yuan-Tian Supreme could run wild and dominate everyone, even when he was just a remnant soul. Xiao Chen stands on the side, watching and quietly repeating that name in his head. The great Daluo immortal physique. Meanwhile, Yang Pan spat out bitterly. How the hell does this bastard get all the luck? After backing off, Wang Gang shouts excitedly, This is freaking peak! I never thought I'd get to throw hands with the legendary great Daluo physique. What an honor! Jun Xiaoyao is highly amused, thinking, So this young master from the Wang family is just a total battle maniac, huh? Not a bad guy, he thinks, but he still acts humble on the outside. Oh, it's not some grand immortal body. My talent is actually pretty trash. I spent so much time and resources, and yet I only managed to refine a mere 20 Daluo immortal bones. Wang Gang immediately fires back. Are you kidding me? For a return to one realm cultivator, that is already insane. With that, he charges right back in, ready for round 2. Jun Xiaoyao waits for him to close the distance, thinking, not bad. A cultivator's drive should exactly be like this. The two of them clash in intense close combat, while Xiao Chen and Yang Pan just stand on the sidelines. Xiao Chen looks across and asks, You're not gonna jump in? Yang Pan scowls and snaps back, The hell you want? Xiao Chen smirks and throws shade. What does this little show already have you frozen in fear? What a joke. I seriously don't get how a degenerate, heartless piece of trash like you gets to be the champion Marcus of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Yang Pan completely loses his mind and roars, "You little brat, don't think you can walk all over me just because I've been quiet." But as the words leave his mouth, he suddenly freezes. He looks at the energy swirling around Xiao Chen, unable to hide his shock. This kid is also at the peak return to one realm, but Xiao Chen doesn't even give him a second glance. He's got his eyes locked on a different target. "Jun Xiaoyao, today you're paying in blood." With that, he immediately swipes his Azure Dragon Claws straight at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't caught off guard for a second, totally down to handle this little sneak attack. "Bring it!" Jun Xiaoyao already has a pretty good guess about Xiao Chen's identity. That's definitely the technique of the Azure Dragon tribe from the ancestral dragon nest. But something about it feels a bit off. Who the hell is this guy? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen is still popping off, unleashing a deadly Azure Dragon Bite next. Wang Gang's eyes instantly light up like he just hit the jackpot. Damn, this guy is actually pretty cracked. This trip was totally worth it. Divine son of the Jun family, eat another punch. The three of them dive into a chaotic three-way brawl, leaving Yang Pan standing there like a total clown outside the fight. The crowd of onlookers goes wild, gossiping like crazy. The Northern Wang family seriously lives up to the hype. That guy's energy is pure force. He's definitely at the peak return to one realm. And that cloaked dude is no joke either. If I'm not wrong, that technique looks like it's from the ancestral dragon nest. Don't tell me he's one of their dragon princes? The ancestral dragon nest has a massive beef with the Jun family. The divine son is literally holding his own in a one-on-two, and instead of getting pushed back, he looks completely chill. Honestly, every move he makes looks like a literal god flex. Hearing all this chatter, Yang Pan completely loses his cool. "Shut the hell up, all of you. This stage was built for me. Fine, if you're all so eager to die, I'll give you a real show." His sudden freakout makes Xiao Chen give him a side-eye, and even Wang Gang, who usually doesn't give a damn, stops to look. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to sense the danger even quicker, his expression turning serious. Sure enough, this time Yang Pan unleashed his ultimate soul-bound move, the Panhuang Creation Sword. Gripping the green divine weapon in his hands, he swung it forward with a roar. "All of you die!" Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden City, people in a nearby tavern were busy spilling the tea. The banquet inside must have started by now, right? Man, I wish I could check it out. I heard the divine child of the Jun family is there too. Forget it. Without an invite, you think you can just slide in? In your dream, suddenly the lively vibe was shattered by a deafening roar. "Yo, everyone look over there. Something huge is going down." The stunned crowd watched as the entire space was flooded with a blinding green light, the sheer, terrifying power of Yang Pan making the barrier shake violently. Even the cultivators guarding the barrier were struggling hard. The barrier was pushed to its absolute limit, with the entire arena pressured by a massive wave of energy ready to burst out. The guards stared at their hands in panic. That sword intent is terrifying. Even we almost couldn't hold the barrier. Even though it's only 1/3 of its true power, it's already this insanely strong. Gradually, the air settled as the dust and smoke began to clear. Thanks to the protection of his immovable Azure Dragon Bell, Xiao Chen was still standing, though his face was now fully exposed to the crowd. He couldn't help but marvel in his mind. So this was the true power of the Panhuang sword. The female onlookers, getting a total eye candy treat, immediately went wild. "Look, he's half dragon. That guy really is the dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest." Seeing his attack yield such disappointing results, Yang Pan was incredibly pissed off. How is that guy still alive? But he didn't realize that Jun Xiaoyao was also completely untouched. Dusting off his robes, Jun Xiaoyao smirked and praised him. That move wasn't half bad. Too bad, though. Facing this attitude, Yang Pan broke into a cold sweat. How is this possible? That kid took a direct hit from the Panhuang Creation Sword and didn't even get a scratch. Sensing his thoughts, Jun Xiaoyao wasted no time schooling him on the spot. A sword is just a weapon. A weapon must be in the hands of the right person to unleash its true potential. His words were so heavy that even the Panwu Divine Sovereign perked up his ears to listen. Ignoring their reactions, Jun Xiaoyao kept roasting him. "And you actually had to borrow the sword's power to back you up. What an embarrassment. You don't deserve to be its master, period." With his ugly truth exposed, Yang Pan roared, "Shut up!" But his newly hyped-up aura was instantly popped by a dry cough from Wang Gang. Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect him to survive that ultimate move completely intact either. Even the attacker himself, Yang Pan, was left totally stunned. Xiao Chen, being more experienced, let out a quiet sigh. Covered in scratches, Wang Gang let out a rough, heavy breath without holding back. Suppressing the sharp pain in his back, he shot a death glare at Yang Pan. "So that's the Panhuang sword, huh? Glad I got to experience it." The Panhuang sword is legendary. If it knew the swordsman holding it was just a cheap coward who only knows how to backstab, it'd probably weep. Getting slapped in the face with the truth like that, Yang Pan could only grit his teeth, holding back a stream of curses. Ignoring him, Wang Gang turned to Jun Xiaoyao. Forgive me, divine child of the Jun family, but I'm out of commission for today's fight. If you ever visit the northern lands in the future, my Wang family will gladly roll out the red carpet for you. When that day comes, I look forward to sparring with you, young Master Jun. Understanding his situation, Jun Xiaoyao didn't push him. Go get some rest first, leave the rest to me. I'm about to show them a few new tricks anyway. Wang Gang grinned widely in high spirits. Then I'll be watching closely. With that, he followed 2 guards and stepped off the arena. At this point, the spectators were also getting pretty ticked off. What the hell is the Panwu Divine Dynasty thinking? Why would they let such a cheap coward hold their sacred imperial weapon? Seriously, it's so embarrassing. His character is trash, and his cultivation isn't even top tier. How the hell did a guy like this get hyped up as the face of the Panwu Divine Dynasty? Honestly, almost any other young talent out there is a literal genius compared to him. The Panwu Dynasty is really going downhill. After letting the crowd throw enough shade at the Panwu Divine Sovereign, Jun Xiaoyao cleared his throat and announced, "All right, out of respect for young Master Wang, I've decided to get a bit more serious. You two better watch yourselves." In his mind, Yang Pan directed all his rage onto Jun Xiaoyao. Damn it, this pretentious jerk is the root of all my problems. I have to put him down right here on this stage. But before he could even form a solid plan, Jun Xiaoyao lunged straight at him. Waiting until the distance was just right, Jun Xiaoyao greeted him with a sharp kick, sending a sudden wave of panic through Yang Pan. So fast. Just as Jun Xiaoyao pulled his leg back, Xiao Chen tried to ambush him from behind. Without flinching, Jun Xiaoyao swung his arms, simultaneously defending and attacking. Once again, Yang Pan got shoved to the side, left feeling incredibly frustrated. Damn you, take this. Pan Huang Sword Art Living Soul Annihilation. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao momentarily distracted, Xiao Chen jumped at the chance to take advantage of the chaos. This is my chance. He decided to ambush him with his ultimate move, Azure Dragon Subduing Demon. A massive explosion shook the entire stage, but even that wasn't enough to take Jun Xiaoyao down. With perfect coordination, Jun Xiaoyao blocked Xiao Chen with his right hand while effortlessly parrying Yang Pan's sword with his left. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao was like the filling of a sandwich, attacked from all angles. Taking a deep, serious breath, he braced himself. Then, Jun Xiaoyao's aura suddenly shifted, making the air feel thick and heavy. The Panwu Divine Sovereign's interest was instantly piqued. Over in the resting area, Wang Gang couldn't help but shout in disbelief. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Suddenly, a glowing golden silhouette of a divine beast materialized in mid-air. Jun Xiaoyao's answer was unleashing the power of the hell-crushing god elephant to both his left and right. Taking the hit head-on, Yang Pan's heart started pounding in panic. What on earth is this crazy thing? Seeing the rising aura, the crowd went absolutely wild. Oh my god, it's massive. Is that a Dharma manifestation? Huang Xuanyi stood frozen, his lips twitching unconsciously. The hell-crushing god elephant. God elephant. Ignoring his sister's voice calling out to him, Huang Xuanyi just kept repeating Jun Xiaoyao's technique name, the hell-crushing god elephant. By now, the battle had reached an incredibly intense peak. Yang Pan gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what kind of freaky, bizarre technique is this? Xiao Chen was struggling just as much, feeling like every bone in his body was about to snap. This power is insane. If we keep this up, we're definitely going to get totally suppressed by him. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly braced his entire body against the ground, but as he looked up, the sight that met his eyes made him freeze. However, he reacted quickly, raising his hand just in time to block his opponent's attack. A blinding flash of light immediately erupted, accompanied by a deafening boom that ripped through the air. Xiao Chen braced himself, digging his feet into the ground to keep his balance. Meanwhile, Yang Pan stabbed his sword straight into the dirt to steady himself. Dust and debris quickly filled the air as both of them tensely stared ahead. By now, the stone ground beneath Jun Xiaoyao's feet had completely shattered into pieces. He raised his hand and successfully blocked the blow from Huang Xuanyi. The onlookers couldn't help but scream in shock. That's the top prodigy of the Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. He's one of the leading geniuses of this generation. The guy next to him looked totally confused. Wait, why is he only stepping onto the stage now? Feng Qingling looked around, but Huang Xuanyi was nowhere to be seen, leaving her totally dazed. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao kept his head down, staying dead silent. He frowned and questioned, "Why didn't you step up when I challenged you earlier? Why get on the stage now?" Right after he spoke, Huang Xuanyi leaped down to the side, stammering and unable to find his words. Then Huang Xuanyi's eyes suddenly flared up like burning embers as he fired back. "You're too damn arrogant. I'm sick of looking at your face. Is it so weird that I want to beat the crap out of you?" Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jun Xiaoyao spoke in a low, cold voice. "Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning surged across the ground like a wild current. In a fit of rage, Huang Xuanyi clenched his fists and charged straight at him. But right then, Jun Xiaoyao's aura exploded, looking like it would rip the sky apart. Standing tall in the middle of a sea of fire, his hair whipped wildly in the wind. This overwhelming pressure made Huang Xuanyi slam on the brakes instantly. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fists at the center of the flames, his entire body radiating waves of surging, blazing energy. On the other hand, Huang Xuanyi was visibly shaken, his whole body trembling violently. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes instantly lit up. He parted his lips and calmly declared, "Fine then, let me go all out on you." These words made Huang Xuanyi freeze in shock. He widened his eyes, staring at the light hurtling toward him as a massive pillar of fire erupted around Jun Xiaoyao, shooting into the sky. Flickering with the aura of his army-slaying battle art, it left the onlookers gasping in shock, while some squeezed their eyes shut in terror, screaming internally. The protective barrier surrounding them quickly cracked open, exposing the open sky. Everyone collectively panicked, thinking, the defensive barrier has been completely shattered. Right then, Huang Xuanyi coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Forced back by the swords, he was pinned against the wall before slumping onto the ground, writhing in agony. Feng Qingling cried out in panic, "Huang Xuanyi!" Just then, the sword lodged in Huang Xuanyi's shoulder glowed with a purple light, and a strange, eerie smoke drifted from his body, carrying a demonic energy. At that exact moment, his entire body burst into a massive blaze, as if trying to incinerate everything in sight. Huang Xuanyi slowly got up, step by step. Without saying a word, he lunged at Jun Xiaoyao like a flaming arrow tearing through space. Jun Xiaoyao pursed his lips in tension, thinking, something's seriously off. Can't this guy feel any pain? At that moment, Yang Pan and Xiao Chen shared a quick look and nodded. They both lunged and jumped, pinning Jun Xiaoyao between them as they raised their hands to deliver a fatal blow. But right at that split second, Jun Xiaoyao managed to blast them both back. He cursed under his breath. So damn annoying, but Huang Xuanyi seized this opening and threw a direct punch right at him. Jun Xiaoyao puffed his cheeks, swung his arm back with force, and leaped into the air, slamming Huang Xuanyi face first onto the ground. The guy writhed on the floor, gritting his teeth and gasping for air. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think, this is definitely weird. It's like his mind is being controlled by something. In other words, someone in this arena is trying to use him as a pawn to get rid of me. Right at this moment, with Huang Xuanyi lying in the middle of the raging fire, Feng Qingling screamed frantically to stop him. Wait, stop! Is he going to? Huang Xuanyi clasped a ball of fire in his hands and muttered under his breath, the flames blazing even wilder. Phoenix Heavenly Fire! The crowd in the back began talking in a panic. Phoenix Heavenly Fire? Isn't that the forbidden technique of the Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain? Hearing their shouts, Jun Xiaoyao sighed as they kept rambling behind him. Legend has it that this fire can burn everything in the world to ashes, including the caster. Jun Xiaoyao pursed his lips and thought, there's no way I can block this move and keep him completely unharmed. I guess I'll just have to teach him a painful lesson. Right then, Huang Xuanyi's eyes burned with resolve as he roared, Jun Xiaoyao. He swung his arms, releasing a blazing torrent of fire that roared like a crimson dragon, charging straight at his opponent. Die. Without wasting a second, Jun Xiaoyao began to summon the light of his supreme bone. But the scene unfolding before him made him freeze. Feng Qingling cursed furiously, "You little brat, I swear to God." She rushed over and kicked Huang Xuanyi straight in the chin. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The kick sent Huang Xuanyi flying backward, but Feng Qingling didn't stop there. She grabbed him by the collar, hauled him up, and started slapping him across the face repeatedly. Phoenix Heavenly Fire, huh? Trying to show off and act all badass, huh? Oh, look at you. So tough, so capable. Jun Xiaoyao stood there speechless, watching the drama unfold, while Feng Qingling kept roasting him like a machine gun. You think you're so cool, handsome, and on top of the world, don't you? If I don't break your legs today, I'll spell my name backward. You disrespectful little brat, do you dare do this again? Huh, do you? A few minutes later, Feng Qingling gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed in relief. Phew, that felt so good and satisfying. She dragged Huang Xuanyi away, cheerfully calling out, "Sorry for the interruption. You guys keep going. Don't mind us." Jun Xiaoyao stood there, completely speechless. Just then, Feng Qingling squeezed her eyes shut and begged, "He's just an ignorant kid. I'll discipline him harder, master. Please forgive him." Jun Xiaoyao pointed forward awkwardly. "I was actually trying to say, you're choking him to death." Huang Xuanyi felt like his soul was drifting out in space. His eyes were tightly shut, and both his cheeks were swollen from the beating. It took a while for Huang Xuanyi to slowly open his eyes, groaning in absolute pain. The moments fluttered and he found himself being twisted backward by Feng Qingling, making him scream in agony. "Ow, that hurts like hell." Huang Xuanyi turned his head to look at her, tears streaming down his face from the excruciating pain. "Feng Qingling, you monster, what the hell are you doing?" Only then did Feng Qingling finally let go. "Oh, you're awake?" The moment he was released, Huang Xuanyi yelled at the top of his lungs in frustration. "Awake my ass! Let go of me already, I'm literally dying here. My face is killing me." Sitting on a large bed, Huang Xuanyi felt all over his body. "Ow, everything hurts. Where on earth are we?" Feng Qingling sat cross-legged right opposite him. This was the recovery room set up by the Panwu Divine Dynasty, where all the dudes who got beat up earlier were resting. He looked down at his mummy-wrapped body, feeling so damn wronged he was about to cry. "Yo, why the hell am I covered in wounds like this? Did I violate some heavenly laws or what?" The dude had completely blacked out on everything that happened. "Are you seriously blanking on this?" She explained that most of those injuries were actually self-inflicted. Like a second ago, he was totally losing his mind, acting like a rabid dog trying to murder Jun Xiaoyao. Hearing that, Huang Xuanyi figured his sis was just pulling his leg, so he laughed along. "Me? Picking a fight with Jun Xiaoyao? No way, for real? Are you sure I didn't just break some cosmic rules or something?" "That's not even a funny joke, sis." Feng Qingling realized her junior brother was completely clueless, leaving her utterly speechless, but she kept going anyway. "But seriously, you rushed in and blindsided the guy. He was absolutely pissed." The dude froze for a solid few seconds, his brain basically working overtime to process what he just heard. Cue the waterworks as tears started streaming down his face like a waterfall. "Sis Thon, am I about to meet my ancestors or what?" Seeing her bro losing it, Feng Qingling started waving her hands around frantically to calm him down. "Hey, it's all right, bro, don't cry." She pulled Huang Xuanyi into a tight hug, gently reassuring him. "Don't sweat it. I already worked things out with him. I just had to sell my body a little bit, and he'll let you off the hook." The moment Huang Xuanyi heard that, he instantly pushed her off and scrambled out of bed, leaving Feng Qingling feeling totally rejected. "Aw, no more hugs?" He didn't answer, just silently smoothed out the creases on his blanket. The next second, Huang Xuanyi was storming out of the room in full-on battle mode. "Hell no, I gotta go throw hands with Jun Xiaoyao again." Feng Qingling rushed to block him. "Whoa, hold up. How are you literally crying while trying to pick another fight with the guy? Oh my god." She ran over and tackled her junior brother into a tight bear hug. "Let's figure out what the hell actually happened to you first." Huang Xuanyi wasn't having it, thrashing around angrily. "What do you mean? What happened?" These two were acting like they owned the place, completely ignoring the feelings of the guy lying right on the next bed. Brother Xingyan next door was definitely not jealous at all, as he buried himself deeper under the covers and hugged himself tight. Once Feng Qingling finally got her bro to chill out, she tried talking some sense into him. "I mean, why did you suddenly lose your mind and jump Jun Xiaoyao? Don't tell me your brain is actually fried and you were just begging for a beatdown." Sitting on the bed, Huang Xuanyi stammered. "I mean, even if you put it that way." Suddenly his eyes went wide as if he just realized something. "Oh, I remember now. Didn't Jun Xiaoyao summon that massive giant elephant projection earlier? Right at that exact second, I felt like that giant elephant was staring straight into my soul. After that, my brain just went completely haywire, and I couldn't remember a single thing." He turned to ask his senior sister, "Oh, by the way, where's Jun Xiaoyao anyway?" Feng Qingling didn't bother answering with words, she just pointed outside. Out on the field, a crazy intense battle was still raging with no end in sight. Two massive beams of energy, one gold and one green, were slamming straight into each other. And right after that,